is the swap. Here's the Gastrodon, the counter swap into the Charge Bug. LNDS Steiner sees it. He is unfazed. The difference is it's neutral sucker punches versus these super effective Volt Switches. Here comes the first discharge into the last Protect Shield. No, doesn't even use it.
Doesn't use it, is confident he can survive. I think he might be able to do 3 more sucker punches, but actually just goes for 1 into the payback. The shield from Z's Wireless, he knows he doesn't need to shield the Gastrodon.
Well, to Galarian Moltres' favor, you actually would win that 0 Protect Shield situation. Here is the Volt Switch down. There is the Bastiodon in the back with the Protect Shield, but it doesn't matter. There's no way with a Protect Shield advantage, you're getting through a Gastrodon. What can you do? Your fast attacks are resistant. Your charge attacks are resistant.
Z's Wireless needs to get back to that Gastrodon to finish off this game, and Steiner needs as much energy as he could possibly muster. 2 Stone Edges. I don't think it's enough, but we're going to find out. Steiner firing off the first one here.
It's not going to be nearly enough, unfortunately, because it's just underwhelming damage into the bulk of that Gastrodon. Just 2 more Mud Slaps. Well, no, actually just 1 more will do it. Z's Wireless gives a little GG, maybe to himself. I switched it up. I did what I didn't think I was gonna do. I tried to go for the alignment, and it worked.
Steiner has tried to trap Zweilis over and over, and he has succeeded. But Z Zweilis says, I will not be caged. I will fight back. And now the question becomes, how will Steiner actually respond after he's seen the Gastrodon? Does he overcorrect? Does he leave the Bastion on the bench? Does he double down to the Pokemon that has gotten him to the Grand Finals?
Yes, because the same thing happened in the Winners Finals, remember? Z Zweilis was not running the Gastrodon. He was down 0-2. Then he unleashed the Gastrodon. He took all those wins. Now LDS Steiner knows that is his win condition. He is now down a game. He is the one that has to switch it up. I think Z Zweilis is locked in with Gastrodon. I mean, he might switch it up at this point, but he's shown it in the past in Winners Finals. I don't know if he'll show in the game number 2, but I feel like the onus is on Steiner now. It is just crazy. It feels like the momentum is just ping-ponging back and forth, and it's so hard to keep up with. I don't know how these trainers are doing it.
You know what's been absent this entire Grand Finals series so far? I'll say it real quick. Shadow Annihilate.
Yes.
Shadow Annihilate could be the core breaker that Steiner needs. We're going to go right into game number 2 of our Grand Finals reset. Bastiodon, Cradilly, as Henry said, the battle of the rock types.
And there is no Shadow Annihilate in the back. There is that Corviknight in the back for Z Zweilis, but once again, Bastiodon can win almost any battle neutrally. So LNDS Steiner is going to get the alignment here. Here's the swap in the Corsola, trying to catch some energy, but this is brutal. Now suddenly you're met by this Galarian Corsola. How many times did we see this in Anaheim?
Exactly. I mean, Z Zweilis did bank a mountain of energy on that Cradilly that he can use to strike back later, but this Galarian Moltres' sucker punches add up so quickly. Even if you connect the Power Gem, it's not going to be that much, and this Galarian Moltres will just farm and farm until it can strike back in return.
And actually going for the fly here to try to get the knockout on the Galarian Corsola, getting a Protect Shield from Z Zweilis here, trying to get to the next charge attack, trying to get to that Power Gem. No, actually just trying to get to that Nightshade right at the same time as the fly. Looks like LNDS Steiner is going to Protect Shield it to try to go for that sucker punch down to ensure that energy goes somewhere in this battle.
This Galarian Moltres was the thorn in the side of the Corviknight for ZZ, but he actually combos into the Cradilly, throws the Rock Tomb into the Galarian Moltres to pick up the KO. And I just wonder, like, how is this going to turn out? I mean, I didn't expect that swap at all.
No, and now you switch lock this Cradilly into the Bastiodon here, which is not fantastic for Z Zweilis here. As we take a peek at the back line, it is going to be that Cradilly versus the Corviknight. That Corviknight does have a chance versus the Cradilly, but the problem is there's going to be way too much health on this Bastiodon.
Exactly right. Grass Knot connects. We've seen it before. It is extremely underwhelming. Grass Knot into Bastiodon is like that that charge tech we just saw into the Stone Edge into the Gastrodon earlier. Earlier. It's not that impressive.
No, and here comes this neutral attack into the Bastiodon. The timers are back up. Here comes Corviknight just calling that. Steiner just knew that Corviknight was going to swap there. Yeah. Simultaneous swaps, trying to be at equal energy versus Corviknight. The first air cutter comes through. Looks like Z Zweilis is trying to get a boost here because Payback is the better attack in this matchup. Does he get the boost? Can he secure it? No, he does not.
Yeah, and you can see him kind of nodding his head. I don't think that's what he wanted either. Rock Tomb will get fired off from the Cradilly, chipping down this Corviknight down to about half health, and the second Rock Tomb will start to threaten. The window seems to be closing here for Zweilous. He's got no HP left on his remaining Pokemon either.
Yeah, it's just so tough here. LNDS Steiner has all the momentum in this situation. The payback is going to be coming through into this Cradilly. Can he get back to a switch timer? No, he cannot get there in time. Here is the Rock Tomb. It's not going to quite knock out the Corviknight, but Zweilous does give up that protection here. He does have his swap available. So does LNDS Steiner, trying to go for the combo move, trying to call it, and look at the patience from LNDS Steiner. He is locked in right now.
Doesn't throw the flamethrower, which is exactly what Zweilous wanted, and now that he's switch locked, he knows he's out of options, he's out of time, and he's about to get cooked by this flamethrower from the Bastion.
And it is going to be super effective into this Corviknight. There still is a Protect Shield remaining for Steiner. A pretty dominant Game 2 performance to tie up this series after a couple of smackdowns here. I mean, look at the composure. Zweilous tried to catch on the combo attack from the Bastiodon. He swapped, knew it was going to happen. He also simul-swapped on the Corviknight swap. I feel like he's catching up against the switch timer technician a little bit here.
Yeah, Steinar's memory is so impressive as well. He compartmentalized that Galarian Corsola did not have any energy at all. So if Zweilous tried to switch it in, it was no threat to the Bastiodon. He could just continue with the smackdowns, farm it down, and bank that energy for the flamethrower, and eventually the outcome that he wanted.
Steiner ties up the series. We saw no Gastrodon in that game number 2.
Correct.
We might see it in this game number 3. It doesn't get closer than this. They're tied 1-1. Now, it just comes down to a best of 3 between these trainers who have now battled, what is this, 11 times
11.
in this tournament?
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot of the matchups come down to they're just in it. They're just back in it. They know what they want to do. And Steiner knows he wants to reveal the Shadow Annihilate versus this Corviknight. What is the backlines? Wow, he sat this Bastiodon in this crucial game number 3.
Yeah, for basically the first time as far back as I can remember, Corviknight fires the Air Cutter. We know the first Air Cutter will not do that much damage, and Annihilate can endure. Does the boost come through? No, we don't even find out.
Oh, wow!
He goes to the Charge Bug to soak the Rage Fist.
But he gets the full Volt Switch through, Speedy. That is crucial to get that energy advantage. Here comes, no swap, throwing one counter to get a little bit of extra energy here. And remember, there's no crunch on this. Out of Pocket mentioned that the Charger Bug is a negative matchup into Corsola, specifically if you don't have crunch.
Zweilous just safe switched a Charger Bug into a Bastiodon team and didn't blink at all. Absolutely preposterous plays here. He knows Steiner can't bring it every single game, and he calls it in game 3.
This is absolutely ridiculous gameplay from both of these trainers. Now suddenly you are at the Nightshade, but you want to try to bank up as much energy as possible so you can have extra remaining for the backline Pokemon. Corsola takes such good care of that Charger Bug, but at least you're able to get some chip damage with that Volt Switch into that Annihilate. In your Corviknight, it's just so healthy here. You can maybe try to go for a Sand Attack down. It just be energy loaded for that backline.
And Zweilous knows that Steiner was one Astonish away from the Power Gem, so no need to shield. We see the third Pokemon revealed. It's going to be Cradilly from LNDST Steiner, and the question becomes, will he shield? Whoa, what a call!
He finally goes for the bait, and is Protect shielded from Steiner. Can he get the boost as well? It doesn't matter because he's swapping into his own Cradilly.
Moving the pieces around yet again. This is a 1,000-piece puzzle, and I don't know what the final picture is going to look like. Rock Tomb gets shielded.
And here is the shield parity in this matchup. We have complete parity in this series. It is 1-1, and we have a mirror matchup between these Rock Tombers. The Rock Tomber does land. Steiner will get to his timer way earlier. After this Rock Tomb, he can unleash the Annihilate. I expect that to happen right now. Unleash the 8th Steiner.
Steiner has it. He goes for it. Annihilate's counter damage is adding up, but the Rock Tomb is almost there as well. Just one turn away. He's able to get to the grass on KO the Annihilate, so it's effectively minimized, but that damage is incredible.
Exactly, and he was able to get all that pressure with that fast attack and so soak the energy. Do you come in with the Corsola here? You are going to be switch locked. That's the danger. If you come in Corsola and try to get some energy, the swap can happen. I actually really like this from Steinar, not being vulnerable to that switch lock timer. Can you go for the charge attack priority? He doesn't go for it. He's going to go for the shield, and no Rock Tomb. I'm actually shocked at the no Rock Tomb here.
Oh, he's expecting the Corviknight. The Corviknight could come out at any second, and here it comes into the battlefield, into the fray. Rock Tomb gets fired off by the Cradilly. Is going to take that final shot away from Zeus Wireless. The question is, will a payback while debuffed be enough to take down the Cradilly, or will he swap on it? Corsola's right there, waiting for it. Go for it. Steinar knows.
Unfazed, Steinar swaps onto this payback. It is going to be super effective. There is an undercharge. You're going to get the Sand Attack down, but you can't get to enough energy. You get to an Air Cutter. You can't get to a payback. You got kind of close, but it looks like Steinar does have the Rock Tomb banked. It is charge attack priority, but this Air Cutter is not going to be enough.
Air Cutter connecting into the Cradilly. Going to deal some damage, but like you said, Butters, not nearly enough to win this game. And that charge attack priority tie is going to seal the fate of the Corviknight. The question mark above my head, above all of our heads, is how much energy this Cradilly has. It's got nothing.
He can't get there, and he's gonna get acid down. And LNDS Steinar takes game number 3 and is 1 game away from being your Pittsburgh champion. This series is amazing.
Butters, I've got chills. I can feel the pressure. These trainers have history in their hands. Every single play, every single prediction, every single Pokemon matters, and it will be etched into the history books when it's all said and done. So the question is, who will rise to the moment?
And this is going to be looked at as one of the classic series of Pokemon GO PvP, especially at a regional. Both of these trainers want victory. They want to be the one standing with that first place medal. Zeus Wireless can never be count out. He was down 0-2. Do we see the Gastrodon in this decisive game number 4? Your tournament dreams are on the line. You want to be grand champion. You maybe don't want to do it with the Gastrodon, but it could win you this game. But remember, Steinar's not showing Bastiodon.
All right, Butters. Here we go. Here we go. Game number 4. Guzzlord, Galarian Moltres, Dark types on both sides of the field.
And Steinar doesn't bring the Bastiodon, and Zeus Wireless brings the Gastrodon. These backlines are kind of neutral. You have a bit of a positive matchup here, actually protect shielding on this fly. The thing is, you don't do that well with Dragon Tails and Sludge Bomb. It's hard to do enough damage with your charge attacks, and actually, both of these trainers are investing in their dark types here in this lead matchup. Yeah. You know why? There's a Gastrodon in the back for Zeus Wireless. He wants alignment.
He absolutely does. Guzzlord dealing a lot of damage with the Dragon Tails, but not as much as seasons past because of the Dragon type rework this season. Fly will connect into the Guzzlord. It's as bulky as ever. That hasn't changed, and the Sludge Bomb is locked, loaded, and ready to deploy.
This is not enough to knock out the Moltres. You're going to also have to throw a Brutal Swing or Dragon Tail down, as this Moltres is able to take that no problem. Here comes the swap into the Cradilly. I love this swap from Steinar. He's trying to get an energy advantage of whatever's in the backline, and he did. He has a 3 acid advantage versus this Corviknight.
In the back line, we see the Gastrodon for Zeus Wireless and the Galarian Corsola for Steinar. This is still incredibly neutral. I can't tell which trainer has an advantage. They seem evenly matched at every single twist and turn. Payback fired off here by the Corviknight. It's a Cradilly, no shield.
Anything can happen in this end game here. The backlines are neutral as well. You have the Gastrodon versus the Corsola. Of course, Corsola loves all neutral situations. The Rock Tomb is coming into the Corviknight. He's not going to knock out. Zeus Wireless just lets it go. Can he get back to his timer? The timers are misaligned, but not enough. Steinar is actually closer to his timer than Zeus Wireless is. Does he try to go for a swap? Yes, he tries to swap into the Moltres. He successfully does catch an attack, but it's the Air Cutter.
Yeah, just the Air Cutter, but it still be enough to take down the Galarian Moltres, pick up a knockout, the first knockout of this game number 4, and this Corviknight is not threatened by the acid, so if that Corsola comes in, that allows these Wireless to swap to the Gastrodon.
Tensions are rising here in Pittsburgh, trying to go for the Astonish down. Here comes the Gastrodon, but that is crucial for this Corsola. You are now an Astonish ahead versus this Gastrodon. It's already a neutral win for you. Now you're even more ahead.
Where's the Water Pulse going to be, and will it land into the post opposing Galarian Corsola. No shield on the first Nightshade by Zeus Wireless. He needs to decide if he's gonna bait. He's gotta go now. Throwing the Water Pulse. Doesn't pick up the shield. No, Steiner lets it through.
He's got to go now because he has to get back to his Switch Timer. He has 2 sacrificial Pokemon in the back, but the Switch Timer is not available yet. That was charge attack priority. Here comes the last Protect Shield. You have to be able to knock out this Galarian Corsola with a charge attack. Cradily has health. There's no swap. It's the Water Pulse. It's let go. The problem is the Cradily cannot acid down this Gastrodon.
It's all up to the Cradily, the final Pokemon for Steiner, and it's got energy. Gonna throw the Rock Tomb. I love that play because it's so safe. If he tries to catch, it's gonna knock out anything that it hits. Cradily is the last hope for Steiner. There's still a Guzzlord. There's still a Corviknight. What's Zeus Wireless gonna do?
And Zeus Wireless knows that these assets are reduced, so he's coming in with the Air Cutter. He thinks he couldn't get to that payback, plus there is a Protect Shield remaining. Can he go for a combo attack? There is a no shield. Steiner knew the exact count. There is the swap. Can he get the acid down? He's going for the acid down. He has to give up his last Protect Shield, but he has to be able to acid down or Rock Tomb into this Corviknight. It's gonna come down to the wire.
I think this is it. Steiner with the Rock Tomb connects. He's looking for the knockout. He's looking for the trophy. Steiner, rise! Steiner, rise!
Steiner is your 2026 Pittsburgh Regional Champion. The emotions are overcoming this trainer. He wants to be known as one of the best. After that, you are one of the best, Steiner.
And then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at his final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello trainers, welcome to the 2026 Milwaukee Regionals for Pokemon GO. And it is the spooky season, so I hope you all ready. My name is Caleb Pang, and I'm joined with the amazing Heather, also known as H here. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing, Caleb?
I'm doing well, you know, and you can see from our decorations in the background, we are ready, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of ghost-type Pokemon here in the Milwaukee Regional as well, the second regional for North America, and we can take a look at the schedule to see how far we've come already, and it's still in the early parts of the 2026 season. We just came off of Pittsburgh, but we have a load of events coming up as well in North America and internationally. Which ones are you looking forward to?
Yeah, so we got Vegas coming up next. So that'll kind of wrap up this meta. And then we've got Toronto after that. We got Sao Paulo. We got Toronto coming up after that. We've got Seattle as well. New Orleans. We got a couple of unannounced regionals as well. We've got 4 of them still to be announced on the schedule. So that'll be interesting to see where those take place.
Yeah, and all roads lead to that World Championships in San Francisco later this year. And here are the World Championships qualifications and how you get there. You can see a bunch of different ways to earn points at these regionals, and of course, the top 75 from North America, US, and Canada will get that qualification to World Championships. 65 for Europe, 65 for Latin America, and you can see the rest for the other regions as well. Most of our players will be from that North America region, but I'm sure we'll have some from around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's head into our Go Pittsburgh recap and take a look at our first regional of the season in NA.
Hello trainers, I'm Speediest Chief 2. The first North American Regional Championship of the 2026 season took place in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Like the steadfast steel bridges that reach over the city's mighty rivers, competitors arrived with the hopes of bridging the gap between their 2026 World Championships ambitions and earning the points they need to qualify. Top picks from the 2025 World Championships like Galarian Corsola, Cradily, and Galarian Moltres led in overall usage on day one. Gastrodon, Charjabug, and Wigglytuff were early season surprises. Both new and familiar faces took the stage, showing off the plays and sportsmanship that GO's community is known for. Championship Sunday had it all, from Fortress sweeps to Murkrow mischief, Cradily clutches, and rematches of old rivals. After a miraculous reverse sweep in the winners finals, Zweilous and his Corviknight toppled LNDST Steinar. Steiner would not be denied though, as he defeated Doombug 97 in the losers finals. In the grand finals, the switch timer technician Zweilous fought valiantly to try and escape the crushing weight of LNDST Steinar's Bastiodon. After a grand finals reset, Steiner's resolve strengthened even further. The unstoppable Zweilous had finally met his match in the unmovable Steiner, and the trainer from Brazil would claim the title of Pittsburgh Regional Champion. Steiner, rise! Steiner, rise!
Steiner is your 2026 Pittsburgh Regional Champion.
Register at Pokemon.com/compete and take the first step in your own Championship Series journey. See you soon, trainers.
All right, what a regional we had there in Pittsburgh. Just a couple weeks ago, the last regional we actually had for the entire world, actually. So a lot of people have only seen that last meta, and Bastion really came to play for that one. As we take a look at the top three here, LNDST Steinar winning it all with that bulky rock steel type. But Zweilous put on quite the performance.
Yeah, absolutely. So he had a Guzzlord, which was a very interesting pick. I think it was a pretty solid pick into the meta. Let's take a look at our top 12 Pokemon from Pittsburgh. So a lot of trainers using Cradily, Corsola, and Gastrodon. You can see all three of those top trainers had a Cradily and a Corsola on their team, and they all had a Mud Slapper as well. You see that Shadow Kanto Marowak up there in top usage as well. So everyone had pretty much a Gastrodon or a Kanto Marowak. Yeah, the Cradily and Mud Slappers are quite strong in this meta. As you can see, they have a lot of play there too. Doombug getting that third place finish with that Shadow Marowak on his team, his Mud Slapper choice. But we can see quite a bit of variety in these metas for so far this season. And we can see T-Steinar, the only North America regional champion so far, but we'll be filling in that Milwaukee shadow soon after this weekend. And as a reminder, anyone that wins a regional gets that auto qualifications to World Championships. Yeah, so let's take a look at our North America leaderboard currently. So we've got Dunebug in first place. We've got Lil Muffins right behind him, Dr. Roast Beef, Caleb Peng. I know that name. They're just letting anyone on here at this point, I guess. Yeah, absolutely. We got a couple other notable names. Out of Pocket, of course, Rise to Occasion. We got Sceptile Ice on there as well. Overlord Raikou made his debut in Pittsburgh as well. Yeah, good to see him on the leaderboard too. Yeah, both of us had the pleasure of facing him and that Steelix of his. So, you know, a lot more time to get on the leaderboard. So big congrats to anyone that's early on the boards there for North America. But outside North America, we got a lot going on in Europe as well. We got in Adequins, one of our co-casters, won the best in the game, winning that first tournament on his signature Giratina Wigglytuff core, and he is going to be the first auto qualification to World Championships from the European region. Actually, after Potamon, because Potamon got it from the World Championships himself. Yeah, and then we've got Leal coming up in a few weeks as well, and followed by Gidonks, closely following that. So let's take a look at our Day 2 meta from Frankfurt. So let's compare it to NA, our Pittsburgh meta. We've got Corsola, still top usage. Cradily, we've got the Shadow Kanto Marowak, seems to be preferred in Europe versus Gastrodon preferred in NA. And then we've got Shadow Scizor was their steel type of choice. What do we think about this? What are the standouts on this this meta for you?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because Shadow Marowak is so high up there and Gastrodon's on the lower side. But I believe in the grand finals between Alfie and Inadequates, both of them had Gastrodon. And in a way, it was kind of like a Frankfurt effect on Pittsburgh where a lot of people realized, wait, Gastrodon might be the better mud slapper here. And so a lot of people adopting those strategies from the previous regional they saw on broadcast. So I'm sure a lot of people might be tuning into the Milwaukee one as well as they're preparing for the Lille regional on their end in Europe. And as we take a look at the leaderboards, really high up there, Z's Wiley's here, getting second in North America, also making a top cut in Frankfurt. And so one of the best trainers in our circuit right now, and actually edging out Inadequates in that first place spot, but Inadequates in second place. Stone Collection, Pokémon already fifth, even though he's already qualified, but he also got third place in Frankfurt. So a lot of big names from Europe as well early on the leaderboards.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at our LATAM leaderboards as well. So we've got LNDS Rarjeff, LNDS Steinar. Those are two regional champions already this season. Rarjeff won in Monterrey, and then Steinar actually won in Pittsburgh. We've got Eomero, another well-known trainer. They all have 600 plus points already, which is more than any NA or EU trainer has. Marto Galde also on the leaderboard there. Ash and Ash, a lot of familiar names there. Amazing trainers, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 600 points is more than some people get in a whole season. They've gotten in the first couple weeks. As we take a look at our World's qualification qualifiers for San Francisco, already locked in. Of course, the top four from World Championships last year will get that auto qualification, which is Beals Boy, our world champion, our runner-up Pokémon, and Harjev and Corlash in that third and fourth place spot. Harjev winning another one too. He can't qualify again, but he essentially double qualified, and Inadequates and T-Steiner to round it out.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about the meta here in Milwaukee. Pokemon on the rise that we might see here on some trainers' teams. So we've got Florges. It had a community day pretty recently where it got the new charge attack, Chilling Water, which allows it to have more play into steel types and fire types as well. It's not walled by those anymore. And it also applies a debuff. So it's one of the fastest debuffing moves in the game, actually, in just 10 turns getting there.
Yeah, I was a big doubter of Florges, but after getting cooked a little bit in Go Battle League, I think it might be really here to stay. So we're going to see this is the first tournament that it is fully eligible for competitive use with that Chilling Water, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see some top trainers using it. But speaking of other Pokemon on the rise, we got Steelix as well. Thunderfang, Psychic Fangs, Crunch, usually the recommended moveset of choice here, and it's just a bulk machine, right? Steel and ground typing make it really defensive against a lot of the things in the meta, and also you know, it just kind of wears you down over time with the debuffing. Psychic Fangs, you get debuff from Crunch as well, and the Thunder Fangs just giving great coverage into the Flyers, the Waters as well. So I would not be surprised if we see more Steelix here in Milwaukee.
Definitely. And then trending down, we actually have Scizor. So running that Bullet Punch, Night Slash, Trailblaze moveset typically. It's seeming to be edged out by some of the other steel types, like we mentioned Steelix, or even Bastiodon, potentially Fortress as well. Also, the rise of Shadow Talonflame has Scizor scuttling for the bushes over there, right? Trying to get away from that fire types. It's double super effective. And 2 Incinerates from a Shadow Talonflame will knock out a Scizor.
Yeah, it is not a good time to be a Scizor in the fire meta. So we'll see if it actually is trending down or some people are bold enough to use it. But speaking of players that might be bold enough to use it, let's take a look at our players to watch here in Milwaukee. There's a lot of really top tier players here, many with multiple titles under their belt, like Rise to the Occasion, who has won a regional every single season he's played in so far, not including this one yet because it just started, but he is the first Milwaukee champion from 2022, but defending Milwaukee champion is actually Out of Pocket. He won it just a couple months ago, actually, I believe in May of last season.
Yeah, and then we've got Snots as well, who was a finalist versus Out of Pocket last year in Milwaukee. So he's an up-and-coming trainer as well. I know he usually competes in Milwaukee and some of the more local events. So it'll be interesting to see see if the defending champion can take it, or if we might crown a new champion here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot. These three are definitely aiming for that title, but there's a big name here as well, not on this graphic, is going to be Elam. He's going to get his own graphic. He is one of the most accomplished trainers, especially last season. Outside of Worlds, he got at least a top 5 finish in every single tournament he played in, getting 2nd place in the North America International, getting 2 back-to-back regional titles as well, and a top 3 in Baltimore. Honestly, having just one of these taglines under your name is a great feat in itself, but he got all 4 of them in just one season.
Yeah, he had an absolutely amazing season last season, so we'll see how it shakes out for him today in Milwaukee. So let's move on to caster predictions. So some Pokemon that we think are most likely to succeed here in Milwaukee today. So you chose Cradily as your number 1. This seems like a pretty safe pick. 3 of us have Shadow Talonflame. I'm excited to see how that performs for sure. And a couple of us also chose Florges, which is brand new here in Milwaukee. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I might be a little off the mark here, but we'll see. I think maybe Wigglytuff might be a little bit more of a fairy in the past, especially after Pittsburgh, where Florges might be the fairy of choice. And of course, Wigglytuff's not going to appreciate Talonflame, whereas Florges does have the chilling water for it. So we'll see. Shadow Talonflame is pretty scary in a lot of situations, right? Unless you have that really hard counter to it. It's typing with a flying. The fire typing just makes it really, really good. So, but only one way to find out is if we stay tuned for the action here in Milwaukee. Very excited to see what these trainers are bringing. And if you're tuning in just now, to make sure to follow us on our socials at Play Pokemon on X, and use that hashtag Play Pokemon if you want to get your tweets featured on the broadcast, whether you're in the venue or at home watching. Let us know your thoughts on the tournament. Of course, you can follow youtube.com/Pokemon and twitch.tv/Pokemon GO to follow in on all the action.
Yeah, go ahead and give us a follow on all of those formats. And then we're going to go ahead and check out the format video for Milwaukee Regional Championship. Let's head over.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon GO matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a bring 6 pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Henry, and welcome to the 2026 Milwaukee Regional Championships. And I'm joined here on the desk with the wonderful, well, who am I joined here by today?
I would be none other than Professor Willow. Hello, welcome Pokemon trainers. Behind me, I have 3 Pokeballs. You can pick out your starter. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. We are here for the Regional Championships in Milwaukee. Thank you earlier to our 2 wonderful, my 2 wonderful comrades there. I have to imagine that was Team Leader Blanche and Team Leader Candela in their caster costumes. And next to me, I think you are Team Leader Spark in your Home Slice Henry costume. Is that correct?
Definitely possible. I am normally Team Mystic in game, but today I guess I am Spark. But let's get back to the action. What are these players playing for here today, Phoebe? Because I've heard there's a lot at stake.
There is a lot. We have prizing in terms of, at least for our top 8 players, monetary, and beyond that, you can get booster packs, which are a lot of fun to open, a lot of fun to get those nice holographic cards that you can put into those sleeves and save for later or show off to your friends.
And there is so many boosters on the line. These trainers have locked in their teams of 6, trying to become regional champion. Now, what I'm curious about is how this meta will evolve over the course of the 2026 season. We got to see the usage for these previous tournaments, and now we get to see the usage for Milwaukee. Credilli stands alone at almost 70% usage, with the next closest glaring Corsola being at a mere 48.2.
And I don't think anyone is surprised by Credilli being #1 on this graphic. One thing I do find a little bit interesting, though, is one of my caster predictions, the Shadow Kanto Marowak is not in the top 12 whatsoever. We actually have a different ground type that's kind of risen up a little bit back into a prominence with that Clodsire and some interesting rise in Corviknight, actually. We hadn't seen it do super well in the past few tournaments, but maybe some people are thinking that Air Cutter is the way.
After the Corviknight masterclass put on by Zweilous in Pittsburgh, I think that would do a really good job of getting it on people's radar, especially with how scary Bastiodon is. If you're worried about Bastiodon with your team, having a flying type that can actually beat the Rock Steel type Bastiodon is a very big plus. But the dramatic fall off of the Shadow Kanto Marowak is very interesting, because Marowak has always seemed more like the offensive Mud Slapper, where you're able to output a lot of damage, your Shadow specifically to increase your damage, but Gastrodon's dramatic rise, it feels like more of a defensive pick, where you can rely on that dual typing, that water ground. It only has one singular weakness, so in a lot of matchups, you're only taking neutral damage, so it ends up feeling a lot safer in a meta than something like the Marowak. So trainers could be opting for the Gastrodon for that exact reason. And
it's the reason that the Mud Boys have been so prominent and so dominant in the meta. You know, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, we had Swampert as one of the most, if not the most, oppressive fast attack into charge attack damage pressure Pokemon that we had. Yes. It was 4, then 5 Mud Shots. Now it's a little bit slower. Now, of course, with Mud Slap being buffed a little bit, it is the Mud Slappers that dominate. And it's really interesting to me because you're absolutely right. The defensive typing of that Gastrodon is why it is as prominent as it is, but it actually wins the charge attack tie against the Shadow Kanto Marowak, which is interesting because you're right again, right? The Kanto Marowak is the offensive pressure, but it loses that tie, which is very impactful in that head-to-head matchup.
And in our first matchup of the day, winners round 2 of Group B, we see 2 ground types, and what do you know? They are both Gastrodon. Elam has Galarian Corsola, the non-Shadow Feraligatr, Fortress, Gastrodon, Credilli, and Togekiss, which recently got 2nd place in Frankfurt.
Yeah, and for Uzuku, we have a Fearow, which we haven't seen too much play from. I do want to call out that Dark and Fighting type Pangoro. It is incredibly oppressive. You know, you might think, hey, Night Slash, it's not that hard hitting of a move, but when it's coming from a Pangoro, it hurts.
And Pangoro could be a unique, difficult Pokemon for Elam to handle, as Feraligatr is going to have resisted fast move damage there. Galarian Corsola, not a big fan of it because his charge attacks are completely walled, and Credilli will get outpaced and take massive damage from close combat. Add to that Fortress and Gastrodon being decently neutral matchups, and unless it's on the Togekiss, this Pangoro could be particularly problematic. One Pokemon that I really liked that you mentioned was the Fearow. Fearow has flying plus ground coverage, which is only ever really walled by Corviknight. But looking across Elam's team, his flyer of choice is Togekiss. So if he decides to bring the Fearow, Fearow could offer really neutral play, as it's able to hit for at minimum neutral damage in every single matchup on Elam's line of 6.
Another Pokemon that I want to dive into a little bit is that Fortress. We saw it really rise to prominence in Pittsburgh. You saw the really confident usage of it by the players that were bringing it. And I have to imagine that Elam will lean into it again, because the really worst matchup is going to be that Corsola. But here we go into game number 1. It is going to be Togekiss into Shadow Scissor, and that Togekiss needs to get the heck out of there.
That is not what you want to see, as Elam, very unfortunately, the safe switch Fortress answered with Pangoro. Pangoro cannot get to the close combat before the Rock Tomb is ready. Rock Tomb is resisted damage, but Pangoro, it's known for its damage output, not its bulk, so the resisted Rock Tomb will connect and still do substantial damage.
And with open team sheets, Uzuku does know that it is Sand Tomb, not a heavier hitting charge attack such as Earthquake, so a no shield is quite easy to make. Close combat going through, pulling the first shield, a second charge attack is going to come through. I have to imagine that Elam's going to double shield, get the fast attack down, but it's at the cost of 2 whole shields, and there's a Shadow Scissor in the back for Uzuku.
The Shadow Scizor did farm up a little bit of energy before switching. So back in comes the Scizor, it outpaces, and that is critical for Uzuku, getting to land this damage before the threat of a Rock Tomb can pull a shield and get a debuff. The Night Slash lands, and suddenly, there's almost no health. Elam has sacrificed 2 entire Pokemon to get rid of Pangoro.
Uzuku now has to make a choice, and I like this. Shielding up the Rock Tomb, even though it is a debuffing move, it would have done so much neutral damage to the Scissor. I think, would he have been able to get a fast attack down there?
It would have been very close, but if you're at an advantage, Uzuku going to play it safe. Just gonna take the knockout. In comes Firo as Feraligatr hits the field, and the non-Shadow Feraligatr, the extra survivability could be key for Elam, as the Shadow would probably get knocked out by the Drill Peck, but the non-Shadow Feraligatr may be able to hang on here. At least that's what Elam is hoping for.
I have to imagine that we're gonna see Uzuku build up to what would be a charge attack. I know actually throwing one before, Drill Peck coming through. Now with all of the fast attack damage that has added up, will it be enough to knock out?
It is not. The 1 HP survived. The non-Shadow Feraligatr paying dividends. And now this Hydro Cannon gets to connect. Firo is going to take big damage, and it's up to Togekiss to try and close out the game. But the switch timer should be up momentarily, and that means Scizor will hit the field.
And Drill Peck doing good neutral damage to that Togekiss means that it's going to be very close to being farmed down. No, actually, Aura Sphere coming out 1 fast attack before. However, the Firo does have a good amount of HP left. I think it's going to be able to survive a peck from Togekiss.
This will be close. Can it hang on? Yes, it does. And that is a Game 1 win for Uzuku here, as Elam, unfortunately, not quite able to overcome that devastating Scizor lead.
And realistically, if you look across at Elam's team, he's got the Corsola, he's got the Feraligatr as potential harder answers to that Scissor. And a Gastrodon as well, right, I guess. And none of those Pokemon really like taking charged attacks from that Scissor. So the fact that Elam had to go down 2 shields in order to win switch advantage made it so that that Scissor in the back was so powerful for Uzuku.
I really like the line construction from Uzuku in Game 1. That Shadow Scizor plus Pangoro core, it's very, very glassy, but it showed how strong it is. Scizor able to take the knockout, and then once the shield advantage was up, that's where Firo could shine. Firo, it's not walled in this matchup, just barely missing the knockout, but it wasn't enough, as those bullet punches did too much damage for Togekiss, and Firo was able to take the knockout.
And really importantly, Elam could not go for the Ice Beam on that Feraligatr. He threw the 2 Hydro Cannons, right? And that chip damage was really meaningful, but it wasn't quite enough to prevent that Firo from getting that second Drill Peck off, lowering the amount of health on that Togekiss, putting it into a range where the bullet punch damage really added up to the point where it was an easy sweep for that Firo in the end.
Those bullet punches, even when they're only hitting for neutral, do so much damage. So now you're hitting for super effective into a Togekiss, and Togekiss is a pretty attack-weighted Pokemon. So those bullet punches, that was a pretty healthy Togekiss. And then, I swear, I looked away for 2 seconds, 4 bullet punches landed, and the Togekiss suddenly was 1 HP.
Right, and it's a bit peculiar because I feel like in the past our flying types have been pretty bulky, and we still do have one around, right? Corviknight is an extremely bulky flyer, but right now with the Murkrow, the Togekiss, with the Firo, they're all not that bulky, all that bulky. So it's very peculiar how that meta has switched from bulky flyers to hard-hitting flyers in this day and age.
And part of what enables the Glacier Flyers is the Gastrodon. Gastrodon, having a lot more bulk, can allow you to run a bit more Glassy Flyers. But for game number 2, we do have lock-ins. This time, it's going to be a battle of Flyers. Togekiss and Fearow take to the skies.
Now, Mr. Home Slice Henry, do you know who wins the charge attack tie here?
It is very, very close. Honestly, I think this might come down to the specific stats that the trainers have chosen for their Pokemon. Fearow lands the Drill Peck. That does big damage, and Elam will look to farm up to the back-to-back Aura Spheres, hoping that Aura Sphere will be able to deliver a knockout onto the Glassy Fearow.
My guess is that it does, but here it goes through 1 HP survive. Drill Peck coming through. It's a charge attack die, and Fearow does win it. So now Elam in a position where he does need to give up this switch advantage, and the Fearow is on his last legs. 1 Bug Bite takes it out, and in comes, I have to imagine it's going to be the Pangoro, but we'll see.
Very tough call to make. Choosing to send out the Scizor, making the read that Pangoro will be good, guaranteed in the back now that the Togekiss has been neutralized. I really like this decision, recognizing that that was the only threat for Pangoro. There could be difficult matchups ahead for the Scizor, but the Pangoro should be guaranteed to have a good matchup. The thing to watch for Elam as this game progresses is Elam able to get some kind of an advantage with the Feraligatr? As Feraligatr, if it's able to get up energy, then suddenly it's able to outpace the Pangoro. But very nice overfarm from the Scizor, which is immediately threatening a knockout, although with the debuff, the Fortress may barely survive.
Night Slash coming through does not pick up the knockout. A switch into the Feraligatr and a counter switch into the Pangoro. 1 shield down. Night Slash going to come through just before the Hydro Cannon, able to get there a little bit faster because of the fast energy pacing of Karate Chop.
Night Slash does get shielded, no attack boost comes through, and the no shield immediately, trusting that since this is the non-Shadow Feraligatr, the Hydro Cannon will not deliver a knockout. Pangoro hangs on, but not by much, and this could set up the farm down for Elam. Elam needs to go for it. Feraligatr would lose the charge attack priority tie, and this is another bait, and it will get another shield. Will Switch Clock come up? No, the Pangoro is going to be stuck on the field. It's getting fully farmed down, and Elam has 8 Shadow Claws of energy.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think the Trailblaze is just going to be a little too far. However, going for the charge attack tie, Night Slash here, I don't think is enough to pick up a knockout. It is the standard for Alligator. Maybe if it was the Shadow, but 1 HP!
1 HP! It just hangs on! I cannot believe it! The non-Shadow Feraligatr, it's clutch, it hangs on, 1 HP and a dream! And Elam, what a play there, survives, and he is gonna take that knockout onto Shadow Scizor.
And really importantly there, Bullet Punch, 2-turn fast attack, not able to apply its damage before the second charge attack goes off from Elam. Really crucially though, I think what Yuzuku could have done, if he was expecting the Night Slash to not knock out, is he could have charge attack tied on the second Hydro Cannon, right? Which would have allowed him to get that that additional Bullet Punch through. But making that call, making that understanding of knowing that the Night Slash was just barely not enough to knock out, so hard to do when you're up on stage with all the lights and all the attention on you.
It is a very difficult call to make because there's always the worry of, did I miscount? Am I off by 1? So throwing that Night Slash instantly, I cannot blame him for thinking it would knock out because it was a 1 HP survive. It was so incredibly close.
Also, it potentially opens you up to a catch on that Fortress, right? Because the switch clock would be further delayed at that point where you're throwing that Night Slash. So yeah, really tough break there for Uzuku. 1 HP survive. The back-to-back was ready for Elam, so he had locked in his win. Uzuku not having a Pokemon in the back, no opportunity to catch. And as you see, by the time that the second Hydro Cannon's being thrown, the switch clock was up for Elam. So had Uzuku if he had tried to delay his Night Slash throw, it would have potentially opened up another win condition for Elam.
We've only had 2 games, and I think we've already seen 3 1 HP survives. Clearly, the stats chosen by these trainers are paying off as they're able to barely hang on to some of these attacks, making last-second moves. For Elam, that was such a clutch survive. He was down a game, but this is a trainer who has been here before and has emerged victorious. He had an unbelievable 2025 season where he proceeded to bracket reset and win in Toronto, followed it up with a bracket reset and a win in Atlanta, and was a finalist at the North American International Championships. So if there's anyone who can win when it matters the most, it is Elam.
You can't discount Uzuku, though. Although he does not attend as many tournaments as Elam, he has almost always attended Milwaukee, and he's always done quite well here. Here we go into game number 3. It's a great lead for Uzuku, and a swap into the Fortress. Do we see a close combat or a bait here? It is going to be the close combat.
Elam thinking about it. He no shields. This is guaranteed to land. Close combat, devastating damage onto the Fortress. And there's the pivot out into Firo. Firo will not get the farm down before the Rock Tomb is reached. Elam intentionally over farming before firing off the Rock Tomb, wanting to get as low as possible to try and limit the energy head start that the Firo will get. Firo does get a third, and you can see the slight shake of the head from Elam. He was hoping that it would only take 2 pecks to knock him out, so that way he would be able to have slightly less of an energy disadvantage. But now this Firo, it may be debuffed, but it is so far ahead on energy.
Actually, one of the downsides of throwing Rock Tube there is that he allowed for additional farm right on this Firo, going for the charge attack tie. Really great knowledge from Uzuku to make sure that he gets this charge attack off while preventing Elam from garnering any additional energy.
Drill Peck not going to take a knockout. The Rock Tomb will knock out the Firo, but what's going to make this matchup very tricky for Elam is that Elam ran a line that was very weak to the Pangoro. In comes Pangoro, answered with the Feraligatr. Feraligatr is down a turn. The damage has been done to the Pangoro, where a Hydro Cannon would be able to deliver a knockout. In the back is the Shadow Scizor, and Shadow Scizor, it does do pretty well into the Feraligatr, but if it's down energy, then suddenly that advantage is lost.
And what if I would have actually really liked for Uzuku was to come in with that Shadow Scizor, right? It would have done so much more damage with its fast attacks, and if it could gain a little bit of energy, I believe he, actually no, he had no residual energy on the Pangoro, but had he would have been able to balance out the shield deficit a little bit more easily. Now he's under a big pressure, but no, gets the boost from the Night Slash, so now the fast attacks are going to do more damage, but he's going to get knocked out by this Hydro Cannon.
This was an amazing overfarm by Elam. Elam made sure to get 1 residual energy, 1 residual Shadow Claw, because in comes the Scizor. Scizor would win charge attack priority, but due to the overfarm, Elam gets there first. No Protect Shields left for the Shadow Scizor. This is guaranteed to land. Devastating damage. 1-hit KO, and Elam survives in winners round 2.
Yeah, really great energy management from Elam in that endgame there, knowing what his win conditions are depending on which Pokemon are in the back. Of course, Scizor going to be one of the scariest Pokemon in the back based on how fast it paced to its charge attacks. He knows it's 5 and 5 on those 2 turn fast attacks from both the Pokemon, overfarms by 1, which allows him to secure victory in game number 3, a really tight battle between our 2 trainers up there on the stage.
And this really showed the power of the non-Shadow Feraligatr. This non-Shadow Feraligatr, it kept surviving. It held on. It was able to withstand the damage, and that's part of why trainers were gravitating towards the non-Shadow Feraligatr, especially if you're running something that's on the Glacier side of things like that Togekiss. The close combat landing was devastating, but Elam knew that Elam could still make a move into whatever got brought in. It was the Firo. Firo had to go down a shield, and from there, that set up that Feraligatr to try and sweep endgame.
And I think really importantly, Uzuku had the fear of the Togekiss in the back, right? Because otherwise he would not have needed switch advantage, because no other Pokemon on Elam's team is going to be all that good into Pangoro. And I think one of the ways he could have played this differently is no shielding that charge attack from the Fortress onto his Firo, right? It takes the knockout, but he's able to get a farm and energy advantage afterwards, but he can only really do that if there isn't a Togekiss in the back that walls off the Pangoro. So a more or less impossible decision for him to make in that circumstance because of how dominating that matchup is for Togekiss.
I loved the line construction from Elam in that game at number 3, recognizing that a Fortress save switch into the Pangoro, what it would set up is even if the Pangoro stayed in, was that Bug Bite damage. Bug Bite hitting for neutral in that matchup, but as we saw in game number 2, that Pangoro can typically survive a Hydro Cannon. However, once those 10 Bug Bites land, suddenly it's in Hydro Cannon range, and with a perfect overfarm, predicting the Shadow Scizor, if the lead is Pangoro, he's probably going to bring that because, again, fear of the Togekiss. So he says if I overfarm by 1, didn't get stressed out or worried about the boost, stuck to the game plan. Overfarm by 1 because I do not win charge attack priority against that Scizor, and by overfarming, Elam outpaces, and beautiful, beautiful energy management to take home that win.
Let's go ahead and get some thoughts from Elam, see if he has the same thoughts as you on that game number 3. We have an interview with Caleb. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Pete. I'm here with Elam right off his victory there against Uzuku. Going down the first game to that Firo, and that Firo honestly looked pretty strong, especially a Pangoro combination as well. That did not look like a fun matchup, but you made it work somehow.
Yeah, that was a pretty unexpected team, I'll say that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after that first game, I was looking in my own Pokemon stores to see if I have a good Firo, because it looked very, very safe in the meta, but you found a way around it, and you're running a little bit of a different team yourself, too. We haven't seen Feraligatr really make a splash on this meta so far, but you're running it, and it seemed like the non-Shadow Feraligatr really paid off, especially in that second game.
Yeah, I've been liking Feraligatr. It's not like I've been having a lot of practice, but it felt like a decent core breaker for the main, like, Slapper. For Ideally, it's kind of decent against it, and then Corsola, and even against Dark Flyers, so I've been liking it.
Right, nice. And I know you had a lot of success with Feraligatr last season as well. This is your first tournament for this season. You know, last year you came into the season wanting to win a championship, right? And you won 2 of them, got a second place at International as well. Really solid performance all throughout last season. What are you looking forward to in the 2026 season?
Well, I'm always expecting to win a tournament at least, but I don't know, I didn't really get a lot of practice, and I wanted to say I didn't come here with a lot of expectations, but like I said, I'm always expecting to win, so I don't know. Just do my best.
Yeah. Well, your best is better than most people's best, so I got a lot of faith in you here. Any shout-outs you'd like to give to people that got you here or helped you practice for the tournament?
Shout out to Pranav. He's also playing today. Shout out to Signal, because he helped me with this team. And yeah, that's it.
All right, well, best of luck, Elam, in the rest of your matches, and back to Casters for some more battles.
Thank you, Elam, for the insights into your team, why you chose Feraligatr, why you chose the non-Shadow variant, and good to see him back at his first tournament this season, and what a way to start off our regional here in Milwaukee.
Unbelievable battles, and it was only the first match of the day, and it already went down to an extremely exciting, decisive game number 3. 1 HP survives left and right, so the excitement is only building here in the building, and we actually got word from production. There's some pretty exciting matches coming up. We have Sceptile Ice versus Delusion, the battle of factions, teammates, and a community choice. So big thank you to everyone who put in their votes. The winner I can now announce was Out of Pocket versus Phoenix the Boss. That's going to be a great matchup.
Absolutely. Out of Pocket, of course, one of our star-studded players in Phoenix. The Boss had a pretty great run in Pittsburgh himself, so we'll see if he's able to replicate that here in Milwaukee. A little bit of a East Coast to West Coast transition. Only 1 time zone difference, but I'm feeling a little bit... it's been a while since I've been in the Midwest, but it does feel a little bit like home.
Would you say that was a time zone transformation for you? Because currently, Phoebe, we are in the Tales of Transformation season, and we have a Halloween event coming up. And me personally, I know there's a new Pokemon coming to the game, but when I see that Witch Hat Teddiursa, that's all I want out of this event. Witch Hat Teddiursa looks incredible.
And you can evolve it as well, so you can get that Witch Hat Ursaring as well as Ursaluna. I'm really excited to see that line, but we gotta also call out Poltergeist and Sinistra, the new Pokemon that are going to be featured in this event, as well as a potential shiny Sinistea.
Ooh. A shiny getting released so soon is pretty nice. So we are definitely doing the spooky season right over here in Pokemon Go. We've got the costumes out. We got the costumes on the Pokemon too. So we are having a very spooky time over here on the desk as Halloween gets even closer.
And maybe a little bit of a spoiler, I believe we also have a pumpkin carving contest that we'll be doing this weekend. So at some point we'll have those ready. We haven't started. They're just excavating out the pumpkins. There was pumpkin innards flying left and right by us. I made sure to dodge.
them,
I used some protect shields to make sure none of it landed on me.
Yeah, had to burn both Protect Shields right at the start, but ended up working out. And now we have the battle of factions teammates, Sceptile Ice versus Delusion. For Sceptile Ice, he's bringing Shadow Dust Noir. That's paired up with another Shadow Pokemon, the Shadow Talonflame, Guzzlord, Clodsire, another Fortress sighting, and Lapras. Lapras, so strong at the World Championships, has a bit fallen off in usage, but Sceptile looking to bring it back.
Before I get into Delusion's team, I do want to call out that it seems like we got a pair of home slice homies up on stage. So it's going to be a bit tough for you, I have to imagine, given that you have two friends, two fans even up on stage battling it out. But Delusion's team, I'm really excited to see this Shadow in Polion. It paces to those Hydro Cannons extremely quickly. I mean, it is the same pacing that we've seen time and time again, 10 turns to the Hydro Cannon, but it does have Drill Peck as its other coverage move, getting access to a super effective move against those ice types just as quickly as Hydro Cannon. But game number 1, 2 factions matches, 2 homies battling it out, Altaria into the Fortress.
That's not the lead you're hoping to see as Sceptile Ice, as Altaria this season has access to Flamethrower. That's double super effective damage. There's the switch and a Talonflame looking for the catch. No catch comes through. Great patience from Delusion, and Delusion will get to connect with a Sky Attack, which will do big damage onto that Shadow Talonflame.
And it's a little bit awkward for Delusion. I think he might just stay in, actually outpacing to the second Sky Attack here because of the slight delay from Sceptile Ice going for the shield. This is going to be a fly coming from Talonflame. I'm curious now, can a fast attack down occur? It does seem like it's going to be very close.
And he does get the farm down, committing and getting that farm down. Altaria absolutely loaded on energy. In comes Lapras, and Lapras normally can do pretty well into the Altaria, but the script has been flipped, as with 100 energy, Lapras is definitely going to feel the damage.
And Ice Shard has not been run on Lapras as a fast attack in forever, and Frost Breath even longer, let's be real. I don't know if anyone's really seen that. Sky Attack number 2 coming through, pulling up a shield. Psywave's doing neutral damage, but I think a charge attack will need to be thrown, otherwise we'll see an additional, a third, I was about to say a second, but I'm getting lost here. That would be 3 Sky Attacks. Sparkling Aria coming through. It's going to be, ooh, just not enough to pick up a knockout.
That is unfortunate. The 1 HP survives our constant here in Milwaukee. That's going to be a 3rd Sky Attack landing. And for Sceptile Ice, he just has no HP on this Lapras remaining. Out comes Credilli. And Credilli, even though Ice Beam is super effective, Credilli can opt to no shield if it wants to. And Delusion does exactly that.
Yeah, even better, given it is the Sparkling Aria, just neutral damage. And I don't think Sceptile Ice is going to reach a second. In comes the Fortress. I have to imagine a shield. Oh, no shield actually coming up here for the Rock Tomb. Going to do good neutral damage, about 50% of the remaining health on that Fortress, and then an immediate switch into the Corsola, neutralizing that fast attack damage from the Fortress.
This is where Corsola is at its most deadly. Galarian Corsola, powered up with all of those XL candies, is incredibly bulky, and now it feels even bulkier due to that Rock Tomb from the Credilli. So unfortunately, the Fortress, this is already a negative matchup, is feeling even worse in this matchup, as Galarian Corsola just feels absolutely inevitable as it shrugs off both Rock Tombs and grabs the shield with the Nightshade.
Nightshade going to need to be shielded up here. Lapras coming back in, but there's just not enough health left. No Sparkling Area going to be able to reach, and another Nightshade will be loaded, and although I believe we are 2 stages debuffed, this is going to be more than enough to pick up the knockout.
Galarian Corsola taking the knockout, and that's a Game 1 win for Delusion. Altaria, not a Pokemon that was on our top 12 usage. We saw quite a few flyers. We saw Galarian Moltres, we saw Corviknight, but Altaria, a big winner in that game, as the Altaria, it did a bunch of damage into the Fortress. It knocked out the Talonflame. It got 1, 2, 3 Sky Attacks into that Lapras. Altaria was absolutely terrifying in that game.
You are not getting lost in the sauce at all, making sure that you're remembering every single charge attack that's being thrown. I think really key here, the Sparkling Aria not picking up the knockout 1 HP, and because it was a charge attack tie, it means that Sceptilice cannot get a fast attack knockout after with an additional Psywave. If it was thrown right before, that Psywave damage would apply and potentially prevent that Sky attack from going through. And although Delusion did have a shield at the end of the game and plenty of health on his remaining 2 Pokemon, I think that might have shored up that game a little bit. I think Sceptilice going into this game number 2 is going to really have to think about how to handle that Altaria. It was so strong into his team of 3 that he brought into game number 1. He was more or less ABA weak to it, right? The Talonflame versus Altaria matchup is not super one-sided, but if you're switching it in, energy down, that's not a good matchup whatsoever.
I really liked the decision by Delusion, recognizing that Fortress was going to be key to Sceptile's plan, because what was the line construction? It was ABA strong into the Fortress. There was the Galarian Corsola behind that Altaria, so even if the Altaria did not catch that Fortress in the lead, there was a backup plan. So that way, hopefully the Fortress could avoid that Credilli, as that matchup is devastatingly bad for Credilli.
And that line that Delusion ran would be a little bit weak to a Guzzlord, but I have to imagine for Sceptilice, he's very afraid of bringing that Pokemon, given there is a Wigglytuff on the other side of the field. Game number 2, it's going to be Clodsire into Corsola, a much more neutral matchup for the start of this game.
And this matchup is the battle of the bulk. Clodsire able to absorb Nightshade after Nightshade, but Galarian Corsola does the exact same. Poison Sting is going to be resisted by the Galarian Corsola, whereas Astonish does hit for neutral damage, but Earthquake is a better attack than Nightshade. So for Galarian Corsola in the 0 shields may actually end up having a little bit of trouble here, as Nightshade, it is not at the power that it used to be. Nightshade in the past did actually receive a damage decrease, and that means that it's just not going to be able to take a knockout in this battle.
Very interesting that Delusion didn't throw his Nightshade there, but knowing his Corsola can survive the Earthquake, does now switch into the Altaria, and Altaria is not in as dominant of a position as it was in game number 1. It's going to be neutralized quite a bit by the bulk of this Lapras, and although Lapras only has one option for super effective damage in that Ice Beam, it's going to be a bit tough, right? Because it takes so much energy, it takes so long with the Psywaves to build up, and if you get a shield like Delusion does pull up, you're left thinking, I used all that energy for nothing.
Altaria looking to try and force a knockout with the Sky Attack. Sky Attack lands. Can Lapras hang on? Lapras does hang on, and he does not get the Ice Beam. Tried to commit at the last second to the Sparkling Area, but the Dragon Breath went through, and now back in comes the Clodsire. Clodsire will outpace here by one singular turn, getting to the Stone Edge. This is super effective damage, but Altaria is very, very bulky. Can Altaria hang on? Stone Edge lands, and it does hang on. Quick switch now into Credilli, but for Delusion, there are charge attacks now stored on that Altaria.
And that's going to be really important here, right? Because he's going to be able to pull shields no matter what with this Cradilla. You have to shield up the Rock Tomb. The Rock Tomb is going to debuff those fast attacks from that Shadow Talonflame. Flame Charge coming through can be no shielded from Delusion. He does survive this, but it will put him into a very easy Incinerate down range. So I don't mind the shield from Delusion going to be able to get off another Rock Tomb, and he has so much energy on his 2 Pokemon in the back because he banked so much earlier on. I think he does have a Power Gem on the Corsola, if I'm not mistaken.
Switch Clock just not available. Sceptile Ice will immediately throw the fly, wanting to lock in this damage before a potential catch or snipe could occur. For Delusion, he's gonna switch into the Corsola and get the snipe with the Power Gem. This is double super effective damage. Delusion making the plays as down goes Talonflame.
That is absolutely nasty. As you saw, he threw one acid to make sure that Sceptile Ice was forced to throw an Incinerate after he switched. The Incinerate locks Sceptile Ice into a 5-turn fast attack. He switches, gets the double super effective Power Gem off, and this is going to be game number 2 going to Delusion. Really impressive stuff here from our trainer on the right.
I loved the energy management, the battle of friends. You love to see the sportsmanship at the end. Friends and teammates. Unfortunately, only one of them could emerge from this battle on the winner side of the bracket, and it's Delusion, a newer trainer to the Pokemon GO Championship Series, but making some veteran plays in that game number 2. Something you called out, banking charge attacks everywhere. Power Gem on the Corsola, Sky Attack on the Altaria. I think even if there was a 4th Pokemon, he probably could have taken the knockout there because of all that banked energy. It was just incredibly well played, and recognizing that if it's that Talonflame in the back, Credilli getting an energy advantage is absolutely key, because a pivotal moment in that match was normally Talonflame can get to the Flame Charge plus Fly before the second Rock Tomb, but was unable to do so due to the energy advantage by aggressively sending in Credilli.
And I want to call out at the beginning of that game number 2, he saved so much energy on that Corsola, and it would have been more or less meaningless into the Clodsire on Sceptile team because, as you had mentioned, Nightshade just doesn't do all that much damage, but going from neutral damage into a Clodsire to double super effective damage on a Shadow Talonflame, it just goes to show he recognizes that energy is more than just damage. It can be super effective damage depending on where you place it, and that is super key for these trainers in order to go from more neutral matchups, as we saw at the beginning of this game, to really dominating the match, ending games with 2 Pokemon or 2 Pokemon and a shield, as we had seen in game number 1.
I really liked the Galarian Corsola gameplay. In game number 1, it was where Fortress energy just went nowhere. It honestly felt like a brick wall. Fortress kept swinging, and the brick wall stayed there. But in game number 2, showcasing that it's an energy management Pokemon. This is why it's so high in usage. Not only does it have great bulk, but having that Ghost plus Rock offensive coverage, even if you're in a matchup where the energy isn't particularly efficient, like against the Clodsire. Clodsire tanks hits for days, but saving that energy, save switching the Altaria, and suddenly that Talonflame in the back was just checkmate. It had nowhere to run, and recognizing as well, taking advantage of the fact that Incinerate, it is the best fast attack in the entire game. It is 20 base damage every time and 20 energy, so it's a 4/4 attack. But there's a downside. The damage doesn't register until the end. So throwing 1 acid, switching, and throwing that Rock Tomb right in the middle. Sorry, the Power Gem, not the Rock Tomb. There's a lot of rock damage in that match. So switching, throwing that Power Gem in the middle of the Incinerate meant that Sceptile had no ability to catch. So incredibly well played by Delusion. Definitely a trainer to keep your eye on here as he continues to advance.
It is the best fast attack in terms of damage and energy, but it is the worst fast attack when it comes to your opponent being able to take advantage of it. Let's go ahead and hear from Delusion himself. We've got an interview with Heather, and we'll see what his opinions are on that matchup.
All right, I'm here with Delusion coming off of a huge win. How are you feeling after that match?
I'm feeling great. It was my first time being on stream, so I was a bit nervous, but it turned out pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you talk me through your team building a little bit? So you had an Altaria and a Shadow Empoleon, which were 2 interesting picks. What made you gravitate toward those Pokemon?
The funny thing about that is I actually built that team to scrim him for Pittsburgh, and I ended up never scrimming him, and I ended up never building another team, so I just ran with that one.
Okay, awesome. So what would you say is your standout Pokemon that you're like, oh, this is like my core kind of pick, or your MVP of the team so far?
It wouldn't be an MVP for that game, but I think in a lot of practices, Empoleon's been pretty cool to run. A lot of people aren't ready for it. I'm not bringing that into a Shadow Talonflame that he had there, though, so it wasn't coming there.
Awesome. All right, so do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give to anyone?
Shout out everyone that's here, just like that came with Home Slice homies. Still, there's a couple of us in here, so. And Henry back there behind the desk, I know he's back there.
Awesome, thank you so much. We're gonna head back to the casters and get on with the next match.
Thank you so much, Shira and Delusion. And Delusion's energy management, sweet as honey in that game number 2, banking charge attacks left, right, and center. And off a pretty impressive win, he's going to be advancing in our tournament as our day continues to progress.
And up next, we have our community choice match, which I know you and I are both excited for. We have Out of Pocket versus Phoenix the Boss, and it is going to be realistically as intense as these last two matches have. I can't imagine that we could have started off Milwaukee any better than we have. A really, really tight 2-to-1 matchup in our first match, and a really dominant against a really well-decorated player, Sceptile Ice, right? He's done quite well in a number of tournaments, but we got to see a newer player kind of take the stage to show what he's worth, and it's always really one of my favorite things about the Pokemon Go scene is that it could be your first official tournament, it could be your first official regional, but you can show up and you can make a name for yourself, and then everyone's going to be looking out for you at the next one.
The storylines have been amazing so far. A newer player taking down kind of a titan of Sceptile Ice, and in this next matchup, we have Out of Pocket, who is on his title defense. Milwaukee 2025. The only trainer left standing at the end of that tournament was Out of Pocket. But he's going to have a tough opponent in Phoenix the Boss. Phoenix the Boss, again, one of these newer trainers, but he's building off of an incredibly strong performance at Pittsburgh. One of the few trainers who was actually able to make a monster losers run. I believe made it just shy, 1 win away from day number 2. And that losers side of the bracket was a gauntlet, taking down trainers left and right. And this next matchup has got to feel like a continuation of that Pittsburgh gauntlet as he's sitting across the table from Out of Pocket.
Now, when you're waking up in the morning, looking at what the bracket looks like, Out of Pocket's probably going to be one of the last people that you want to see in your group. But realistically, this is the winners semis already for this Group A, so both of these trainers have had a number of wins under their belts. They're going to be warmed up. I think this is going to be an amazing showcase of skill from these two trainers, and looking at these teams, I think there are a couple of really interesting standout Pokemon as well.
Now, Out of Pocket's team, for those with a sharp eye, may look familiar, as he is actually running the exact same team as Sceptile Ice. Just ran on stream a moment ago. Shadow Talonflame, Clodsire, Guzzlord, Fortress, Lapras, and the Shadow Dust Noir. And for Phoenix the Boss, he's bringing back a bit of an old classic with Dugong. Dugong met his rise, met his fall, and somehow Dugong always finds a way to at least make an appearance or two.
And maybe Phoenix the Boss has a pulse on the meta, and Water Pulse, it will be a bit of a resurgence for Dugong. And of course, you know, you can't forget Icy Wind. Icy Wind has been such a strong match, or such a strong move for that Dugong. And maybe given the fact that Lapras has kind of pulled back a little bit from the meta, I mean, I say that, but we just saw Lapras in the last matchup, but that was the real reason that Dugong fell off the meta, right? It was because there was another water ice type that just outperformed Dugong because it had neutral damage in that fast attack in the quote-unquote mirror matchup of water ice types. So with Lapras not as present, and then again, you mentioned it's the same team, so we see Lapras again on Out of Pocket's team. We'll have to see if Phoenix the Boss shies away from that Pokemon, or if he doesn't think it's that bad of a matchup, given we look at Pocket's team that is going to be a Lapras running both Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria, so it doesn't have access to that neutral Skull Bash for hard-hitting damage.
Even without Skull Bash, that matchup is so tough for the Dugong because the Psy Waves, it's such an incredibly efficient attack. The Psy Waves just absolutely shred through that health bar. Another Pokemon of note is that Dusk Noir. There is not a Ghost Resist across Phoenix's team, and taking a look at the team sheet, Charjabug is not on Crunch. So this means that the Dust Noir, it has basically unwallable coverage. Ghost plus Fighting, there's only one Pokemon in the entire game that can resist both of those attacks. It's a Hisuian Zoroark, and it doesn't really see any competitive play because of its stats. So in this matchup, Dust Noir could potentially be a key, as its energy goes everywhere.
Doesn't see play in our game, but it does see play in the video game.
True.
Which I believe there were a handful of casters that had it on their caster predictions over there. The one downside to the Dust Noir is that in the ghost-to-ghost matchup, it is severely lacking in bulk. So it doesn't really like matching up against a Corsola that has access to those shields to stop those super effective shadow punches from coming through.
One thing to watch for, if we do see that Ghost versus Ghost matchup, is there is a specific health check on Shadow Dust Noir that can allow it to potentially survive an 8th Astonish and make it to a 2nd Shadow Punch. And we do actually have that matchup. Game number 1, Shadow Dust Noir versus Galarian Corsola, the battle of the ghost types. Dust Noir does have, oh, look at the health bar. It did survive 4, which means that it should be able to survive the 8th Astonish and make a 2nd Shadow Punch if Phoenix tries to go for a farm down.
Shadow Punch coming through, pulling the shield. We see 1, 2 more Astonishes, and no catch option. Going to pull both shields here, catching Phoenix the Boss by surprise. And if you look at that Dusknoir, it has a lot of health remaining still, so is a very, very healthy Dusknoir coming from out of pocket.
That specific matchup tech coming in clutch for out of pocket, intentionally running a high HP Dust Noir for that exact scenario. In comes Gastrodon, and there's some energy banked on that Corsola for later, but Gastrodon is first going to be chipped by a Brutal Swing, as ideally, if a Brutal Swing lands, then that can set up the Lapras, so the Lapras will only have to throw 1 charge attack, and this is where the lack of Earth Power is unfortunate for the Gastrodon, because while Body Slam is a pretty good move, this is a Lapras. It's very bulky, and it should be able to shake off this Body Slam damage no problem.
And I really like the safe swap from Phoenix the Boss there, given that out of pocket does not have any grass coverage on his team of 6. There's no Credilli, there's no Superior. I mean, who's been running Superior nowadays anyways, but Body Slam after Body Slam coming through, this is going to be a buildup of energy from out of pocket to 2 Sparkling Arias, throwing 1 here, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be very close, if not enough, to pick up a knockout.
I love the decision to hold on to those Protect Shields, because if it is the Charge Bug in the back, which it is, then Guzzlord will really want those Protect Shields. In comes the Corsola, but out of pocket, the energy management farmed up to the back-to-back. Galarian Corsola will not get this charge attack as Sparkling Aria picks up the knockout, and out comes Charge-a-Bug.
Farm down does not occur. He is able to switch out right before that 2nd Volt Switch lands, and realistically, I don't think it matters if Phoenix the Boss throws charge attacks here, because I don't think he's ever getting to 3 X Scissors. First one goes off. We need to see 2 more, but there are 2 Brutal Swings loaded and 0 shields for Phoenix the Boss. Have to imagine that out of pocket's going to throw 1 more Dragon Tail into the next charge attack. Might be a Sludge Bomb to try to do a little bit more damage to guarantee the knockout, whereas 1 more Brutal Swing might have been a little bit shy.
Brutal Swing is a same type attack bonus move, but Sludge Bomb has that damage, taking the knockout. And for out of pocket, that entire game was set up by that Shadow Dust Noir, surviving that 8th Astonish. The thing to watch for visually in that matchup is after 4 Astonishes, is the Dust Noir still in the green or is it in the yellow? After 4, it was still in the green, and that means that it can survive that 8th Astonish, and that set him up for success, as unfortunately the farm down was failed and down 2 shields. It was just too much to handle.
That's good information for Phoenix the Boss to have going into game number 2. He knows that he shouldn't be relying on that Corsola to win that mirror matchup of typings Ghost versus Ghost. He needs to rely on a different Pokemon in order to handle that, or potentially he could try to throw a charge attack, pull a shield early so that he's not at a 2-0 shield deficit.
And in this endgame, the Guzzlord energy was just devastating. Holding on to all those Protect Shields, taking Body Slam after Body Slam feels so risky, but he knew it was the Charge-a-Bug in the back, and with that correct read, Guzzlord, it's not worried about the Volt Switches, it's only the X Scissors that it has to be worried about, and Guzzlord just delivered. Amazing coverage and able to take down that win. And now I have to imagine the Dust Noir comes back, because that Dust Noir was such a devastating setup on. You bring it in the lead, or do you potentially try and hide it in the back and potentially use its unblockable coverage as a sweeper?
It's a really great Pokemon, right? Because of its really hard-hitting charge attacks and its really hard-hitting fast attack, you can use it as a endgame sweeper, you can use it as a safe switch Pokemon, and you can also use it in the lead and try to dictate switch. Here we go into game number 2. It is going to be Lapras into Corsola once again, so Phoenix the Boss really not minding the fact that he lost that initial matchup and believing in this Pokemon, bringing it into game number 2.
Now, this matchup for the Lapras can actually be a win in the Zero Protect Shield, but there's a very interesting sequence of moves. It is Sparkling Aria into Ice Beam will specifically be enough damage typically to take the knockout and deny Corsola from getting to this second charge attack. So if Out of Pocket wants to play the Zero Protect Shield, he does have the ability to do so. He's thinking about it. He is going to let this go. And now, will he end up going for the Ice Beam? Yes, he does go for the Ice Beam because the Ice Beam does do slightly more damage than a Sparkling Aria. So the Ice Beam is going to connect, and that will set up the Sideway farm down. But no, Charjabug safe switch, disaster as it's met with a Clodsire, and Clodsire just absolutely shuts down everything Charjabug could ever hope to do.
Double resisted fast attacks, going to be resisted charge attacks as well. Out of Pocket making a look into the camera, realizing just how devastating this matchup is. Super effective Stone Edge into the bug typing of the Charjabug is not going to be feeling all that great, and it's going to lead to a really, really oppressive Poison Sting down here as well.
Phoenix the boss can try and burn the switch timers, but he's already taken so much damage on this Charjabug. The switch timer will be up momentarily, so he may be able to escape. There it is. In comes the Corviknight. The Stone Edge will desync the switch timers, which could be an opening for Phoenix the boss, but for Out of Pocket, landing this damage will set up the Dust Noir, because these are Shadow Astonishes. This has the exact same parameters as Mud Slap, so we've seen how deadly Mud Slap can be in these neutral matchups. The Air Cutter bait does get the shield, but the thing to watch for is going to be the health bar for Phoenix the boss.
The really important thing, pretty similar to Delusion, that last game with Delusion, is that we have charge attacks loaded very close by Phoenix the boss. I don't think there is enough energy on the Corsola or enough health to get to a move, but there is energy for a charge attack on that Charjabug. So if it's able to land onto this Dusk Noir, or potentially if Out of Pocket no shields here, there is a little bit of play. Shield coming up, this is going to be really tough. We see a switch into the Discharge, but it is a charge attack tie, and I don't think Discharge is enough damage to pick up a knockout here.
What a prediction by Out of Pocket. He read the snipe attempt, he denies it with the Shadow Punch, and Discharge, it's not a particularly strong attack. You can get to it very quickly, but the downside is it does not hit very hard. That's gonna take the knockout. Astonish picks up the knockout, and what is left? It's just the Corviknight. Corviknight, it's so low, it's getting farmed down. Shadow Punch is available, and Out of Pocket is gonna be taking this series. Shadow Dust Noir, absolutely deadly, taking knockouts left and right, and Out of Pocket is going to be advancing here in Milwaukee as he looks to defend his title of Milwaukee Regional Champion.
Really just a great display of, one, how oppressive Clodsire is into the Charjabug, and two, how oppressive the Dust Noir is in the right spots at the right times, really managing his energy quite well and making sure that he has enough fast attack pressure and utilizing his shields, knowing that the Discharge, it's not that threatening of a move, and the only move he needs to be worried about is that payback from that Flying Steel type, right? Corviknight?
Corviknight.
Great Pokemon.
We have had a few Flying Steel types over time, so you're good there. Yes, Corviknight with the payback. And I really loved, echoing off what you said, that to me felt like the Shadow Dust Noir masterclass. The Dust Noir kept weaving in and out of matchups, the tech knowing to throw the Ice Beam plus the Sparkling Aria to not let Corsola make a move. Because we've seen Corsola, if it's able to store energy in the Delusion game, was so good, but it did not have the charge attack loaded, and then Clodsire just absolutely destroyed this Charjabug.
I might have preferred to see a little bit of Dugong play here by Phoenix the boss. It was a little bit safer into the Pokemon that Pocket was bringing. However, I do have a little bit of experience with Dust Noir as well, and the pacing of those two Pokemon in a head-to-head matchup is just so Dust Noir favored, especially if you get a bait off with Shadow Punch, or realistically, you can go straight Shadow Punch in the 2-shield matchup, and it's more than enough, and you come out with energy. And with this shorter switch clock that we have in the season of 45 seconds, you can pivot out into a neutral matchup, save a Shadow Punch, or maybe even just a Dynamic Punch for later, and even in a neutral matchup into a Pokemon like Corviknight, it does so much damage, and Corviknight's slow pacing is really lackluster into that matchup, right? Because it takes so long to get to those super effective paybacks.
What I really like about the Shadow Dust Noir meta call is specifically with the decrease of the Dark Flyers and with more trainers opting to run Corviknight, they have payback, but as you say, it takes a while to get to payback. You're consistently outpacing, and if the Dust Noir has shields to hide behind, Sand-Attack's never really farming things down neutrally. Sand-Attack, it works for Corviknight, don't get me wrong, but in a matchup like Shadow Dust Noir, those Astonishes, that was the big thing to watch for, is Phoenix no shield to the Stone Edge, but then it set up the Dust Noir, and Dust Noir just ended up farming the entire team down because those Shadow Astonishes, being able to keep pace, force shields with the Shadow Punches, and then the Astonishes were just the damage that Phoenix couldn't shield.
And, you know, Sand-Attack, it's really bad into matchups where it's resisted, but it's really good into something like Bastiodon,
Yes.
right? But it has to be that 4 times super effective, or 2 times super effective, depending on how you're crunching the numbers, right? In order to be able to in order to actually be putting out that damage, in order to actually be visible, to see that HP decreasing over time, and against other Pokemon that aren't named Bastiodon, it just doesn't really happen.
And Shadow Dust Noir, its HP is not particularly high. Typically, even if you have like a good Dust Noir, we are sitting around 90 total hit points, but what it does have is it's able to really withstand those sand attacks, because if the sand attacks were doing like 3 damage or something like that, Dust Noir would be getting deleted. But that's where the stats of the individual Pokemon can be so interesting, because even if you have a low health pool, if you have pretty decent defense, so sand attack is only, let's say for example, hitting for 1 or 2, then suddenly it doesn't actually feel nearly as threatening.
All right, well, let's go ahead and hear what Pocket thinks of the Corviknight as well. We've got an interview with Caleb and Pocket. Take it away.
Steve, I'm here out of Pocket, the defending Milwaukee champion. How are you feeling after that victory?
Feeling pretty good. I felt like the comp was kind of in my favor. I mean, I had a lot of Pokemon that if they avoided one thing, they're really good, or even the Dusknoir, it can just about beat his entire team. So felt like I had a good matchup, did what I needed to, predicted the right adjustments, and came out on top.
Yeah, you brought the Clodsire back into this meta, and it definitely paid off in the second game, but also had a lot of utility in the first game too. I noticed that Sceptile Ice has the same team as you, and I heard that this is an original team of yours, but because you've been doing so well in some practice tournaments, a lot of people have been stealing some of your strategies.
Yep, you're right on the money. I definitely takeaway for this regional is I don't even know. Like, I made this team because I was like, what does a Dusknoir Duzzlord team look like, right? I always make my teams, at least in this meta, because it's so wide open, like kind of out of curiosity. Like, if I were to apply my team building principles with this core, I was thinking about what would happen. And I don't know, I just had so much fun with this team. Every time I enter practice tournaments, it's not because I'm like, oh man, Milwaukee's coming up, I gotta do another thing. I just want to tap my screen. I want to play some Pokemon Go. And that's always when I do my best. And I think that's reflecting in the practice tournaments, how people are thinking of the team because they're seeing me do well with it, and they have hearing word on the street that I've been using it. So I think it's like, imitation's the greatest form of flattery. People are running my team. I think that is, that definitely validates how I've been thinking about the meta. And yeah, I will say though, I probably won't be doing that much because, man, I bet half the people in this venue that do these practice tournaments have probably scrimmed against my team in some capacity. So maybe it'll be a little bit scary as people are a little bit more experienced into it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're the original creator too, maybe you have a slight upper hand of those. I'm not the best at math here, but you are defending Milwaukee champion. What percentage chance do you think you'll have on defending your title here?
100%!
Let's go. All right, well, we're gonna head to a quick break. We'll be back with some more Pokemon action.
much energy maybe that Corsola had
He
in
has
the
the
back.
back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzeboy. I don't know if it's going to be enough. He goes on the ice beam!
Wow.
He goes for the ice beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzeboy, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion.
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. That was it. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twist our Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier.
Rillaboom, Woodhammer.
Oh,
no,
survive!
Here comes the KO. Now the Counter X Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance. Double, double KO. Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World Champion, Stefan!
Sputtermane is going to go right in that Koraidon that protected on that last turn. This is a huge
Oh,
source
I don't
of
think
Jason's
it's gonna
damage.
take it.
And the Chio goes for the Heat Wave to try to finish it off. A double KO, and Chio is one Pokemon away from becoming the world champion. And it's going to be the Chiyu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow. And just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion.
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock.
Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year seniors and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm joined here with my co-caster Caleb Payne. I'm Heather, and we are getting into our winners finals, group finals for Group B, actually. So we are going to see Elam versus Teddy Bear. So what do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting matchup, too. We saw Elam a little bit earlier on the broadcast, and this is his first tournament of the 2026 season. He had an electric 2025 season. In my opinion, one of the most consistent trainers, if not the most consistent trainer of that season. And he's back at this regional to reclaim some titles for himself. But he is against Teddy Bear, and Teddy Bear, although he hasn't won any major tournaments himself, he's definitely one of those players that are often making those top cuts, making those day 2 performances, and can go toe-to-toe against some of these best players in the world. So even though he is, the underdog in this situation, I think he is up to the task.
Yeah, definitely. They're both world-class trainers for sure. So let's take a look at their teams. We've got Corsola, Cradilly, and Gastrodon on both teams. Those core 3 that are in top usage. And then we've got a couple of uniquer picks. So we've got Tinkaton on Teddy Bear's side. We've got Murkrow, Shadow Annihilate. And then, of course, we saw Elam earlier on stream. We know he has Fortress and Togekiss, which is a very interesting pick. We haven't seen much of that Pokemon. So what do you think about these matchups?
Yeah, Togekiss, I think a lot of people thought was going to be really, really good in this season, right, after the Go Battle League update with the moveset changes. But it hasn't really performed up to expectation, right? I think the best performance was from Alfie, who ran it in Frankfurt, but after that tournament, it really kind of fell off a bit, and no one else really replicated that success. But Elam definitely showed it off against Uzuku earlier and made it look pretty good, and he's, maybe in the right hands, it could be a Pokemon that really shines. Also, that non-chow for Alligator, very, very strong, as we saw in that first series on the broadcast. But on Teddy Bear's side, definitely running a little bit more meta, right? Has the Cradilly, has the Corsola, has the Mudslapper Gastrodon, and then has the Dark Flyer of choice, which is Murkrow, and then a Steel-type Tinkaton, and then filling in with a fighter. So a fairly meta team from Teddy Bear's side. Elam, a little bit anti-meta, and we'll see which one comes out on top.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how this Feraligatr performs. I wonder if he's going to bring it. That Murkrow is a little scary for it because it will actually win that charge attack priority. Murkrow is very attack-weighted Pokemon. So that matchup is going to be interesting to see. We've also got, I'm curious to see how the Tinkaton performs as well. I think it looks really solid into Elam's team, as long as it avoids that Gastrodon. It's got a lot of play. We have one trainer locked in. We're just waiting on one more, and looks like we're about to get started. Let's... Oh, he's taking another moment. Okay, both trainers are locked in. We have our match.
Yeah, I agree with your assessment. I think the Murkrow's going to be very strong for Teddy Bear. He might bring it into every game. Let's see how it goes. It's going to be the Fortress into the Tinkaton to lead things off here, too. A little bit of clunkier matchup on both sides, but you really don't want that Fortress on the Murkrow. The Bug Bite's just really chewed through the health bar. So Teddy Bear just going to stay in here and opt to throw a Play Rough.
Yeah, it's an interesting play from Teddy Bear. Usually you go for a Bulldoze, try to get a debuff on that, but Play Rough actually is going to be more effective since it is Stab, so it's going to do more damage than the Bulldoze. Elam's going to start throwing Sand Tombs and debuff the Tinkaton. It's just a very awkward matchup on both sides because those Bug Bites are double resisted from that Tinkaton.
Yeah, I like your assessment too. Teddy Bear knowing this matchup, saying that, what, even if I debuff with the Bulldoze, Elam has a chance to clear the debuff as well. Elam going for the Rock too. I mean, both trainers throwing the resistant move here in this weird, clunky matchup. And here comes the swap out from Teddy Bear, knowing that, okay, maybe the Fortress is a little bit easier from Murkrow to handle. Let's see what he has in the back. In comes the Feraligatr for the Corsola.
Yeah, so Corsol's going to go ahead and throw the first Nightshade. Elam is going to shield this up on his Feraligatr. He wants to protect the HP on that Feraligatr because it is a little bit of a squishier Pokemon. He's going to overfarm a lot, throw on good timing there to get off the first Hydro Cannon into this Corsola. We're going to see how much this does. It's going to do a lot of damage. All right, takes a good chunk and does get to the next Hydro Cannon before the Nightshade's reach. Teddy Bear just going to let this go. Might come down, farm down with the Murkrow. Maybe you can resist the Shadow Claws, no problem. But there's a little bit of residual energy on the Feraligatr, so it's going to get this Hydro Cannon before the Drill Peck is reached. Yeah, so he's going to fire off this Hydro Cannon. Teddy Bear is going to protect the Murkrow. Again, like I said, Murkrow's very attack-weighted, does not want to take any charge moves here. Elam's going to bring in the Togekiss, and Teddy's going to fire off that Drill Peck. which is going to do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, interesting play from Elam because he's now locking in the Togekiss, and now the Tinkaton can really do some damage here. Might even go for a catch. No, doesn't opt for it as well. Spends the final shield, wants to maybe try to peck down or throw a Drill Peck to take out the Togekiss. I don't think the peck damage is enough, or we're going to have to wait and see. Can the peck damage be enough? Actually, it is going to be enough.
Get the full peck down. That's a lot of energy loaded on that Murkrow. What will Elam bring in?
Yeah.
Doesn't have a move on either Pokemon banked, I believe. So he does have one Protect Shield remaining. So where does he want to use it? All right, he's going to come in the Fortress and take this Drill Peck. He's going to shield it up, actually. Start to get some more energy on that Fortress.
This is really tough, though. I think there's 100 energy banked on this Tinkaton as well, but the Murkrow gets to the Drill Peck before the move is reached for Elam, and he doesn't have a lot of place here because the Feraligatr also out of energy as well. Tinkaton loaded with the Play Rough in the back. In comes the Play Rough, and Teddy Bear's going to take game number 1 over Elam.
Wow, what masterful plays from Teddy, banking all of that energy on his Tinkaton before he swapped out. And he will take game 1. So.
Yeah. You said it too, right? The Murkrow looking really, really strong for Teddy Bear. I mean, it's just one of those Pokemon where, and this is some of the downsides of Togekiss, you don't have a lot of, fairy damage pressure. Yeah, you have the fairy typing, but you're taking all neutral damage from the peck, from the Drill Pecks. You get you don't get outpaced, but you lose Charge Attack priority as well. So theoretically, you're thinking fairy beats Dark type, but in this meta, a lot of those matchups are a lot more reversed than you would believe.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, he saved his shields for Murkrow, which I think was a really smart play, because Murkrow has a lot of both fast move pressure and charge move pressure. Those pecks really do add up over time, and those Drill Pecks just hit like a truck on no matter what, right? So Elam doesn't have any resistances for those Drill Pecks, right? It's gonna be neutral on every single one of those Pokemon, so he doesn't really have a good way to soak that energy.
Yeah, definitely. And, this Tinkaton is really, really strong for Teddy Bear, as we saw in that first match, too. Able to clear the debuffs, being really bulky. The typing is really on his side here. I think Elam might need to tap into that Credillia a bit. It's a little bit safer into Teddy Bear's team outside the Annihilate. We have to play pretty much into everything else. And he just needs a way to kind of neutralize this Tinkaton Murkrow core. And that could be the way to do it. It's still awkward for the Credillia, but it is probably the one Pokemon's team that has the most amount of play into that duo.
Yeah, definitely. And even those attacks are resisted into the Tinkaton. If you get the Cradilly lined up on it, you can debuff it, potentially bank energy swap out. Both of our trainers are locked in, however. We're going to go right into game 2, where we have Annihilate into Fortress. It's an excellent lead for Teddy Bear. And Elam's going to bring in the Gator immediately. He can't outpace the first move. Teddy Bear chooses to catch that Hydro Cannon on the Tinkaton. This is an interesting play. He wanted to bank that energy on the Annihilate and get out, so he can come back in later and boost immediately.
Yeah, he really didn't want to have to take a Hydro Cannon or a shield right there, but the problem is Teddy Bear didn't really bring a Feraligatr to answer into this game at all, and he's opting for the Bulldoze bait instead, and we get a shield from Elam. That's pretty good. That's pretty huge, especially if he gets a debuff. Let's see if the debuff's going to come through or not, and it does not.
No debuff on that move. Elam is at back-to-back Hydro Cannons on this Feraligatr, so if Teddy Bear shields once, he will have to shield twice here. He can't quite get out yet. He does not go for the charge priority. He knows that Feraligatr's at that second Hydro Cannon. He chooses double shield his Tinkaton here.
Yeah, interesting play as well, because Teddy Bear's not actually that weak to Fortress at all with this whole team, but does opt for fighting for Switch advantage, maybe scared of a potential Togekiss in the back. It would make the most amount of sense on the side of Elam's team, and that's exactly what it's going to be. But Elam going to maybe opt for some extra energy. In comes the Fortress. His energy is decent, but with Sand Tomb, it's not the best into even the Shadow Annihilate. You really want that harder hitting Earthquake. But with enough chip damage, maybe could even finish off the Annihilate.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge Bug Bite down if that's what he goes for. I think he probably tries for the Bug Bite down, does not throw energy here. He just wants to bank as much energy as he can on this Fortress. As Teddy Bear goes for another Bulldoze. I think he's just going to go straight Bulldoze here, try to get some debuffs on this Fortress. I would imagine Elam, he has the defense drop too. Will he make it to another Bulldoze? He will. Those double resistant Bug Bites are just not chunking that Tinkaton.
Yeah. And here's the thing, Teddy Bear has a Rage Fist Bank too, so if you debuff, you're actually going to do a good chunk of damage and come in. Oh, he hard pivots over the Togekiss instead, and now Teddy Bear gets the matchup he wants. He gets the Corsola into the Togekiss, and this is the tough thing about Corsola and why so many players are using it. It is so bulky, and these neutral side shocks and peck damage is just not enough damage to overcome the bulk of this Galarian Corsola. Even though Teddy Bear's down a shield, this is not that bad of a matchup for him.
Right, Teddy Bear will easily make 2 moves here. He can live those 2 side shocks plus the peck damage. It's just not going to be enough here. This Togekiss is in a tough spot for sure.
Yeah, and the Switch Timer's not up for Elam yet, so he really wants to try to get there, but the Nightshade is reached. Can he throw the side shock and get out? It's a real question, because he really doesn't want the Annihilate with the Rage Banks against the Fortress. Switch Timer's not up yet. You can see there too, right? A little bit of frustration on Elam's face, as you can see that no way to get out of this tough matchup. And here's the thing, you can't even easily take out the Corsola with this Fortress. Now in comes the swap from Teddy Bear. Elam going for the Rock Tomb. Its resistance is going to do a little bit more damage, but it's not going to be enough.
I think China will live that easily and comfortably get off this Rage Fist into the Fortress, which should knock it out. And that should be a good game for game 2.
All right, and Teddy Bear 3-ball flex as well with the fist bump. 2-0 victory over Elam in this winners finals. A huge upset for Teddy Bear, and he's going to be our first player to make it onto phase 2 in that top cut.
Yeah, very impressive gameplay on both sides. I think Teddy Bear, he just lined up that Annihilate on that Fortress, and it was really, really hard for Elam to come back from that, honestly, in game 2.
Yeah, leaned really heavily into that meta team composition for Teddy Bear, and it really paid off. And, you know, that's just really the power of Murkrow. We saw on the usage for day number 1 that Galarian Moltres is still the Dart Flyer of choice for most trainers.
Yeah.
But I really think Murkrow in the right hands, in the right situation, can really make some waves.
Yeah, I think people might be a little scared because it's so frail, but it makes sense. If you're a very skilled trainer, you can use it to your advantage, bank that energy, you know, when those cap ties, just keep rolling with the Murkrow.
Yeah, as we take a look at the replay here too, right? Just really expertly using this Tinkaton as well. That second game looked pretty disastrous for Teddy to start because he didn't have that answer to the Feraligatr. He also takes damage on the Tinkaton, then spends both shields down a shield. However, he knew the play. He knew that the alignment was much better for him, and it really paid off in the end.
Yeah, and I think he also got that chip damage initially with the Annihilate staying in to get those counters in before he actually swapped out to that Tinkaton to eat the Hydro Cannon and not shield the Ape there.
Yeah,
so yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, and Tinkaton, you know, definitely on the bulkier side as well. I believe, you know, similar bulk, I think, to maybe like a Lapras or Serperior, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
And definitely one of the newer Steel Fairy types. Actually, probably well, no, there's the Mawile, but no one really used Mawile in competitive play. But yeah, fantastic performance from Teddy Bear. And, you know, 2-0 over Elam is no easy feat. This is double elimination bracket, though, so Elam still has another chance to make it into that top cut, into that top 16. He'll be meeting someone in the losers finals, and hopefully we'll see that on broadcast.
Yeah, so very exciting to get our first person into phase 2 with Teddy there.
All right, well, let's hear what Teddy has to say about that matchup. I think he's on the floor here with Home Slice Henry.
Thank you so much, Caleb Anashir. My name is Home Slice Henry here with Teddy Bear, fresh off a pretty impressive 2-0 win to make it to day 2. So I know it's got good. So talk me through the emotions here, getting to day 2 so early on in this day number 1 here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I've gone to, you know, quite a few regionals. Not very many times have I made it to day 2 on winner's side, so feeling really good.
Glad to hear it, and it really seemed like a star of the show. You're gonna have to talk to me about that Murkrow, because that damage was absolutely unreal. Getting a farm down, getting charge attacks left and right. Talk to me about what led to you putting Murkrow on this team, because it clearly paid off.
So I originally had Galarian Moltres on the team, which is a Pokemon I love, but Murkrow hits so hard and it paces so fast, and there's, like, you know, Mud Slappers in the meta, there's Corsolas in the meta, and there's some fighters as well, and even Corviknight, like, you win that matchup. It's so good, it hits so hard, it's great.
And it definitely believable in that game number 1, but in game number 2 you were able to make the adjustment, saying, hey, maybe there could be a fortress, because bug bites do quite a bit to Murkrow, and then running that line, the ABA Ghost, even though they don't really share weaknesses, it really paid off, because endgame, Togekiss just wasn't able to do enough damage. Glaring Corsola, so deadly. So my question for you here is, Glaring Corsola, was that always the plan with the Dark Flyer plus Corsola, or did Corsola kind of come to the team a bit later on?
So I had Corsola on my team originally, and then I swapped it out for Furret, and I was like, it's just not doing enough for me. So Corsola back on. I mean, it's one of the best Pokemon in the meta for a reason. It's so bulky. You saw it took 2 Psyshocks easily and gets to Nightshades. So it's staple on my team.
And pivotal decision to go for the double Nightshade, because it was slightly cheaper instead of going for the double Power Gem. It's a flying type. It has that nice little text at the bottom saying super effective, but the matchup knowledge absolutely. So again, big congratulations to you. Your day number 1 here is done, and we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow for day number 2, and we'll send it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Henry. Great to hear some words from Teddy Bear as well. Very excited, of course, for him to go into day number 2 on that winner side, like he said. And, you know, whenever you're starting on that winner side, it's a huge advantage because you still can make some errors. You can still lose a series and come back and win it all. Loser side is much more difficult. You can't really make too many mistakes, as one lost series and you're out. But big congrats to him. We're still on the winner side, and we have Dapper Dis versus Ranga Sammy coming up next. And both these trainers, previous Worlds competitors, Ranga Sammy, gone to Worlds in the past 2 years, and then Dapper Dis going to Worlds last year. Dapper Dis is a local mine, and I actually had the unfortunate pleasure of facing him in some local tournaments. He was doing really well with this team, and it's kind of a weird one.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm interested to see. Maybe we'll get that up.
Non-Shadow Dusknoir.
Non-Shadow Dusknoir.
Non-Shadow Empoleon.
Okay.
Murkrow, yeah, I don't know. It was just, it was not a good time, and I think he played in a local cup and only dropped 1 game the entire time,
oh,
too.
Wow. So he's feeling pretty good about this team, then.
He is, and he said, yeah, he was like, I'm ready for Milwaukee, and let's take a look at the team. I mean, whoa, this also, the team on the left is a little bit weird, too, actually.
Yeah, we've got a Bastiodon, one of your favorite Pokemon, right, Caleb?
Yes, but here's the thing. When I faced Dapper Dis with this exact team, actually, in my local tournament, he completely swept me both times I faced him. So, might not be the best time for Ranga Sammy, but hey, Ranga might be able to play it better than me. But Ranga Sammy running the LNDS T Steinar team from Pittsburgh, the winning team from Pittsburgh, opting for the Brave Bird instead of the Payback on the Moltres is pretty much the only difference here. But honestly, I think actually that's a good choice. Brave Bird gets a little bit faster to get to, harder hitting for neutral. Rarely does a Payback really pay off. However, there is a Unova Stumpfisk on the side of Dapper Dis team, and you'll really want that Payback in that situation if you're ever caught in it.
Yeah, I think people were running that maybe to try to hit Steel types neutrally as well. But I think the Brave Bird is just unmatched in that regard. So I think it's definitely the preferred moveset.
Yeah, I mean, even Brave Bird against Empoleon resisted still does a good chunk of damage. Just a little bit quicker to get to as well. I think the biggest, I mean, having seen this matchup firsthand a few times, the biggest disadvantage for Ranga here is that the Murkrow, it is so strong in the Ranga Sammy's team. It's awkward even for Credilli, even though Credilli beats it in most even shield situations, but pretty much everything else loses to that Murkrow except for the Bastion. The problem is, it's not easy to bring Bastion to this team. You got the Unova Stumpus, the Empoleon, the Dusknoir, the Gastrodon. There's so many answers to Bastion, so you really have to pick your lines very carefully if you're Ranga Sammy, whereas Dapper Dis has a lot more flexibility. Here we go, game number 1 here, winner semifinals.
And we have Bastiodon into Murkrow. This is a huge lead for Ranga Sammy here.
Yeah, that's exactly where you want the Bastion. And in comes the Safe Swap Dusknoir. But here's the thing, you don't have a great answer to this. You have to come in the neutral matchup of Gastrodon. But the Mudslaps are really adding up pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is a really awkward matchup for Gastrodon because you don't have a bait move that's going to hit this Dusknoir. If he does go for a bait, it's a Body Slam, which is double resisted. It would be really, really risky. So he is just going to go straight for the Water Pulse here, and Dapper is going to correctly shield that up to protect his Dusknoir. He knows that he needs to win switch here. He cannot have that Murkrow on that Bastiodon.
Yeah, Dapper is very confident knowing that he's in a good position now. Has the back-to-back Shadow Punch as well. If you shield this, if you're Ranga Sammy, it's still awkward. You don't have the Water Pulse. Another Shadow Punch coming through. Do you throw the resistant Body Slam instead? Oh, he is at the Water Pulse on Charge Attack priority.
Yeah,
let's see if Dapper shields this though. All right, Shadow Punch comes through, double shields, both shields spent. Both players know how important alignment is. If you're the Bastion, usually you want that against the Murkrow. But Daberdis opting to let this go. Maybe even going for a farm down with the Empoleon. It might be an option here because energy on the Empoleon is very strong. But no, actually in comes the Murkrow instead.
Yeah, so he's got a little bit of energy on Murkrow. Dapper is tapping that Empoleon, looking to switch out immediately. And brings in the Ape. It is met by the Annihilate. That is not what he wants to see, but can he make 2 Drill Pecks here? This is going to do, even one might actually knock this Annihilate out.
Yeah,
that's just a huge amount of damage. And he's going to get the full Metal Sound down. Now his Empoleon's got some energy to throw at this Bastion that's going to come back in. He's going to get that Hydro Cannon before the next move is reached. Over farming a lot.
Yeah,
going
has
to 2.
Back-to-back Hydro Cannon as well. One's definitely not enough. 2's going to put it pretty close here. First Hydro Cannon coming through. The next one is just behind it, and there's still a shield on the side of Dapper Disc on top of it. He still has a Murkrow with a little bit of entry here too. So opting for the Empoleon, which hasn't really been that relevant, but he is making it relevant here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and throw this Stone Edge at the Murkrow here.
Yeah, the shield is still there.
He's going to shield that up, and he's actually going to Drill Peck the Bastion to take it out.
Hey,
what a fitting way to end that.
If you lead a Murkrow on the Bastion, I think you deserve a little double resistant Drill Peck on the Bastion there. Fantastic game for Dapper Disc to start things off in game number 1. The Empoleon, super strong, and this is something he was telling me about as well, is in a meta where there's a lot of Gastrodon, you have Body Slam and Water Pulse. It's all resisted, so even a ground type with Mud Slap against the Empoleon is not even that good in certain situations, and especially the non-Shadow Empoleon that he's leaning into, he doesn't take that much damage from the Mud Slap in response on top of it too. So a really tough composition for Renga and really well played for Dapper Disc, despite leading your into the worst possible Pokemon for your Murkrow.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good play in the middle of the game there, where he actually chose to not shield his Dusknoir and not play for alignment, and just saved that shield for the Empoleon, because he knew that his Empoleon was going to be able to sweep up a shield, most likely.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup for Rengasame as well. Like, you know, usually an answer for that Dusknoir is going to be the Galarian Moltres, but the problem is, if you have a Galarian Moltres in the back with Bastion in the lead, you run to, Stunfisk, you pretty much just lose the game. So it's just, it covers a lot of things, and it makes it so that that Dusknoir is really safe, right? Because if you do run into that Bastion in the lead, there's a really strong chance there isn't a Moltres in the back, and you know that you'll have a good matchup with the Dusknoir no matter what, especially up energy, and you can't really chip with the Bastion and then swap out, because it just takes way too long to get to that first Stone Edge.
Right, and I think that the non-Shadow Dusknoir actually helps him out because he doesn't get slacked down by the Gastrodon. So you can actually force that matchup if he really needs to as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and I think that's why he, opted for it as well. We've seen a lot of Shadow Dusknoir so far in Milwaukee, but the non-Shadow having a lot of utility here too is going to be playing favorably there. And I think you're absolutely right? Surviving a lot of that Mud Slap damage from the Gastrodon and from potential Shadow Marowak down the road as well too. So opting for a little bit more bulk on his team, knowing that he has a Murkrow that's on the more frail side. He wants to just have bulkier Pokemon to surround it and protect it and make a lot of utility here. Yeah. Let's go. Game number 2 here. Winner semifinals, Renga versus Dapper Disc, and in comes the Dusknoir yet again, and finding a pretty good matchup for this Credilli.
Yeah, so those resisted acids are not going to do much. He's actually going to choose to stay in, though. Dusknoir will pace that Dynamic Punch in 5 Assanges, so he will be able to debuff with this Credilli before Dusknoir reaches his first move there.
Yeah,
shield it.
Not going to be enough to knock out. Actually goes straight for the Dynamic Punch, waiting a turn to make sure that it's not being caught. Doesn't throw on the proper time, but just wants to get this damage off first here. I mean, hey, here's the thing. If you take out this Credilli, the Wigglytuff is going to be looking really good for Dapper Disc. And you can see Rengasame trying to go for the swap, doesn't quite get it, and does have to shield up the Shadow Punch as well. This is so awkward for Rengasame.
Yeah, I think he's trying to play for alignment. Oh no, he shields and then swaps out, banks the move, and swaps to Corsola, which draws out out Dapper Wigglytuff. This is not what Ranga wants to see here.
Yeah, the Wigglytuff normal typing is what makes it so good into this Ghost meta that we're seeing here. Galarian Corsola or Dusknoir on almost every team, and Wigglytuff's going to find a very positive matchup here against this Corsola. If you thought that Power Gym didn't do a lot, it's going to do even less after this Icy Wind debuff.
Right, and Corsola's never able to astonish down a Wigglytuff, so he's actually going to land 3 Power Gems to take this thing out. Switch Pops are coming up though, so after this move is thrown, Ranga can actually swap out. He may choose to do that instead of staying in and trying to get to the next Power Gem. I think he might just get Charmed down. Yep, he does swap out and combo play with the Rock Tomb that he stored there. So now we're going to see if Dapper chooses to shield this or just let his Wigglytuff go. I think he lets it go. Yeah, that makes sense. His Wigglytuff has done enough here. And comes in, gets the full farm down with the Empoleon with 2 shields.
That's really tough. Energy lead Empoleon is not going to be a good time. Now we get to see the Empoleon versus the Gastrodon matchup here. Like I said, this matchup is not as good as you would think for the Gastrodon. The Hydreigon doing almost half the damage, plus the Metal Sound before the next one. This next Hydreigon will for sure knock out here. Goes for the catch attempt, doesn't get it actually. Great patience there from Rangasamy.
Yeah, so he's gonna come back in. I don't think Rangasamy's even gonna throw a move here because Dapper still has 2 shields.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think Rangasamy's gonna throw the move. Maybe Dapper just getting a little too crafty there, doesn't get the catch and just gives the Gastrodon more energy. Oh, doesn't get it off, and Rangasamy actually comes back and gets a victory here in game number 2.
Yeah, he knew he had to just keep slapping and go for that mud slap damage rather than trying to throw a move since Dapper just kept those shields. Both those moves would be resisted anyway, so there's really no point in throwing them. It was a really good play for him to just keep going for those mud slaps.
Yeah, honestly, that game looked really good for Dapperness, in my opinion, right? He had the Dusknoir on the Credilli, you had the Wigglytuff on the Galarian Corsola, and you had a shield advantage for the Empoleon for the Gastrodon, but the Gastrodon mud slap damage just really took down the health bars of that Empoleon super quickly. I mean, even if he caught a move, it wouldn't have even mattered because, because he wasn't going to spend the shield anyway, and then the mud slap damage still took out the Dusknoir in the back there too. So really great adjustment from Rangasamy. Like I said, this is not an easy team composition for the team he's running, the T-Sinar team, into Dapperness's team, but he's finding win conditions somehow, and now we have a tied series, game number 3 on our hands.
Yeah, I think Dapper just might be reevaluating his game plan there after saving 2 shields from Empoleon and just getting mud slapped down all the way. He might need to use a shield on a different Pokemon at some point and not just put it all on Empoleon in case that's the matchup in the end game where you have Empoleon versus that Gastrodon, and you need a little more HP to be able to get to your next move there.
I think it was a good adjustment to bringing the Gastrodon because, we saw how much that super effective Drill Peck did to the Annihilate. So even though Annihilate is supposedly a counter for the Empoleon, if you're up a shield, it's a very different story. But Gastrodon can take the Hydreigon, no problem. Here we go, game number 3 on our hands here. It's going to be the Murkrow against the Gastrodon. And look at the back line, the Corsola, ABA weak to the Murkrow. You have to stay in if you're Ranga.
Yeah, this is a disastrous for Rangasamy. He's got to stay in here. He's going to go for the Body Slam immediately, throwing on alignment there. Interesting play. Dapper is actually going to shield this up, though. He wants to protect the HP on this Murkrow. He said, if you're staying in with this Gastrodon, you're weak to Murkrow in the back. I'm going to protect and save that HP.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't even build up to the water pulse, but I'm even more surprised that Dapper just actually goes for the shield. Wait, hold on now. He now swaps in the Corsola into the Murkrow. This is exactly what you want if you're Dapperness.
Yeah, his Murkrow's absolutely loaded. He's already at 2 foul plays. He's going to fire off the first one here. And Ranga's actually going to choose to shield that up. He's going to do 1 and throw again, fire off the next foul play. Corsola will survive this, but it is going to chunk because it is super effective. And again, Murkrow is very attack weighted. That did a lot of damage.
Yeah, and opting to go for the resistant Nightshade. I don't know if this is going to be enough to knock out. It should be. It's going to be close, but we get another shield for Dapperness. I think he's going to go for the peck down. He's going to get a lot of value here. However, the Nightshade's Reach forcing him to throw another foul play here. This is not the worst case situation for Ranga. Oh wait, no, Ranga onto the shield as well.
He wants to get this move off and fire off this energy into this Murkrow. And at this point, the Nightshade is going to be pretty close to knocking out. It might actually just knock it out. And he does to run. Oh, nope. It does get the knockout.
Yeah, but look at this matchup here, though. He is getting everything he wants for Dappertus. Now has the Empoleon. Empoleon's so safe into this team with the Gastrodon low, with the Corsola taken out pretty much at this point in time, to only a little bit of health left. He's feeling pretty confident at this point, too. This is just going to be a neutral grass, now Empoleon will be able to hang on.
Yeah, definitely. Empoleon's going to get a lot of energy here and be able to reach the next Hydro Cannon before Cradily can get to its next moves. There he is, just going to fire it off immediately, get rid of this Cradily, get it off the field. And then we've got two pretty low Pokemon in the back for Ranga still, and then Dappertus has an entire Dusknoir that he hasn't even brought onto the field yet.
Yeah, this is really tough for Ranga. There's not much you can do unless you get to the water poles, but he doesn't quite get there. Swaps over the Corsola, doesn't get it in time, and still one Mudslap away. Shadow Punch is going to be enough to knock out here. Dappertus is going to take the 2-1 victory over Ranga in this winter semifinals.
Oh, what a series. That was so close.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit back and forth, especially in games 1 and 2. The third game, Ranga made the bold play, going ABA weak to that Murkrow, but I love the decision from Dappertus to bring that Murkrow back into game number 3. It is so strong for his team composition into Ranga Sammy's team, and just, you know, honestly, as long as you avoid the Bastion, you have a lot of play with that Murkrow, and that's exactly what he did, and he found the Murkrow in the perfect spot for game number 3.
Yeah, I think Ranga realized after he brought game 1, right, he led Bastiodon into the Murkrow and still lost that game. Yeah. So he maybe just kind of rethought, was like, maybe Bastiodon is not the play here. Maybe I need to figure out a different way to get rid of that Murkrow rather than just trying to line up the Bastion on it.
Yep, absolutely right. And Dappertus winning this winter semifinals means that he is actually going up against Out of Pocket in the winners finals. That'll be a match I'm super hyped to see sometime down the road in today's broadcast. But yeah, big congrats to Dappertus. Definitely one of the players that, in my mind, he, you know, a little bit lesser known maybe in the greater community, but has always put on a lot of strong performances. And again, one of those players that, kind of like Teddy Bear, can hang with the best of the best. And you cannot sleep on this trainer, because if you give him an inch, he's going to take a mile out and take a win off of you here too.
Yeah, and that was a very impressive performance from him that we just saw there.
As we see here, players are, you know, feeling good about it too. And Ranga Sammy will be dropping down to the loser bracket. Still has another chance in that losers side of things. So best of luck him. You know, he's running that T-Steiner team, and honestly, a really solid team, right? But
yeah,
a lot of players, a lot of players are making some adjustments to that Bastiodon. You know, we saw some Claws here, obviously Mudslappers everywhere, but then Empoleon really shining in that performance from Dappertus. You know, Empoleon, I think, was a Pokemon that a lot of people were really excited about coming into this season, but no one's really found a lot of success with it. But let's see if Dappertus might be the first one to do it.
Yeah, I've seen it a lot played in the Go Battle League, but not as much in Show 6, so it's interesting to see that a few people are bringing it now. We saw Delusion earlier had a Shadow Empoleon as well on his team, and he said that that was probably his MVP, not in the match that we saw on stream, but just in general. Shadow Empoleon's been very, very strong for him, so it's interesting to see how far they'll get with those Empoleons for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Well, as our players are getting ready on stage, let's see if you can find a Pokemon near you, a Pokemon League near you. Scan this QR code and get involved in some of your local leagues. I mean, you know, like I said, I faced Dappertus in a recent local tournament as well in Southern California, and that's how I knew, you know, this team might be pretty strong for Milwaukee, and I didn't want to spoil it for him, but I was a little bit worried if anyone was running T-Steiner's team into that team, and that's actually exactly what we got on this broadcast. But a lot of great ways to get involved in your local community and meet some of the players there and just get some practice before you head over to these major tournaments like regionals, internationals, and even world championships.
Yeah, regionals are a great way to also just meet other PvP players in your community too. So definitely check out your locals. Hopefully you have some close by you. I know I've got a lot based in Atlanta where I am, and we got a really good community there. That kind of got me into Show 6 because I was just doing the Go Battle League before that. So yeah, it's a great place to meet people.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and those locals too, right? If you do well in them, you get championship world championship points for your Worlds qualification. So there's actually, you know, it's not just practice, it's not just getting to face some really strong players, but you also can slowly work towards your invitation to World Championships as well in San Francisco this year. So
yeah,
a great time to get started.
You can get actually 260 championship points, which is a lot from locals.
Yes.
So you definitely want to get those points, max those out, especially if you're not able to attend as many regionals.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a really great testing ground, right? And that's exactly what Dapper just did in our local scene is he tested this team and he's like, hey, I feel pretty good about it. Let's bring it to Milwaukee and see how it goes. And so far, he's already on the winner side facing one of the best players in the world next up in Out Pocket. So going to be a real test to see if all his practice paid off in that local scene. Well, I'm excited though for our next set of matches here. It's going to be a winners finals match, which means that the winner of this series will move on to day number 2, phase 2 in that top cut, and they'll be on that winner side, which is exactly where you want to be. And it's going to be Meteor Fallion versus Flying Pizza. And you know, I mean, a lot of people say I'm the Bastion guy, but this guy is really the Bastion guy. I mean, I think he runs Bastion in almost every single meta that is even slightly remotely relevant in. And, you know, he's definitely taken some big players off the stage here with that Bastion. Frustratingly so, maybe, but, you know, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he's got it paired with a Fearow and a Blastoise. Those are two Pokemon that we haven't seen a ton of. We did see one Fearow on stream earlier, but I feel like it's one of the more underrated picks in this meta. When I was thinking about it, like it's got a lot of play into just the general meta, right? It's got really good coverage, it's got that Drill Peck, it's got the Drill Run as well. So that's a really good moveset to have, flying and ground coverage, because you can hit a lot of Pokemon. Not many Pokemon wall that moveset.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, that's actually going to be really good, I think, in this particular matchup to have that coverage, because a lot of the flying types we're seeing right now is outside the Talonflame, right? Talonflame's obviously great into like a Tinkaton and a lot of steel types, but mostly it's like Murkrow and Galarian Moltres, right? And gets completely walled off from the Tinkaton. But the Fearow, though, has a little bit more play. As we go into game number 1, it is going to be Fearow versus Credilli here, and a matchup that Credilli definitely wins over time. However, it does get a little tricky as the Drill Peck damage really starts adding up early, and you can see Meteor Fallion throwing out Charge Attack priority, getting the Drill Peck off first.
Yeah, so Flying Pizza's actually choosing to no-shield this. It looks like he's probably going to fire off that Rock Tomb. It was Charge Attack priority. So Meteor Fallion's going to shield that up. That would probably just knock out the Fearow. Again, another very attack-weighted bird that we're seeing here. Flying Pizza is going to keep going for those acids. I wonder if he's going to go for the Rock Tomb, go for a catch. No, he just okay, he's going to actually shield up this next Drill Peck. Interesting that he chose to shield the second one after the debuff was already applied.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that too. Oh, tries to go for a catch and he catches it. Gets a rollout as well against the Credilli. But that Fearow is so strong into backline of Flying Pizza's team. I'm so surprised that he even let the first one go because Fearow has so much play. But now you're forced to bring a Marowak into a Blastoise grounded to water type. It's just so awkward for Flying Pizza.
Yeah, this Hydro Cannon, he's going to shield up this Hydro Cannon. That would do a lot of damage. Marowak can actually survive one, but he definitely doesn't want to take it if you don't have to. So he's going to throw the Bone Club right before the next Hydro Cannon is reached. And Meteor Fallion's going to choose to shield this up. He probably does want to get this Hydro Cannon off into this into this
Marowak.
Yeah.
But this is a debuff Hydro Cannon, so it's not the worst case situation for Flying Pizza. Meteor Fallion, the Switch Timer's coming up. He swaps over now to his own Marowak. I like this play too, because you don't have to worry about any potential Rock Slide shenanigans hitting your Fearow here. Fearow in the back looks pretty scary. Yes, there's a Feraligatr, but Feraligatr does take a good chunk of damage here too. And again, another water versus ground type matchup, but you can't Shadow Claw this down, and it's a Shadow, wait, no, it's a non-Shadow Feraligatr, so gonna take the Bone Club a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. He's probably gonna look to over-farm as much as he can here, but those Mud Slaps are really starting to add up on this Feraligatr.
Oh! And
he actually lets Meteor Fallion get to the next Bone Club, which will knock out this Feraligatr.
Yeah, maybe a slight miscue. I mean, you can see, you know, Flying Pizza wincing a little bit on the player cam there. Maybe miscounting there. Maybe go for optimization, not expecting Meteor Fallion to throw that Bone Club. But in comes the Fearow, and you better fear the Fearow because it's so strong right now into Flying Pizza's team. He's already starting to make adjustment for game number 2 as Meteor Fallion's going to sweep the final backline with this bird.
Yeah, that Fearow looks so strong here. And he's just gonna peck all the way down that Marowak. Yeah, Flying Pizza definitely got a rethink for game 2. How is he going to deal with this Fearow? It looks like a really big threat to his team, right?
Yeah, it really does, you know, and again, even if you run to the Tinkaton, it's not the end of the world. You can see Meteor Falling preparing for it with the Marowak, with the Blastoise in the back too, so really good coverage for that Tinkaton. And, you know, Tinkaton, it's okay into the team, but it's actually not that good, right? You don't have the best matchup into the Galarian Corsola or the Cordillera either. I mean, if you bring it just for the Fearow, you really risk getting it in a bad matchup. Even the Bastion has a lot of play with the Flamethrower as well. Something I really think is good about, or interesting about this first game from Meteor Fallen is, in the past when I've seen him play, he's just forcing hard alignment, RPS strategies with the Bastion, with the Shadow Victory Bell, with whatever he's trying to go for. But this time around, you can tell that he's playing the game a little bit differently. You know, he has a lot of bench pressure with Bastion, but he's playing more kind of standard charge attack pressure style teams and, you know, going for some more safer ABB strategies as he's made the adjustment to this meta.
Right, and he went for the catch and successfully got the catch on the Blastoise, which desynced the switch timers.
Yes.
And then he used that to his advantage later on, so he get back out into his Marowak and bring his own Shadow Marowak into Flying Pizza's Shadow Marowak to eat a Bone Club there.
Yeah.
So the desync and the switch timers, you can see, he is definitely not playing for alignment, and I think you can't really do that when you have some squishy Pokemon like Fearow, right? You got to dance around a little bit more for sure.
Yeah, Fearow looking like, you know, kind of like the normal flying type Murkrow these days too. As you see, the pacing is just as fast at Drill Peck as Murkrow has it, and it makes it really hard to bring that Galarian Moltres because you just get outpaced from the other flying type. As we get another matchup here, now comes the Tinkaton in the back, but it's not really where you want to see it. And if you win the alignment here, you're in a really good spot if you're Meteor Falling. And again, Flying Pizza letting the Drill Peck go.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna try to adjust the gameplay a little bit this time. Okay, oh, Meteor Falling actually swaps into his Corsola, goes for a catch, doesn't get it. Flying Pizza keeps over farming, but he does throw a Rock Tomb here into this Corsola to try to debuff it.
Yeah, I think Meteor Fallen trying to draw that for Alligator, which is exactly what he's going to get. It is going to be a debuff Corsola though, so this is such a good matchup for Flying Pizza. He has more health, he's going to do more damage, he's going to take less damage, and he can even leave with energy for the Fearow and the Marowak later. It's going to be a really good spot for him to be in.
Yeah, Flying Pizza is definitely going to overfarm a lot here before he throws his next Hydro Cannon. He wants to come out with maximum energy here. And he's going to fire off this Hydro Cannon into this Corsola. Meteor Fallen's going to let that go. Will it knock out the Corsola? It will.
Does fully knock out. And this Alligator has a lot of coverage into the rest of Meteor Fallen's team. But he could maybe go for a peck down. Wait, Opsu let it go. Wants to sweep with the Marowak instead. 2-shield Shadow Mudslapper indeed is going to be the strategy here for him as, oh, this is so bad for Flying Pizza. He lets it go, thinking the team that might have some play, but there's a Marowak in the back waiting for it.
Yeah, and he's bringing the Tinkaton into the Marowak. Got 2 shields versus 2 shields. He can, however, potentially debuff the Marowak here.
Oh.
Yes, does
charge
not.
attack priority
charge attack
too.
Priority, yeah, Marowak will win that charge attack priority. So now he has to invest his shield in Cradily to get off this debuff move here. If Meteor Fallen calls that would be a crazy call. He does shield up though, because it could potentially be a Grass Knot, which would be devastating for this Marowak.
Yeah, 99% of the time that's probably going to be a Rock Tomb in this specific situation, but hey, when you're far ahead this much, it's probably safe to just go for it. You're on even shields, you have an energy advantage into the Tinkaton as well, and you know, Flying Pizza has to land a bait here, has to land a play rough. There's a lot that this Tinkaton has to do, but Meteor Fallen opting to clear debuff. Actually, this might be
goes
good
for a catch and doesn't get it. So Flying Pizza actually overfarms, gets to a lot.
Oh wait, he's running Heavy Slam.
He's running Heavy Slam,
yeah.
not Bulldoze.
I completely didn't even catch that until now, but so no debuff chance, but still gets a bait move here. Is reaching for the play rough.
Does get the play rough off. Will it be enough to knock out this Marowak? It's going to be really, really close. I think Marowak might just barely hang on here.
The Mudslap damage did come through, and Meteor Fallen taking the 2-0 victory over Flying Pizza in this winners finals. Meteor Fallen's back with the Bastion on his team, but no Bastion needed here in this epic series.
Wow, what a game. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that Marowak with 2 shields just did so much work in that match. Oh my goodness. And, you know, Flying Pizza did bring the Tinkaton. He was like, I have to bring the Tink, right? Like, Tinkaton's going to be really good here. Unfortunately, it did get aligned to the one thing it did not want to see there, which was the Marowak.
Yeah, he did have, you know, a slight opening there with, you know, the failed catch attempt on the Firo, getting a lot of 100 energy there, but unfortunately not enough. You know, honestly, if he had a Bulldoze and got a debuff, maybe the play rough would have been enough. But obviously, I see why the Heavy Slam is utilized. You know, could have a little bit more play into Credilli matchups. But as we see a quick look at the replay here, the second Firo I think we've seen on the broadcast so far, Uzuku running it, and then Meteor Falling running it too. In so many ways, I feel like this Firo looks so good and almost like a slightly better Murkrow for that coverage into stuff like Tinkaton, into potential Bastion even, or Steelix. Just having that ground coverage just makes it so safe, but it also still paces just as quick, and the typing is still there, right? Having that normal typing for ghost types, for ghost damage like the Fralgator, it puts you in such a good spot there too. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more Firo after this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And the drill run coverage is just so nice, even into steel types like Tinkaton, right? You can hit for super effective. Firo could actually probably just win that matchup with that drill run, whereas Murkrow would be struggling with the two resisted moves to throw into that. So it's a very interesting moveset. I think we might see more Firo, honestly. Now that I'm thinking about it, it seems like a really strong pick, especially because there's so many Porcelain out there, right? And it double resists those ghost type attacks. And then also, there's Gastrodon or a Slapper, right? There's a Gastrodon or a Marowak on a lot of teams. So Firo, that makes Firo really, really strong.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them pulling from Dapper Disc in the last series, and then out of pocket as well earlier, running Clodsire. He said a lot of people are stealing his team, but Firo is not going to really fear the Clodsire as much as a Murkrow or Galarian Moltres will, or even Talonflame, because you have that drill run coverage. But, you know, obviously you don't want to take a Stone Edge. However, you have at least some play there. And so really great adjustments from some of these players here as they're preparing for the Milwaukee meta.
Yeah, definitely. There's not a lot of fast move pressure into Flyers right now. I know that some people are running the Shadow Talonflame, which would be a good answer for that, because those Shadow Incinerates are going to hit really hard. But I think with your Flyers, you can just shield them and not take a lot of fast move pressure, especially when people are running Slappers. Like that's like the main form of fast move pressure that we're seeing, Slappers or Astonish on Corsola. And so the Firo just resists both of those, right? So it makes it really, really safe.
Yeah, I want to hear a word from the Firo trainer himself. Meteor Falling, I think Alpha Phoebe is on the floor with him right now.
All right, thank you, casters. I was, you know, taking a bit of stroll, walking on an adventure, following her out, and then I just happened to stumble into Meteor Fallion. Congratulations on the big win. You've been a proponent of Bastiodon for a really long time. We've seen you at a number of regionals, and this is actually going to be your first interview. What makes Bastiodon stand out to you in this meta in particular?
Well, actually, incidentally, I didn't plan to play it in the beginning. In the beginning, I had Empoleon just like Dapper. But I thought I had experience with it, and Empoleon is shaky for certain matchups, so why not Bastiodon?
And the casters were talking about Firo as another really strong pick. Talk to us about your thought about its place in the meta right now.
Yeah, so that was actually another adjustment. When I made the team, I had Togekiss in the beginning of the season. I really loved playing it. But I found some issues with the fairy type, like with the Acid from Credilli, and also Scizor has been a problem. So I just used Firo to make it more neutral, and also it's good against certain ghost types. So I liked it.
Yeah, normal typing is a really great typing right now, especially since fighters aren't super prominent. You're not having to worry about getting countered down by too many Shadow Annihilates. Your experience in the play scene, talk to us a little about that. You've had a number of good tournament shoutouts so far. What are your hopes for this season?
Well, I mean, I hope to do better than before, of course. Previously, as you see, I never had an interview, so still pretty excited to have this to start my season. I had to miss Pittsburgh, but I'm glad I'm back. Yeah, I really hope to do better tomorrow.
All right, and final question. Any shout-outs for any friends, family at home or here in the venue?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to my wife, who's always been watching and cheering on for me at home. So love you. And also shout out to Ghostmaker and Rockhaven, who has been bouncing ideas off from me. I really like my team and this round. So hopefully I'll keep going tomorrow.
All right, well, thank you for your time. Good luck on the rest of the tournament. We're going to have a short break. We've got a video recap of Anaheim Worlds. Make sure you're watching.
Hello trainers, my name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokémon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Credilli, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday in the arena for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kenta Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He catches the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here!
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Credilli outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokémon GO World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator! It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Commander! It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion!
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
Yeah, I'm so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokémon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you. That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Aw, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have? Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are at the Milwaukee Regional Championships of the 2026 season. I am Professor Willow, otherwise known as AlphaPhoebe, and I was hanging out with my good friend Mateo after that long route I was doing, and I'm joined here at the desk by none other than Homeslice Henry in his John Gardner costume.
The battles are heating up here in Milwaukee. We've had some pretty incredible matches so far, and some unexpected Pokemon like Shadow Dusknoir and Fearow really making a name for themselves. And as the action continues to build throughout the day, as we get more and more trainers punching their ticket to day number 2, the excitement level, it's only rising.
Speaking of punching tickets into day number 2, we're about to have our first person do that. We have our winners finals for Group A getting ready upstage. That is going to be Out of Pocket versus Dapper Discs, and those two trainers are very good. We're very excited to see them battle up on stage and see how they pair up against each other with their very different teams that they've brought to this tournament.
One of my favorite things about these tournaments is not only do we have so many people out in the crowd, we have a lot of people watching at home, and they've been chiming in here on the social. So I do believe we have a few social posts we get to go through here. Kevin Saludaris playing some Jungle Cup, and he's actually here in Milwaukee as well. So it seems like his elo going up, going down, back and forth, but still having fun in the Go Battle League.
Yeah, a little bit of a seesaw there in the exact number that he is, but expert rank doing a little bit better than me there. I actually don't know if I have my elo just quite yet. Up next, we have Richie and Kuzan, two of our judges, and stream time. I almost thought it said stream team with a dream team, but it's the stream time with the dream team, and a special guest up on stage as well. It looks like.
Oh, absolutely love the dog as well. And from Necra, our co-caster, Nimona and Arvin will be casting the Milwaukee Regional Championships today. You love to see people get into the Halloween spirit, and we have all of that spooky decor in the background.
Yeah, getting into the Halloween spirit, eh, Henry? It was really nice to see them start their cast, and their whole crew is dressed up today as different characters from Pokemon Violet as well as Pokemon Scarlet. I believe there are slight differences in the characters' costumes in those two games, and they opted for that Scarlet Red in their costumes, as you can see there, as well as Liz here with a Bewitching costume.
Ready to twist the dimensions and set Trick Room? Come find me for Halloween stickers. So Trick Room reversing the speed orders there, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely a lot of exciting stuff, and I believe that's the medal case as well. So that's what all these trainers come to Milwaukee to try and get, is one of those very coveted medals.
Yeah, that medal case is full right now, but at the end of this weekend, we will have no more medals left to give out. We have a player here in the trading card game, Sawyer, my round one opponent, who wants to trade, and if I had to guess, there is a phone on that screen. Maybe that's a Pokemon Go trade?
Honestly, trading is one of the best things that you can do at these regionals. I was lucky enough that when I was actually casting Pittsburgh just a few weeks back, I did a lucky trade with Sceptile Ice, who was on stream a bit ago. We got to cast one of his matches, and I got a Shundo Lucky Ampharos. So I had to max it all the way out to level 50. It's not best buddied yet, but I'm working on the best buddy for that. So definitely an awesome time to get to meet new trainers if you're trying to do low friendship trades, like for the Galarian Corsolas that have been so strong, or if you've been friends with people for a while, then you can get these lucky trades and try and go for those lucky hundos.
Yeah, keeping on the trade train, I was actually trading our co-caster Heather at the Pittsburgh regionals. We were both playing in that regional, and out in the crowd, we swapped some low friendship trades with the Galarian Corsolas and the Tinkatinks. But We have our trainers ready up on stage, ready to battle. It is going to be Out of Pocket versus Dapper, and this is a star-studded match. Of course, both of these trainers having a good number of placements in a number of regionals. Of course, Out of Pocket having won a good number of regionals himself.
And we actually see double Dusk Noir, the Shadow for Pocket and the regular for Dapper Discs. Dapper Discs is also rocking that Murkrow. We've seen Murkrow be a bit of a problem for opposing teams. It just has so much damage output. However, one thing to note is Murkrow does actually struggle a lot against Shadow Talonflame, because Murkrow, while it is amazing pacing and amazing damage, it does not have the bulk. And Shadow Incinerates. When you see him on the Murkrow, you're not going to think it's neutral. It looks double super effective, but it is only neutral damage. Those Incinerates are devastating.
Thankfully, I think it survives just a few more than 2 Incinerates, maybe a handful more. But let's go deeper into these teams. For Dark types, you had mentioned that Murkrow, but Pocket does have that Guzzlord, and I actually don't know exactly how that matchup plays out, but the Guzzlord does have an advantage in bulk. It has a little bit more damage with its fast attacks, but it will need to reach for those Sludge Bombs if it wants to threaten with any charge attack damage, given that Brutal Swing is going to be resisted by that Dark typing from Murkrow.
The choice to run Sludge Bomb does give Guzzlord a little bit more flexibility in case he gets stuck against Wigglytuff, but that's still a pretty profoundly negative matchup across the board.
Just the tiniest bit of flexibility there.
Let's say if you farm something down with Guzzlord and they bring in a Wigglytuff, you actually have a move to throw at it instead of having to pivot out and surrender switch advantage. So I imagine that's more of the thought behind the Sludge Bomb tech, is specifically that way you're not automatically forced into giving up alignment. And it looks like for this winners finals for the Group A, we have lock-ins. Game number 1, it's the Steel types, Fortress into Empoleon.
Empoleon is going to reach these very hard-hitting Hydro Cannons in just 5 fast attacks. It's going to come out before the Sand Tomb is available, going for an overfarm here, allowing for the Sand Tomb to come through first. However, I don't really mind this from Dapper. It's not going to threaten a knockout. It's going to do good, super effective damage, but it's not even into the yellow.
The back-to-back Hydro Cannons reached by the Empoleon. Empoleon's defense was debuffed by the Sand Tomb, but its attack stats still at full power. Hydro Cannon number 1 will connect. It looks like Fortress will not be able to survive a second Hydro Cannon. So a decision point in the match for Pocket. Does he put up a shield? Does he let it go? He decides to invest in the Fortress.
The really difficult thing here for Dapper was the fact that this Guzzlord was in the back, but now he's brought it out. And there are super effective dynamic punches, which will be very crucial here. And you can see actually Out of Pocket wincing a bit, maybe expecting another Pokemon in the back that might be a bit weak. We do see, is he going to go for the Shadow Punch bait or the Dynamic Punch? Is the Dynamic Punch? This will do so much super effective damage. I don't think it's going to quite pick up a knockout, but maybe put it into farm down range.
The shield does come up. This is where the rework to Dragon Tail, where Dragon Tail does not do as much damage as it used to, does actually hurt Guzzlord a little bit, because Guzzlord is unable to get the farm down. Instead, Pocket will be able to get a shield back from the Brutal Swing, but the big loss is going to be a massive amount of Guzzlord HP to this Dynamic Punch, as Pocket has no more Protect Shields to hide behind.
Dynamic Punch coming through, super effective damage, almost picks up the knockout, and then immediate switch into the Lapras and the Unova Stunfisk. Discharge coming through for super effective damage, but it's not the hardest hitting move, and Lapras is incredibly bulky, so I don't think this is going to go quite into the yellow just yet. A few more Thunder Shocks to do so.
Lapras will have the ability to hit for super effective damage with the Sparkling Aria and the Ice Beam, but you know, with Stunfisk, it never does a lot of damage, as you said, but the trade-off is it's very bulky. A Sparkling Aria is going to land, but that's not a problem for Lapras. Lapras gets another Sparkling Aria, but Dapper Discs holding the energy, putting up the Protect Shield, wanting to get off enough Thunder Shocks to put the Lapras into knockout range.
And build up to 2 charge attacks. This is going to knock out the Lapras, and then he has a move for whatever comes in afterwards. However, it's a little bit tricky because Pocket has 2 Pokemon in the back, so we could see a Peekaboo player, or instead a swap into the Empoleon, catching this Brutal Swing and an undercharge from Pocket. It's not going to do enough to knock out, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get enough farm.
He's going to try and Bug Bite down with the Fortress. Fortress does not get there. The Empoleon stands strong. strong, getting to the Hydro Cannon. This is going to be knocking out that Fortress. Fortress gets KO'd, and that's a Game 1 win for Dapper Discs.
Yeah, Dapper just had a really incredible team composition here into what was brought from out of pocket. Getting the shield advantage in that initial matchup with the Empoleon and then pivoting into his one of two Pokemon in the back that were going to be a little bit weak to the Guzzlord. I really like that. Shield advantage and then pivoting is a very, very potent strategy in Pokemon Go.
Especially when you have Dusknoir, the Pokemon whose charge attacks cannot be walled by any Pokemon that's being brought to this meta. The overfarm by the Stunfisk was very nice to get to exit with a charge attack as needed. Guzzlord was hoping to undercharge to potentially set up a Bug Bite farm down so Fortress could try and exit with a move, but he realized he undercharged it too much. The Empoleon just bulky enough to withstand those Bug Bites and make it to the game-winning Hydro Cannon.
The pacing of those Hydro Cannons is just so key for how Dapper played that game. Able to build up to back-to-back against the Fortress in the early game, and then still make it to a third Hydro Cannon in the end game was really... It put him in a really great spot to push his advantage throughout the game, and you saw that at the end he still had all three Pokemon of his remaining, and I think we'll see more and more of that as the season goes on. I think it's only really feasible to have that happening as often as it is because of the 45-second switch clock. Players are so incentivized to switch out, keep energy, and I think the trainers that do that the best will also perform the best.
And we have lock-ins for game number 2. Dapper Discs at the 1-0 advantage. Leads are set. It's Stunfisk into the Lapras for out of pocket.
And we do see lurking in the back. It's going to be potentially a Guzzlord versus Giratina. Or wrong Dragon type. I'm sorry, Martine's on my brain. It is a Guzzlord versus Wigglytuff. Wrong Martine Pokemon.
And Wigglytuff would be devastating if it got aligned to the Guzzlord. There's the safe switch out. Does Empoleon get answered with the Guzzlord? It does! Out of pocket, doesn't yet know it, but this is incredibly important as the Guzzlord now gets to avoid what would have been a catastrophic matchup, and this sets up the Fortress for potential success.
Brutal Swing coming through, putting the Empoleon into the yellow. Double Drill Pack is ready, throwing right before the next Brutal Swing, and Empoleon's going to win that charge attack high. The question is, does this force a shield? I think it's just shy from picking up a knockout, but maybe with that extra metal sound it might. It's going to be really close.
Guzzlord has a massive HP stat. It could have survived, but out of pocket will put up the shield. Then he can look to throw one and the Brutal Swing, and now the decision goes to Dapper. Does Dapper want to invest in the Empoleon? Dapper says yes. So shields starting to come off in this matchup. There's a switch into the Wigglytuff, trying for the snipe, but Pocket saves that Guzzlord, and now Wigglytuff is about to get absolutely crushed by Fortress.
It's a little bit awkward because the Bug Bite damage is resisted by the Fairy typing for the Wigglytuff, and with the Icy Wind debuff coming through, it's going to limit the amount of damage that these charge attacks do. But Rock Tomb is a fairly good move. It's not same type attack bonus on the Fortress with a Steel and Bug typing. It's going to put the Wigglytuff into the yellow, but I have to imagine that after this next Swift, we might see some pivoting out of Dapper in order to mitigate the rest of the potency of this Fortress.
There is the Swift, and if you're out of pocket, you don't really want to shield a debuffed and resisted Swift that does such little damage. There's the switch into Stunfisk, and Stunfisk is getting Rock Tomb. This is an interesting play. Rock Tomb is going to be resisted, but the idea is it can help Lapras's survivability. Lapras has already taken quite a lot of damage in this matchup, and he's hoping that Discharge, which already is not a strong move, will now potentially miss a knockout.
Look for the Sparkling Aria as opposed to the Ice Beam, probably hoping for a shield to pop up, but good call from Dapper there, no shielding. I think the Ice Beam would have been really close to picking up the knockout. Discharge coming through, going to do good, super effective damage. Because of the debuff, not going to pick up the knockout, and a farm down does not happen from Pocket. He needs to throw, otherwise another Discharge would have been reached by Dapper.
This could set up big farm for the Empoleon. Switch clock not available for Pocket. Dapper is actually waiting out Pocket's switch timer for him. Had he brought in the Empoleon, Pocket would have been stuck in this matchup, but by waiting down the timer, Pocket will have the ability to switch as needed, but he stays in with the Lapras. Lapras going to be met with the Drill Peck. Only one Protect Shield to hide behind, but it will not get used here.
no shield. In comes the Fortress. It's going to be those resisted bug bites, and it's going to not pick up the knockout. A switch from Dapper into the Wigglytuff. It is going to be the Rock Tomb, but there is a shield from Dapper's side. Will he choose to use it here against this 1 HP Fortress? Yes, and the Charm does not knock out. It is switch into the Guzzlord. There is a Sludge Bomb ready, but this is going to be a really tight endgame.
This will be a very difficult game to play out of. In comes Empoleon. Empoleon gets farmed down. Pocket finds the answers, survives, and we're going to a game number 3.
Who would have thunk? Switching in your Guzzlord into Wigglytuff is the way to win game number 2 here. With that Sludge Bomb tech completely loaded, able to fire before the Charm damage lands, this game would have been completely different had Dapper been able to land 2 Charms when he pivoted in that Wigglytuff and feinted the Guzzlord, but Pocket really on top of his game, pivoting out, saving that Guzzlord for later once it had loaded that super effective Sludge Bomb, really key to his victory here in game number 2.
The decision by Dapper to throw a Metal Sound to bank the charge attack and then switch is what allowed Pocket, even though he threw the Dragon Tail, to escape out of the matchup. It's this moment right here. The Metal Sound is thrown, there's the Wigglytuff, so only 1 Charm lands, and he's able to save that energy. And that energy was game-winning for Pocket.
Swift coming through, doing just a little bit of chip damage. I think really key for this game was Dapper's ability to kind of pivot through his Pokemon. Unfortunately, Pocket was just barely able to keep up with the pace. His switch clock was very minutely desynced, and it was very key in order to pivot out, land this Sludge Bomb, right? They both have their switch clock up, but not able to make it to a charge attack here, not able to knock out with a Charm. Sludge Bomb lands, securing Pocket the victory, given he does have 1 shield remaining.
Very well played by Pocket. I feel in both of these first 2 games, it's felt like Pocket's been on a little bit of the defensive in terms of the team comps, but he managed to rally nicely in a game that if he lost it, he would be out of the winner's side of the bracket. But he's able to survive, force a game number 3, and now looking to make last-second adjustments. Both battlers get locked in for a trip to day number 2. It's going to be Empoleon into the Shadow Dusknoir for Out of Pocket.
And given you are the Shadow Dusknoir matchup expert here, how do you feel about this matchup personally? I feel like it's pretty a Dusknoir favor, given you just do so much more damage with your fast attacks.
It will be interesting to see if Dapper looks to try and pivot out after grabbing an early shield advantage, because Shadow Dusknoir, it's really not going to appreciate a Hydro Cannon, and there is the switch. In comes the Gastrodon, and this could get tricky for Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket, Dynamic Punch, instant no shield by Dapper Discs, and Dapper Discs is now getting dangerously close to a Water Pulse, but there's the switch out from Pocket. In comes Fortress. Fortress will be able to absorb the Water Pulse and get a full farm down before even a Body Slam is reached by this Gastrodon.
And a very interesting save swap from Dapper, right? It is the, in the previous game, we saw that Pocket was willing to bring the Guzzlord into this matchup, and the save swap Gastrodon just does not do very well into a team that has a bulky Dragon type on it, but no Guzzlord in this game. Instead, there's a Talonflame in the back, and Talonflame doesn't have all too many places to go. Of course, it doesn't mind the Empoleon matchup because the fast attacks are resisted. However, I think this Unova Stunfisk, excuse me, has a really good spot into the remaining Pokemon on Pocket's team.
Really nice overfarm by Dapper Discs, the max energy without letting that Sand Tomb be reached. The Stunfisk is debuffed. Out comes Dusknoir, and Dusknoir will look to try and punish this Stunfisk and start getting some damage on it, but Dapper says no as he puts up the shield.
There are 1 shield on each side.
Oh, what a catch!
He catches a Mud Bomb that goes from super effective damage to singularly resisted, and a no shield from Pocket, recognizing how strong of a play that was. Incinerate not resisted by the ground subtyping, and we see actually a pivot not allowing that next Incinerate to land on the Unovan Stunfisk. This is, again, a really close endgame. It's going to really come down to how each trainer plays it out.
What a play by Out of Pocket. The Incinerate goes through. Dapper Discs, head in his hands. This Hydra Cannon does get shielded by the Talonflame. Talonflame wants to try and farm down here, cannot farm down, and Pocket is forced to throw a move. Dapper Discs has a lot of energy stored on that Stunfisk. Does Pocket switch? Does he stay in? He switches. He does not get the Astonish through because of the one-turn switch, and Dapper Discs should survive as he has back-to-back charge attacks loaded.
Blood Bomb thrown here, Discharge thrown into the Talonflame, and that is going to be more than enough to knock out the Talonflame here in this game number 3. And we see both of our trainers talking a little bit on stage. I think there was a little bit of awkwardness in some of the switching there where I think I saw 3 Thunder Shocks go through for just 1 fast move, which it should have only allowed 2. We'll have to see if this is going to be a play under review from our trainers, given how much the trainers are talking and the fact that they haven't taken off their headsets. That is going to be my guess, that we will have our judges looking into this. Remember, judges need to look at 2 different things. 1, did an error occur? And 2, did the error that occurred, if it did, affect the outcome of the game? So we're going to allow our judges to take a look at that, verify that the error occurred, and then kind of play through the rest of the matchup to see if it did actually impact the outcome of the battle.
What I liked about the end game, as obviously we have a match under review, but I still do want to go back to that game at number 3 because there was some really unbelievable plays. Pocket waiting the turn, getting the catch and the sneak. So catching the Mud Bomb onto the flying type, which is step 1, and sneaking an entire Incinerate was step number 2. And then Dapper actually ended up deferring the Incinerate when he switched because he wanted to save the energy on the Stunfisk without taking the damage, because Stunfisk, it was debuffed. It was getting so much damage from those Incinerates by switching out into the Empoleon, and Empoleon just barely outpacing. Empoleon had 1 residual metal sound, and that's why Pocket couldn't farm down, because if Pocket tries to farm down, then the Empoleon will always make the move. So he was forced to throw that Flame Charge, and in doing so, unfortunately, that set up Dapper for success.
Right, that's super key. Because the Empoleon only needed to throw 4 more metal sounds, that does not allow the damage from that second Incinerate to land. 4 metal sounds is 8 turns, which means you're throwing your charge attack on the 9th turn. However, the damage from the second Incinerate doesn't start to apply until the very beginning of that 10th turn, or you could think about it as the very end of the 9th turn. You know, it's more or less the same thing, right? So that means in that specific scenario, you're able to get that charge attack off, whereas maybe if Dapper needed to throw 2 metal sounds and only 1 Incinerate came through, because 2 metal sounds is 4 turns, that means the charge attack's coming on turn number 5. That means that that Incinerate does knock out. And here is the issue at hand. We see 1 fast attack from the Dusk Noir. That is going to be 3 turns. And I believe we saw 3 fast attacks, 3 Thunder Shocks. And given that our trainers are re-exchanging team sheets and signing a matchup, it looks like we have decided that Dapper is going to be the winner of that match. My guess is that although there was an error occurred, it likely did not affect the end game of that matchup. Given how much energy that the Unova Stunfisk had, 1 Thunder Shock might not have mattered, but we'll have to wait until we get official confirmation.
Yeah. What I like about the decision from that particular match is Dapper Discs did have the back-to-back, but let's say the extra Thunder Shock didn't go through. If Dapper is 1 off in that scenario, then once the Talonflame comes back in, it's the same scenario. That damage won't register till turn 5, so you can safely throw a Thunder Shock and the Discharge, and the game would have still had basically the same result. But overall, a very good series between these 2 battlers. The wait, the catch, and the sneak, Pocket was in such a bad spot, but he pulled out the stops to try and claw his way back in this one.
Yeah, and really important was this timing again. 1, 2, 3, 4 metal sounds to the Hydro Cannon. Pocket being forced to throw, not having enough energy to get a charge attack tie into the Unova Stunfisk. No shields remaining, but shield isn't necessary. You have back-to-back moves, and Super effective discharge, no longer debuffed, more than enough to knock out a quarter health Shadow Talonflame.
Watching it back, I think I noticed a bit of a missed opportunity. When the Empoleon was brought in, the first move that Pocket threw, if I'm not mistaken, was a fly. Had he thrown the flame charge first, I believe he probably could have actually got that farm down that he wanted and exited with the charge attack loaded. So we saw him on stage afterwards looking a bit frustrated with himself, and that could have been the difference maker because Empoleon survived an incredibly small amount of health remaining, and with Flame Charge boosting your attack by one whole stage, I imagine that could have been the difference. So a very, very well-fought match. Taking it to a decisive game 3, we had Mud Bomb catches on the Talonflames, but one thing I really want to highlight about Dapper Disc's gameplay that I really liked was consistently forcing a shield advantage in early matchups and then aggressively pivoting out. Because even if you don't have switch advantage, bad matchups can suddenly turn good if you're up a shield, and on top of that, if you're switching in, you're up energy as well. So consistently choosing to play aggressively, and that got rewarded in a massive, massive way.
Well, we'll have to hear what Dapper thinks about the aggressive play he showcased up on stage. We'll have an interview with Caleb and our first person to make it into day number 2 here in Milwaukee.
Thank you, Phoebe. I'm here with Dapper Disc on the floor right after his victory against Out of Pocket. Definitely a really big veteran in the community and a defending Milwaukee champion. How are you feeling after that match?
Feeling good, yeah. I was really surprised by how today went, and yeah, I'm just feeling really good.
I mean, in that end game there, in game number 3, you know, he went for the pause, the catch, the Incinerate sneak through too. It looked pretty dire, but what was going on through your head at that moment?
I honestly thought I lost at that point because I was afraid of the Talonflame going into that match. I think my only check to it was the Euphis, but he didn't bring it the first 2 games, so I was pretty surprised. I thought he would sneak it in the 3rd game. So yeah, when it snuck a whole Incinerate through, I was like, oh, this is over. But I don't know, I guess my Empoleon like lived in Incinerate, and then my Euphis got a discharge off on it, so.
Well, I know you're, I'm pretty familiar with the team you're running because I've seen it in a lot of our local scenes here too, but kind of what made you even come up with this team? Because it's definitely a little bit different from what everyone else is using.
Yeah, I tried going into like team building sessions with some teammates and they all were running different things. I really liked Empoleon, so I want to build off of that, and I really liked Murkrow just because I don't have a good IV like Galarian Moltres, and Mandibuzz just kind of fallen out of the meta. And so the Murkrow fast move pressure and also the hard-hitting charge moves were really appealing to me, so I wanted to build around Empoleon and Murkrow.
Awesome. Well, you will be entering day number 2 on that winner's side, and you know you've had a lot of performance here too. But what are you looking forward to the most in Milwaukee in this tournament run?
Honestly, just having a good time with my teammates and friends. I'm very stoked to be making it into day 2 on the winner's side. I think it's my first time, maybe, I can't remember. But yeah, it's just hanging out with friends and playing the game, tapping my phone.
Awesome, great to hear. Any shout-outs you'd like to give to friends, family, or anyone supporting you?
Yeah, shout out to SoCal Swablues, especially the San Diego team. Shout out to M. Rinker, and shout out to my boys back at home, Landon, Jonah, and Caleb.
All right, awesome here, and looking forward to see some more Empoleon action for you on day number 2. Back to the castles for some more battles.
Thank you so much, Caleb and Dapper. We're back here in the booth. Homesize Henry, joined here by the one and only Alpha Phoebe. Now, Empoleon, a Pokemon that received a lot of hype at the start of the season and then was a little bit missing in action for these first 2 regionals, but all of a sudden it feels like we're seeing a bit of a rise of Empoleon here in Milwaukee as Empoleon punches his ticket to day number 2, and I believe our next matchup also features yet another Empoleon.
Yeah, our players up on stage. On the left, we have a familiar face in Delusion, and on the right, we also have a pretty familiar face in Pranav. Looking at these 2 teams, we again see that Wigglytuff Galarian Corsola core for Delusion, including Credilli, Shadow Kanto Marowak, one of my picks to show up well here in Milwaukee, the Shadow Empoleon, which you just called out as a really potent pick, and Altaria, which was a very valuable Pokemon for him going up against Sceptile Ice.
Double Flyer is an interesting strategy from Pranav. Corviknight and the Murkrow. They honestly don't share a lot of weaknesses other than electric, and there's not electric on Delusion's side. So surprisingly enough, Double Flyer actually looks pretty decent here, whether you bring the Corviknight or the Murkrow. Corviknight, more of the defensive option in my eyes, or if you want to get aggressive, you're going with the Murkrow.
Well, our players are not taking their time whatsoever. They are already locked in going into game number 1. This is the winners finals of Group D. Winner goes to day number 2. It's Empoleon into the Cordillon.
Safe switch into the Galarian Corsola. Shadow Empoleon gonna bank energy. Out comes the Wigglytuff. And that is not what Pranav was hoping to see, as Wigglytuff is just where Corsola energy goes absolutely nowhere.
Power Gem is the only option for not resisted, and realistically, not double resisted damage going into the Wigglytuff. The Icy Wind coming through, going to lower the attacks, the attack of that Galarian Corsola. The Corsola is not going to appreciate that, and I think it'll set up Delusion for a fast attack down.
Another Power Gem is going to land onto the Wigglytuff, but at -1 attack. Wigglytuff is not bothered whatsoever. Wigglytuff would love this farm down. This farm down would be massive. Pranav reaches for the Power Gem. He does not get there. And now Wigglytuff has super effective damage for the Cordillon.
This is going to lower the attack stat of Cordillon. Cordillon getting a little bit of a taste of its own medicine, able to lower the attack stat of its foes with those Rock Tombs, but immediate switch from Delusion here, and there are just no real great answers from the team of Pranav for the counter swap back into his Shadow Empoleon.
I love this gameplay, playing aggressively with the Empoleon, banked the Hydro Cannon earlier in the match, and now this energy is going absolutely everywhere. Corviknight shields the first, no shields the second. That's devastating damage. These sand attacks adding up, but Empoleon, if it wants to, might even be able to make a third Hydro Cannon. Still 2 shields to hide behind. The no shield, calling the Air Cutter bait. Can he still get there? It's going to be very close, and Empoleon cannot be stopped in this winners finals for Group D.
He does make this final Hydro Cannon. Empoleon able to strip away both of the shields from the Corviknight. Maintain both of its shields. In comes Delusion's Cordillon. It's got an energy advantage now into that of Pranav's, but he also has 2 shields. Everything on the side for Delusion here.
Fantastic gameplay by Delusion. Rock Tomb connects. That is just devastating damage to Pranav. Pranav will get to return fire with the Rock Tomb. This is a debuffed Rock Tomb. Delusion still has 2 Protect Shields to hide behind, but will not use it here. The big thing to watch for Delusion will be the switch timer. If Delusion can get a farm down and then switch out and reset the Rock Tomb debuffs, then Delusion should be set up for success. Rock Tomb is going to be shielded. Switch timer not up for Pranav. Can Delusion get the farm down? Yes, he does.
I'm dressed up as Professor Willow, but I'm going to be frank with you. I'm not 100% sure he even needs that switch out because he's got 2 Rock Tombs loaded. He has a shield. He can throw the first one, shield up this one, and 2 Rock Tombs, even while debuffed, more than enough to knock out this Corviknight.
Surgical gameplay from Delusion. Empoleon Cordillon core proving to be a big problem. No Protect Shields left for Pranav. He shakes his head. Rock Tomb lands, taking Corviknight out of the skies, and that's a Game 1 win for Delusion.
Pranav needs to ask himself, how can I deal with that Empoleon? I need to manage it better. You know, water types into grass types typically aren't that positive of a matchup, but because Empoleon's running that steel type fast attack and metal sound, you're doing super effective damage due to the rock subtyping of that Cordillon. You know, in most matchups against the water types, you get a little bit of negative from that rock subtyping because you're now taking neutral damage from water type attacks. However, it's incredibly impactful because of the super effective metal, or steel type, type attacks. I'm getting mixed up a little bit with my TCG terminology here.
I loved the decision to bank the energy on Empoleon. Just because you have a dominant counter switch doesn't mean you have to switch in right away, because that Empoleon energy proved to be so problematic later on. But what was problematic at first was this farm down, getting all that energy, super effective damage into the Cordillon, and not letting Cordillon get the energy head start. In came the Empoleon, and with the energy advantage, Empoleon just put in so much damage into the Corviknight, and then out came Cordillon. Delusion, a really good understanding of this new 45-second switch switch timer and put it to good use, farming down the Credilli, exiting with the Rock Tomb, and then just playing so cleanly, switching into the Empoleon to reset those Rock Tomb debuffs and take game number 1.
And I think the other thing that Pranav needs to really pay a little more respect to is going to be that Wigglytuff. Save swapping a Corsola into a team with Wigglytuff on it is just incredibly risky. We saw it get the full farm down, have a move for the Credilli, lower its attack, and do some chip damage. That was so much work from just one Pokemon.
We have lock-ins. Shadow Empoleon makes its return, and is this time going to be greeted with the Galarian Corsola.
Galarian Corsola is absolutely fine in this matchup, whereas the Credilli needed to run away as quickly as possible. Hydro Cannon, neutral damage, but Galarian Corsola quite bulky. Getting lowered into the yellow, but has a Nightshade ready. No throw immediately, allowing this to go into the Credilli. I think Pranav needs this damage in order to potentially counter-swap his own Credilli into this matchup.
Pranav going to stay in this matchup for now, might look to rebank some energy, and does. Out comes Credilli, but the switch timers are now very heavily misaligned. So if Pranav is not very good at over-farming, Delusion may be able to take advantage of the desync timers, bring back in the Empoleon, and we know that is not a fun spot to be as the Credilli.
Credilli is going to be able to over-farm a little bit. Ooh, losing the charge attack tie. Unfortunate for Pranav here. This is going to be a second attack drop from the Rock Tomb, and now I think this Grass Knot, he threw the more damaging move. I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out, and he's going to take even more damage from those assets.
At -2, that's not really a problem. Switch timer's up. In comes the Empoleon. Empoleon wants the farm down. Credilli, it can't escape. It gets fully farmed down, and Empoleon is up a ton of energy.
2 Hydro Cannons nearly loaded, and Pranav is close to 2 Nightshades himself. However, he's down so much already, and there are 2 shields on the field of play for Delusion. He could opt to no shield here and just play 2 shields in the back.
Tough call to make. He's letting it go. He's trusting in his Galarian Corsola. There's still Credilli as well. In comes Corsola. Quick switch into the Corviknight, but Corviknight will be behind by a turn. So Corsola will reach the Nightshade 1 turn before the payback is reached. And there it is. Payback not yet available. Pranav, no shields. And now does Pranav risk a bait? Do you try and go for the air cutters, or do you full send the payback? He's going for the air cutter. 2 shields for Delusion to hide behind. He does put up the shield, and now there's a chance that air cutter could boost up this Corviknight's attack even more.
Question now becomes, can he reach another air cutter bait and then a payback, or does he go straight for the payback? No boost occurred. This Nightshade does need to be shielded up now. It would threaten a knockout into the Corviknight, and ooh, this is going to be a really close endgame, but I think Delusion has a lot going for him here, especially if he shields up this charge attack.
It's going to be tough. He does get the shield call right, but payback is super effective damage, but Galarian Corsola is so bulky. Galarian Corsola, if it can survive this payback and get the farm down, he does have the Nightshade banked. So the question is, does he throw the Nightshade here, or does he save it for the Corsola? Payback lands. Corsola is able to hang on. Corsola's looking for the farm down. There's the switch into the Corsola, trying to snipe it down, but Delusion says no. Nightshade is reached. This is going to knock out the Corsola for Pranav. All that's left in the back is the low health Corviknight. Corviknight falls, and Delusion ascends to day number 2 in Milwaukee.
It's really dominant play from Delusion there the entire way through, knowing how to take advantage of each and every matchup that his Pokemon were facing, and whew, just really masterful play across his whole team of 6, mastering the Wigglytuff, showing how to play up against a Corviknight. Whew, really great stuff to watch.
Just surgical gameplay from Delusion. We saw it in the matchup against Sceptile Ice as well. For someone who is a very new trainer to the Pokemon GO Championship Series, you would not know it looking at him. The composure, calm under pressure, and just consistently making the correct play. Switching out when switch outs need to happen. utilizing energy advantage, the switch into the Empoleon, recognizing the desync in the switch timers, and then Pranav, by staying in to throw the Nightshade and rebank the energy. The switch timers were so desynced, getting that full farm down with the Empoleon. Brilliant gameplay from Delusion as he makes day number 2.
Yeah, I think the Shadow Empoleon work from Delusion here will have to be studied. It was just, as you said, you've said it a number of times, it was surgical. He knows exactly how to utilize that Pokemon to its fullest, to get farm downs, to take multiple knockouts, and it just really felt like Pranav had nothing he could do in order to shore up that matchup because of how powerful Delusion made that Shadow Empoleon look.
Empoleon might be a flightless bird, but Delusion is soaring high in Milwaukee. What a tournament run, absolutely blitzing through the winner side of the bracket, and this might be the tournament of Empoleon, Phoebus. We're seeing Empoleons making day 2 left and right.
Yeah, it wasn't super high on day 1 usage, but I think, I mean, as of right now, it's what, 100% day 2 usage?
There are quite a few Empoleons in day number 2, so Empoleon, it was very hyped at the start of the season. A lot of people, after it didn't see a lot of usage, maybe calling it a fraud. We are going to have some Empoleon apology forms in Twitch chat, in YouTube chat, TikTok chat. I want to see them. I owe Empoleon an apology. Type it out. Let's see it.
And I think it'll be curious, right? Because we've seen Acid Credilli as being the dominant fast attack of choice for so long, right? And if we see Empoleon kind of come back into the meta, as we have, right, does the meta further progress towards maybe a Bullet Seed to try to do a little bit more damage in that matchup? It's still just neutral damage, and that's another benefit of that Steel subtyping for Empoleon, right? But it's not double resisted acid damage, right? The acids do not add up. You cannot ever in a million lifetimes farm down an Empoleon with Credilli.
And with Credilli being the top usage Pokemon, we're seeing why Empoleon is starting to rise a bit more, because if Credilli is so safe, the previous regionals in Frankfurt, in Pittsburgh, we saw non-stop Credilli safe switches, but Empoleon might give you pause because suddenly you're just completely shut down, and Empoleon is exiting that matchup with energy as well.
And I think it's really key, right, to think about your team composition and what your Pokemon do. Typically, your water-type Pokemon aren't there to cover for the grass-type Pokemon, but if you're able to build into your team another slot that doesn't lose to Credilli, that it really should, that's super powerful, and I think that's why we're seeing people lean into the Empoleon as much as they have.
And for those who have been checking out the action and realizing competitive Pokemon Go is pretty fun, we actually have a QR code on screen for you. So if you're trying to find a Pokemon League near you, if you want to participate in local tournaments, and the local tournaments can actually win you championship points towards qualifying for the World Championships, which will be coming up here later in 2026.
You got cups, you got challenges in the Pokemon Go, the Pokemon trading card game, as well as the video game championship, all around cities near you. We also have travel prizing. This is going to be for our leaderboards placements going into our different ICs. So looking at the schedule, day after EUIC 2025, so that was in the past, and the last day of NAIC 2025. So that has really already been shored up, who are getting our LAIC travel awards this year. Hopefully the people out there know who you are, and it's really great to help shore up the prices of buying tickets to these out-of-region international competitions. And I think that's amazing, right? Because if it's an international competition, you want to see international competition. You want to bring people out of their own main regions to compete against people maybe they wouldn't necessarily at the regional levels.
You want to see the best at internationals, and that's what the travel prizing can help with, is you're able to have your, like, a lot of money towards your travel, which can be very nice, because these internationals, I believe we have LAIC coming up here in probably only a month from now. Man,
just about.
This season is already flying by. LAIC around the corner, and it has a very cool limited meta as well.
Yes, I'm very excited for my opportunity to cast that when it comes around. It is going to be very exciting to have our first limited meta at an international competition. I will be probably a little bit tired because I am also going to be going to Vegas as a player, so we'll have to see. That is like literally the week right before, so it's going to be a lot, but I'm going to do my best to try to sleep as much as I can and not feel too much jet lag when I land down in Sao Paulo. But let's go ahead and return back here to the Midwest of the United States. We are in Milwaukee, and we have two trainers up on stage who are going to be fighting for actually the losers finals of their group. And it's not all that common that we see Elam on the losers side of things, but he's going up against Crispy Crisp, and this will be our next person to make it into day 2. The winner here moves on, and the loser, unfortunately, their tournament run is over.
Elam, we've seen this Feraligatr, and this Feraligatr has been amazing, being able to withstand charge attacks that the Shadow Feraligatr was not able to by any means. He has the Galarian Corsola as well. The Galarian Corsola has been, just time and time again, it's an exceedingly consistent Pokemon. But if we take a look across the desk here, that's a Como-O, Phoebe.
Ooh, I actually had the opportunity to play against a Como-O because one of my locals brought it to a local tournament. That would be none other than Bosock Sky. He loves Como-O, Dragon Tail, Clanging Scales, and Upper Hand are very fast pacing, very hard hitting. Although Upper Hand is just neutral damage into a Murkrow, you get farmed down after just one of them. You can only make it to 2 charge attacks, so it's a lot of damage even while just neutral.
And Clanging Scales, which is the legacy move on Como-O, is the most efficient charge attack in the entire game. There is not a charge attack in the game that has better damage per energy than Clanging Scales. So that's something Elam's gonna have to be very cautious of when team building and when actually in battle. Because if you go down shields early trying to win alignment, and there's a Como-O in the back, and you don't have your Togekiss, then suddenly Clanging Scales are about to be a very big problem.
Yeah, I don't think I ever had the opportunity to see a Clanging Scales land on any of my Pokemon. It was either I had the right Pokemon against it and I was able to feint it really quickly, or all that was needed were upper hands. I'm honestly so curious to see a Clanging Scales land into a really bulky Pokemon such as a Galarian Corsola and see just how much damage it does.
We've got lock-ins. Game number 1. Como-O on the lead, and it's led into the non-Shadow Feraligatr.
This team is a little bit risky from Crispy Crisp. He's a little bit ABA weak to the Togekiss. However, given the Togekiss is no longer running Charm, it's not quite as threatening to a Sableye in the back. You see the first charge attack shielded. It is just the Hydro Cannon, but could have potentially been a harder hitting Ice Beam.
The threat of a Clanging Scales will get the shield. One important note is due to the choice of Togekiss charge attacks. Togekiss has opted for Psyshock, and it's opted for Aura Sphere. Sableye, believe it or not, actually walls the charge attacks. So even though you would be behind in that matchup, that's actually surprisingly not a terrible spot to be as the Sableye.
Ice Beam coming through now. Whoa, no shield from Crispy Crisp, opting to let it go. Maybe saying, I can farm down with Lapras after this and be in a really good spot. And Sableye with no shields looks pretty solid into my opponent's team. We see the counter swap now. This is a great matchup for the Sableye, but Dazzling Gleam as actually the move of choice as opposed to Power Gem. So no super effective hits back into that Togekiss.
Dazzling Gleam will still leave a mark. Foul play will connect. Big damage onto the Corsola. Corsola, it looks like it'll be very close, but I think Corsola should be able to hang on and make it to a second Nightshade. Crispy does not have to shield this, but this is going to be very, very close. Can the Corsola hang on here? Sableye could go for the charge attack, but already died. No, Sableye does not, and Corsola should be able to either force the final shield or deny all this energy.
Opting for the no shield, going for energy advantage onto the Lapras. It brings it right and way, but a switch out from Elam into the Togekiss. Here comes an Ice Beam. This is going to be a lot of super effective damage. Togekiss, as you've mentioned, not the bulkiest Pokemon. Would not appreciate that. And it's going to be a fast attack down, maybe right after an Aura Sphere lands.
Togekiss just enough bulk to make one final charge attack. Aura Sphere does get shielded. Psywave will go through, and that's going to farm down the Togekiss. And now Elam, he has 1 HP on the Glaring Corsola. There's still energy on the Feraligatr, but Feraligatr does not have Crunch. Everything it throws is going to be resisted.
Alligator's not Blastoise. Alligator is not Empoleon. No real great options into this Lapras. Hydro Cannon is the best move it can throw, and it's a non-Shadow Lapras. It's a non-Shadow Feraligatr. It just doesn't add up fast enough.
And Como O on the lead, able to set up this Lapras, as Lapras was devastating endgame, side-waving down that Corsola, and Crispy Chris and his Como O are 1 win away from day number 2.
That was a really impressive showcase of how to use Como O, pulling away the shields from Elam, and actually, Lapras isn't very frequently used as a sweeper, but performed quite well. You know, looking at the team that Elam has, there aren't any Pokemon that really completely wall it off. Feraligatr going to be one of those Pokemon, but as we had seen, Feraligatr was already quite low from the past matchups it had faced, especially the damage adding up from that Como, and although it's less damage than before, the Dragon Tails still have a little bit of kick to them.
I really liked the decision in this game to no-shield the Sableye. It is a bit of a risk to let all that energy go, but what it allowed for Crispy Chris is to get the energy advantage on the Lapras. Lapras makes the Ice Beam, Togekiss hangs on to make the Aura Sphere, but still with the shield to hide behind. This Lapras was just too strong. And we do have lock-ins for game number 2. It's going to be Lapras into the Togekiss. However, this time, the Lapras does not have the energy lead.
All right, we have a Sparkling Aria going to be thrown not quite fast enough. In comes the Aura Sphere. This is going to be good, super effective damage into the Lapras. It's going to be able to reach an Ice Beam before a second charge attack is reached, but because of the nature of the shields being around, I think Sparkling Aria is the right call.
Togekiss now going to switch out. It's actually a simultaneous switch. Sableye into Feraligatr. Sableye goes to the foul play right away. Elam is in a pretty interesting spot. He's down a shield. He is going to no-shield, but that's a lot of Feraligatr's health gone in a split second.
Foul play is going to come out, but looks like at the time of the second Hydro Cannon, first one going through, not going to throw in a knockout. Neither of these Pokemon are Shadow. However, I believe it's going to be the Sableye losing the charge attack. Tie here for Alligator is just so strong with its attack stat, but again, I called it out before, not going to be able to pick up a knockout with just 1 charge attack.
So Elam more than happy to no-shield, as this charge attack priority was basically the best case scenario. Undercharge foul play still will pick up the knockout. In comes Togekiss, answered with the Clodsire, and this is why Psyshock can be valuable, as Psyshock is actually going to deal very respectable damage into the Clodsire. Clodsire, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, but just like that, Clodsire is about to get farmed below half HP.
This is a pretty good spot, it looks like, for Elam, right? We've seen it before. 2 Earthquakes don't threaten a knockout into the Galarian Corsola. It's so bulky, it resists the poison stings, and you just don't really threaten it. The question becomes, can Crispy Chris pivot into his Pokemon in the back, exert some other pressure onto this Pokemon, and potentially pick up a knockout, come out with energy for that Togekiss? There's 1 shield apiece, and it looks like neither of these trainers are going to really want to utilize it on these bulky Pokemon.
Earthquake, it is a very powerful attack, but Clodsire has very low attack stat. Earthquake will not take the knockout. In comes the Sableye. Sableye hoping for the snipe down, but it's not enough. Galarian Corsola too bulky. The full undercharge on the Nightshade, but a full undercharge will actually set up a farm. That's really nicely played by Elam.
And I just don't think there is enough health on Crispy Chris's side. I don't imagine that this Lapras, although it has a good amount of health and it is a very bulky Pokemon, I don't think it can survive these pecks. There's a shield still, and I don't think there's energy on the Clodsire, right? It threw an Earthquake before switching out, so I think this is going to be a peck down, and Elam's going to take game number 2.
Elam in control as he fully farms down. Clodsire does not have the energy that it needs. It's nowhere close to a Stone Edge. Elam's Togekiss gets to knock out the Poison-type Clodsire, and he is going to force a game number 3.
And it shows the flexibility of the pack move as its fast attack, right? There aren't too many things that resist Peck, as well as your great coverage in charge attacks. Togekiss having access to a plethora of charge attacks. You have Ancient Power, Flamethrower, Dazzling Gleam, like, as well as the two that we saw ran, right? Psyshock and Aura Sphere. So it's really a flexible Pokemon, and you can kind of tailor it to how you want to have that Pokemon perform on your team of 6.
I love this undercharge by Elam, as this way he could get a small energy head start on the Togekiss, where if Togekiss needed to make 2 charge stacks to win the game, that energy head start would have let that be possible. But it looks like these battlers, they're locked in. Game number 3, the battle of the Shadow Claw users for Alligator into Sableye.
And I think we'll have to see a slight change up here from Crispy Chris and how he plays this out. We do, because he knows he loses that charge attack tie. See Elam switch into the Galarian Corsola. It does have a super effective charge attack in that Power Gem for Lapras.
Lapras going to immediately land this Sparkling Aria. The No Shield comes out from Elam. I really like the decision to bank all that energy on the Feraligatr, because without that energy, suddenly that Credilli in the back could be a little bit tricky. The No Shield on the Nightshade, even a Power Gem would not be enough to take the knockout. So Crispy Chris with a nice call as he's farming ever closer to that Ice-type Ice Beam.
And it seems like he's paying attention to you, throwing the Sparkling Aria into the Ice Beam, going to not quite pick up the knockout here, but maybe able to get the Psywave down, depending on exactly the energy that is there for Elam, able to make it to the second Nightshade. No Shield immediately from Crispy Chris saying, I don't need this Lapras anymore. I think I want energy advantage on what I bring in next.
In comes Credilli, answered with an aggressive switch into Feraligatr. Feraligatr builds up well past the Ice Beam, baiting with the Hydro Cannon. Crispy Chris does not call the bait. Oh my goodness. I thought he was gonna No Shield, but he shields at the last possible second, and now a second bait comes out from Elam.
Hydro Cannon just makes so much sense here, given the energy advantage you have on this Feraligatr. Both shields come up. 2 shields for Elam. We see a shield come in return on this move from the Credilli. Rock Tomb going to lower the attack stat of that Feraligatr, but it's going to reach an Ice Beam, and there are no shields remaining.
There's the switch out into the Sableye. Foul play will force the shield. Elam is debuffed in this matchup. Switch timer will be available. However, Togekiss is completely walled, which means the Feraligatr is forced to fire off the Hydro Cannon. Potentially an option could be throw the Hydro Cannon, try and bank the Ice Beam for later, and then switch into the Togekiss, and there is the switch. Togekiss hits the field. Togekiss will take quite a lot of damage from Dazzling Gleam, but it's actually going to lose charge attack priority here.
Aura Sphere going to do resisted damage. Dark and Ghost does lead to just resistance here, and it's going to be a farm up for this Credilli, not allowing the Togekiss to get to an Aura Sphere. However, because Elam is now switched out of the Feraligatr, its attack stat has been reset, and it has a lot of energy. Does it have an Ice Beam ready and loaded?
I believe Feraligatr is 1 off here. Should be very, very close to the Ice Beam. Waiting, oh, it's 2 off, but will make it to the Ice Beam. All debuffs have been reset. This is super effective damage, and I don't think Credilli's gonna like how this one ends.
Such great patience from Elam there. We actually saw him over-farm past the Ice Beam by 1. I think he could have technically done some more, but why risk it? Throwing the Ice Beam when he knows it's going to be able to pick up the knockout, and just really smart play and smart pivots from Elam. Although we didn't see the Como-O come in games number 2 and 3, he just really was able to utilize both the Togekiss and the Corsola in order to, I think, make his opponent, Crispy Chris, feel like he couldn't bring it because of the risk of having it land on that Togekiss.
I really liked the normal Feraligatr gameplay. Throughout this series, Feraligatr, and honestly throughout today, the aggressive pivot back into the Feraligatr, saving all that energy, and Chris really felt like he couldn't pivot out of that matchup. And there was just Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon. He was so close to calling that first bait. Shields at the last second, which was a heartbreaker. And then Sableye switched in to pressure the final shield, but the switch clock was available for Elam. Elam, Hydro Cannon, sent in the Togekiss, and Togekiss. Sableye's a pretty high attack Pokemon, but Togekiss winning charge attack priority, denying the Dazzling Gleam. and the threat of an Aura Sphere forces Credilli's energy, and then Feraligatr takes it home.
And I think this really just goes to show why we haven't seen Sableye be quite as prominent in this season or even in last season as we have in past seasons. Because of the pacing of Feraligatr, 5 Shadow Claws to get to the Hydro Cannon, and it usually wins that charge attack tie into that Sableye. You just don't have that much play into that matchup, even though it seemingly should be a pretty reasonable neutral matchup.
And sometimes you can run like a very high attack Shadow Sableye to try and make a play for charge attack priority in that matchup, but in doing so, you're giving up a lot of bulk. So there is a trade-off here, and that's why I imagine some of these trainers, if they're running Sableye, are opting for the bulkier Sableye, especially with running the non-Shadow Sableye as well, so clearly prioritizing survivability. But unfortunately, that means that these high-attack Pokemon, the Feraligatr, the Togekiss, it felt like Sableye, which were used to winning a lot of charge attack priority ties, just kept losing charge attack priority ties left, right, and center.
All right, well, I think that's going to be it for us. We have casted our 3 games, but we have a really great matchup coming up after this break. It's going to be Rise to Occasion versus Flying Pizza, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
My name is Marto Galde, and I'm from Argentina. If I won the World Championship, I will call my family. They would be so proud of me. It would be unbelievable. My favorite Pokemon changes from time to time. Right now, I like Grookey a lot. It's my favorite starter, and I haven't even played the Galar game. The furthest I ever traveled to a Pokemon tournament was Worlds 2022 in London. The experience for me was mind-blowing because I got 5th in the world, and it was not something I didn't expect, and it made me so happy. In this moment, I look up to Colin Six a lot because I feel like he's one of the best players in the world, if not the best, and I feel like he's way ahead of a lot of players. So I like to stay up a little late. Sometimes when you play video games, it is like that. So when I'm competing, I like to eat healthy stuff because if not, the stomach might be a bit bad. But my favorite food is burgers. I don't recommend to eat them in a tournament though. It would probably be Grookey. It's just so fun and goofy. I love it.
Ladaj is one of the best in the world. All his accolades say champion.
I've generally played Pokemon all my life. My brother got me into it. But in terms of Pokemon GO, I played when it first released like everyone else. Then I stopped playing it. And over COVID, there was nothing to do. I'd go run on my bike all day and just catch Pokemon. And then I got into PvP. I just got progressively better. If I was a Pokemon, I would be, I think, poison typing. I think I'm a bit toxic. When I got 5th at the very first Baltimore, it was right after they got rid of the seniors division, so I got to play with the Masters players, and that was very cool getting 5th. For Baltimore, the last finals appearance I had was the previous first regional in Pittsburgh. I quit the game for 8 months after Knoxville. I wasn't doing well, so I quit, and I came back.
Ladaj is maybe like a bear that has been hibernating for the past season. He's only been getting stronger. He has all the nutrition and nourishment he needs.
The new metas always excite me. Like, taking a break is always good for you. Like, you'll feel better, reset, come back, something new, something fresh, and go from there. I didn't have a lot of the new Pokemon that you would use, so I used a lot of stuff I was comfortable with and Pokemon I enjoyed playing. And then I looked for a couple Pokemon that were very good in the new meta, which brought me to Chestnut and Cresselia. I normally go into the stream with the expectation that I'm going to win, or I have some sort of expectation going into it. And going to Elite, I thought I was going to lose. I thought the matchup was bad. Now, I did lose in Winners Finals. My hardest matchup was 100% Elite. He is a very strong player. I don't think I ever knew I was going to win Grand Finals. Like, going down 0-2, I kind of just accepted I was going to lose. I locked up my teams, and within 15 seconds, I was just kind of playing. If I lost, I lost. That was still better than I could ask for after winning.
With Josh coming in, sludge bombing the Mandibus, he is your Baltimore Regional Champion!
I was like really happy. I felt very good to win after quitting the game for a few months. I came back and won, so that was very surprising to me.
With Josh absolutely back.
Because I won Baltimore, I'm qualified for Worlds. Senior Worlds, I got third there, and I got third at Master Worlds. So I have the experience on the world stage. I think Out of Pocket would make the best match for me. We have so much history with each other, and in my opinion, he's the best player on the tour right now. The old versus the new. I think that'd be very exciting. Seeing its action winning Worlds was a very beautiful moment. Like, losing to him, that was one of the only losses I've had that I haven't been just completely frustrated after. He's just such a talented player. The winning Worlds at this point would be kind of everything. I might just hang up the towel from there. I don't know how many more chances I'll have. The thing that keeps me from into the tournaments is my friends. The race of winning, money, it's all nice, but it's really just, if I didn't come with my friends, I wouldn't go at all.
Hello, Pokemon fans! We're live here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, where the players are playing the main event for thousands of dollars in prizes, but of course there are multiple side events where you can earn some great prize wall prizes. We're gonna go ahead and check some out, and of course we have our amazing puzzles and plushies, just like
this Lechonk.
Yeah, of course, that Lechonk. But of course, let's not forget the TCG, a bunch of TCG products, ETBs, even figurines.
And this Lechonk.
Of course, yes, the Lechonk. And of course, we can't forget about the VGC. We have all the games here, as well as some Halloween prizes.
And this Lechonk.
Yes, definitely. A lot of things to win here at the Milwaukee Regional Championship. So make sure you make your way to the side events, and you too could also win this Lechonk. With that, we're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Welcome back to the 2026 Milwaukee Regional for Pokemon Go. And of course, a lot of Pokemon here. If you love Lechonk, then you can grab one from yourself as well. I don't think that's really gonna fit as a carry-on, so we'll have to see how they manage to transfer that. I'm Caleb Payne, I'm joined with Heather, and we have some exciting battles still coming up on day number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So our next match is actually going to be Flying Pizza versus Rise to Occasion. Saw Flying Pizza earlier on stream, and this is Rise's first time on stream today. But he is no stranger to the stage. We've seen him a lot. He's actually a former Milwaukee Regional Champion. So we're excited to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, no stranger to this specific stage as well, as he went the distance against Doombug back in 2022, our first season for Pokemon Go, and he is looking to get back that championship title in his home city. And, you know, an interesting fact about these two players is both of them actually lost only to Meteor Folian. So losing the same player there, and this is the first time they will be facing off against each other. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. Now, something really interesting about Rise Occasion's team, and he gave me a little teaser about this yesterday, is that he's running a Dragonair. And there's a Shadow Dragonair, but the thing is he's running Aqua Tail, which is most people prefer moveset on that charge tag. But his secondary move, it's not Wrap, it's actually Dragon Pulse. Really hard-hitting neutral move there. And he said, you know, it's going to get a lot of good neutral coverage into this meta. Not a ton of Fairy types, not a ton of Steel types. And coincidentally, for Flying Pizza, his Fairy and Steel type are all in one Pokemon. So if you avoid that Tinkaton, that Dragonair can really put in a lot of work. All right, and let's see here as the players are starting to get ready. Flying Pizza, we did see his team before, but Rise Occasion running that Shadow Dusknoir as well on his side of things, and the Wigglytuff. Definitely a slightly different team composition, but I think Rise Occasion, he's always never afraid to kind of step a little bit outside that meta.
Yeah, definitely. Another interesting thing about his team is that he actually is not running a Mud Slapper. which
that
is
a
pretty
good
common on most
yeah.
teams. He does have a ground type, which is that Unova Sunfisk, but no Mud Slapper to be found on Rise's team.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because Mudslap is one of the stronger moves in this current meta, and it has a lot of utility. So we're going to see how he dances around that, but Unova Sunfisk does have a lot more coverage into those flyer types, but you do have to watch out for those head-to-head ground matchups. As you see, Flying Pizza on the left-hand side here, running that Tinkaton, Galarian Moltres, non-Shadow for Alligator, Shadow, Marowak, Credilli, and the Corsola.
Yeah, I think that Shadow Dusknoir is going to be huge for Rise, honestly, as long as it can avoid that Moltres. It's going to have a lot of play. The Gator is looking, for Alligator, is looking pretty safe for Flying Pizza. I think it's going to have a lot of neutral play into Rise's team overall. It looks like our players are getting locked in, so we are going to hop on into game 1. And we've got Shadow Dragonair into Shadow Kanto Marowak.
All right. This is going to be an interesting matchup here, too. I mean, with shields up, it's definitely not too bad for the Marowak, but we get the instant swap out for Flying Pizza to swap over. Throws a resist, a Hydro Cannon instead. It's resistant, but still going to do a good chunk of damage to the Shadow Dragonair.
Yeah, interesting to bring a Water type into a Dragon type and then immediately throw a Hydro Cannon. That did chunk the Dragonair, though. So Dragonair is going to pace pretty quickly to these Aqua Tails, only 9 Dragon Breaths to get there. He's gonna actually bait, and Flying Pizza calls it. The Aqua Tail not doing a whole lot of damage, so Rise doubles down, throws the next Aqua Tail. Flying Pizza knows that he survives this and just gonna let it go. Rise will likely look to pivot out pretty soon. No, he's gonna stay in, actually force the energy from the Feraligatr into the Dragonair and just let it go and give up switch, actually.
Yeah. I think Rise Agation's backline has a lot of coverage, right? So maybe opting for the energy advantage instead. Oh, in comes the Moltres here, getting it out. This is actually really good for Rise Agation because now he gets it out and avoids it against the Shadow Dusknoir, which is a really bad matchup for that Dusknoir, especially with shields up. However, this is still not the best matchup for Corviknight, but you'd rather see it here than against the Dusknoir. Yeah, I think Rise is going to look to try to boost his attack. Air Cutter has got a 30% chance to do that. So if he can start boosting, maybe it'll be a little bit better for Corviknight, but Corviknight does resist all of these charge attacks. Really, the sucker punches are going to start to add up over time, but you can sit there and take a couple flies, no problem, with the Corviknight. Yeah, I think Flying Pizza trying to figure out what exactly does Rise Acation have in the back. He's not shielding, he's not fighting for switch advantage, and he's staying in bad matchups here for he's trying to figure out for what reason at this point. Now, I think he might be suspecting that there might be a Shadow Dusknoir in the back, but the health bar on this Galarian Moltres is quite low. You still have the Marowak in the back, though. Can you get the full farm down? No, going to throw the fly instead. And we get a shield from Rise Acation. Yeah, well, Rise did get the boost on the Corviknight, so this next Air Cutter will actually knock out this Moltres. So he's going to go ahead and throw it. Will Flying Pizza will double shield his Moltres here. I think he's predicting maybe that the Dusknoir is lurking in the back there, and he wants to get some Sucker Punch damage into it. And Rise brings in the Dusknoir, and Flying Pizza is going to go ahead and throw this fly at the Dusknoir. Rise absolutely has to shield this. This would devastate this Dusknoir. Yeah, and you can see the Sucker Punch damage putting it quite low. This is really good for Flying Pizza because now it's closing in on Mud Slap damage. Also, shields are all the way down too. Rise Acation trying to reach her 2 moves. Going to throw on Charge Attack priority, but I think Shadow Marowak might just hang on to this neutral Dynamic Punch. Shadow on Shadow. It's going to be a lot of damage. He barely hangs on, but he gets the Bone Club through. Yeah, he did live that, and this Bone Club will be more than enough to knock out this Dusknoir. It is deep in the red. And can you sand attack everything down? It's going to be kind of tricky. Oh, had to take a Mud Slap. That's pretty tragic here. But I think the Moltres should be able to hang on, and the Sucker Punch is going to do as Flying Pizza takes the first game win against Rise Acation. Yeah, that matchup between Moltres and Corviknight is very awkward because those sand attacks are double resisted, so you can never farm down the Moltres. You have to keep throwing moves at it. Air Cutter doesn't do a whole lot to Moltres, so you really are looking for a boost early on, which Rise did get a boost, but it was later on in that matchup, so that was a little unfortunate for his Corviknight there, yeah. Definitely. And you can see Flying Pizza's team too, right? Fairly meta, but a little bit wrinkle in his team with the non-Shadow Feraligatr, which we've seen a decent amount in Milwaukee, and it's actually really paid off. The bulk of it, even the resistant Hydrogen still hits the Shadow Dragonair quite hard. And of course, Mud Slap damage is no joke. As you can see, with that chip damage from the Sucker Punch, is going to be enough to put this in range of Mud Slap damage and the Bone Club to finish it off. Really great plays from Flying Pizza there, recognizing that there might be the Dusknoir in the back. And I think that's the thing with Shadow Dust Storm. It's really safe, but it's really susceptible to getting taken down from a lot of fast attack pressure. Even though you get 2 shields on it, the bigger issue is, do you have enough health to even sustain the damage that's going to be hitting it with the fast attack pressure?
Right, and so we saw who was it earlier who had the non-Shadow Dust Storm? Was it Dapper?
Dapper Disc, yeah.
Dapper Disc actually had the non-Shadow version. And I'm wondering if it's just for that slapper matchup, just so you can survive the mud slaps better, and then get to multiple moves if you need to knock out that Marowak.
Yeah, definitely. And we did see the Shadow Dragonair in action. Risegation opting for the baits. And part of me was wondering, does Flying Pizza think that he was even at the Dragon Pulse? Because Risegation was even saying, you know, it's with the new Dragon Breath energy generation difference, a lot of people might not know the timing to get to Dragon Pulse. And also, how often do you even see a Dragon Pulse Dragonair on top of that? And so I wonder if part of the reason why Flying Pizza didn't even shield is because he didn't even think there was Dragon Pulse ready. But Risegation going for the bait, and unfortunately, it didn't quite pay off. He was able to get some energy back onto the Corviknight, which did help soften up the Galarian Moltres, but Galarian Moltres is still fairly bulky, one of the bulkier Dark Flying types we have compared to the Murkrow, and because of that, it's going to play a little bit better into that Corviknight matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we think that the Wigglytuff comes out because that Moltres was kind of a problem for Rise, or maybe he brings Stunfisk, some other answer to Moltres, because he was a little bit soft to it with that Dust Noir. The Sucker Punches chunk the Dragonair too. You can spam the Aqua Tails, but it's a really uncomfortable matchup for Dragonair too. Do we think he brings a hard answer to it?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. The tough part for Risegation is that he can really only bring the Dragonair or the Wigglytuff because Tinkaton just handles both really well. So he may opt for one over the other, but because that Tinkaton is on the team of Flying Pizzas, it's always a threat that he has to watch out for. Let's see if he makes that adjustment or not. As we go into game number 2 here, Risegation has to win this game to stay in this tournament here. Flying Pizza 1 game away, 1 game victory away from making that day number 2 here. For Alligator into Unova Stunfisk, the pacing is going to be the same on the first move, but actually opts to swap out instead, and now draws out the Corviknight. It's going to be a fantastic matchup for Risegation.
Yeah, so that was the perfect lead matchup that Rise wanted to see with that Stunfisk. Flying Pizza banked energy, tried to make a catch, and bait out the Corviknight. Now Cradily doesn't have to deal with this in the back.
Yeah, and you can see the neutral rock slide. It still does a good chunk of damage, but Risegation actually going for the bait here. He actually calls it, doesn't shield the air cutter. That's actually not too bad for Flying Pizza, but Risegation closing out another one. He's going to throw this one. This was not enough to knock out the Marowak either. You might be able to grab a shield off of Risegation. This is going to be really good for Flying Pizza if he's able to do so.
Yeah, unfortunately he didn't boost on the first one, so that air cutter was not enough to KO this Marowak, and Flying Pizza knew that. He's going to fire off the next rock slide, just going to come pretty close to knocking out this Corviknight. Maybe one more slap, and like down goes the Corviknight.
Wow,
now Rise has a decision to make. What does he bring in? He comes in and gets energy with Dragonair, which would be
This is going to be kind of interesting here. In comes the combo play from the Unova Stunfisk. I think Flying Pizza is going to save this, and now you have a fantastic matchup with the Cradily against this ground electric type of Unova Stunfisk. Actually throws a Hydro Cannon first. If Rise doesn't shield this, it's actually really awkward for Flying Pizza because he has to acid down, and it's really hard, but he does grab the shield, which is going to be huge for Flying Pizza.
Right. Flying Pizza stays in, throws another Shadow Claw, and then swaps out, catches the Mud Bomb on the Cradily. This is now should be close to Grass Knot range now that he chipped the Unova Stunfisk a little bit. So if he does land a Grass Knot here, it will threaten the KO.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, Switch Hammers are pretty misaligned, so Risegation could come in with the Dragonair, but you really don't want to come into Cradily loaded with energy as Flying Pizza is now at the Rock Tube. That's going to do a lot of damage for neutral. He catches the resisted Grass Knot on the Dragonair. That's absolutely huge for Risegation. Great place, but it's not over yet as... that did very little damage.
Yeah, that did not do a lot. Okay, he goes for the charge attack priority, throwing the Dragon Pulse. He knows, he's not sure if Aqua Tail will knock out there. It'd be really close, so he's gonna go ahead and guarantee that KO to get the Cradily off the field. And now, can Feraligatr clean up this matchup? I think Feraligatr can potentially Shadow Claw all the way down this Dragonair.
Yeah, this is going to be resistant. Aqua Tail does find Pizza Caller or not. He does throw up the shield last second. You know, I was looking at his face, and I think he didn't even realize that it was indeed a Dragon Pulse Dragonair. As he looked when he saw it, he thought maybe it could have been a wrap, but maybe he didn't read the team sheet right there, which makes a lot of sense why he didn't even shield the first time around. But charge attack priority is going to go over to Feraligatr. I believe the Unova Stunfisk should be able to hang on. This is the watch out for Alligator. Super Red Hydro Cannon, not quite enough to KO, and Rise Occasion is going to get this discharge and even up the series.
Wow, what a play. Yeah, that Unova Stunfisk, so he did bring that, which would have been the answer to the Moltres, but then Flying Pizza didn't even bring the Moltres that game.
Yeah, definitely.
He probably thought that he scared off the Shadow Dust Noir on Rise's side, so maybe he thought, oh, I don't even need to bring the Moltres this time. Maybe he was expecting either Wigglytuff or Stunfisk to come out, and so he adjusted his team for that.
Yeah, I mean, and look at the moveset here on the Shadow Dragonair. I honestly think, I'm curious to see in the replay if we'll see Flying Pizza's face there, but I believe when he got hit by the Dragon Balls, he did a double take. He's like, wait, what? Like, was this actually the moveset? Because you almost never see Shadow Dragonair in general, and rarely do you ever see it even with Dragon Pulse. A unicorn of unicorns there in that moveset of choice as we see the replay here, but that great adjustment from Rise Vacation, and the Grass Knot catch was huge here.
Yeah.
I was wondering if he even undercharged it. I think he fully charged that. And let's look, oh wait, no, it's after the fact. But you can see here too, grimacing a little bit on the Aqua Tail shield, but kind of had to go for it there. And I mean, it's tough, right? If you land the Aqua Tail, you're almost in Thundershock range, but I think you had to call that Aqua Tail to have a chance. And a fantastic catch from Rise Vacation to keep his streams alive of becoming a two-time Milwaukee champion.
Yeah, so this is now going to be a decisive game 3 to determine who will actually go into day 2 and keep their Milwaukee championship dreams alive. So everything's on the table for this this last battle here.
Yeah, I wonder if Rise Vacation is going to try to bring that Wigglytuff. It has a lot of good matchups into Flying Pizza's team. The Moltres, the Corsola, the Feraligatr resisting all that ghost and dark damage.
Yeah.
And then it's not bad into Marowak, and it's not even terrible into Cordelia. You're doing neutral damage, you have to super fight to Icy Wind. Cordelia's definitely going to do better, especially with shields up, but you really got to watch out for that Tinkaton. We haven't seen the Tinkaton yet, though, from Flying Pizza, so Rise Vacation could maybe opt for it, but it could be the adjustment that Flying Pizza makes and brings out that Tinkaton. I mean, looking at Tinkaton into Rise Vacation's team, it's not the best, right? Corviknight, absolutely brutal for the Tinkaton. Unova Stunfisk has a lot of utility. Cordelia, not bad,
yeah,
right? Even the Dragonair can hit back at it. And
Dusknoir has a lot of pressure into it too with those Astonishes, so I think it might be a little tough for him to bring that Tinkaton, honestly.
Yeah, and so maybe this is the Wigglytuff game. We'll see how it goes as both players only one game left, and one will be ending their tournament dreams here, and the other will be moving on to phase 2 in the second day of Milwaukee. A lot on the line for both these trainers here. You know, Flying Pizza having a lot to prove, and Rise Vacation in his own right also having a lot to prove to say that he's still one of the best of best. The only player to have a regional win every single season so far in the Championship Series circuit for Pokemon GO.
Yeah, looks like our trainers are almost locked in. We're just making a few last-second changes. They're just thinking through their teams, making sure this is what they really, really want to run. So it's going to be really interesting to find out what they're actually cooking up here.
Right.
One of our trainers is locked in. The other one is about to push that button. Yep, there we go. Now we're both locked in, and we're heading into game 3. Let's see what our leads are. We've got a Moltres into Unova Stunfisk. This is great for Rise, exactly where he wants to see that.
Yeah, absolutely brutal lead for Flying Pizza. And Flying Pizza's Moltres does indeed have Brave Bird and Fly, so completely walling off that charge that damage here as in comes the Marowak. And honestly, the last time around, Marowak actually won the Zero Shield situation against the Corviknight because Rise Vacation went for the bait. Does he do it again is the real question here. No, this time he does go for the payback. Do we see a shield from Flying Pizza? Big decision for him.
Right, will Flying Pizza try to call this? He does try to call it. It is a payback, and that is going to do massive damage. Corviknight still needs to land an air cutter here for the knockout, though. And he does pace just a little bit faster to that air cutter than the Marowak does to the Rock Slide.
Yeah,
he will actually let this go. Flying Pizza is probably going to look to Sucker Punch all the way down and come out with a lot of energy here. Rise is going to throw the air cutter, do a little bit of chip here, do what he can. All this energy will be walled by Stunfisk, though, so keep that in mind. But he's going to come out with a Brave Bird loaded plus an extra Sucker Punch.
Yeah, Flying Pizza can save this engine for go for a combo play later here, or does he go straight for the Brave Bird? He does opt to throw the Brave Bird instead. Debuffing now can clear the debuff, do some damage here, and there's a Cordelia in both of these players' back lines. It's going to be a little bit dicey here because Flying Pizza, he came in first, so he's going to get to the Rock Tomb first. He's going to be the first one to debuff. However, even if you're behind on energy, you could still put the opposing Credilli quite low, and the problem is how do you take out the Unova Stumpus if the health bars on your own Credilli super low at a certain point?
Right, this is a really uncomfortable matchup for both Credillis here, and Rise is just trying to keep his shields and save them for later. Oh, okay,
Wait.
Flying Pizza's also no shielding this. All right, when are we gonna start using our shields?
Yeah. Okay, so Rise occasion not shielding makes sense because he has the matchup he wants, but I really thought Flying Pizza was going to shield because you really don't want to shield the debuff Rock Tombs instead. First, Rock Tomb was debuff, but this is going to be two-stage debuff Rock Tomb. Rise Occasion just choosing not to. He actually goes for the Grass Knot, doing a little bit more damage here. Can he get the shield from Flying Pizza? I mean, I feel like you have to shield. No, he doesn't shield either. How are you going to take out this Unova Stumpus?
Yeah, he's got to save health on his Credilli here. All right, Rise comes back in with Stunfisk, pivots. He's going to go for this Mud Bomb, which would threaten to KO this Credilli. We finally get a shield down from the Flying Pizza side. And you know Stunfisk is in Grass Knot range. So this would KO. But Rise does have two shields, and he's going to use one of them here.
Yeah, this is a really tough position for Flying Pizza to be in, especially at this health range on this Credilli. Can you ever take this out? Tries to catch a Mud Bomb, but not quite going to be able to do it here. Can't really afford to shield this Moltres either way, as Rise Case is going to charge up every single bubble, puts this Moltres in the red, can maybe even get the full Thunder Shot down. Absolutely brutal for Flying Pizza. Looks like Rise Occasion, he's got a ticket to day number 2.
This Mud Bomb will KO this Credilli, and that is all she wrote.
All right, well, a fantastic line call from Rise Occasion. Definitely sitting there and trying to think it through a bit. He opted for potentially a Corviknight lead originally, but swapping it out last second for that Unova Stunfisk, and Rise Occasion, one of the most consistent and feared players in our circuit. He is going to try and get that repeat Milwaukee champion title.
Yeah, absolutely. That was some amazing gameplay. Rise made a really good catch in game 1, I think, with that Grass Knot on the Shadow Dragonair, which is really awesome to see. Flying Pizza could not, however, catch that Mud Bomb on his Moltres in game 3, which might have flipped that game for him. It was really critical for him to try to catch that, but instead, Stunfisk charged a bunch of energy, ended up with getting to 2 discharges, so Flying Pizza couldn't shield that.
Yeah, definitely. And, I love watching people use Corviknight, right? Because we saw Z-Wise in Pittsburgh use it, and it's a Pokemon it's got a lot of bulk, it's got great coverage, but it's not the easiest to use, right? The Sand Attack, a little bit clunky, not doing a lot of damage, especially in the flyer matchups. And really, if you land the payback or you bait really well with the air cutter, it could really change the outcome of the match. As we saw in that first game, Rise Occasion not be able to maintain switch advantage with the Corviknight because he went for the bait, this time making the adjustment needed for game number 3. And honestly, he was just like, even if I don't win switch advantage, the Credilli in the back with the shield advantage could do a lot of work, which was absolutely the case for Rise Occasion. So big congrats to him as he is moving forward to phase number 2.
Yeah, definitely. Our next match is actually going to be another losers finals of Group D. So we're going to have a Pranav versus Andrew Manhares.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really exciting matchup. We saw Pranav earlier on the broadcast, but Andrew Manhares, I honestly don't remember the last time we've seen him on the stage at a broadcast at a regional. I feel like he's taken a little bit of time away maybe from the game, but he is also one of the best players in the circuit, getting second place at that first North American International Championships against the eventual winner, it's Axon, and then having a lot of accolades as well, but definitely one of those players that are still missing that championship title himself, and he battled all the way through the losers bracket to have a chance to make day number 2 here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, the losers bracket is really tough going on those runs. Sometimes you pick up momentum and you just keep going, keep going, keep going. If you go on a run on the losers side, like it's awesome to watch it. So I'm really excited to see that and how it plays out for sure. Yeah,
he's probably really warmed up, and that's the tough part for people that are coming from the winner's side, right, and dropping your losers finals. If you're Pranav, you're thinking, wow, I'm feeling great, I'm going to winner's finals, I'm just 1 series away from making day number 2. Then you lose that and you start, maybe second guessing yourself and like, wait, I'm so close to reaching that top cut, and now I have a chance, there's a chance that I don't even make that top cut and make that day number 2. So a lot of pressure on Pranav's shoulders as well. Definitely one of our seasoned players too. Also looking for his own title as well. And I believe his first ever top cut was actually Milwaukee in 2022 as well. So definitely a city with a lot of memories and meaning for him. And this is going to be a very interesting face-off between these two players.
So speaking of top cuts, let's go ahead and cut to an interview with Rise, who just made top cut here in Milwaukee. And Home Slice Henry is going to take it away.
Thank you so much, Shira and Caleb. My name is Homesize Henry here at the one and only Rise to Occasion, fresh off making yet another day 2. But this one has to feel a little bit special as this is in your hometown of Milwaukee. So talk to me what it feels like to be back and to be performing at a top level because you're already through to day number 2.
Definitely, it's special here. I grew up 20 minutes from here in Brookfield, Wisconsin. I went to Marquette University right down the street. People that watch my stream know I'm a big Milwaukee Bucks fan. I interned with the Bucks for a few years, so like this is home for me. I've got some family here supporting, so to make day 2 in Milwaukee is always special.
Awesome to hear you have so many people here in the crowd supporting you in your hometown, but what the people at home probably want to hear about is talk to me about Dragonair, Rise, because that's the only Dragonair that we've seen so far. You're running a bit of an interesting moveset, not running any of the normal moves. Body Slam, no. Wrap, never. Aqua Tail Dragon Pulse, talk to me about that moveset choice, because it seems like it was paying off for you.
I was experimenting with Dragonair and GBL quite a bit, and I saw there was an uptick in some Shadow Talonflame, and I wanted something that can really hard punish Shadow Talonflame because I think that's really strong in the meta right now. So that was Dragonair, super spammy to the Aqua Tails, and I was actually running Wrap for a while, and I decided to switch it to Dragon Pulse just because having that hard-hitting move can be really threatening, can sometimes draw shields. Flying Pizza didn't fall for the baits. He was letting Aqua Tails go on his for Alligator, so that became pretty awkward. But Dragon Pulse is definitely threatening.
And one final question for you here, Rise, before we let you go. Obviously, your day's done. You get to have a little bit of a breather before day number 2. But if you have any shout-outs, people who helped you with scrims, people who helped you with building this team, because it's a pretty unique team, and so far, it's going great.
Shout out to Brazil, because I scrimmed mostly against Brazilian players. Shout out to my Legends United teammates, and shout out to my fam that's here in person supporting.
Awesome to hear. Thank you so much for joining me, Rise, and we'll kick it back to the captors.
Thanks so much, Henry. We're looking forward to this next match. A great interview with Rise, though. So we're going to go ahead and head into Pranav versus Andrew. I'm excited to see what these trainers are bringing. We saw Pranav earlier on stream, and so now I think it's the first time Andrew's on stream today, though. So let's go ahead and check out those teams and see what we're running today.
Yeah, and I, kind of misspoke a little bit. I thought Andrew took a little bit of break, but he actually did play in Monterey, so the first regional of the season, and played in a few last year as well, a previous Worlds qualified player, but looking to get back on the stage and in the spotlight here as he is almost one series away from making top cuts, but he does have to go through Pranav, and you can see the teams here. Pranav running a fairly meta team. We did see his matchups earlier with the Murkrow, with the Corviknight double flyers here. Andrew Mahars, though, running a little bit different team, the Como-O, which, I don't know what to make of it, right? I think it's really scary in certain situations, but also it's really bad if you're locked into, I don't know, like a Togekiss or Wigglytuff. However, Pranav doesn't have either of them.
Yeah, in neutral situations, Como is insane. It paces super quickly to those charge moves, and both of them do a lot of damage. The upper hand, it hits like a truck. It also has a chance to debuff the opponent's defense. And then Clanging Scales is a huge nuke. I think it's like one of the most damage per energy moves in the entire game right now. So you do not want to take that on anything where it's not resisted.
Yeah, I've experienced it firsthand, and honestly, neither of the moves look like a bait move from the Como-O. So we're going to see how Pranav is going to adjust to this dragon fighting Pokemon, a typing you don't see very often, especially in the competitive circuit, but even in Go Battle League, as he has the Cordelia, the Murkrow, the Fortress, the Corviknight, the Galarian Corset, and the Unova Sumpus. He has options for it, but they're not the most comfortable option. I think the Corviknight's probably the best option. Murkrow's not bad, but especially with Dragon Tail being less damage-oriented and more energy-generating oriented, he has options, mainly in those 2 flying types.
Yeah, I agree. I think Corviknight's probably his best answer to that dragon, just because of the pacing of the air cutters. You can get there in 9 turns and just spam those out. And then you can definitely survive an upper hand or 2 on your Corviknight.
Yeah, but that, Sumpus looks really safe for Andrew Mahars, and it's going to be the answer to those double flyers on the side of Pranav. So let's see if Pranav's able to address the Sumpus. He needs a Cordelia on it, otherwise it gets a little bit dicey, or it's pretty neutral for Andrew Mahars. Here we go, it's going to be Corviknight into the Como-O to kick things off. A fantastic lead for Pranav, but you do have the option to throw the neutral upper hand, and Andrew Mahars is going to stay in this matchup for a little bit. Oh, goes for the swap instead. Doesn't quite catch a move, but in comes the Credilli.
Yep, keep farming, keep farming. Pranav banked up so much energy on that Corviknight before he swapped out into his Corsola, bringing that into the Credilli. He's going to come into a debuff immediately, but Corsola can take this energy. It's very, very bulky, so it's got no issues taking that move.
Yeah, kind of a curious play from Pranav. He was a little bit slow on the swap, didn't go for a chip either. If Andrew Mahar starts shielding here, it could be a little bit tough for this Galarian Corsola to maintain switch advantage, but Andrew Mahar is actually letting go, opting to just stay in here. He knows he has a slight entry lead, so might be able to even win the zero shield situation against this Galarian Corsola now, and that's going to be really good if you look at the back lines for both players.
Yeah, the problem with going down shields here is that Corviknight has so much energy, and his Corsola in the back does not want to take a payback either. That would do massive damage.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And so great calculation from Andrew Mahars. And actually, he should be able to hang on after his Nightshade, which means he could maintain switch advantage, and that could spell trouble for Pranav. Does he opt to shield or not? No, choose not to shield. Neither player's fighting for switch advantage. And Pranav, I think he knows that with energy on the Corviknight, he has a lot of play. Actually comes in with his own Credilli instead. This is going to give a huge energy lead now to the Credilli, but Como one of the few Pokemon that resists all the charge attack damage from this Credilli.
Right, Como does wall this moveset, and he's going to go straight for the upper hand. Will Pranav shield it? He will shield it up. He probably wants to get a debuff in before he takes one of those moves, or potentially go for a catch later. You do not want to eat upper hand from a Como, that's for sure. Andrew's going to no-shield this Rock Tomb. It's not very effective. No need to shield that. And he does actually pivot snipe with the air cutter, which will also desync the switch timers a little bit.
Yeah, and in comes the combo play from Pranav. The second air cutter is loaded. He doesn't go for it right away, expecting there could be a swap, and that is indeed what happens here. In comes the Corsola. The payback is not enough, even though it's super effective dark damage into the Galarian Corsola. I think Andrew Mahar is going to try to opt to save the shield for the Como. I mean, the Como still has a lot of play, especially with upper hand into this Galarian Corsola. With the Astonish and the Nightshade damage, it will definitely be in upper hand range.
Yeah, so Pranav has a choice to make here. Will he go for the bait on the payback, or will he just full send it? And then Andrew's got to decide too. This is going to get really tricky if he starts baiting. I feel like Pranav's been pretty consistent about just going straight for the payback today. I don't think we've seen him bait a ton.
Yeah, but this is actually kind of troublesome for Pranav because you could get Dragon Tail down here. Can you get to the move or not is a question. Oh, Andrew Mahar tries to get to it, but doesn't. However, he's almost at the back-to-back upper hand, and the Credilli it's not going to be able to take these moves very well. Can you get the acid down? There's not enough energy. You have the back-to-back upper hand. Super effective upper hand from Como is going to hit so hard here as Pranav's going to let the first one go. It connects.
Can Credilli hang on? It does. It does hang on. All right, it will reach this Rock Tomb, which is going to do a lot of damage here. Como might actually be almost in range, if not one or two acids away from fainting here.
Yeah, and the Dragon Tail damage being reduced here means that Pranav actually gets the Simon knockout, but the Corviknight still in the back means that he takes that Game 1 victory. I thought that upper hand was honestly going to do a lot more damage than that, but Credilli is definitely one of the bulkier types we have, grass types we have in the meta, and that's why we saw #1 usage in this tournament and probably like almost every tournament this season. Yeah,
definitely. I think once he got Como into range, then Credilli into Como is not actually that bad for it, right? Because then you can, those Rock Tombs do add up. Como is not the bulkiest Pokemon, so while it's all resisted energy, they will add up over time. Plus, those acids will actually chunk as well.
Yeah, a great play to go for that Rock Tomb. Technically speaking, Grass Knot does a little bit more damage, but the acid damage was what really came in clutch for Pranav there, knowing that he just needed to save the Credilli and keep it healthy enough to get enough acid damage before the Corviknight comes to finish it off. Let's see a quick look at this replay there too. I think the combo play from Pranav was really good because you get a shield from Andrew on a very low energy air cutter. That way, it makes it much easier to clear out the back ends. And you know, that's the thing, right? You want to use your shield to save, you know, spend it as well as you can. And if you can get a shield off from a low energy move like air cutter, it's really going to put you ahead.
Right. Andrew actually was very weak to Murkrow in that game because he led Como and then had his Corsola in the back.
Yeah.
Do you think Pranav maybe thinks about bringing the Murkrow now, or what do you think he's gonna do?
That's a good question. You know, honestly, the Murkrow does look pretty good. I think Pranav was really scared about Unova Stumpus, and so The tough part with the Corviknight and the Murkrow is that you could bring two if you really want to, but if you safe swap either of them, you can't really win the matchup against Unova Selfie, so you don't get a lot of advantages. So I wonder though if he might opt for that or just keep opting for the other flying type.
Yeah,
and
it looks like we have the same 3 Pokemon on both sides, but just in different orders this time. So Andrew's going to lead the Cradily into the Corsola. Cradily can win this in the 2 shields. It gets very uncomfortable the more Corsola gets debuffed here. Yeah, and I think here's the thing, right? Pranav's not going to be the one that usually shields this matchup, but Andrew can shield out the first Nightshade and start dictating the pace of this matchup a bit, but no, opting to save the shields instead. I think he's putting everything in this combo whenever he can, because the combo hits everything for at least neutral or super effective on the side of Pranav. So he's thinking there's still a lot of utility there, but the Corviknight on the combo will spell trouble for Andrew. Yeah, definitely. I think Cradily can actually potentially win the zeros here if you have a really good Cradily, and it looks like we're going to go and fire off the next Nightshade. This will not knock out. I believe Cradily will make it to the next move. So let's see if no shield are being used again. Yeah, Cradily's 1 away, so it will actually win the zeros here. Does Pranav want to? No, he does not want to shield for alignment. He's just going to take a farm down on one of the Pokemon in the back. I would guess he'd come in Corviknight and start to farm down, because that energy is going to be a little more valuable. So he does get the full sand attack down there. That is really tough for Andrew, right? Because here's the thing with Corviknight, it's really uncomfortable if you get baited, but also even if you don't get baited, Pranav might feel comfortable enough to go straight payback because he has such an energy lead, and in comes a shield from Andrew. Does Pranav just stay in here, or does he swap into Cradily? Because if he swaps to Cradily, he kind of gives Andrew exactly what he wants, as he could also go for a catch, but Andrew reaching for that Nightshade is going to throw before the next payback is reached. Yeah, Pranav's got decisions to make. He's probably reading that there's a Como in the back here because Andrew shielded one of his bulkiest Pokemon, the Corsola here, to try to deal with this Corviknight. Goes for another payback. A lot of super effective damage, but Andrew feeling pretty comfortable at this point in time too. Is there ever a possibility Cradily could be a Como O, especially even if it's up a shield? Oh, actually catching the Nightshade instead. This actually might be worse for Pranav because now you're in upper hand range. Yeah, that was an interesting catch. So he's gonna bring Como in immediately, but Como only has 1 shield. Cradily has 2. So he'll probably start shielding the Cradily here and try to just debuff this Como as much as he can. I do believe he banked energy on that Corviknight too, so he could potentially snipe later as the switch timers are misaligned. Yeah, this is really a weird matchup for Andrew as well because these are all resistant damage, but the Acid and the Rock Gym is going to start adding up. Como's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, but the debuff is not really that big of a deal for Andrew because he knows that, you know, he can hang on and the upper hand is still going to do enough to knock out the Cradily. So debuffs aside is not that big of a deal, but Pranav just wanted to save as much health as possible because the Dragon Tail damage will start adding up as well. Right, and this Rock Gym will threaten a lot of damage. Andrew does not shield it though. He's going to take it and just going to keep going. Oh, he does swap to the Corsola now. Clear that debuff. He's going to bring in the Corsola. He will get to a move. He does not throw it though. Oh, I like this play a lot because I don't think the Air Cutter's reached yet on the Corviknight. So Andrew just going for the Astonish down. Does Pranav swap over here? You don't want to swap into a Nightshade. Oh wait, but he just gets there. The Air Cutter. Oh, I think he was 1 away. Yeah, and I think he just got like 1 sand attack through in the middle of that Astonish. Really well played from Pranav. Can you get the Dragon Tail down? Can you reach the upper hand? You get there. To this upper hand. Wow. Yeah. But the Acid's going to take priority over the 3-turn Dragon Tail. So this looks like it's going to be Pranav's game. He's going to get the 2-0 victory over Andrew Manhar's. Only a sliver of HP left, but just enough to secure the victory. Really well played from Pranav in this losers finals, and he's going to make top cut here in Milwaukee. Wow, huge congrats to Pranav. That was amazingly played. The way when he swapped to get that Corviknight, he needed that 1 extra sand attack to get to that move there, and so he swapped in time so that he could swap in the middle of an Astonish so that Andrew could not throw his move and knock out the Corviknight before the Corviknight got to that Air Cutter. Yeah, exactly. And I don't even think it's switch time herself, but even if it was, he can't possibly catch in the middle of Astonish. Right. And I think Andrew played really well in this series, but something I noticed, especially towards the mid to late game in the Como versus Cradily matchup, I think he was throwing the upper hands out slightly bad timing with the Como O, but in that situation, the upper hands are already threatening a knockout on Cradily, so
I think if he was a little bit more patient there and threw on better timing, I mean, if you look at how much health was at the end there, that could have been the difference maker for that game, and he could have forced a game number 3.
Yeah, those acids do add up over time. You're taking a lot of acid damage. Like we said, the charge moves are not, you know, a huge threat, right? The Rock Tomb will chunk it, but those acids are really what eats away at the Komolo's HP. So I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And Pranav, you know, opting to not go for switch advantage in either of the games, just putting energy on that Corviknight Knight, just being bold with it. I mean, there's always a chance that you know what Stump is, but he said, you know what, I'm going to risk it. I'm going to build up the energy. And I think Pranav is one of our better players at mechanically just having a lot of energy on Pokemon and just dancing around a lot of matchups, even if he's not in a great matchup. So big congrats to him. He will be joining some of our other trainers in that top 16 for day number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see what our next matchup is going to be.
Yeah.
I believe we have Out of Pocket coming back up.
Yes.
I think we've seen him on stream a few times, and he is still trying to punch his way into day 2. I believe that's on the loser side. Yeah, losers finals for Group A is what we're going to be getting into next.
He'll be going against Renga Sammy, and both players, similar to the Rise and Flying Pizza situation, both players lost to Dapper Disc. So same player that took him out. Outside of that, both players are pretty much undefeated. I believe Outpocket's the number 1 seed, and Renga Sammy is the number 2 seed. So kind of a big heavy hitter matchup in this losers finals, and I'm very excited to see how it goes. You know, Out of Pocket wants to win it all, wants to defend his title here in Milwaukee, and he's just a competitor. It doesn't matter what city you're in, he wants to make it as far as possible. But Renga Sammy is up for the task, and he's got a challenge on his hands for sure.
Yeah. I know Out of Pocket had a tough matchup earlier where he fell down to the losers bracket, but if anyone can make a losers run, he can do it. He's done it before, but Renga Sammy, also an amazing trainer, so they're going to put on an amazing show for us, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm very curious how this is going to go because Renga Sammy, we saw earlier, is running the T. Steinar team, the Pittsburgh winning team, and I feel like that was a great team, especially in that specific tournament meta. I'm very curious how it's going to do here in Milwaukee because I feel like a lot of people are making adjustments, right? They're not as weak to the Bastion. They're not as weak maybe to the Shadow Annihilate, Corsa combination, and all that stuff. So we're going to see if the team is still very solid no matter what the meta is, or maybe it was just a one-off for that Pittsburgh meta. But honestly, Renga Sammy making it to this loser finals means that there might be a big chance for it to still succeed.
Yeah, so let's take a look at all the players that we have here in Milwaukee. There's so many trainers here competing not just in GO, but also in TCG and as well as VGC. So just amazing crowd, amazing energy out there. If you have the opportunity to come to a regional, definitely worth it. Even if you don't want to compete, you can come watch as a spectator, right? There's always side events that you can do and just meet new people, connect with new people. We always love seeing new faces here, so come out to a regional.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, if you're short on TMs, a fantastic way to do it because they do be dropping TMs here in the Pokestops. I want to hear a word from Alpha Phoebe and Pranav though, because they just Pranav just came off his victory. I'm very excited to see what he wants to say.
All right, thanks, Caleb. I'm here with Pranav off of a really big win there. How are you feeling after that intense matchup on stage?
Honestly, I'd say I'm pretty pumped. I think Delusion, he played phenomenally against me, and I really there wasn't much I could do, and so I kind of was down on myself. But then playing the matches and playing the games really got me back in my element. So I'm really excited to be on to day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, it's really important to focus on what you can control. You can control your play, and if your opponent just plays out of their mind, what can you do? Exactly. So I want to talk about the team compositions that you had to face, right? Delusion had the Shadow Empoleon, and your last opponent had the Como-O. Really hard to bring the Credilli into both of those teams. Talk to me about why you still wanted to keep on bringing it time and time again.
Honestly, I just saw that if I could get it somewhere else and I could put it on like a somewhat favorable position, that even if it got on a negative matchup, I could do something from it and make something out of it. Of course, unfortunately, I think I got it on that Empoleon that first game against Delusion and some unfavorable matchups, but I just took a chance, and ultimately, when I saw I didn't have many options, that's just what I went for.
And for your season this season, where can we see you next? Are you trying to go for a Worlds invite this time?
Well, I was really proud of myself for getting my first Worlds invite last season. I mean, I love San Francisco, so I won't say that I'm not trying, and I'm just going to go to as many events as like I physically can, just because my schedule is a little bit more constrained now. But excited to be here because it was only like an hour drive and being like quote-unquote home turf.
All right, well, Congratulations on your day 2. Get some rest. Prepare for your matchup tomorrow, and we'll hand it back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Phoebe, for that fantastic interview with Pranav. Very excited to see him perform on day number 2. And we got another trainer that'll be joining him shortly. Just depends on who it is. It's going to be Out of Pocket versus Renga Sammy in this upcoming losers finals of Group A. And I did do a little research right here coming into this matchup. Renga Sammy running that T. Steinar team of Pittsburgh. And this, in fact, is his first tournament ever running a Bastion. Not the easiest Pokemon to run, especially in this Show 6 competitive formats, but so far he's playing it pretty well. And maybe it's not just the driver, but it's a fantastic card that T. Steinar drove in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Bastion is a very divisive Pokemon, and it's tough to bring. Some people call it an RPS Pokemon.
Divisive in the game and in the community.
Right, yeah, absolutely, because it's got really hard winning matchups and really hard losing matchups, and a lot of people just don't like it, but a lot of people love it, right, for that reason. It just depends on the players' play styles, honestly. Yeah. So Bastion players definitely have a certain play style that they like to do. But we are seeing some of them go towards more flexible play styles, like we saw Meteor Fallon earlier, right? He was not playing for alignment, not, just hard two-shielding his lead just to try to win that matchup. He was playing a little more flexibly with it, which was interesting to see how that shift is happening over time.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how Renga Sammy makes the adjustment here. Your best answers are going to be the Clodsire and the Shadow Dusknoir for Out of Pocket for that Bastion. But I think outside of that, Bastion has a lot of play. And here's the thing, Renga Sammy might feel a lot of pressure to bring it because that Shadow Talonflame is so strong into Renga Sammy team, which is weird to say because there's a Bastion. But honestly, outside the Bastion, you have win conditions against everything on Renga Sammy's team. So you have to expect that the Shadow Talonflame may come to play. So it could be very alignment dependent here for these two trainers. Here we go, game number 1 here. It's going to be Out of Pocket versus Renga Sammy in this losers finals of Group A. Winner will make top cut. Loser will be going home a bit early, and it's going to be the Clodsire into the Moltres. Honestly, the best spot to see the Clodsire in all things considered, because you don't want that Clodsire on the Bastion.
Yeah, if Bastion avoids Clodsire, it's got pretty good matchups into everything else. So this is really where Renga Sammy wants to see this Clodsire. He does go straight for the Brave Bird, and Out of Pocket no shields it. It was a cap tie though, so now Renga is going to have to give up a shield and shield his Stone Edge.
Yeah, he is debuffed though, but the debuff isn't too bad because Voice Seal doesn't do enough. Tries to go for a catch, but went a little bit early on the catch instead. However, Out of Pocket is forced to throw the Earthquake, going for some chip and maybe swapping out here. This does make it a little bit better though for the Bastion on the back and the Moltres in the back, because there's not going to be enough energy on the Clodsire to do much for later.
Yeah, Renga Sammy did bank a lot of energy on his Moltres before he got out though, so Pocket's got to keep that into consideration. Now, Sammy's going straight for the Power Gem here, and Pocket does shield that up correctly. Corsola's in an awkward range where it's not quite in range of a Sparkling Aria yet, so Pocket does have to go for the Ice Beam here to get the knockout.
Yeah, great call from Out of Pocket. I don't think Renga Sammy is going to shield this up, but Bastion can definitely do some work into the Lapras. And here's the thing, you could just start smacking it down. Oh wait, actually opts to come in the Moltres instead. Interesting choice from Renga Sammy, and now going for the Ice Beam. Does Renga actually send the shield? Yes, great shield from Renga Sammy here. How do you take out the Moltres is the real question, because this is going to get really awkward for the Dusknoir as the game goes on.
Yeah, these Psy Waves are doing absolutely nothing to this Moltres. It is still so healthy. It's in the green still. He does shield up the Fly, but he is 2 Sucker Punches away from another Fly. Okay, he does go for it. Probably an Ice Beam catch. Pocket does not let that happen. He's going to bank up a whole lot of energy on his Lapras before throwing this Sparkling Aria to chip this Bastion.
This is really awkward for Out of Pocket, because honestly, if you're Bastion in this situation, you're in a really good spot. He leads with a Sparkling Aria, but now you gave the Bastion a huge heads up on energy, and the Stone Edge still does a lot of damage. It's from a bulky Bastion, but Shadow Dusknoir is not very bulky in its own right, and this is going to put his closing in on Smackdown range. Out of Pocket is going to have to charge up a little bit extra energy because he knows he has Moltres to contend with later.
Yeah, he has to come out of this with a move banked, so that way he can throw it at the Moltres, but he just can't quite get to 2 dynamic punches here.
Yeah, and the Shadow Punch is not going to be enough to do much to the Moltres. Look at the health bars and everything else in the back. However, if he puts this in Sparkling Aria range, it could be a GG's for Out of Pocket. Is it going to be enough is a real question. It's going to be super close. Sparkling Aria is going to be thrown, and Rangasamy had the move, but chose not to throw it, expecting maybe it could have been the Clodsire instead.
Right, it's a 50-50 call for Ranga there to see what Pocket brings in, and Pocket just chose Lapras, so Ranga did not cap tie him, which Moltres would have won that cap tie if he had thrown the move there, but Pocket easily could have come in Clodsire. It's tough because, you know, Lapras had the move loaded, so Ranga just kind of had to make that 50-50 call there. He couldn't wait to see what came in.
Yeah, actually a really, really close game here for game number 1. I mean, it was essentially a coin flip, right? If Ranga went for the move, he wins it. If he doesn't, he loses it too. And so Out of Pocket going for the bull play, just coming in Lapras, and Rangasamy, you know, just unfortunately did not have enough health. So the Shadow Punch actually really came in clutch for Out of Pocket there, and leaving with the Sparkling Aura was definitely the play because he saved it for later and knew that, you know what, if I have this for the Moltres, I could do some damage there. And great adjustment from Out of Pocket in that mid-game situation. Rangasamy going for that Brave Bird against the Clodsire definitely made that matchup look a lot better for the Moltres than usually you would expect, especially against a Stone Edge Clodsire.
Yeah, especially when you cap tie the Clodsire. Pocket was not expecting a Brave Bird there because typically you wouldn't want to cap tie that because you know that that Stone Edge is coming in right afterward. But if you're gonna go ahead and shield anyway, it doesn't really matter when you throw that Brave Bird, right? Just get the damage off there.
Yeah, and you can see Rangasamy was definitely prepared for the Shout Dusknoir, right? You got the Moltres, you got your Corsola, which is not bad in the head-to-head Ghost matchup. And Bastion's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad, especially with the energy lead he got. You can see that he made that matchup really, really close into the Shadow Dusknoir, even though the fact that Shadow Dusknoir has a double super effective dynamic punch on the Dusknoir. So let's see how these players are going to make the adjustment. Out of Pocket, 1 win away to make top cut and having a chance to repeat as a back-to-back Milwaukee champion. Can Rangasamy stop his run is a real question here. Game number 2 here is going to be the ground-to-ground matchup, but favorable for that Gastrodon.
Yeah, this is probably the one matchup Clodsire does not want to be in, and Pocket is actually staying in this matchup to get some energy. Oh. He goes for a Water Pulse catch, but doesn't get it. Ranga was probably just waiting and wondering why he was staying in that matchup so long.
Yeah, it's a good patience from Ranga too. Anytime where your opponent's in a bad matchup staying in that long, there's probably a catch coming. He's going for the chip damage. In comes the Bastion, and he has the Corsola in the back for the Dusknoir. But more importantly, the Clodsire doesn't have a lot of positive matchups left here because the Corsola and the Gastrodon both have a lot of play into that Clodsire, and Rangasamy just spending the Bastion here, just trying to get out of the way so that you don't get stuck Bastion into Clodsire later on.
Yeah, and Bastion is so bulky that it's going to live 2 sparkling areas here really easily. You actually have to make it to a 3rd one, but he is 1 smackdown away from that Stone Edge, and he's going to go ahead and throw it and get this Lapras off the field, most likely.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of weird too. I think Out of Pocket might even come in Dusknoir here. Yeah, that's exactly what he does here, because the problem is you can't pulse this thing down with a Clodsire. Even having Earthquake loaded on Clodsire for the Gastrodon later isn't going to be the best. So the energy lead is kind of nice, and now forcing Rangasamy's hand, but he swapped a little bit late at this point in time too. There's not a lot of help on the Dusknoir. Does he go for the 2-shield Mud Slap strategy that we saw him do against Dapper Disc earlier?
Yeah, that could be the play here. He's just, he's not shielding his Corsola. I think he might just save shields for Gastrodon at this point and try to just slap through everything in the end game here.
Yeah, and we'll see if that's going to pay off for Rangasamy or not. You know, the Bastion Mud Slap combination Go Battle League is devastating in a lot of situations. It could be devastating in Milwaukee on the big stage as well. You can see Out of Pocket going for the bait move here and getting a shield. Pretty good for Out of Pocket because he's throwing the lower energy move. Might be able to get to another one, but now there's only 1 shield apiece on both sides. Does he shield this Clodsire? It's super awkward because you don't want to go shieldless for the Dusknoir.
Right, so I think he has to no-shield this, and he does, because he needs to save his shield for that Dusknoir. All right, he catches a Stone Edge on the Gastrodon. This is going to be resisted. It's not going to do very much damage. It's a little bit of chip. Might put the Gastrodon closer to dynamic punch range. These Mud Slaps are chunking this Dusknoir, though.
Yeah, he's going to Rangasamy. Oh, shields in the last second. Big shield. The Mud Slap damage is going to start really adding up here as now another dynamic punch is thrown. But I think Rangasamy, the strategy here is just fast attack down. There's not enough energy on the Dusknoir anymore in the Corsola.
Actually a cap tie, but it does knock out the Gastrodon.
In comes the Corsola, and 2 Astonishes going to be enough to do it. Can the Clodsire do anything? Resistant Poisoning not going to be enough. Rangasamy going to tie it up 1-1 against Out of Pocket.
Yeah, we're going into decisive game number 3 to determine who is actually going to make it into day 2, who's going to keep their Milwaukee Championship dream alive.
Yeah, I'm honestly really surprised because I didn't think this team would work again. You know, T. Steiner's team, I didn't think it would work again in Milwaukee because it was a very polarizing team that I think a lot of people were not ready for, and I thought that a lot of people would be ready for. I mean, and there is the Clodsire, right? Our Pocket's team is pretty strong into this, but Rangasamy playing it really well, maybe studying the footage from T. Steiner very carefully here. First time using the Bastion, but making quick work in that second game here. And now he's 1 win away from making a big upset against Out of Pocket in this losers finals. And I mean, if this team wins back-to-back tournaments, that's going to be absolutely wild. Either way, though, he'll be starting on the loser side, so he has a much steeper hill to climb than LDS T. Steiner. And of course, he still has to be Out of Pocket in this game 3 to have a chance at all that.
Yeah, that would be a crazy losers run, but imagine.
Yeah.
Wow,
a lot of people are going to have Bastion encounters after this one, if that's the case.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think a lot of trainers want to run Bastion. Like, I know it won the tournament, right? But it's really not an easy Pokemon to use, right? And like we said, it has a lot of, you know, hard losses and hard wins. So it's not a flexible Pokemon. I feel like a lot of trainers tend to gravitate towards more flexible Pokemon that don't have those hard losses and hard wins.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at Out of Pocket's team, it has 1 hard loss and that's it, you know? And in that situation, it's a good Bastion game to bring.
Yeah.
If you have 2 hard losses, it's a little bit trickier, and of course, 3 or more is just absolutely unplayable for the Bastion. But if you get it on the Dusknoir, it's not too bad. And Rangasamy, all he has to do is just avoid the Bastion on the Clodsire, and he's got play, right? And he kind of has to bring it because of that Shadow Talonflame. We haven't seen Out of Pocket bring the Shadow Talonflame in this series so far. We did see it against Dappertus earlier, but leaning away from the Shadow Talonflame, maybe just realizing that, hey, Rangasamy is going to bring this Bastion into almost every game. I don't want to play the coin flip and get my Talonflame potentially stuck into that Bastion. Here we go, game number 3. It's going to be pivotal for both these players.
Cradilly. This is an excellent lead for Pocket. This is exactly where he wants to see this Clodsire on the Cradilly. These are double resisted acids, which are not going to do much. And I think it takes 3 Grass Knots to KO the Clodsire. So Pocket's going to be able to overfarm a lot here and come out of this matchup with a lot of energy.
Yeah, this could be pretty tough for Rangasamy if both players play this out very linearly, right? You stay Clodsire into Cradilly, you win switch advantage, you get the Guzzlord on the Corsola, you get the Dusknoir on the Bastion. It should be GG's, but the problem is the players don't know exactly what's in the back, so players might swap around, they might play it a little bit differently. There's a chance that Out of Pocket might save the Clodsire for later and give up switch advantage. That could be pretty bad too, so let's see how these players are going to play it out. But theoretically speaking, the Cradilly should not be able to win this matchup here as Out of Pocket's going to farm up a little bit extra energy before throwing the Stone Edge.
Right, and I think Pocket knows that the Bastiodon is in the back, and that's why Ranga is staying in this matchup.
Oh, he throws up a
He's
shield.
actually going to shield his Cradilly here because he wants alignment for that Bastiodon.
Oh wait, both players overfarming a lot here. Rangasamy could have been in trouble if Out of Pocket threw right when he got to Stone Edge, but Out of Pocket making the read that there's no way Rangasamy doesn't throw on Charge High Parry. Oh, we get the swap now over to the Corsola.
And get punished with this Guzzlord. Guzzlord paces so quickly to these Brutal Swings. It's just 3 Dragon Tails and you're there. Whereas Corsola has to get to Power Gems that cost 5 Astonishes to get there.
Yeah, and Stab, Brutal Swing, super effective versus non-stab Power Gem is not going to be a favorable matchup for the Corsola in any world here. And Rangasamy is going to have to do something here. I mean, you couldn't farm this out with a Bastion, but the Clodsire still has an Earthquake, and of course you still have the Dusknoir to worry about, and the Dusknoir just paces way faster than the Bastion. Rangasamy doesn't have a lot of options left.
Yeah, he's going to let this Brutal Swing go. This will KO this Corsola. It's going to be interesting to see what does Ranga do here. Does he bring? He has to bring the Bastiodon, I think, because those Dragon Tails were resisted. He's going to probably. Oh, Pocket's just going to swap out and go for the Earthquake.
Yeah, this is absolutely brutal. You can't smack down this Glacier in this health range. So Rengasemi has to throw energy or maybe catch a second Earthquake here because the Earthquake is going to be reached really soon. Does Rengasemi go for it? He goes for the Resisted Stone Edge. I like this play because it's probably going to be enough to KO, but if there was a catch opportunity, it would have been better to throw Stone Edge into like a Dusknoir or like a Lapras. So he does take it out, but there's still a shield left on the side of the Dusknoir. Can you ever win this matchup here? You have to make a crazy catch on the Credillo to have any sort of chance. He tries to go for it, but he doesn't get it. Patience from out of pocket here is why he's one of the best trainers here, and he is just 2 dynamic punches away from taking the victory here in this losers finals.
This is going to be massive damage. I think the Bastion might just barely live this. Yep, it does. But he can just get to it. He has 2 Brutal Swings loaded. He has so much energy everywhere. That Corsola pivot was just too much for Renga to overcome there. Getting that Guzzlord locked in there, it was really, really tough endgame from there.
Yeah, slight missed opportunity for out of pocket to throw a cheeky sludge bomb at the Bastion and, you know, with the shield, with the advantage he had, but, you know, showing his opponents plenty of respect. I know a lot of Bastion hitters would love to see that sludge bomb damage register on the Bastion, but fantastic series from out of pocket, and honestly a great run from Rengasemi as well. Definitely getting some points towards that Worlds qualification, and definitely not the last to see of him, but to show that the team can still put in a lot of work in this meta in Milwaukee still says a lot about the team that T-Steiner ran, and who knows, maybe we'll see the team again down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. So Pocket's team, I know a few other trainers were also running it, but I think Pocket's the first one to make it to day 2 with his own team. It's funny, I was talking to him about it earlier. I was like, yeah, well, if it's your team, like, you have to be, you know, the one to play it the best, right? So far, that is tracking for him. Awesome to see him make another day 2, and one step closer to defending his Milwaukee Regional Championship.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, day number 2 is all about the Dusknoir or the Shadow Dusknoir even, because we see another trainer make it into that phase 2 with the Dusknoir. As we see a quick replay here, really tough situation there. And then once you get the Corsola stuck on the Guzzlord, it's just pretty much good games at that point, right? I mean, there's only one really hard answer to the Corsola, and is that Guzzlord, but it just so happened that Out of Pocket made the adjustment needed in game number 3 for that Corsola in the back, and he danced around the Bastion quite well, and finally Bastion did get stuck onto the Clodsire and, of course, Shadow Dusknoir. Just too safe for the side of Out of Pocket and just finding the matchup it wants. The patience as well to getting the Astonish down. Honestly, even if you catch the Dynamic Punch, it's still probably game over for that Bastion.
Right, because Pocket still had a shield there, so he could have just shielded his Dusknoir, got to another Dynamic Punch, and again, he still had those 2 Brutal Swings loaded on his Guzzlord. He just had so much energy.
Yeah, well, anyway, fantastic plays from Out of Pocket. A lot of action here in Milwaukee, and a lot of trainers from all over the, you know, region and outer region as well. Let's see how well they know each other here in this upcoming segment. Is Professor Peng here, and I got a partner quiz this time around, and we got 4 amazing trainers here competing this weekend in Milwaukee. But the real question is, how well do they know each other? Let's do a quick round of introductions, though, starting with my right.
I'm Frostfire14.
I'm Jay Mills. Bosox Guy.
I'm Catches O'Houlihan.
All right, and they are broken up into their respective pairs. Maybe their best friend, you know, maybe a good friend, who knows? Or maybe they just don't like the other guys on the other side. Anyway, we're going to quiz them on seeing how well they know each other. So we'll start off the 2 on the end. You'll be guessing what your partner's response will be. And then the person closer to me will be writing down what they actually feel, right? So let's start off with an easy one. What is your partner's favorite Pokemon? And for the 2 next to me, just write down your favorites. And this will be a first team to 5 total points wins it all. And all the bragging rights too, of course. But there's a special prize too for the winners. All right, everyone ready? All right, we'll reveal to the camera in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we got Dunsparce. All right, a point for team on the left. Oh, and Charizard. Okay, tied score 1-1. All right, let's clean off those whiteboards. Let's make this a little bit tougher. I'll just ask the question right now so you have some time to think. What is your partner's least favorite ghost Pokemon? It's a spooky season, so we gotta keep it ghost related. The least favorites. Yeah, not the favorite though, the least favorites. All right, we'll reveal it in 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay, Galarian Corsa and Dusknoir, not quite. Oh, there we go, Galarian Corsa on both sides, right. 2 to 1 right here. That's okay, first to 5 points, there's still time. All right, next question is, if your partner was a Pokemon, what would their charge attack be? Hypothetically, if they're a Pokemon. All right, looks like our competitors are ready. All right, let's reveal it to the camera right here. Oh, we got Blast Burn and High Jump Kick. Okay, High Jump Kick, I get it, I get it. Shadow Ball and Blast Burn, okay. Not quite it, all right. No one gets points for that one, that's okay. Still 2 to 1 here. Let's switch it up. So now swaps who's writing what. So you'll be guessing the person on the outside's answer right here. Okay, what Pokemon would most likely be on your partner's team of 6, regardless of what the meta is? Oh, it's an interesting one. Okay, okay. All right, everyone ready? All right, let's show it to the camera right here. We got Politoed. Oh, Poliwhirl. Close, very close. In the same family. Charizard and Charizard. Okay, 3 points right here, the team on the right. 3 to 1. So, yeah, first 2 more points, and then they lock it in. So let's crunch time right here. All right, who is your partner's biggest rival in the competitive scene? Could be someone that always beats them, someone that's always close, they always face them a lot. All right. Okay, I think we're ready. All right, let's see it. Let's see at the camera. What we got here? Oh, Frostfire. Okay. No, well, you put some muffins. Rival right here in this game, at least. We got Bopper and Famo City. All right, so a scratch on that one. This question, what Pokemon does your partner refuse to use in PvP, no matter how good it is? This might be a little too fast. Oh.
It might be one that you like, we'll see.
Wow. Let's not give too many clues away. All right, let's show it to camera and right now. Yeah, that's correct. Bastiodon on the right side, Galarian Corsa and Tinkaton. Okay, 4 to 1 here, right.
You didn't have either.
Match point here. Okay, what is her partner's favorite dark Pokemon? Dark type Pokemon. All right, we'll show the camera and right now. We got Umbreon and Umbreon, fantastic, a point right there. Oh, hey, we're still in it. Umbreon Pangoru. Okay.
Come back.
2 to 4 right here. There's still a chance. All right, what is your partner's favorite World Championships ever since Pokemon GO's been a part of the circuit? What is their favorite? Could have been the one they attended, could have been the one they competed in, could have been the one they spectated from home. All right, let's see it. Show the camera. We got Japan, Yokohama. Okay, I'll give it to you. 2024's Hawaii. Oh, Japan. Wait, all right, okay. 3 to 4. All right. Let's swap it back around too. So guess the other partners again. All right. Does your partner prefer Go Battle League or Show 6 Pick 3, the Championship Series formats?
I don't know if I know the answer to that question for myself.
Oh. All right. Crunch time. All right, we'll show the camera right now. Oh, we got Go Battle League, and then we got Show 6. 4 points, but they got the 5 points first. So congratulations to Frostfire and J Mills. I got a special prize for you all. It is indeed the spooky season, so you two get a pumpkin to share. What will you all do with the pumpkin after this?
Put it at our Airbnb. Yeah, maybe we'll get a jack-o'-lantern out of it. We'll see.
All right. Well, congratulations and a close game for you all. And best of luck in the tournament this weekend. And we'll get back to some of the Pokemon action.
Oh, it seems like we might have had another professor walking around yesterday, but we are back here. The action is stacked. I am Alpha Phoebe, otherwise known as Professor Weather, otherwise known as Nick Livesey, and I'm joined here by Home Slice Henry, otherwise known as John Gardner, otherwise known as Spark, my good friend and companion.
Glad to be back on the desk. The battles have been incredible. We've seen Pokemon like Empoleon, Shadow Dusknoir, rising to the occasion, no pun intended, to make day number 2 rise with the Shadow Dragonair. But a Pokemon that we featured at the start of the broadcast that we haven't seen a lot of yet is actually Florges. Florges recently had a community day. It got access to chilling water. I'm hearing reports, I believe there's a regional going on at the same time here down in Latin America. And a few Florges have made day 2, but it's yet to make an appearance on today's stream.
Yeah, but something tells me we might just see it right around the corner.
Yeah, maybe. Just a little bit.
All right, well, we are working our way through these winners finals. Up next is going to be Group E, and we have BJ versus Abhinav, 2 trainers who, if you've been around the scene for a while, you might recognize both of their names. Abhinav, of course, having a regional win to his name. That was not too long ago. I want to say it was just over a year ago now. And
Portland, I believe.
Yes, and that was, I think, was it against Caleb in the finals?
Yes, it was. And that was an unbelievable matchup, and we've got an unbelievable matchup here. BJ, one of the best battlers, in my opinion. Unbelievable. And look at the Florges, too. Florges, such a cool pick, pairing it up with the Galarian Moltres, Shadow Scizor, a bit of a blast from the past with Diggersby, and rounding out the team with Blastoise, a caster pick of mine, and Galarian Corsola. So this feels like a very high-octane team. There are a few of the more damage-dealing Pokemon with the Galarian Moltres and the Shadow Scizor, and then a few of the more bulky defensive Pokemon like Diggersby, Blastoise, and the Galarian Corsola. And what could be a bit of a wild card here is the Florges. Florges has some really nice matchups into the Pangoro and the Gastrodon because it is a Chilling Water Trailblaze Florges, but really has to avoid the Shadow Scizor from Abhinav.
And realistically, if you're looking at that team for Abhinav, the Pangoro looks so good into BJ's team. Super effective damage into that Diggersby, into the Corsola, positive to neutral matchup into that Scizor. Pretty good matchup into that Moltres, depending on energy and shields, right? So realistically, I feel like BJ has to bring the Florges and has to hope that either it lands onto the Pangoro or it's able to, or he's able to spread that that Pangoro onto 2 of his Pokemon that have more neutral-ish matchups, because gosh, that Pangoro looks very scary.
It is going to be a bit difficult. I think the Scizor could be an MVP Pokemon for BJ in this matchup, as Scizor, due to the fact that Bullet Punch is such an incredibly powerful move, Scizor, as long as shields are in play, can typically farm down Pangoro. So Scizor, taking a look across the team, I don't really see any real problem Pokemon for Shadow Scizor. I would say the closest is probably a Gastrodon, just because Gastrodon does have a Bullet Punch resist, but if shields get down, then a Trailblaze could be lethal.
Right, he does have the answer to answer with his own Shadow Scizor as well. That's a pretty... It actually is a matchup that slows it down a little bit. Both Scissors can survive a Night Slash. You're never really going to be throwing a Trailblaze double resisted into that, and you resist the Bullet Punches as well from that Steel typing. So I would imagine that Abhinav probably brings that himself, especially given it is an amazing answer to that Florges, given you have that option for super effective Bullet Punches.
We've got lock-ins. Game number 1, and Firo is going to lead into the Shadow Scizor for BJ.
And unsurprisingly, both trainers have brought this Pokemon to their team, and it looks like the Firo is going to be able to reach a second Drill Peck if Abhinav shields up a charge attack. So really key there for seeing how much damage these Bullet Punches are actually doing.
Now Firo with a bit of a difficult choice to make. Firo has a very high attack stat, but will lose charge attack priority to the Scizor, so the shield does come out. Abhinav could potentially go for a catch as well, but BJ not gonna throw. Instead, BJ is just gonna take the Bullet Punch that sneaks through.
No shielding, giving up switch advantage now, going to get a farm down with those Sucker Punches. It's 3 Sucker Punches to pick up the knockout, and Now Abhinav has a choice. Do I come in with Pangoro so I resist those fast attacks? But then I have to worry about the flies landing, and that is just really scary. However, now BJ's on the decision-making side. He needs to shield up this potential close combat, but now he's completely out of shields.
If Abhinav ever gives up switch advantage, things could get very tricky, but if Abhinav stays on the field, even at -2 defense, these Sucker Punches are double resisted. They do very little damage. Abhinav puts up the shield. It's going to be a race. Fly to the close combat. It'll be charge attack priority, but no! The catch onto the Forges, saving that energy on Galarian Moltres.
Now the really tough thing for Abhinav here is his defense is so lowered. I'm not sure he can stay in and build up energy. Yes, look at how much damage those Fairy Winds are doing.
And an interesting decision, throwing the Chilling Water very early. This could potentially let Abhinav get a little bit of extra farm. Chilling Water is going to connect, and Scizor does actually get a little bit of extra farm, exiting with the Night Slash loaded. In comes Moltres. Moltres, can it survive the Trailblaze and get a farm down to exit with a move to knock out Pangoro? This is going to be close.
I think the Trailblaze is going to do just enough damage so that the Bullet Punches are going to threaten, but no, actually, because of the snuck Sucker Punch from that Moltres, he's unable to get enough fast attack damage through, and now the charge attack coming from the Moltres, whether it's Sky, whether it's Brave Bird, is going to easily knock out that Pangoro and secure game number 1 for BJ. That was a really tough end game, just not quite enough health left on that Shadow Scissor in order to pick up a simultaneous knockout.
What a creative win con to find from BJ. Not throwing the Night Slash on the Scizor. Scizor could have knocked out the Fearow, but instead saying, it's more important that I get energy advantage on the Galarian Moltres, because Pangoro absolutely destroys Galarian Moltres typically, but, and this is a big one, if there's energy on the Moltres, that matchup can flip. Suddenly, things don't seem as clear. And somehow, in a game where Galarian Moltres was on the Pangoro and Florges was on a Shadow Scizor, the trainer with the Florges on the Scizor won the game.
And really impactful was that close combat catch, right? I don't think that there are any really great win conditions for BJ if he's unable to make that play. Had Abhinav maybe predicted that play and done a simultaneous swap into the Scissor, I think that would have been really impactful in the way that the remainder of this game played out. But knowing the counts, BJ able to make the catch. Although this is resisted damage by the fairy typing of that Florges, it still knocks it deep into the yellow, but enough health to land that Chilling Water into that Shadow Scissor, knock it down in health. Even though it gets farmed down, there's enough health remaining on that Moltres to be able to pick up the knockout, farm all the way down, and land that super hard-hitting Brave Bird.
So well played by BJ in that game at number 1. Honestly, perfect execution. Knowing the Moltres would lose charge attack priority, getting that catch. Abhinav tried to rebank energy for later, but there's a drawback to close combat. You don't really feel that defense drop when you're against the Moltres because the Sucker Punch is double resisted. But suddenly, you're taking double super effective damage and you're at -4 defense. And those honestly look like what Charms used to look like back in the day.
It's funny, you go from double resisted to double super effective. So the just delta of damage that you're taking is quite wild there. Here we go into game number 2. It's going to be a flying type against a flying type. It is going to be Moltres into the Fearow, and we'll have to see, can Fearow keep up with this Pokemon that's been so dominant in the flying type role for so long of the Galarian Moltres?
Fearow will have a big pacing advantage. Fearow actually gets to the back-to-back drill packs. Galarian Moltres deciding not to go for the charge attack priority tie. One drill pack will not knock out, but it would do quite a bit of damage. The early shield comes up from the Galarian Moltres, but Abhinav just throws the second drill pack and a double shield. All shields down immediately on the first 2 charge attacks of the game. This is a very risky strategy.
The question is, can he get a fast attack down? No, he actually decides to pivot out into the Scissor, which is then met by Abhinav's Scissor, and in the back is going to be Pangoro, and although that Pangoro has 2 shields, how much will it matter when it's going up against a fairy type?
And Abhinav, oh my goodness, he is saving the Protect Shields, not using them here, and that could come back to cost him, as unfortunately, Pangoro, it could sweep anything on BJ's team up 2 shields, but maybe not that Florges, as there's so much energy on the Moltres as it gets the full farm down.
I don't think the Fearow has a charge attack loaded, so he's going to have to come in with a Pangoro here, and he's going to need to shield up every single charge attack that BJ throws off The question is, does he get a very important Night Slash boost here? He's going to need to use both shields, and that's... Ooh, this is looking pretty rough for Abhinav, actually. Even though BJ used both shields early, he's now able to freely pivot into the Florges, which, as we saw, does not actually fear a close combat, but whew, it's not going to be enough damage. He needs to get a secondary charge attack off.
Close combat is going to connect. Big damage, switch to the Firo, hoping for the drill peck, but he cannot get there. And now he's in trouble as Florges gets to throw the chilling water, and Abhinav knows it's game over. Florges, one of the newest Pokemon allowed in the Pokemon GO Championship Series, makes its presence felt. And that's going to be a day number 2 for BJ.
Yeah, unfortunately for Abhinav there, the Firo just was not able to make it to a third drill peck. We saw BJ being very comfortable going down 2 shields in that Galarian Moltres versus Firo matchup, and then pivoting out into another Pokemon that had a lot of fast attack pressure. However, with that no shield onto that Night Slash, as you called out, he just didn't have enough Pokemon in the back to manage the extremely energy-loaded Moltres, as well as the fast-pacing, Florges that came out in the end game.
What an incredibly interesting play pattern from BJ in both games. Always prioritizing Galarian Moltres energy, whether it's not throwing the Night Slash in game number 1 to get the energy advantage, or in game number 2, saving 100 energy and just gonna say, I'm gonna fully farm you down because I know this energy will go everywhere. The Pangoro goes from 2 shields to 0 in a split second, and then out came the Florges. And Florges, it's just so oppressive in this matchup. Close combat landed, tried for the drill peck, could not get there, and just brilliant gameplay from BJ Pawad.
Yeah, I think the only feasible win condition for Abhinav there would have been to catch one of those charge attacks from the Galarian Moltres and preserve one of the shields for that Florges matchup in the end game. However, it was really tough to do that, and I think he might, I don't know, it would have been really close to see if 2 close combats knocked out. He might have needed a Night Slash into a Night Slash boost and then a close combat in order to pick up the knockout. It's tough to say.
Yeah, the tricky thing as well is Florges gets to basically artificially increase its bulk with chilling water. So even if 2 close combats from full power might be enough to take the knockout, the fact that your second charge attack is going to be at -1 makes it even more complicated. So it's one of the reasons why I think Florges is a very intriguing pick. Credilli is very, very strong. It is number 1 in usage by almost 20%. And that can give you pause because Credilli, not a fun matchup for the Florges, but into so many of these other teams, they have Credilli, and they have a lot of Pokemon that feel very, very weak to that Florges. So I think Florges make it day 2 is no accident. I do think that Chilling Water plus Trailblaze offers really nice coverage, and it offers a lot of the coverage that a Pokemon like Whimsicott could, but without the big drawback of being a grass type. Because part of the reason why outside of Credilli we don't see any grass types is being a grass type, there's a lot of negatives to it, but with Credilli's rock type, it helps cancel out the flying weakness. And with Florges having grass coverage without being a grass type, again, we're seeing players finding ways to kind of sneak grass type coverage onto their team without actually using a grass type Pokemon.
And it's funny, it's been that way for so long. Cresselia with Grass Knot, Lickitung with Power Whip.
True.
It's been the grass type Pokemon that aren't grass types in order to get that coverage, because water typing is the real reason that you need grass type coverage. Waters are so oppressive if you don't have an answer. Electric types are just as risky to bring because of the prevalence right now, at least, of ground types that exist. You've seen a Unova and Stunfisk or 2, but outside of that, I don't think we've seen a singular electric type. We haven't seen Dedenne. Dedenne has been missing for such a long time.
Honestly, I don't mind Dedenne being gone. With Credilli as powerful as it is, and Credilli having such high usage, it makes sense that people are opting for other options. But what I really want to hear of is we have an interview coming up here. I believe it's Caleb interviewing BJ. Now, Caleb famously posted he was not a Florges believer, and yet he's about to interview BJ, who just made day 2 with the Florges. So we'll send it over to Caleb, and we'll see if his opinion has been changed by Florges, making it to day number 2.
Thank you, Henry. Caleb Pang, still not a Florges believer, but BJ made it look pretty well here. How are you feeling after that match against Abhinav there?
I'm just very happy. Yeah, just making day 2 is already very good for me. So being able to do it also from winner side is very good. So I'm very happy with the result.
I believe this is your second time making day 2, right? I think Sacramento was last year. And you are a 2-time Thailand champion, and now you have moved regions to North America, so now going through this qualification. How do you feel about the competition here in North America?
So yeah, I usually only do Thailand as the way to qualify for Worlds, but because I lost my title last year to Teddy Ness, which is a very great player, I decided that there's no more title to defend, so I moved the region. The competition level here is, I think, very tough, but I don't know. It's a lot of fun playing against good players. Like Abhinav is a great player, great friend. Just happy that it's on stream, so having a lot of fun. Yeah.
Awesome. I mean, it's a fun time when you have the Florges on the Pangoro. You know, I know I wasn't the biggest Florges believer, but I believe you're the only Florges so far to make day number 2, and we haven't really seen a lot of Florges in this tournament too. What inspired you to run it, and you know, why is it so good for your team? Because it seems like no one else has been able to make it work.
I don't know why it's bad. I think people just over prep for it, like running counters with it. Like suddenly Crossfire is back. I don't think Crossfire is good. I might lose one tomorrow, but who knows? It's just, I don't know. We'll see how it works, but I like Florges, yes.
Well, let's hope for no Clodside versus Florges tomorrow. Any shout-outs you'd like to give or anything you want to say to the audience here or at home?
Shout out to like my friends in Cool Cats, my friends in Dracovis, friends in Cyan, especially Cyan, especially like the Asian people, Panic, Busy Boy, Yakai, especially Busy Boy. Highly recommend his Metafy. Very good coaching. And lastly, my good friend Existing Monkey for coming here with me and a few other friends. Thank you very much.
Well, getting coached from the current world champion is definitely going to breed some success for sure. So best of luck in day number 2. Back to you all, casters, for some more battles.
Thank you so much, Caleb. Caleb may not be a Florges believer just yet, but BJ will have some opportunities in day number 2 to still convince him. I think Florges is pretty great. I'm very excited that we got to see Florges in action, and I really liked the creative ways that BJ was kind of able to solve the problem in that matchup that was the Pangoro. Because on paper, Pangoro looks like an absolute nightmare. How do you deal with it? But with really amazing energy management on the Galarian Moltres, honestly, spectacular gameplay from BJ Pawad.
Yeah, I think fairy typing is really interesting, and we can take a look at our meta here and see how fairy typing helps neutralize some of the more oppressive types that we have. Of course, Pokemon like Cradily or the Clodsire or the Scizor are not going to be favorable matchups, but there are plenty of dark types. We have Furret at 16% usage. We have that Galarian Moltres, as we just saw, up at 22% usage, so it's able to help neutralize those matchups, resist that dark type damage, and be able to output some pretty solid damage itself.
And part of what I also think is very interesting is Corviknight. It's a Steel Flyer into a Fairy type, but since Corviknight no longer runs Iron Head and Florges has Chilling Water, Florges will typically emerge victorious in that matchup as well. So you end up finding a bit of an interesting meta breaker where with Trailblaze, it's double super effective into Gastrodon, which is surging in popularity. The main flyers that we're seeing, which is typically the Pokemon that pair with the Gastrodon, because you typically try and have like Gastrodon covers against the Bastiodons of the world, the Thenes of the world, and the Flyers cover against any potential grass types. But that's where having grass coverage without that grass weakness can potentially cause some problems for opposing teams, because for a while back in the day, I mean, the classic core, it was Skarmory plus Swampert. You have the Steel Flyer and you have the Water Ground. But with something like a Florges, suddenly into Corviknight Gastrodon, Corviknight Gastrodon doesn't really have anywhere it can go against the Florges.
Is that actually a positive matchup for the against the Corviknight?
Yes, it is. That is the power of Florges. Every 10 turns, a guaranteed attack drop. And
you just outlast.
Yeah, if Corviknight had Iron Head, this would be a very different story. But with Chilling Water and having a payback resist, that can be one of the effective ways to neutralize a Corviknight. It's in a little bit of a similar way to like a Galarian Moltres, where anytime you can force Corviknight into throwing Air Cutters, and Air Cutters only neutral, and you're resisting payback, that's really where a lot of Pokemon can make Corviknight feel less impressive. Whereas if it's able to land payback, like in neutral matchups against like a Fraliate or something like that, that's really where the bulk of Corviknight's neutral damage comes from.
That's some very interesting matchup knowledge provided from Home Slice Henry. You know, typings aren't everything in Pokemon or in Pokemon Go, I should say specifically, and even in the VGC as well. It's all about the Pokemon as a whole. They have their own typings, but they have the typings of the moves, they have their bulk, and all of these things come together in order to decide how certain matchups play out. Azumarill is an extremely bulky fairy and water type that sometimes beats grass types. You know, as we have mentioned time and time again, Jumpluff, which is not really around right now, but it's a grass type and it has good grass moves, but it typically loses to the Azumarill, not because of its water typing, but because it has coverage in its ice type moves. So you can't necessarily think about Pokemon in their typing in a silhouette or in a silo. You have to think about everything combined together and how that affects the matchups as they play out.
I very much agree with that because the moves that the trainers choose on their Pokemon can be such a big difference maker. One thing that I'm curious about as well is at the start of the broadcast, we put together a small list of caster predictions. So now that we've had a lot of Pokemon making day 2, oh, Caleb with that Empoleon. We have seen some bit of an Empoleon renaissance. We do have a Florges in day 2. We had several of us picking Florges as well, and Guzzlord also putting in some pretty nice work.
I will have to say, my pick of Murkrow has not shown up as strong as I would have liked it to, but I do want to call out that I also have Big Man Blastoise on my pick of 6, and then we have seen quite a few Shadow Talonflames today. I don't know if they have necessarily done quite as strong as maybe someone like Inadequance would have shown it to be as a pick when he won his regional, how dominant it was in his final matchups, but I do. I'll go to say it. That Empoleon really key. Both. Actually, I don't. Maybe you recall better than I do. Have we seen both Shadow and non-Shadow, or has it mainly been Shadow Empoleon?
I believe we've seen one of each. I know Delusion had the Shadow Empoleon, yeah. Because against Pranov, there was the game in which the Shadow Metal Sounds were just able to farm down that Credilli, and Credilli got so close to the grass top, I couldn't quite get there. So I think we've seen both Shadow and regular, but Empoleon, while its stats may not necessarily be the strongest when you compare it to something like the Meta Titan that is Galarian Corsola, what Corviknight and what Empoleon both have is a very strong defensive typing, where Corviknight specifically has, I believe, over 10 resistances with that Steel Flying typing. But let's get down to the stage, and what do you know? It's a Corviknight. Awesome segue from me, Leo Geo with the Corviknight, Furret, Charjabug, another Clodsire, Gastrodon, and Credilli.
I want to say this is one of the first Furrets that we've seen all day, and it's not the first Shadow Kanto Marowak that we've seen, but one of the few. On LW Josh's side, he has the Clodsire, and actually the double ground for Clodsire and that Marowak. Azumarill, again, one of the first Azumarills I feel like we've seen. Another fairy type that provides a really solid dark resist. The Galarian Moltres and Corsola, as well as the Pokemon that is on 76% of all teams, Credilli.
And both Credillis are opting for Acid. Acid, even though it does make Credilli's matchup into the aforementioned ground types like the Marowaks and the Gastrodons a little bit more suspect because Acid is resisted due to that ground typing. Acid just provides you incredible neutral play, where against the Flyers, you actually have fast move pressure. Even in some scenarios where Acid is resisted, Acid is just such a better move than Bullet Seed that Acid can still end up being more efficient.
And maybe someone in chat could correct me, but I want to say that here in Milwaukee, we have seen 0 Bullet Seed Credilli. At least, my memory is by no means perfect, but I would put 10 Pokecoins on that.
We've got lock-in game number 1, and speak of Credilli, and it appears we've got the mirror, Credilli versus Credilli. Both trainers running a very similar line. Credilli being supported by a ground type in the back. For Leo Geo, it's the Gastrodon. For Josh, it's the Clodsire, and both have a flyer of choice in back as well, where it is going to be the Corviknight for Leo Geo and the Galarian Moltres for Josh.
Really interesting that Josh did not opt for the charge attack tie there. It's a bit of a 50-50. I feel like more often than not, the people that know they're going to win that tie will not throw immediately, but in the specific scenario where you are getting debuffs, you should always try to throw Fist first if you are going to win, because getting the debuff lowers the amount of damage that you're taking from the opposing Rock Tomb. A pivot out from Leo Geo in order to preserve the amount of damage that his Rock Tomb does, and actually reaches the Air Cutter before another move from LW Josh.
This is where the bulk of Credilli will be very helpful, as Air Cutter is not going to deliver a knockout. Does get the boost, so that is going to immediately offset this Rock Tomb. This Rock Tomb is already debuffed. For LW Josh, the Galarian Moltres looks exceedingly strong in the back, but if it's baited out by the Corviknight, then that Clodsire could be in serious trouble, as once the Galarian Moltres gets knocked out, that Gastrodon is looking terrifying.
Air Cutter coming through, not going to do all that much damage because it is not that good of a move in terms of its total damage output. Another one coming through. This is, again, not a +1, but a +0 Air Cutter, given the boost that occurred and then the drop that occurred because of the Rock Tomb.
Farming up to the back-to-back flies, I really like the energy management by Josh, as Josh has ensured that there is a charge attack loaded to win charge attack priority over the Credilli, if that's what gets brought in, but decides not to throw it. Instead, just gonna shield and look for an overfarm, but now these Sucker Punches will feel a lot less threatening with that Rock Tomb attack drop applied.
And the difficult thing here is that Leo Geo is able to pivot out immediately because he allowed the Corviknight to get knocked out. But LW Josh does not take all that much damage from these Mud Slaps, the flying typing of that Galarian Moltres coming in key.
The decision to not CMP tie, or sorry, a charge attack priority tie there, the Credilli and letting the Moltres get debuffed, I think looms large in this endgame, because unfortunately, Moltres ended up going over the 100 energy cap and now is forced to switch out to try and reset that attack drop. And that means, unfortunately, Clodsire is going to be basically just knocked out by the Gastrodon after the Water Pulse and a few Mud Slaps thereafter.
Ooh, a catch on the Earthquake too, really just going to seal the deal here, I feel like, for LW Josh. A complete undercharge allows him to get a little bit more farm. If he's able to get a Poison Sting down, maybe he can survive enough Mud Slaps in order to get another Earthquake off, but it's gonna be really tough.
That was a devastating catch, but a beautiful undercharge from Josh. The Mud Slap did go through. Was it enough damage to knock out the Clodsire? It was. Clodsire got knocked out. There's very low health on Credilli. Galarian Moltres, I believe, does have a move, but may need a Brave Bird to take the knockout. This could come down to a Peekaboo, but the patience, he farms down, but he has the Brave Bird, and he's gonna win charge attack priority.
Seems like maybe Josh didn't realize that he was going to win that charge attack tie. Brave Bird coming through does so much neutral damage, is going to be able to pick up the knockout, and didn't quite need the Peekaboo, but does it anyways and secures game number 1 there.
It can be tough in these endgame situations. Did I bank enough for a Brave Bird? Because Galarian Moltres, if I'm not mistaken, you can farm up to 98 energy and be 2 energy short of the double up of Fly plus Brave Bird. So in that scenario, trying to cover for the fact that do I have the Brave Bird banked, but the Brave Bird was loaded.
Yeah, that's actually a great point, right? If you do the Peekaboo play, you're able to see that you have both charged attacks fully loaded up. The circles are fully charged with their energy. You switch out so that you don't accidentally wait too long in order to see that's the case. And then when you come back in, you know which spot to click in order to make sure that you're launching the Brave Bird as opposed to the Sky attack.
I really like that gameplay because it is making sure, okay, I have imperfect information in this moment. So I want to make sure that I know what side to tap on. Do I have the Brave Bird, or do I need to rely on a Fly picking up the knockout? So a really nice adjustment there from Josh, and it looks like we've got lock-ins from both trainers for game number 2.
Now, you definitely never want to make sure that you're throwing a Shadow Ball into a normal type accidentally. That's never happened before.
Definitely not. For game number 2, we've got Galarian Moltres, this time facing a ground type that it does not want to see in the Stone Edge Clodsire. One Stone Edge will not be able to deliver a knockout. There's a catch attempt onto the Marowak. Marowak does not get the catch attempt, but will be answered with the Acid Credilli.
I don't mind that too much. It's a great attempt at a catch, but safe swapping this Kanto Marowak means that you're able to put in a lot of damage into this so safe Pokemon of the Credilli, and the Credilli doesn't... at this point, I don't think it quite picks up the knockout. It's really close.
The no shield from LW Josh, but unfortunately Marowak, it tried to hang on, but it could not. It gets KO'd, and now, unfortunately, things are looking a little bit difficult. Back in comes the Moltres. Moltres could try and go for the charge type priority tie, and does, denying that Rock Tomb, unless Leo Geo puts up a shield, which Leo Geo does.
I'm not 100% fan of this from Leo Geo. Sure, it allows you to get the attack debuff onto this Galarian Moltres, but it does allow the Galarian Moltres to farm up a little more energy, potentially pivoting immediately, so that is no longer the case, and a... Oh no, that is not the right move.
No.
Oh no, a shield goes up. That's not exactly what you want to happen.
Accidentally clicked the Earthquake, but it got the shield anyway. Oh my goodness, disaster averted. This is a Brave Bird charge attack priority tie to a Stone Edge. And unfortunately, with Clodsire still having the shield to hide behind, Clodsire will get to guarantee the knockout. And if there's a Pokemon you really do not want to see as Credilli, it is Clodsire. It's climbing in usage because it's so effective at shutting down Credilli. And now this Credilli is gonna need 2 Grass Knots if it wants to take the knockout on the Clodsire.
And the damage from the Poison Stings, the damage from the Stone Edge is just going to add up. Excuse me, Earthquake going to go through. It's a little more efficient with that energy. Both moves are neutral. You have same type attack bonus on the Earthquake. Excuse me. I think that the Grass Knot is going to be quite shy of picking up the knockout, and I think we'll need to see a second one come through if we do want to see it, and there's a full health Corviknight in the back.
Oh my goodness, and the catch. Oh, that is fantastic from Leo Geo, catching the Rotom. So Josh predicted the switch out, gets an undercharge, but that Corviknight won't even be revealed as back in comes the Clodsire. Earthquake locked and loaded, and we're moving to a game number 3.
I really like that decision from Leo Geo to hide that hidden information there of what his third Pokemon in the back was, because if at any point if you're able to hide what your hand is, what your hand of cards is from your opponent, you want to do that so that they don't know your tendencies going into the next game.
And that Corviknight, it proved to be a very nice decision maker in game number 1, where it was able to bait out that Galarian Moltres. So if you're Josh now, you're left with incomplete information of not knowing, was it that Corviknight, was it something else? Because a lot of trainers will try and make predictions off of what their opponents have brought. So not having that information is a pretty big advantage. And this moment, accidentally clicking the Earthquake, but still getting the shield. And LW Josh was saying, oh, that was an Earthquake. And unfortunately, I shielded it.
Yeah, of course, he would have loved to take that shield back, but you're never going to expect your opponent to throw the not effective move when it costs more energy, but just goes to show the importance of knowing which side your moves are on for each of your Pokemon, so that in these very fast-paced situations, you're clicking the right move 100% of the time.
And no Noctowls get Shadow Balled. One trainer has locked in the other trainer, making last-second adjustments, because this game, there's a lot on the line. This is the winners finals of Group F, a potential trip to day number 2 on the line. So in this hard-fought back-and-forth matchup, it's going to come right down to the wire.
You definitely want to go into day number 2 on the winner's side of the bracket. It is such an advantage. You skip so many rounds. Each and every win that you make on the winner's side skips you, I want to say, about 1.5 games on the loser side. This is our next game coming up. It is a pivotal game number 3.
Safe switch. Corviknight answered with that Credilli. Credilli farming up energy, and the air cutter thrown instantly. One thing to watch for in this matchup is a high attack. Corviknight can actually do 2 damage per sand attack until that first debuff gets applied. No air cutter boost, which means Corviknight's attack will immediately get sent to -1 by Credilli.
Rock Tomb coming through, going to do good neutral damage to that Corviknight, dropping it just outside the yellow. And this is one of the matchups where it absolutely does not matter which fast attack you have on the Credilli, because they're both going to be double resisted by the Corviknight. Payback coming through. I don't think this is going to be enough to pick up the knockout because there was no attack boost, but in comes the second Rock Tomb. I think this similarly doesn't quite pick up the knockout.
It appears that this is more of an attack-weighted Corviknight, where it is able to survive the Rock Tomb, but there's not a lot of HP remaining. It's going to be a race to the move, able to make it to the Air Cutter. The Air Cutter has been pretty heavily debuffed by the Rock Tomb. LW Josh decides to put up the shield and can now look to go for an acid farm down.
It's interesting that LW Josh is playing for Switch as strongly as he is, given how much Leo Geo has brought the Clodsire. However, LW Josh has left the Marowak on the bench, so Switch is maybe a little less important in this situation than it might be otherwise.
Rasnot is going to connect. Can Clodsire get the farm down? It's going to be very close. No! Cradilli hangs on, very low HP, and Leo Geo, he knows he did not want to take that extra damage as Rasnot lands, and Clodsire is now into the yellow health.
And really interesting, going for the Grassnot both times, not prioritizing dropping the attack of the Clodsire, and I actually really like that because Switch clock is open. Leo Geo, if he wants, could always switch out. He had lost Switch advantage, so he doesn't mind switching out of this middle matchup at all.
There's going to be a catch, saving energy on that Clodsire. This catch might potentially open a door, and that is to desync the Switch timers with an Earthquake banked. Once Josh eventually sends back in the Clodsire, could there ever be an opportunity to try and do 2 Grassnots into an Earthquake to take the knockout? Things are still looking like it's going to be a very difficult game, but I think there might have been potentially an opening created by Leo Geo desyncing the Switch timers.
Yeah, I think LW Josh could have swapped himself quite quickly afterwards, but instead decided to stay in, build up some energy, and now leaves him a little bit susceptible to a snipe with that Earthquake. Damage coming through from the Cradilli, 2 shields still remaining. Going for the Earthquake, I think Stone Edge would probably be a little bit cleaner, given that with the shield still in play, you want to actually just build up the damage, and here we see it. It's the snipe with the Earthquake. Earthquake going to be enough to pick up the knockout here. The question is now, can LW Josh get a farm down with his Corsola?
This Corsola is very healthy, and that could be a problem. Clodsire hangs on, gets to the Stone Edge. There's so much energy loaded on this Galarian Corsola, and that's going to be what LW Josh counts on as Clodsire gets knocked out, and back in comes Cradilli.
Very importantly, I think the Cradilli is outside just barely of Nightshade range, but also the Corsola is outside of Rock Tomb range. We see the back-to-backs thrown here, but we could have seen one more Astonish in the mid-game. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to pick up the knockout, but I don't think that this Grassnot is either. It's going to be really close. I think it might just barely survive.
It's going to be very, very close. Grassnot does more damage than Rock Tomb. It connects Corsola. It's going to hang on. It farms down. There's the fist bump, and LW Josh is taking this series.
Really close game there in the end. I think a little opportunity for LW Josh to optimize his endgame plays, but maybe he was expecting that charge attack to knock out in either direction, let's be real, because both of those Pokemon were on their last legs in that endgame. I know Cradilli doesn't really have legs. I think Corsola technically has some, but it does also float in the middle of the air, so is it really on its last legs? I don't know.
That is a very fair point. One thing that I did want to highlight outside of the battles is LW Josh, who I believe just punched his ticket to day number 2. The hat and the shirt that he was wearing, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's some of our new regionals merch that we have here available at the venue. I was actually able to pick up the hat in Pittsburgh, and I've got to say, it is an incredibly cool hat. I don't have the shirt. I picked up the hat, but the hat is pretty awesome.
I'm not very much a hat person myself. I like my head of hair out on display. I've got it a little tuffed up a little bit more today than usual, but the rainbow color across the brim looking quite nice. Go back into the replay here. This is game number 3, and very crucially, Leo Geo putting himself in a great spot, landing their Earthquake. Still enough health to reach a Stone Edge. You see him shaking his head here. Maybe he wasn't expecting to reach it, but that 1 HP survived, but too much energy on LW Josh's side. Unable to pick up the knockout with either charge attack here, but the fast attack pressure from the Corsola, just too much for the Cradilli to overcome.
I really liked how Leo Geo played that game. I really felt like Leo Geo did everything in his power to try and take home that win. By getting that catch, by desyncing the switch timers, opened the door to a potential win condition. By not just throwing that Earthquake, by banking that Earthquake for later recognizing it's a Clodsire. Mike Credilli cannot knock this out. And unfortunately, it really felt like the difference maker in that match, the reason why the Clodsire got so low was Clodsire failing the farm down into the Credilli much earlier in the game, where Clodsire, it tried for the Poison Stick farm down, but Credilli making that one final charge attack, something you identified very early on, deciding to go for the Grass Knot. I don't need debuffs if my opponent can switch out. I want damage. And that was the big difference maker. That 1 HP survive and choosing to go for damage, as Clodsire just kept no shielding, but that damage really added up and ended up, unfortunately, kind of sealing his fate in the end game.
And there's one more point, right? So there's the switch, the throw of the Earthquake immediately. Because the switch clocks were so desynced, right? LW Josh stayed in for quite a while, built up some energy after that catch happened. We could have potentially seen Leo Geo switch into the Clodsire, not try to snipe with the Earthquake, especially if there wasn't energy for an Earthquake on the side of LW Josh, but he could
farm a bit.
Over-farm a little bit, maybe get to an Earthquake of his own into the Corsola, because you're taking no damage from the Poison Stings. They're double resisted, right? That's the thing that you and I have to imagine we both love about this game. There's so many ways to play the game, and these little tiny optimizations you can make are just so hard to find sometimes. And like we have the privilege of being behind the desk, not feeling the pressure of being up on stage, and we can think about all of these things with our own time, with plenty of time. We're not constricted by the switch clock and having to make decisions every half of a second. We can think it through, but the players on stage, they have the ability to, and it really just goes to show how far you can push skill expression in this game.
And that's something that I really love about this game, is it can come down to the tiniest of margins, being able to execute down to the exact half of a second. Each turn of this game is half of a second in real time. And the decision to snipe, because I believe after the catch happened, there was a little bit of farm before the switch, so that would have desynced the timers even further. So I think you're right on, where potentially bringing in the Clodsire, throwing like 2-ish Poison Stings, because I believe it was just about an Earthquake energy, potentially could have made the difference between a Stone Edge, which Stone Edge and Earthquake are both neutral, but Earthquake, it's a stronger move, it gets same type attack bonus, and that could have put it into Grass Knot range. So an incredibly close game number 3. If a decisive game number 3 is going to come down to that close of a margin of victory, then honestly, it's a pretty great game number 3.
And if you recall at the end of the game, right, how much health was left on that Corsola?
So little. Yeah.
Basically nothing, right? So the difference between a Stone Edge and an Earthquake is absolutely enough to cover that differential. So I'm sitting here talking about the plays that people could make. I cannot make them myself frequently up on stage. I get too many nerves. I'm not that skilled of a battler, but just the ability to have this sort of level of skill expression be possible is, I think, just really awesome to see, and it's why I think we all love our game as much as we do.
And I wouldn't sell yourself short. If I remember, there was a certain international championship that might have taken place here a few months back where a certain Mr. Alpha Phoebe, Alpha Phoebe actually performed quite well, so I wouldn't sell yourself short, partner.
Oh, I'm not Alpha Phoebe. I'm actually Professor Willow, so I get to dodge that accusation. I'm just messing. All right, well, it looks like we have a very interesting matchup next. We've got potentially Dre Flames versus Tomahawk UK, European battler coming across the pond to try to snipe a potential victory away from North America. You know, this is our second regional of the season, and you know, we have 0 North American winners in the North America region so far, so I feel like he'd be extremely happy to make sure that that number stays at 0.
And before we get to that exciting matchup, I believe we actually get to hear from LW Josh himself, fresh off that incredibly close, hard-fought game number 3. And I believe we have Heather set up down on the floor so we can hear all about Josh and that dramatic series.
Hi, I'm here with Josh. Amazing win that you had to make it into day 2, and we were talking a little bit before this. This is actually your first day 2. How are you feeling about that?
Oh, I'm electrified, honestly. It's super nice to finally be able to make it to day 2. I've only been doing this for about a year, and this is my second regional this year. I was fortunate enough to make Worlds last season, but was not able to make day 2 in any competition, so I'm just super excited to finally kind of get over that hurdle.
That's amazing. Oh my goodness, congratulations. So tell me a little bit about kind of the series. It was really close. I think all 3 games were super, super close. How did you keep your mental game throughout all 3 games?
Yeah, so my opponent had a couple of difficult picks for me. The first thing that came to mind was the Furret. I thought that would be really strong for them, so I leaned really heavily into bringing my my Moltres. But I think at some point I sort of realized like the Furret wasn't going to come out because my opponent realized like, oh, he's going to be bringing Moltres every game. It doesn't make sense to bring the Furret here. So I sort of made an adjustment there and try to stay one step ahead.
Awesome. So do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give to anyone before we wrap up?
Yeah, I want to shout out my faction, the Collective, the Greenbelt Pogo Discord that's back home. And I also want to shout out my girlfriend, who I hope is watching right now, but I can't be sure. She might be at the aquarium. She also made this lovely Clodsire for me, who you might have seen on stage. And just thank you to everyone who has supported me so far.
Amazing. All right, well, congratulations on day 2. And we're going to head back to the casters for our next match.
Thank you so much, Ashira and LW Josh. We are back. The action is not stopping here in Milwaukee, and we've got an incredible matchup. Winners finals of Group G. We're making great progress through day number 1. Dre Flames versus Tomahawk. Shadow Charizard versus Shadow Steelix.
Shadow Charizard is definitely a signature pick of Dre Flames. He loves that Pokemon. I think it's going to be his first time utilizing it with the new Ember Fast Attack. Let me just quickly double check. No, not Ember. It's actually running Dragon Breath. So although that's a little bit more neutral, it's going to make it a little bit worse into a number of these matchups, right? Steelix is not going to mind that matchup quite as much. Azumarill, I don't think it really cares whether it's running Ember or that Dragon Breath. And of course, I think actually Golisopide is probably pretty unchanged by either fast attack that's running, because they're both very energy generation based. Whereas in the past, Dragon Breath was a little more fast attack damage focused, and maybe Golisopod would have preferred to stay away from that fast attack.
Golisopod looks like it is on Fury Cutter for this matchup, and Fury Cutter does have some advantages. It is going to make an already dominant Diggersby matchup even more dominant, because you don't have the scenario where high-ranked Diggersby can survive the Shadow Claws and 2 Aqua Jets anymore, because you have Fury Cutter doing very big damage. Fury Cutter also a lot better into Credilli, but a lot worse into Annihilate. Battlers are locked in. Game number 1, it's Annihilate, and it's Golisopod.
It's also a lot worse into Azumarill as well. You need the Shadow Claw damage to have any chance in that matchup as Golisopod. But here we go. Trainer is staying in, but trying to catch on Azumarill. It does not come out, but a swap into the Furret. This is a little bit awkward for Tomahawk, because although Furret has access to Trailblaze, it's taking the Azumarill is taking resisted damage from those sucker punches.
Play Rough is going to connect. No shield comes out from the Furret, as Furret will look to boost up its attack with the Trailblaze. Furret does have a pacing advantage, but the thing that Tomahawk will always have to worry about is there is an Annihilate. It's basically full HP, and it is very close to a Rage Fist. And this entire team, in my eyes, does not want to see a boosted Annihilate.
And a bit interesting for Dre Flames to go for the Play Rough. I think Ice Beam, 2 of them would have been more than enough damage to knock out, but no, instead actually switching out, trying to get a snipe in of that Furret, but the Furret is able to be pivoted out by Tomahawk. In comes the Rage Fist, is going to boost up the damage of these counter fast attacks, but 2 Aqua Jets nearly are loaded from this Golisopod, and it's going to do so much neutral damage to the Shadow Annihilate.
It will be very important for Tomahawk to try and get this Annihilate off the field, but the thing that could be a little bit worrying is if the Azumarill can potentially go for a snipe. If Dre Flames is able to stall out the timer and neutralize this Golisopod, then suddenly there could be an Annihilate into a Steelix, which is not where Steelix wants to be.
Counters are resisted by the bug typing of that Golisopod, yet they are adding and adding up quite quickly. Goes for the snipe, gets it, and you see Tomahawk grimace. He needed this Golisopod in order to wall off that counter damage from that Annihilate. I don't think it has a ton of energy remaining, and it does not have access to a fighting charged attack, so Ice Punch will be its hardest hitting move against this Steelix. However, it might also just want to throw the Rage Fists to ramp up a little bit.
Steelix will be able to outpace here, get to the Psychic Fangs. Psychic Fangs will deliver a knockout, but the question for Dre Flames is, was the counter damage enough to set up the Shadow Scizor to sweep? Psychic Fangs lands, taking the knockout, and it's Scizor into the endgame against Steelix, the battle of the Steel types.
And really importantly, it's an Earthquake Steelix. It's not a Crunch Steelix, so he's going to need to throw the resisted Psychic Fangs here in order to not just get completely outpaced. And Night Slash here going immediately. I'm not 100% sure it'll be enough to pick up a knockout, but it's looking, I think, pretty good for Drayflames. I think he'll be able to pick up a knockout before he gets farmed down.
Unfortunately, not able to switch out, just taking the damage here, and Scizor gets to the Night Slash for Tomahawk. A bit of a grimace there as he tried to do what he could, his absolute best against this Annihilate, but Annihilate being triple strong into the team just got the Steelix a little bit too low, and that allowed Scizor to farm down and make the move into the Furret.
And if I put myself in Tomahawk's situation, I feel like the reason he's grimacing is because of that snipe from the Azumarill. The Fury Killer went through it, damaged the Azumarill, but because it is resisted, it survives. It's able to get that play rough off, and had that play rough landed on something like the Steelix in the back, I think Tomahawk did have his switch clock up. He just was unable to react in time.
And one important bit of trivia about this matchup, in case it does come up, is Fury Cutter does get same type attack bonus. It's such an incredibly strong move that 2 Fury Cutters from a Gallipot into that Azumarill matchup actually does the exact same damage as 1 Shadow Claw. So believe it or not, even though it goes from neutral damage to resisted, the matchup is basically unchanged.
You know what? I'm thinking about it in the past Fury Cutter before its damage was boosted up a little bit. Again, I would have preferred to see from Drayflame's double Ice Beam, but it doesn't really matter because his plan was to pivot anyways, bring back in this Annihilate and get some counter damage. Unable to get the counter down, but still in a great spot because he was able to bring that Azumarill back in and snipe all of the health on that Gallipot.
And Tomahawk was looking to queue a switch out there, but because the Thunderfang snuck, you are not able to queue a 0-turn switch. Instead, you have to have a 1-turn switch. He realized if he 1-turn switched, that the Furret was just going to get farmed down, because it always would have been 1 turn behind the damage registering. So he stays in, hopes that he has enough fast move damage, but he did not.
All right, our trainers are thinking about their teams that they want to lock into game number 2 here. Tomahawk thinking, I need to maybe prepare a little bit more for that Annihilate. Drayflame's thinking, how can I take care of that Gallipot? It was so scary against my Annihilate because it outpaces to those charge attacks, and even though it's double resisted Fury Cutters, those Aqua Jets are really going to hurt the Shadow Annihilate.
Shadow Annihilate is about one thing, and that is damage. It does not have the bulk to tank hits like a regular Annihilate might, but we have lock-ins. Game number 2, Shadow Annihilate for Tomahawk into that Azumarill for Drayflames.
This is a pretty neutral matchup on paper, or it's a winning matchup for Azumarill on paper, but in reality, it is a little bit more neutral because if you are Tomahawk, you could choose to play out the 2-shield matchup, but no, instead actually catching what theoretically could have been a play rough, but is actually an Ice Beam going into the Steelix. I like the move from Drayflames, recognizing I don't actually need a play rough to knock out the Annihilate, and he swaps back in. Has a choice here. Do I want to shield up a Psychic's Fangs, or do I think that I have enough health to survive and get a counter down and threaten Tomahawk's own Annihilate with a Rage Fist? It's gonna be close.
Oh, the Annihilate, just enough HP to survive. In comes the Azumarill. The bubble will go through, which means 1 Rage Fist will connect. But unfortunately for Drayflames, he's not going to get any additional damage as that bubble was able to secure the knockout. There's Shadow Scizor in the back. Scizor loves to see Azumarill. In comes Annihilate, and this is where the fast moves from the Scizor can be a big problem as Annihilate's health bar is rapidly diminishing.
In a normal matchup between a Shadow Scizor and a Annihilate, that's not the worst spot to be because after you boost your counter damage with a Rage Fist, you're usually able to farm down in certain shield scenarios. However, because of the damage that was done by the bubbles from the Azumarill in the beginning of this matchup, I think it was in a spot where, had he wanted to, Drayflames could have just stayed in and gotten a farm down with that Shadow Scizor.
The final Protect Shield goes up, throwing the Rage Fist, not wanting the bubble to land. Tomahawk may be trying to commit to a farm down that involves fast moves. If one Bullet Punch does not take the knockout here, he will get 2 counters to land. 2 counters do land. That's a lot of damage. Back in comes the Azumarill. Azumarill going to try and get a bubble farm down. He can never get to 2 charge stacks on the Azumarill. Trailblaze comes out from the Shadow Scizor. Tomahawk shields at the last second and gets it right.
Shielding the first is very interesting, especially if another Trailblaze is reached. It is, and now it is going to be enough to knock out. I actually don't think it matters though, because I think this is within range of a non-boosted Trailblaze, so that is going to be 2-0 for Dre Flames, leaving behind his signature Shadow Charizard for maybe a new signature Pokemon in the Shadow Scizor plus the Shadow Annihilate combination.
That Shadow Charizard, unfortunately the choice of Dragon Breath, I've really felt like limited its options into a team that had an Azumarill, it had a Steelix, it made it a lot more difficult to bring. But the team that limited the uses of Shadow Charizard meant that Shadow Annihilate was an absolute nightmare. Shadow Annihilate countering down everything. Really great matchup knowledge, recognizing that even if a super effective Psychic Fangs lands and lowers my defense and makes an Annihilate that already doesn't have a lot of defense even lower, I can still get that farm down because being able to hold onto both shields was a big difference maker. As that meant in that endgame, Tomahawk had the Ice Beam, but it didn't matter because Scizor had a shield. He had to try and commit to that farm down.
And I really like the usage and the choice of the Shadow Annihilate from both of these trainers. I was able to talk about it in an interview before, but Furo, a Pokemon that is going to be pretty solid because of the normal typing into the ghost types, it's going to be lackluster a little bit into that counter damage of the Shadow Annihilate. And if you're looking at the flyers in the meta right now, besides, of course, that Shadow Charizard, most of the flyers are taking neutral damage from counter, and something like a Galarian Moltres actually does really not want to see an Annihilate in any way, shape, or form unless it's up shields and energy.
And back in this matchup, shielding the Trailblaze, just hoping against hope that a second Trailblaze would be reached, but Dre Flames will not be denied. Trailblaze number 2 connects, and for Dre Flames, a 2-0 win against a very formidable opponent in Tomahawk.
Yeah, I guess maybe Tomahawk's only win condition in that endgame is to hope that it's a Night Slash bait there at the beginning, or I guess if he doesn't reach a second Trailblaze, but Dre Flames really sticking with his intuition, knowing the bubble damage that's occurring to his Shadow Scizor, knows that he's going to survive all those additional bubbles and make it to that second Trailblaze and secure himself a Game 2 victory.
It is a really nice example of playing to your win con and recognizing what it is, realizing that I can make 2 Trailblazes. And if you can make 2 Trailblazes, then the only potential lose con in that scenario feels like if you go for a bait. So recognizing that, hey, if I go for a bait, this gets no shielded, that ends the game on the spot. So I'm looking at the health bar, I think I have enough. I think I can get to the double Trailblaze, and committing to that was a really nice understanding of win conditions. And as well, with that Annihilate, no shielding the Steelix, we were a little worried here on the desk. We were like, is this going to simultaneously knock out? But he knew. He stayed with it. And
1
that's
HP
why
and a
he's
dream.
in day 2. Yeah.
1 HP and a dream. All right, well, we've been testing our knowledge of Pokemon matchups and certain trivia questions on the desk here today, but Caleb had an opportunity to do so yesterday. Let's take a look at this video.
Welcome to Pop Quiz with Professor Pang. I'm here joined with 2 of our Go players here. I'll let them introduce themselves and we'll go from there.
Hi, I'm the C2U and I'm competing this weekend in Milwaukee.
Hi, I'm Shadow Mimikyu20 and I'm competing this weekend in Milwaukee.
All right, I got a fun little quiz segment for the 2 of you. Experience on the scene for sure. And this is a Pokemon GO Championship Series trivia segment. First of 5 points will take the win and get a special prize too. So let's start off with the easy one, right? For those that are familiar with the circuit, who was the first ever world champion of Pokemon GO?
That would be Dancing Rob.
That is incorrect.
That would be King IV?
Nope, that incorrect as well. I'll give you a hint. Also a European player.
First play Pokemon World Champion. In Go?
In Go.
I gotta feel like that.
I'll give you another hint. There were 2 divisions the first year.
Emmy Weedle.
That's correct. Yeah, he was technically crowned first in that World Championship. So Emmy Weedle. So 1 point for Shadow Mimikyu. All right, second question. A little bit tougher. Who currently holds the world record for the most amount of second place finishes in the circuit? There's only 1 player.
Would that be Elam?
No, incorrect.
Is Z's Wireless?
That's correct. Z's Wireless, with his recent second place finish at Pittsburgh, does have that title. So he is at a total of 4 second place finishes. All right, 2-0. We gotta step it up here a little bit, CTU. All right, who was the first ever champion of a Pokemon GO tournament?
That would be King IV.
Nope, incorrect. Think outside of NA. Yeah.
Was that Lurgan Rocket?
That's correct. It was Lurgan Rocket at Liverpool in 2022. All right, 2-1. Let's go with another tournament-related question. How many trainers have gone completely undefeated in their tournament runs? Not a single game lost.
That would be 2 in LNDS Rajev and gosh, the name is blanking me right now. It's a new trainer. Yeah. Wow, I'm blanking on the name.
Okay, you still get the.
I do know it.
Okay.
It's Philbeg from Italy.
That's correct. Yeah, Philbeg was it. Okay, so I'll call that one the tie, right? Because he got half of it, you got the other half too. So still scores 2-1. Which trainer has, not including this season, has won a regional every single season since the inception of GO in the circuit?
That's going to be Rise to Occasion.
That's correct, Rise to Occasion, and he might win another one this season too. Score is tied 2-2. All right, down to the wire. One final question, and let's make this a slightly harder one. All right, there's only 1 player to have qualified for Worlds twice and has brought a Bastion onto their team to every single tournament they've ever played in. Who is this player? I'll give you 1 hint. They're from Australia. That's gonna be a tough one.
That's a tough one.
All right, I think I'll let this one pass too because it is a hard one. It is Rob Drogo, who has brought a Bastion to every single tournament, all 5 of the ones he did. All right, we'll stick to the Bastion theme here. How many tournaments have had a Bastion on the winning team?
Would that be 2?
That is incorrect. It's not 2. You don't have to name the tournaments. No, it is not 1. It is actually 3. It is Rob Drogo from 2022, and then Masumi last season, and then recently LNDS Steinar. All right. Okay. We'll simplify a little bit. How many trainers have won 2 international championships?
Would it just be 1 and it's Axon?
That's correct. It's Axon. That means that Shadow Mimikyu is going to be the winner of this trivia segment. I got a special prize for you. It is the spooky season, so you are going to be earning yourself a little pumpkin. Any decisions on what you're going to do with the pumpkin after this?
I have no idea, but we'll figure it out.
All right. Maybe you two will share the pumpkin, but thanks for tuning into this segment, and back to you, casters. It's the 2026 Milwaukee Regional for Pokemon Go, and hopefully you all like that trivia segment. Contrary to popular belief, I don't actually like Bastion as much as some of these other players here, but I'm Caleb Pang, I'm joined with Heather, and we are deep into day number 1 at Milwaukee, but we still have a ton of amazing battles to go.
Definitely. We're looking forward to our next winners finals match to send another person into day number 2. Next up we have Jay Mills versus Zuoken. So it's a little bit of a new face on the scene. I don't think we've seen him much in Play Pokemon circuit yet. And then Jay Mills, of course, he is a chronic leaderboarder in the Go Battle League.
Yes.
Absolutely cracked player as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're climbing in the leaderboards for GBL, then you're bound to face Jay Mills at any point in time. Zuoken definitely playing a lot of grassroots formats, but this is his 3rd ever tournament, and last year, I think it was last season, he had his highest finish. Last year was actually his first time playing in the competitive circuit, actually, and he had his highest finish in Milwaukee last season at 13th place, which was only a couple months ago, so still pretty fresh off of that success for Zuoken. And then Jay Mills having 2 third-place finishes in the competitive circuit, both actually in Orlando, surprisingly enough, but not as much success in Milwaukee. I think this is his first Milwaukee tournament, but this is going to be the winners final. So at least one of these players will be making it into phase 2 for Milwaukee, and maybe even both here, as Zuoken running the Fortress, the Credilli, Primeape, Galarian Moltres, Gastrodon, and Galarian Corsa. Primeape, I think this is the first we've seen in this tournament so far today.
Yeah, I think it's the first Primeape we've seen. We've seen a couple of Shadow Annihilates, but this is a non-Shadow Primeape, and also a Purified Credilli, which is interesting. I wonder if it's running return.
It is indeed not, but that's probably for the best. But the Purified, it could mean that the attack stats are a little bit higher for the Credilli, so that could be information that Jay Mills uses in that head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, and then we've got Jay Mills with the Lapras, Fortress. They both have a Fortress. He's got the Shadow Dusknoir, Clodsire. They also both have a Galarian Moltres and both have that Credilli.
All right, let's get into game number 1 here. Let's see if we see any Primeape action. We're going to kick things off with the Galarian Corsola into the Clodsire. Clodsire really making a resurgence here in the Milwaukee Regional.
Yeah, this is going to be a favorable matchup for the Corsola because you resist those Poison Stings. It's a fairly neutral matchup, though, because both are throwing neutral moves. Both are super bulky Pokemon, so they can both sit here for a while. Before they decide to switch out or something else. So we've got Clodsire going to go ahead and go for that Earthquake. This is the harder hitting move. And Zuoken is deciding whether or not to shield it. He does actually shield up the Earthquake. He wants to protect the HP on that Corsola. Jay Mills pivots into the Moltres, which brings out the Fortress. Those Bug Bites are chunking this Moltres. This Fly coming in will hit very hard onto this Fortress, but it is just neutral because it is a Bug Steel type, so it will not threaten to knock out.
Yeah, we grabbed both shields off of Zuoken already. I'm actually really surprised he shielded that. I thought that he was going to let it go, thinking that maybe Jay Mills could have gone for the Brave Bird, but Jay Mills making the right call, expecting maybe Zuoken to shield it up. And now shields are completely down on Zuoken's side. You can potentially get their Brave Bird. It is debuff, but this neutral Brave Bird is going to hurt a lot here as Jay Mills going to launch it into his Fortress. For sure going to take the KO here, and that's going to be really good for Jay Mills. He's up a shield, and now he can get the matchup he wants. However, he's trying to swap out as soon as possible.
Yeah, he doesn't want to allow Zuoken to bring something in and farm down this Moltres because he is debuffed. So he's going to swap out immediately to that Lapras, and he's met with a Primeape. This Primeape is running close combat, and he does go straight for it. Will Jay Mills shield the close combat? He does. He calls it, correctly shields the nuke.
Yeah, big call from Jay Mills, but I like the play from Zuoken as well, knowing that he can still swap out, debuff himself, swap back out again. But there is no energy on the Primeape now, and it still has to deal with the bulky Clodsire, which has a lot of HP in the back, still half health. You can see the Sparkling Aura doing a lot of damage as well, too. This is giving flashbacks of Worlds here, Corsa versus Lapras, but maybe a slight miscue. Zuoken already over the Power Gem engine, but doesn't throw it. And now, Jay Mills in such a commanding position. You have to throw the close combat to take it out. The Ray Trace is not enough.
Yeah, he just swaps back in. The Moltres goes for a catch, but actually allows Primeape to fully farm down his Moltres. Now Primeape has 2 close combats loaded. What will Jay Mills bring in? He does bring in the Lapras to take the first close combat. I do think that the Clodsire is a little out of range of a close combat, though. And this Primeape is likely to just get poison stung down here. But he's going to go ahead and throw the close combat in a last-ditch effort to try to get rid of this Clodsire.
Yeah, Clodsire really bulky, and that's why a lot of players are pivoting back over to this bulky ground type. You can tank the resisted close combat, no problem here, as J-Mills is going to secure the first game victory. Now, that's the trade-off of dropping Ice Punch as a coverage, right? We saw Ice Punch a lot on Primeape in last competitive season, but with Jump Off really out of the meta, close combat seems to be the much better neutral move in a lot of these situations. But Clodsire, just a little bit too bulky here as we take a look at J-Mills' team to shadow Dusknoir as well. Dusknoir is really the spotlight Pokemon here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if we're going to be seeing it here, though, because I do think Zoroark is going to be relying on that Corsola, and he may just keep with the Pokemon that he has chosen. Well, let's see. He has that Moltres, though, which the Dusknoir is afraid of. He didn't bring it game 1, but he might decide to bring it game 2. So we'll have to watch and see that. So we see on the replay, Lapras getting to those moves so quickly, and those side waves were shredding that Primeape as well. There's a lot of fast move pressure into the Primeape there.
Yeah, a pretty safe catch attempt from J-Mills. Even he didn't successfully get it, he had so much health left on everything else, and he knew that Zookin's Primeape just can't really afford to farm anything else at that point with that health range, as he's going to secure that first victory. You know, I really wonder if Zookin did throw that Power Gem, if it would have changed the outcome of that match. You see, he got to the Power Gem, but just didn't throw it. And if you throw it, you could potentially karate chop down the Lapras even, and then you can start boosting up against the Clodsire and make things a little bit more difficult for J-Mills. But great plays from J-Mills to secure that Game 1 victory. I'm curious to see how Zookin plays this out. I feel like the Moltres is really safe for him against J-Mills' team.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Fortress matchup becomes a little bit uncomfortable, but I do think Moltres has play into everything. It's a pretty neutral pick, or, you know, definitely wants to see that Dusknoir, but we are locked into game 2, so let's go ahead and see what we've got. We've got Primeape into Moltres. This is actually a good lead for Primeape, so Zoroark can resist those sucker punches, and it takes so long to get to a fly that you can go straight close combat in this matchup, and Moltres cannot sucker punch down this Primeape. So he does go straight for the close combat. This is going to be a lot of damage. Almost gets the KO, but Moltres does live on 1 HP.
That's a huge close combat, but the Primeape's not boosted here, so the Dusknoir's going to have, or no, not the, yeah, the Dusknoir's going to have some play here. Not really bringing a clear answer Primeape, because Primeape can still dish out a lot of damage with the Racers, even to Dusknoir. As you can see, Zookin maybe prepare for Dusknoir, just wants to stay in, do some chip damage here, and try to finish off with the Corsola. We're going to see the first shield shielded up from J-Mills. Really wants to avoid the Lapras into this Primeape.
Yeah, he is going to get the full farm down with this Dusknoir. This is a lot of energy to put on Dusknoir, and Zookin doesn't really have a good Pokemon to bring in here. He's got Corsola, but Dusknoir is just going to outpace it so heavily because it had that huge energy lead. This Shadow Punch not going to threaten a KO, but it will do a lot of damage. J-Mill's already at 2, though, so Zookin can't really shield it. He does just go straight for the second one there, potentially pulling the last shield, or no, it doesn't actually. He just lets it go, sacks the Corsola, and brings in his Fortress. Said, I'm going to put it all on Fortress.
Yeah, this is really tough. It's hard to Bug Bite down as this resisted Bug Bite. It is a Shadow Dusknoir, so probably eventually get this down. This is not over yet, because Zookin could go for the debuffs against the Lapras. The problem is Lapras is very bulky. You could tank a Rock Tomb, and you still have a shield here, as J-Mills is going to start wearing down the HP bar of the Fortress. Is this Fortress enough, though, is the real question. Still in the green, but closing in on that 50% health bar.
Yeah, J-Mills has to get to 2 sparkling areas here in order to get the KO on this Fortress. One is not going to do it, especially because he got debuffed.
Yeah, and I think he's going to reach it, but let's see how Zookin plays this out. It is a tough position for him to be in, especially shields down. Do you go for the Rock Tomb? Do you go for the Sand Tomb? I think you have to go for the Rock Tomb, though. He's just going to concede at this point. He knows he gets outpaced. That means J-Mills punches his ticket to day number 2 here on the winner's side, 2-0 against Zookin.
Yeah, very clean matchup for J-Mills there. even though he let a close combat go on his Moltres. It almost one-shot his Moltres, but he still prevailed. Very amazing victory by J-Mills there.
Yeah, no real clear answer to that Primate. Obviously, Dusknoir pretty good resisting the Cry Chop damage, but you still have to worry about the Rage Fist super effective, and he had to spend the shield there. I thought it looked really bad, right? Because the Moltres first Primate matchup is not clean at all, and especially because you're doing those resistant Sucker Punch damage, but really able to dance around that Primate. Primate, kind of like Pangoro, one of those Pokemon where not commonly seen in the meta, but in the right situations, we completely steamroll your team. J-Mills, though, not letting the hard-hitting close combat dissuade him here, knowing that his Lapras is going to have a good matchup in the back once the Primate's out.
Yeah, I think the huge turning point there for him was getting the full farm down on the Primate. Zorkin was in an awkward position there because he didn't want to hard swap in his Corsola, since that was the best answer to the Dusknoir remaining on his team, and he didn't want to get the Fortress stuck on that Dusknoir.
Yeah, and J-Mills' team, you know, it kind of reminded me of Out of Pocket's team a little bit, right? You got the Lapras, you got the Clodsire, you got the Fortress. I don't know. I actually don't remember. It's a little bit different, but relying a lot on that Clodsire Lapras core to kind of a little throwback of last season, but those two bulky Pokemon covering each other really well, really play favorably for J-Mills.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more Clodsire today, which is really interesting. I didn't think that that would be that prevalent of a Pokemon, but we've seen it a lot of Clodsire.
Yeah, well, you know, if there's one Pokemon I can predict will be in this matchup, it's going to be a Talonflame, because it's the Talonflame man himself, Valor Ash, one of his favorite Pokemon. I actually legitimately don't know what team he's running, but that's going to be my prediction. He might be even opting for the Shadow Talonflame. With that Shadow Talonflame, the extra damage can be really good, and with that flying typing as well, a lot of times you don't have enough fast attack pressure to take out Talonflame, so could play really well in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, that is absolutely his signature Pokemon.
Yeah, and he'll be going against Joe Eddie, and Joe Eddie was at the Pittsburgh Regional as well. I was able to chat with him a little bit here, and we are in the losers round number 5. It's either losers semifinals or maybe even losers finals here. As we take a look, yes, there indeed is a Talonflame on the side of Valor Ash's side. It's actually a Brave Bird Fly combination instead of a Flame Charge. I know a lot of people opt to Flame Charge because, I don't know, maybe for Dedenne a bit, right? Seeing that Dedenne is around, it's not going to resist the Flame Charge damage, but there's really just not much Dedenne, so maybe bring back the Brave Bird and Fly combination might be better in this particular meta.
Yeah, I don't think that a lot of people are running a resistance to flying type coverage, so I think it's pretty neutral. I do think a lot of the Shadow Talonflames are preferring the Flame Charge because you want to boost those Incinerates. With that 20% Shadow damage already, boost Incinerates just do so much damage. And then non-Shadow Talonflame seems to still be preferring the Fly Brave Bird moveset.
Yeah, the Brave Bird will give you some coverage, especially into some of your counters, like this Goodra we see on Joe Eddie's side. We did see a lot of Goodra, I think, in the first week of tournaments in Monterey as well as Frankfurt, but kind of fell off in the second set of tournaments. But Joe Eddie bringing it back here as we're in the loser semifinals and might make a deep run in Milwaukee. But let's see if Valor Ash's Talonflame has something to say about it. Joe Eddie running the Fortress, the Goodra, the Galarian Corsola, another Clodsire, Galarian Moltres, and the Cradily.
Yeah, and then on Valor Ash's side, he's got the Tinkaton, which we've seen a couple of already today. Seems to be maybe the preferred fairy type right now. And then he's also got a Greninja, and we haven't seen one of those yet today. That's a very interesting pick. Greninja paces so fast to those Hydro Cannons, and they hit so hard. It's a very attack-weighted Pokemon. So it's going to be interesting to see that matchup. Especially since there's a Clodsire on the opposing team and a Moltres, like, it's got some targets for sure.
Definitely, definitely. It is definitely a harder Pokemon to use because even a lot of resist attacks do a lot of damage to Greninja, and that's kind of also a secondary pick for Valor Ash. He loves that Greninja and Talonflame core. They do cover each other pretty well. However, Goodra is definitely a core breaker into those particular two. I do know a lot of Tinkaton users do like to opt to use that Talonflame for some extra coverage as well too. Pretty solid into some of the ground types with that Talonflame. So we're going to see how Valor Ash is able to make the adjustments here. But, you know, it might be pretty good. I mean, let's take a look at the Greninja. Doesn't have much play. Obviously not into the Fortress. Really not great. Goodra as well, not the best. Fantastic into the Galarian Corsola as well as the Clodsire. Moltres not bad either. You know, receiving that Sucker Punch damage and you pace much faster. Cradily, you have some play as well. And, you know, Cradily's probably going to go straight Rock Tomb in most situations because it's so frail anyway. But you have utility there. So I think it could be a toss-up if the Greninja comes here, but I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Joe Eddie has a slight team composition advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to maybe play it safe the first game. Greninja seems a little bit risky to bring, so we might not see it there. And then that Goodra is a little scary, so I think maybe he'll try to go stronger into that Pokemon because that could core break him. Again, like we said, it's really good into the Greninja, really good into the Talonflame. Has a lot of play into the Clodsire even because you can spam out those Aqua Tails. Just 9 Dragon Breaths to an Aqua Tail.
Yeah.
So it outpaces Clodsire so heavily.
Yes. Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon that's, I feel like, very, very safe in the meta. It doesn't have a lot of hard wins, but it doesn't have really hard losses either, right? So you could hit back against most of your counters. Even against the Tinkaton, like, if you're not landing the Play Rough, it's not that bad. And the Aqua Tail spams and the Dragon Breath adds up damage pretty quickly, even to Tinkaton. So I think we'll see a lot of Goodra play from Joe Eddie. The real question is, how does Valor Ash adjust to this situation? They are both in the loser side here, so loser of this matchup will be eliminated from the tournaments, and the winner of it will move on to the losers finals to have a chance to make day number 2.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see which lineup we see. I think Forrester's actually has a lot of play into Valor Ash's team as long as they can avoid that Talonflame, but he might be too scared of the Talonflame to bring it.
Yeah, I think so, especially against the Talonflame man himself. But here we go. Game number 1. It is going to be a Fortress. It finds a fantastic matchup into this Greninja. No Talonflame in sight.
So, they both pivot into Corsola. Valor Ash is a little bit ahead, so I think he can force this matchup if he wants to, which he does. Definitely does not want that Fortress into his Greninja. He'd much rather have it on the Tinkaton.
Joe Eddie going to spend up the first shield. I do like this play, though. He's probably not going to win back Switch Advantage because he's behind and astonished. But if you look at his backline, really strong into the Greninja. You got the Fortress, you got the Credilli as well. I think Valor Ash is going to fight for Switch Advantage, but the real question is, will it pay off?
Yeah. Greninja's only got 1 target, and it's about to get knocked out by this next Nightshade here. So after that, Greninja is not going to have a ton of play here. But it can still get off those Hydro Cannons, which are going to hit neutrally on both of these Pokemon remaining. So now Joe Eddie has to make a decision here. What does he bring in? Oh, he's going to bring the Fortress back into the Corsola. Maybe he's predicting that there's a Talonflame in the back, which would be a hard answer to this Fortress.
I do like that prediction, and honestly, it's even better because it's actually not a Talonflame. It's going to be the Tinkaton, so having a lot of utility there as well. Once you get rid of this Corsola, there's going to be a lot of neutral play for Joe Eddie. He's going to try to farm up as much energy as possible. Can he get the full bug bite down? No, opposite throw. Actually throws the Rock Tomb. I feel like a little bit overkill on the damage here, but just wants to ensure the knockout, and the knockout is going to happen now. Valor Ash coming in with the Tinkaton, showing his third Pokemon, showing his hand a bit, and now Joe Eddie knows how to play out this matchup more, knowing that exactly what's in the back.
Yeah, this Tinkaton is going to be really hard to get rid of because he's throwing a Rock Tomb into it, which is resisted. And then Cradilly only has resisted moves to throw into this Tinkaton as well.
Yeah, and I think Joe Eddie's probably not going to shield this up. Debuff Play Rough also doesn't hit nearly as hard as a Hydro Cannon, but if the shield is still there, that means Valor Ash can have some bait potential. Swapping a Water type into Grass type is not preferable, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do when there's a Fortress waiting for you in the back. This Hydro Cannon is going to do a lot of damage. Does Joe Eddie spend the shield here or not? He does pull the last second shield, going to pay off, shielding up the damage here. Probably going to go straight for a Rock Tomb, actually choosing not to throw right away. Oh, and goes for the Grass Knot instead.
Valor Ash has got to make a decision here. Will he call it? He thinks it's a Rock Tomb, but he does shield up a Grass Knot correctly. He has the Hydro Cannon loaded and immediately throws it. This, I believe, will threaten a KO on this Cradilly. It's going to be a lot of damage.
I'm actually really surprised he didn't go for the Rock Tomb bait, but a lot of players maybe opting to not go for it. Oh, it doesn't get the Grass Knot. Absolutely brutal here for Joe Eddie. Going to try to bug bite down, but the next Hydro Cannon is reached, and Valor Ash, despite the tough composition, able to take a game number 1 victory over Joe Eddie.
Wow. The Greninja actually put in a lot of work at the end there. It got to 3 Hydro Cannons, which was a lot. I think getting alignment there was key for Valor Ash, but also having that Tinkaton in the back, which actually core broke the Fortress and the Cradilly. Unfortunately, Joe Eddie was actually ABA weak to that Tinkaton, and he got rid of his only Tinkaton answer, which was that Corsola.
Yeah, and funny enough, Valor Ash running a Sludge Bomb Clodsire. Almost, I think every Clodsire we've seen so far today on stream has been running Stone Edge. Just better coverage, a little bit safer into a Corviknight meta. There's a decent amount of Corviknight around, but he's opting for the same type attack bonus Sludge Bomb instead. So very curious to see if that's going to pay off for him, but no Corviknight in sight on Joe Eddie's team, so he's going to find a good position there. And Joe Eddie, unfortunately, not getting the Grass Knot to land. I don't even know if he threw a Rock Tomb, if it would have changed the outcome of the match or not, because there's still the Tinkaton with a lot of health left in the end. So Valor Ash, he might be the Talonflame guy, but he's also the Greninja guy as he get the Water Shuriken down. Honestly, if he got debuffed, Joe Eddie could probably land the Grass Knot and the game would be a little bit closer.
Yeah, I still do think that he loses that game though, just because all his Pokemon were so low, and Valor Ash could just get to moves and knock out the other Pokemon for sure.
Yeah, and I think the tough part with Joe Eddie is he doesn't have a Clodsire answer except for the Moltres. So he's kind of forcing his hand a bit, and I think it was a safe swap from Valor Ash because if there is no Moltres, he's in the clear, and he can probably win switch advantage. If there is a Moltres, you know, you might get hard counter, you might lose the entire game, but sometimes there's always going to be some lose condition with any line you run, right? So you got to run it confidently, and that's what he did. And, you know, that Corso was actually really hard for Joe Eddie to take out because it's still at half health. So it still put in a lot of work into the Fortress afterward, and it won Valor Ash switch advantage, and they were on shield parity. So it was just a really tough position for Joe Eddie to be in because he gave up switch advantage, but didn't really have much of an upside afterward either.
Yeah, not being able to get rid of that Corsola was a huge problem for Joe Eddie in that game. Maybe he makes an adjustment in game 2. Let's get into it. Our players are locked in. We have Clodsire into Tinkaton. This is an amazing lead for Joe. Let's see how Valor Ash will respond. He immediately swaps into his Corsola, and Joe Eddie goes into his Fortress, which is an interesting swap into a Ghost type with those resisted bug bites.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a great matchup for Fortress, all things considered, but I guess if you double shield, you could have a win condition. Looks like Joe Eddie's going to let the first Nightshade go, maybe just opting to let this go and see what happens, but he's got a Goodra in the back, and that's not going to play favorably into the Tinkaton despite the positive lead he'd had. So I'm really curious how he's going to play this out. He maybe try to farm down the Corsola later, get some energy for stuff, but it is not looking great for Joe Eddie so far.
Yeah, this is looking a little grim. I think he's going to have to try to get an energy advantage somewhere to be able to flip this, because in the back is a Greninja, which may end up on the Clodsire. So he does actually shield the second Nightshade, which is interesting because he let the first one go, which was not debuffed. Then he debuffed the Corsola and then chooses to chooses to shield up the debuffed one.
Oh, and swapping over to the Clodsire. Valor Ash actually throwing a double debuff Nightshade instead, maybe trying to give him time to a little bit think about this matchup here. But he can now come in Greninja and find the matchup he wants. And then there's a Tinkaton waiting for the Goodra in the back. That's going to be fantastic for Valor Ash. He doesn't know that's the Goodra yet, but he knows that at least he avoided Tinkaton on the Greninja. It's going to be fantastic. He also shields a harder hitting Earthquake on top of this. So things are looking really great for Valor Ash right now.
Yeah, amazing shield call there from Valor Ash. He said, I'm going to protect the HP on this Greninja, because Greninja's going to put in a lot of work here. And Clodsire's so slow pacing to those moves. Oh. Valor Ash already at 2 Hydro Cannons.
Oh, and gets the Water Shuriken down. Doesn't even get the Stone Edge off. That's absolutely huge for Valor Ash. You know he's going to be feeling really great once he sees the Goodra. Even has a chance to boost here with a Night Slash, but I don't think the boost is even needed. Joe Eddie's going to let this Night Slash go, knowing that it's just neutral damage, but still hits kind of hard. No boost there, but Valor Ash throwing one more Nightshade. Should probably grab the final shield from Joe Eddie, otherwise he's not going to have much health left for anything at this point. He just lets it go, knowing that there is a Tinkaton in the back, and we get the boost as well. Insult to injury.
Crazy boost. Yeah, he just lets it go. He knows he has a full health Tinkaton in the back. He's not taking any damage at all. Goodra just cannot keep up here, and he's going to get the last Shuriken down to KO that Fortress.
Oh man, Valor Ash, the 3-ball flex as well. 2-0 in this loser semifinals means that he has a chance to make day number 2 here in that losers finals coming up shortly.
That was masterful play by Valor Ash there, flipping that matchup. Joe Eddie did not bring a Corsola answer, right? Like, Valor Ash just safe swapped the Corsola. There was no Moltres to meet it. Maybe that would have been a good adjustment to bring that game, but he just, again, after game 1, Corsola was kind of a problem for him too, right? Getting rid of Valor Ash's Corsola, he couldn't quite do it. And then again in game 2, same issue, the Corsola, right? Like how do you deal with that Corsola without bringing your Moltres? But maybe he was worried that the Tink would come, and the Tink did come in game 2, so
and
that
the
might
Greninja
scare
as
it
well.
off. Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of people, they only have like one hard answer to the Moltres, but having the Greninja and the Tinkaton put so much pressure on Joetti. He's like, maybe I just want to play out some of these more neutral matchups here, but unfortunately not able to do it as Valor Ash, expert maneuvering with the Greninja. Very rare to see, but Valor Ash, no fear running that Greninja, the Water Dark type. One of the favorites for a lot of people, right? Favorite Pokemon, but harder to use in the competitive formats. However, we have seen glimmers of Greninja success, and it looks like Valor Ash is going to try to continue that storyline for his Pokemon.
Yeah, Valor Ash just had so many Fortress answers. Honestly, the rest of his team is pretty good into Fortress, except the Cradilly, right? Corsola is really good into it. Tinkaton's really good into it. Talonflame and Clodsire, they're all really good Fortress answers, so he could always pair that Greninja with 2 really strong counters to that Fortress.
Yeah, and something I was thinking about too is I feel like Valor Ash, there's another Ash out there that also likes Talonflame and Greninja in their storyline. So I feel like a lot of main character energy from Valor Ash as he's trying to pave his story and get his own first title here in Milwaukee. Best of luck to him in that Lucius Finals, and a fantastic run from Joetti, but he will be eliminated from the tournament after that loss to Valor Ash.
Absolutely. And that was the semifinals, I believe, right? So he will go into the finals to try to punch his ticket into day 2.
Yes, definitely. So if you're a Talonflame fan, a Greninja fan, or just a fan of Valor Ash, then you'll definitely not want to miss out on that match. But coming up, we have another series here, Stud Muffins versus Mako. And Stud Muffins, one of our premier players in the league, playing in a decent amount of tournaments last season. I believe 10 or 9 tournaments last season, and having 2 third-place finishes, but still missing that title himself, putting in a lot of work. I think 2 years ago, he didn't perform nearly as well, but I remember last season, he put in so much work in these practice tournaments, going to a lot of these tournaments himself, and just getting a lot of stage presence throughout the season. And even though he's on the loser side, he is no stranger to the stage, and he's looking to push his run even further here.
Yeah, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and I think we're seeing that a lot more. He's making a lot of top cuts, and he's just an amazing trainer. I actually played versus him in San Antonio last season. He knocked me into loser's bracket. That was my first ever streamed match.
Yeah.
I was very nervous, but playing, a trainer of his ilk was definitely intimidating.
Yeah, definitely. Stud Muffins has a lot of skill up his belt, and he is raining a Pangoro, so definitely a little bit stranger of a team, and a Blastoise. Meanwhile, Mako running a Tinkaton. That's not, it's actually a Tinkaton, so slight graphical situation there, but Tinkaton with the Murkrow combination as well. So both running pretty meta teams, and it's going to be the Annihilate, Shadow Annihilate as well. So going to have the favorable matchup in that head-to-head fighter matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I think Murkrow has a lot of play into Stud Muffins' team here. It's got play all across the board. It probably doesn't really want to be on that Blastoise because that rollout damage is going to do a lot of work into that Murkrow. But other than that, it looks like a very neutral pick. I would expect to see that coming a lot on Mako's side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and you have play into Blastoise. It's not like you can't do anything there. But yeah, the Super Vector rollouts and the Hydro Cannons add up pretty quickly. The Clodsire very, very bulky as well. And this is indeed a Stone Edge Clodsire, like most Clodsires here in this tournament. So going to be pretty good in that Murkrow matchup. Here's the thing. The Corviknight versus Murkrow matchup is actually not that bad for the Corviknight. Corviknight struggles a lot more into Glaring Moltres, but because Murkrow's so frail and you're throwing resisted peck damage, especially if you boost on the air cutters, the air cutter damage really starts adding up into that head-to-head flying matchup too. So Murkrow, although pretty safe, it doesn't, completely sweep a lot of teams just because due to how frail it is.
Yeah, so this Shadow Annihilate looks really scary for Stud Muffins. He only really has 2 answers. Well, he has one really hard answer to it, right? The Galarian Corsola, of course. And then Corviknight with Air Cutter pacing actually does pretty well into Annihilate now. It used to just lose to Annihilate, actually, when it had the Sky Attack pacing. But with that Air Cutter, it can actually threaten the Annihilate too. Other than that, Annihilate has a lot of targets, so I think Annihilate will probably be making an appearance here. And he's just hoping to not line it up on that Corsola.
Yeah, definitely. It's a pretty brutal matchup there, even though you're throwing Super Effective Rage Fist, but the Astonish damage just adds up so fast in those situations. And Mako's really going to have to dance around that Corsola. Having the Murkrow on his side is going to be pretty good. But outside of the Murkrow, there aren't hard answers, right? The Credilli's okay, the Gastron's okay, but there's a lot of positive matchups for the Corsa on StubMuffin's side, and I wouldn't be surprised if he brings it into a few games or even every game.
Yeah, I think he kind of has to and try to find that Annihilate or find another neutral matchup, right? Maybe you could try to get the Annihilate out and then put the Corsola on it or something like that, right? Just try to maneuver around it, try to get that alignment that he really needs there.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, Pangoro's it's not even terrible into Mako's team, right? You could beat the Corsola, you have play into the Gastrodon. You're not great into the Murkrow, obviously, but you have play into the Credilli, and Tinkaton, you can still hit it with a neutral, hard-hitting close combat, so that's not even the worst situation. But because of how safe that Annihilate is, I don't know if StubMuffin's willing to take the risk in those situations. So we'll have to wait and see as these players are getting set up for this matchup here. But yeah, Shadow Annihilate could be pretty scary, and even into the Cloud side, right? If you're baiting Stone Edge, it's really feast or famine, right? You throw the resistant move, and Annihilate a lot bulkier than Primeape, so you could tank the Stone Edge if it's no shield. So you have to go for the Earthquake, but if you don't land the Earthquake and they land an Ice Punch, next you're starting to shield Rage Fist, and that never feels good if you're the Clodsire.
Right, yeah. I think fast move pressure into the Annihilate is going to be the hardest thing to get for StubMuffins because you really only have the Astonishes from that Corsola, right? Karate Chops on Pangoro are double resisted on Annihilate, right? You've got Acid, which is also resisted. You've got Rollout resisted, right? Poison Sting resisted. Sand Attack doesn't do that much fast move pressure, right? So he's gonna have to find a way to land charge attacks on that Annihilate, and unfortunately a lot of players like to double shield their Annihilate.
Yes. You kind of have to invest in it, especially you start getting those guaranteed boosts with the Rage Fist. It could be a good position for Mako to have a chance here. And let's take a look at Mako's player history as well too, right? Because I haven't seen this trainer too much on the stage, and obviously will be kind of a slight underdog in this situation. But Mako, this is actually his second ever tournament. First one being Milwaukee last season, so maybe even a local to the scene, getting 65th place there, 1 and 2, but already making a much further run than last year. So really great to see him come back and try the championship series yet again. Second tournament, and hey, might even make it even further beyond what he's already made here.
Yeah, losers semis. So one of these trainers will be going home after this, but one of them will make it onto the group finals and potentially punch their way into day 2. So we'll have to see who's gonna come out on top there.
Yeah. All right, players are getting set up a little bit as they're trying to make sure the phones are working properly and we don't run into any issues. But StubMuffins though, fantastic run last season. I feel like this year he's maybe struggled a little bit to find his footing, right? I got to catch up with him a little bit yesterday and didn't make as far of a run in Pittsburgh, but trying to make some waves here in Milwaukee. But let's take a look at the schedule here as our players are getting set up for the battles. But we're in Milwaukee right now, second North America Regional, and we got Las Vegas. I believe this is the first time there's a major tournament held in Las Vegas for Pokemon in general, but definitely for Pokemon GO, Sao Paulo for the International just a week later in that very unique meta. A bunch of other tournaments coming up. Which ones are you looking forward to the most?
I'm more looking forward to, I think, Toronto. I think it's going to be interesting to see once the meta shifts a little bit because we're likely getting a move update in December.
Yes.
That'll be the first tournament in that new meta, so I'm excited to see how that shakes out. We're seeing a lot of the same Pokemon in this meta, right, between Pittsburgh and Milwaukee. So I'll be interested to see if maybe Credilli gets an update, right? We got a lot of Slapper usage. So I'm interested to see how that's going to shake out.
Yeah, and you can see all the players, they're fighting for World Championship qualification. All the points on the left-hand side, and of course, the top finishing players from North America, top 75, will get that qualification for World Championships. But you never know until the final tournament of the season, which will be North America International Championships. So a lot on the players on the cusp will be fighting for that spot, and some of them trying to do as much as they can in the early parts of the season to get the points they need. On top of the World Championship qualifications, though, some of these players, the top players, are fighting for a travel award as well to these international championships, to the World Championships in San Francisco as well. So a lot to fight for here as the players are getting ready here on stage. It's going to be Mako on the left versus StubMuffins on the right.
Yeah. Is he? Okay, so we still on the graphic still have that Tinka Tough, but he's in fact running a Tinka Ton. So just a slight little error there. But let's take a look at the matchup again. I know we already talked a lot about it. That Shadow Annihilate looking really, really good for Mako. And then Studmuffin's probably bringing that Corsola every game. I think because Mako's going to be expecting that Corsola, he's probably going to bring the Murkrow as well. I think Murkrow and Annihilate could be a really good core for him, especially because Studmuffins does not have a Fairy type to threaten those two.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for Mako at the same time because both Annihilate and Murkrow are kind of shield hogs, right? So they both want their shields. You really have to decide how you want to allocate those shields in this situation here. Let's go. It's going to be Mako versus Studmuffins here in the loser semifinals. Winner will have a chance to make day number 2. Loser will be ending their tournament run here. A fantastic lead, though, for Mako to start things off, doing this Shadow Annihilate into the Cordillera. And there's no Corsola answer, but Corsola wasn't even brought in from Studmuffins.
Yeah, so Studmuffins goes into Corviknight, which is met by Cradilly. Now, this can be an uncomfortable matchup depending on if Corviknight one baits or potentially goes for an Air Cutter boost. He could potentially go for a boost. He just goes straight for the payback, though. This is gonna hit hard, but it is debuffed.
Yeah, and we see a no shield from Mako as well. Confident that the Cordillera can hang on quite a bit, and that's why Cordillera's so meta-centric right now because it has so much play even into flying types. Other grass types cannot really contend with stuff like Corviknight, but Cordillera sure can as another debuffing Rock Tomb comes through and connects onto the Corviknight.
Yeah, Corviknight's got a tough ass to get here too. I think he just needs to get to 2 more paybacks to knock out this Cradilly because now he is debuffed twice. So he's gonna go ahead and throw the yeah, he would have to land another payback. Cradilly is gonna paste another Rock Tomb before Studmuffins gets to another move, but he actually swaps and catches an Air Cutter onto his Shadow Annihilate, giving up alignment. That's very interesting.
Yeah, things look really good for Mako right there, but now comes the Clodsire. Could have had the Gasha on it instead. However, these are some of the energy. It's still not the worst position for Mako to be in because there's no easy way for Studmuffins to take out this Annihilate. Going for the Rage Fist boost instead and maybe just putting everything on this Annihilate. I mean, now Mako already knows everything in the back for Studmuffins here, so he knows that he could just 2-shield this Annihilate and put in so much work into Studmuffins' team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's just going to keep boosting here. He could go for an Ice Punch, but I think it would make sense to just keep boosting, and those counters are going to do so much damage in the back line. He does go for the Ice Punch. This will potentially threaten a KO. I think Clodsire might hang on, but Studmuffins does correctly shield it up.
You can see Mako trying to swap over there. Doesn't quite get the swap over, but he already knows there's a Cordillera in the back. It's full health. Going to let the Stone Edge go resisted, but now swapping over to the Gastrodon. In comes to Cordillera. I mean, if you land a Water Pulse, it's not the worst situation, but there's just no health bar left on everything else. You do still have a move, though, on the Cordillera on the side of Mako. Does he shield up the Grass Knot? Super Vector Grass Knot is going to be shielded up here, and this game is definitely not over yet.
Yeah, this Grass Knot's would have hit hard, would have KO'd that Gastrodon. He will pace to Water Pulse here. He's not going to shield it, but Cradilly will live this. So Studmuffins could potentially no shield, but he does correctly shield it up. He is 1 acid away from another Grass Knot, though, so he does get there right before the next Water Pulse. So this will knock out this Gastrodon.
Yeah, tough situation for Mako to be in because now there's still a lot of health on this Cordillera, but a decent amount of health left on the Clodsire as well. You have the move on the Cordillera, but I don't think it's going to be enough even if you land a Grass Knot, and even if you do, how do you take out the Clodsire on the side of some of us? Maybe you go for a catch, tries to come in a catch with the Clodsire, but no entry left on the Annihilate. Unfortunately, going to throw the Grass Knot might not be enough to even KO, but on top of that, you still have a half health Cordillera for Studmuffins, so it looks like Studmuffins is going to take game number 1 over Mako.
Yeah, not quite enough to KO there. Clodsire does just get to the next Stone Edge. Cradilly hanging on 1 HP, trying his hardest there, but just couldn't quite make it. That was interesting that Mako hard pivoted back to his Shadow Annihilate when there could have been a Corsola in the back waiting for it. That was a crazy play.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up having a little bit more play into Clodsire than maybe, yeah, if there was a Corsola in the back, that would have been disastrous. So could have been a tougher part, but you know, I know a lot of people watching are thinking, well, he has Studmuffins complete counter, why not stay in? But the thing is, you know, the players don't know exactly what's in the back for both sides, so they're trying to make the best prediction possible. Maybe there is a Corsola, maybe you want to bait it out because you did have the Gastrodon, and Corsola definitely has winning conditions against all 3 Pokemon that Mako brought. So, but unfortunately for him, if he played it out a little bit just straightforward, probably could have won that game. Going to have to make an adjustment for game number 2.
Yeah, it's also tough being on stage. The nerves can get to you for sure. You know, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of pressure. You know, people are watching you, so you might pivot and be like, oh, you know, I'll just bank this move and then get out. You know, maybe that energy will be useful later. So that was probably what he was thinking at that time. I just want to bank a move. A lot of people do that with Cradilly.
Yes.
Bank a move and save it. Especially those Rock Tomb debuffs can come in handy later in the game. So maybe he was just trying to set up an end game potential win con there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and he did end up catching a double debuffed air cutter, right? So not as bad for the Primate or Annihilate, I should say, and not an easy way for Submuffins to finish off the Annihilate. So let's see how Mako is going to make the adjustment. We didn't see Corsa in the first game for Submuffins, and he still handled the Annihilate okay. So maybe opts to not bring the Corsa again, or maybe he brings it, calling the potential Shadow Annihilate here. And another fantastic lead now for Submuffins. He's going to get the Corby Knights into the Gastrodon, and there's not really a lot of place to go. Actually swapping in the Annihilate into the Corby Knight. Corby Knight now can go straight for the super effective air cutter. Oh, and Mako actually going to let it go.
Yeah, so it's interesting that he swaps Annihilate into Corviknight when he can actually just get to 2 air cutters here before Annihilate can get to 2 Rage Fists. And he does throw the Rage Fist right before the next air cutter here. Rage Fist will not threaten a KO though. Submuffins can let this go and then get to his next air cutter to threaten the Annihilate.
Yeah, I think Mako shields here might be able to counter down with the boosted counter damage. Let's see if Submuffins even stays in here or swaps out. Could potentially go to the Claw side. Let's see if that's what he does or not. Has to try to make it to the air cutter, but I don't think he gets it before the Rage Fist reach. You can see Mako throwing right before the air cutter is thrown. Great timing from Mako, and Submuffins wants to try to take out this pesky Annihilate as soon as possible. If Mako double shields here, though, can be much better for him as the air cutter comes through. No, Mako chooses to let it go.
Yeah, both players really want alignment. Stud knows that Gastrodon was in the lead, and he knows he wants his Clodsire to avoid it, so he is trying to win Switch at all costs here to not have that Mud Slapper on his Gastrodon. He would much rather have the Grass type onto the Gastrodon.
Yeah, this honestly isn't the worst situation for Mako now that I think about it, because you have 2 Mud Slap advantage now. Even to Cradilly, you have a lot of play. You're going to get there in 3 Mud Slaps, but opts to swap over to the Corsa instead. Corsa, not a terrible matchup into the Clodsire, resisting all this poison damage, and with the energy lead, you're going to be in a much better position than the head-to-head matchup on even energy, as the first Earthquake is going to be thrown from Submuffins.
Yeah, this Earthquake will land. Mako immediately presses that no shield button, so it's going to do a lot of damage. Again, neutral. It looks like Corsa can take one of those, probably take another one, just barely live it. He's at back-to-back Nightshades now, so he's going to fire those off. Clodsire just paces very slow in this matchup, but the Nightshade didn't even do that much to it.
Yeah, exactly. I think the real question is, Submuffins doesn't want the Clodsire to be potentially farmed down from the Gastrodon, so trying to play it a little bit slow, waiting for the timers to come up. Now can go safely for the Earthquake. Even if it doesn't call, it's not the worst situation for Submuffins. It'll still be the move of choice, as this Earthquake should almost KO the Corsa. Do we see a swap? We do. We see a Simul swap as well, too. Head on a swivel is Submuffins. He's ready for this Gastrodon. Is there any world where he potentially baits here or just goes straight for the Grass Knot, as both players farming up a lot? Energy Water Pulse is going to be thrown first.
Yeah, I think that was actually charge attack priority, and Gastrodon will win that. Submuffins correctly shields up the Water Pulse, and it was in fact charge attack priority. He's going to go straight Grass Knot here. I think he has 1 acid off of another Grass Knot. This is looking pretty dire for Mako here.
Yeah, Mako does have the back-to-back Water Pulse, so it could be bad. And as you said correctly, the Grass Knot is reached here, and Submuffins is going to one-shot this Gastrodon. Double super effective Grass Knot to close things out. Only a little bit health left on the Corsa, but just not enough, as Submuffins is going to take the 2-0 victory over Mako.
Amazing plays from Submuffins there. He knew that he had to win Switch there to not align the Gastrodon onto that Clodsire, and so he played to his win con there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a pretty tough matchup for Submuffins, all things considered. But able to dance around that Shadow Annihilate, really impressive stuff, because he didn't even bring the Corsola, which is the best answer, right? But opting for the slightly more neutral Corby Knight, and because that pacing with Air Cutter, really, really good. And, you know, able to just spend the shields and try to strip shields away from Mako's Annihilate and just clear the way for everything in the back. The Cradilly, the Clodsire, and just really leaning into those cores.
Yeah, I was really surprised that he didn't bring Corsola at all. He literally just brought Corviknight as his sole Ape counter, Annihilate counter, so that was That was impressive from some muffins, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, and interesting enough, Mako didn't really bring any courtside answers himself. They didn't bring the Murkrow. So both players kind of playing a little bit 3D, 4D chess there. And I really like this farm down from Mako because it was a tough lead matchup, right? Being ABA weak to that Corviknights, but able to try to make something out of nothing. And, you know, if he landed a bait with a Bysam here, could have made it a little bit closer, but the Credilli just so bulky and having so much entry already banked up just made it really tough. Even if you land the Water Pulse, look at the health range, just not going to be enough.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. A tough matchup for Gastrodon when this only has one shield, and it's versus a Cradilly. And you don't end up landing that Water Pulse. But even if you do land the Water Pulse, Cradilly can tank one of those because it's so bulky, and it can just get to 2 Grass Knots there. So you really have to have 2 shields on your Gastrodon to win that matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm very excited to see how our brackets is going to be shaping up on the winner side and the loser side. And of course, all of our players, they're trying to get championship points for that Worlds qualification because Worlds is one of the most hype events for Pokemon. Let's take a look at a recap of last year's Worlds.
Please welcome to the stage your Pokemon GO finalists, your champion from Spain,
My name is Leo, and I'm from Spain. I will be the water type, just because it's the type that it's the Pokemon Psyduck, which is my representative Pokemon. My first time competing was in Liverpool 2023, where my dad came with me to Liverpool, and I also got second place, and then I won the Gdansk regional. I would love to repeat that and win the next World Championship. So actually this season I didn't have a gold medal, but I had a gold trophy, which was the UIC one. So I'm really proud of that.
Pato Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion.
I hope they still have the Pikachu plushie.
Yeah, time to go in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Back once again, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Milwaukee Regional Championships. I'm Alpha, joined here at the desk by Home Slice Henry, and the action is going to continue here as we move further on through day number 1.
The battles have been unbelievable. We've sent so many trainers onto day number 2, but for several trainers, they are not out of it yet. They're still fighting, clawing their way to secure those final day 2 spots, as we filled most of them. But for trainers who are still trying to earn their chance at becoming the Milwaukee Regional Champion, that dream still alive.
Yeah, these trainers are going to be scrambling to fill in these last few slots. And on stage, we're going to have a little bit of a grudge match between people who might be a little bit of friends. We've got Snots on the right and Battle Bill on the left. And you were mentioning something to me earlier about Battle Bill and how he prepares for tournaments. Why don't you repeat it for those in the chat?
Yeah, so I believe Battle Bill and Snots do end up practicing for these tournaments together, doing quite a bit of preparation. And believe it or not, they've actually already played today. Earlier, I believe it was in round 2, Snots was able to secure the 2-0 victory over Battle Bill. So Battle Bill might be looking for a bit of revenge, maybe a little bit of redemption. He's hitting a pose, he's feeling confident, but he's got an incredibly tough opponent sitting across the table from him. Snots, a finalist in Milwaukee 2025, and is not a battler to be taken lightly.
Neither of these trainers are really new to the stage. They've both been on stream a number of times, and I think it's like really awesome that they are one of each other's practice partners for these tournaments. I feel like it really lowers the stakes, it calms the nerves, and it means that we're going to get some really great Pokemon action out of these two trainers.
I'm always very intrigued by the concept of a rematch, because typically when you approach a matchup, there's going to be certain things you try, certain lines you want to run. I want to prioritize energy on this Pokemon, but that all a little bit goes out the window once you've seen the counterpunch that your opponent throws. You see what are they trying to do, how are they trying to best leverage their Pokemon. So it'll be very interesting to see, can Battle Bill find the answers? Because in that round number 2, unfortunately he wasn't able to find the answer. Snot's got the 2-0 victory. So what can Battle Bill do? Dig deep, try and find a new strategy to maybe throw Snots off his game.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, in each and every tournament, there's one really obvious chance for someone to have a rematch, and that's in grand finals, right?
Yes.
Where if you lose the first best of 5 and you're on the winner's side, you have that immediate chance for a rematch. So in a sense, this is a little bit of a reset for these two trainers. They're going to have to think about how they each played that last best of 3, with the downside of not having access to those notes. Every time you're up on stage, you have to start from a fresh new page, no notes from the last set of 3. So although you might have the memories of those battles, you're not allowed to have any notes on them.
And memories, I'm sure they have, because anytime you battle your friend, whether it's a high-stakes battle like at one of these tournaments or just for fun and for practice, there's always bragging rights at stake. So I'm confident both trainers will be well aware of what the other decided to do. For Snots, a bit of an interesting team built around Altaria, as Altaria did get quite a few adjustments this season. Dragon Breath rework, Sky Attack rework, and getting access to Flamethrower. So we've seen Altaria typically paired with Empoleon having nice results, but now a new steel type, Shadow Scissor.
And looking across Battle Bill's team, it looks like the Altaria has some really solid play. Of course, it's going to want to avoid that Scissor, which resists the Dragon Breath damage. Here we go into game number 1. The Shiny Altaria does find a Pokemon that it's fairly happy to match up against in the Galarian Corsola. However, it does have to be a little bit worried about those super effective Power Gems.
Power Gem would do quite a lot of damage. Altaria is very, very bulky. Is able to survive a Power Gem, but that's a lot of HP lost if that charge attack goes unshielded. Sky Attack will connect. Battle Bill immediately throwing that Power Gem, confident that Snots would not anticipate the immediate undertap.
In comes the Power Gem. It does super effective damage, dropping Altaria into the yellow, but an immediate counter swap. And looking at the pacing here, it looks like it's going to be the Dusclops pacing a little bit quicker, but great patience from Snots, not throwing the Shadow Punch, instead going for the super effective Ice Punch here into the Credilli.
And this does misalign the switch timers a little bit. Snots very far ahead on energy. Snots realizing that he can actually throw 3 into the move. Very nice charge attack timing, wanting to lock in damage before a Rock Tomb debuff gets applied, and is still able to throw a good charge attack timing to do so, as suddenly Credilli went from full health to deep red in just a few seconds.
It's a little bit awkward for Battle Bill here because you don't really want to shield up an Ice Punch. It's not that hard hitting of a move, even though it is super effective. We're going to see a few more hexes come through here, and the Shadow Punch reached right before the Rock Tomb. Really great awareness there from Snots of Battle Bill's energy.
Credilli going to be no shielded, which means Snots has now 1 switch advantage. Out comes Charge-a-Bug, Volt Switch goes through, as Snots will immediately take quite a bit of damage, as Volt Switch does do a little bit of extra damage this season, and there is the switch. In comes Shadow Scizor.
The bullet punches are not going to be adding up too fast here. In comes the first discharge, going to be shielded up from Snots. Realistically, I don't think it really matters which move that Battle Bill is throwing here, because although the X-Scissor is resisted, I think it probably does enough damage with the Volt Switches that do add up eventually.
And then Volt Switch damage is going to be the biggest problem for the Shadow Scizor. Shadow Scizor, I mean, look at each Volt Switch landing. That's neutral damage, but it definitely does not. Look at Snots puts up the final shield. Altaria, unfortunately, it does still have a little bit of HP remaining, but it doesn't have a lot of energy. And Battle Bill is very close to a move on the Galarian Corsola if he needs it.
He does throw up the shield here, preventing the Night Slash from landing, but an immediate switch out into the Altaria, met by a counter swap into the Galarian Corsola, but now the Galarian Corsola has thrown this Nightshade, it's going to be energy dry, and maybe the Shadow Scizor has some play here for Snots.
The Shadow Scizor has taken a lot of damage. Can it survive the Astonishes? Scizor really hoping 5 bullet punches will knock out, but it doesn't. No, it's a simultaneous knockout. Snots so close to pulling off the victory, but unfortunately he does not get there. And Battle Bill is going to take a 1-0 advantage as X-Scissor knocks out Dusclops.
You love to see it. Snots cracking a little bit of a smirk. They're happy for his friend Battle Bill across the playing field for being able to get a win here in the first battle of this best of 3. And it's gonna have to go to Snots now to answer, to find a way to handle the team that Battle Bill just brought. And although it wasn't any really hard answers or hard matchups from either trainer, I think Battle Bill just really utilized that Charge Bug quite well, and then pivoting into that Galarian Corsola to mitigate the energy that Altaria had. Just really well played by Battle Bill there.
I liked Corsola for Bill. Anytime you see a Wigglytuff on the opposing team, it's always a bit of a worry, because if it ends up on the Wigglytuff, Corsola really feels ineffective. But outside of that, the Corsola just offers a lot of really nice, consistent play. And especially into that Altaria matchup, getting big damage with the Power Gem kind of set Battle Bill up for success.
I have to imagine, though, it's pretty tough to bring Wigglytuff into a team that has Shadow Scizor as well as Credilli. Both of those Pokemon do so well against the Wigglytuff. And here we see the switch. Really great timing. It wasn't a perfect throw of the Power Gem into that Altaria to pick up, or excuse me, I think it was a Nightshade, not the Power Gem, to pick up the knockout. But it was at least, or at most, 1 or 2 Dragon Breaths away from a Sky Attack being reached.
Even with how difficult of a matchup that was for Snots, Snots was still almost able to pull it off. And we've got lock-ins. Game number 2. Altaria into the Charge-a-Bug, and this is where Flamethrower could be deadly, as it will hit the bug subtyping of Charge-a-Bug for super effective damage.
And in the past, this is a very dominant matchup for the Altaria, but now that the Volt Switches are doing a little bit more damage, potentially it's a little bit more shored up, aside from the fact that you now have super effective Flamethrower on the Altaria's move pool.
Flamethrower going to be launched by Snots, the no shield from Battle Bill. With the Dragon Breath rework, you get extra damage, but sorry, you get extra energy generation, but not as much damage. Out comes the Murkrow. Murkrow going to be hit with a Sky Attack, and then you have to imagine Snots could look to send out the Shadow Scizor, as bullet punches will do a lot of damage to the Murkrow.
I almost thought you were going to say you have to imagine that a shield has to come up, and of course it did, and I do agree the Shadow Scizor makes great sense. It packs drops a bullet punch every time it throws those fast attacks, and it'll be curious to see if Snots goes for a Trailblaze or just a Night Slash. I think Night Slash makes a lot of sense given, I think at this HP range, it threatens a knockout after one more bullet punch.
Night Slash does get the shield. Murkrow with the immediate follow-up, and if Snots shields, there's a move loaded on the Charjabug. So I really like this no shield because you're almost forced into this no shield, and then Altaria will hit the field. Altaria being able to get a farm down of the Murkrow before Murkrow gets another move would be very, very nice, but in case it can't, Snots still does have the shield. Actually, out comes Dusclops. Dusclops gonna get to the Shadow Punch, but a CMP sack swap. Oh my goodness, from Battle Bill, catching that Shadow Punch, winning charge attack priority with the discharge. What a play!
Really impressive stuff coming here from Battle Bill. Neutralizing this energy, a great undercharge from Snots. However, I don't think he's going to be able to reach another Shadow Punch, but when he feints that Charjabug, so theoretically Battle Bill could now go for a foul play from his Murkrow, or he could opt to come in with a Credilli, build up some energy, potentially get a debuff onto this Dusclops, but remember, Snots does have that Altaria in the back.
The Altaria doesn't have a lot of residual energy, but did overfarm before firing off that flamethrower. Ice Punch is going to land. Snots should be one off the Ice Punch, able to outpace, but valuing actually getting quite a bit of extra energy. But this is going to be very difficult because if Bill gets the shield and switches in, then Snots would have to predict this combo play. Bill switches, he waits, he gets the catch! What a play from Snots! He waited the turn to watch for the snipe, and he denies that snipe attempt as foul play does not land onto its intended target.
And actually, really importantly, I think he was one fast attack off. Now throwing the Shadow Punch, great awareness. It's going to cost a little bit less energy and is more than enough to pick up the knockout to the Murkrow. The question now becomes is, can he knock out with Ice Punch and Shadow Punch? I don't think Ice Punch is enough, and I think Battle Bill still needs a few more acids to make a charge attack.
Looks like Bill might be 2 acids away from the move, and if he is, he's getting outpaced by a singular turn. The CMP sack swap, charge attack priority, the catch, and firing off the move to win charge attack priority at an unbelievable play from Bill, but it's not enough, and Snots gets the equalizer.
Snots says, you can do a incredibly impressive highest skill play. I can just make a catch and return and get all that advantage back in my favor. Over farming, throwing the resisted move to save a little bit of energy, gets Snots a win in game number 2 and ties everything up 1-1 going into a decisive game number 3.
That Altaria felt like a little bit of a liability in the game number 1, but in game number 2, Altaria felt like it really was able to find its target, getting big damage onto that Charjabug, and then when it mattered most, waiting the turn, watching for Battle Bill to try and fire off that energy with the Murkrow. Murkrow was 1 peck short of the move and getting the catch back onto the Altaria. Great plays from Snots, and honestly, it's been an unbelievable series so far.
Maybe we'll get an opportunity to see that catch again. I'm very curious to see just how much energy the Altaria had when the catch occurred, because theoretically, maybe Battle Bill was forced to throw that energy, right? If there was a move, no, actually no energy. He could have farmed up a little bit more, but I think he would have gotten fainted before he reaches back-to-back charge attacks there.
That was just really good patience by Snots, pausing the turn and then switching so that Battle Bill, who has to try and snipe at the exact timing before the energy's ready for the Dusclops, was caught unprepared. And we have lock-ins. Game number 3. It's going to be Shadow Scissor for Snots into Charjabug for Battle Bill.
All right, this is going to be an immediate swap out from Snots, and the the standard Dusclops is going to be answered by the Murkrow. Going for the foul play immediately is going to do a lot of super effective damage, but not enough to knock out the incredibly bulky Dusclops.
Dusclops loves that extra energy, as Dusclops now has the potential to get 2 shields away from the Murkrow. Ice Punch will hit for big damage. Murkrow actually hangs on. I was not expecting Murkrow to survive. Murkrow actually survived a super effective charge attack, Phoebe. I'm in a little bit of a loss, but Battle Bill doesn't play for switch advantage. Instead, letting the Murkrow get knocked out.
I don't think Snots is that close to another Shadow Punch. Not going to be able to make it because of these super effective Astonishes coming through from the Galarian Corsola on Battle Bill's side. However, switch advantage has been won for Snots, and he's got pretty good matchups in front and in back. Of course, Flamethrower for that Charger Bug, and Night Slash here for the Galarian Corsola.
Night Slash is going to hit for some pretty massive damage. Battle Bill can look to grab the Protect Shield and then look to send in that Charger Bug. Nightshade is going to be shielded. There's the Charger Bug. Snots is going to stay in this matchup, go for the Night Slash before switching out. Battle Bill has to decide, is it worth the Protect Shield? No! Choosing to let the Night Slash go. Night Slash is going to land, and now out comes Altaria. Altaria, these Dragon Breaths adding up quite a bit, as Battle Bill still has 2 Protect Shields to hide behind, but really even get an opportunity to use them.
The difficult thing here for Snots is that Dragon Breath's no longer doing as much damage as it once was, so a fast attack down here is going to be really difficult. You can see it's not chunking this Charge Book as much as it once was. Second discharge coming through, going to lower the Altaria into the yellow, and maybe we see Sky attacks being thrown here in order to pull away the shields, so that maybe we can see a Night Slash come in from that Scissor.
Shield comes up from Battle Bill, going to immediately go for the discharge. The shield comes up from Snots. The Shadow Scissor did throw its energy, so it should be energy dry. Does Battle Bill go for the switch? Simultaneous switch. Shadow Scissor into the Corsola. Corsola gets farmed down, and Snots with the 1 HP survive, exiting with the Night Slash, and even throws the Bullet Punch as well.
And I'm pretty sure the Altaria has move for the Charge Book at this point. Is there enough? Does it need a few more Dragon Breaths? A few more Dragon Breaths right before the discharge is loaded, and that is so close. 1 or 2 turns difference here wins the game for Battle Bill, but no, Snots reaching the Sky Attack, securing victory in game number 3, and a huge hug between these two friends up on stage. You love to see it.
In a battle of friends, a half second is the difference between victory and defeat, and Snots, he has been unbelievable at these Milwaukee Regional Championships. He was a finalist last year, and he's back in top form, as that was honestly a pretty difficult matchup. Bill played very well. That charge attack priority catch, the CMP sack swap there was unbelievable, but Snots was able to perfect energy management, escape, and win that game by half a second's difference.
I feel like that half, I don't know the exact number. I can recall 2 before on the top of my head that we have seen those CMP catch plays, one from Inadequance, and I feel like Z's Wireless made one as well. So at the very most, we've seen 5 of them ever. I'm just gonna add a few more for the ones that I'm not able to remember. So very impressive plays here from Battle Bill, showing that he is a force to be reckoned with. He has all of the mechanical knowledge he needs to be a top battler.
Can we talk about the simultaneous switch right there? Because if Snots switches any later, Battle Bill gets that charge attack, takes the knockout, and then does not lose that final Protect Shield. And losing that final Protect Shield is what ended up costing him, because the Charger Bug could not protect itself against the move from the Altaria. So an absolute roller coaster of a game, but Altaria 3 Dragon Breaths away, a half second of outpace means that Snots is going on to lose his finals.
Additionally, if he switched any slower, I think the Galarian Corsola would have been able to reach that Nightshade. Remember, it fainted with it because of that final Bullet Punch, so had the timing differential been any different, the Bullet Punch damage wouldn't have registered, and the Nightshade would have been able to be thrown, so just really close on every single front there in that endgame.
What a well-played series. You honestly love and hate to see 2 friends battling, because this battle is going to mean something a little bit extra for them, but at the same time, you never want to be the one to knock your friend out of a tournament. But hey, what I imagine is going to be a great memory for the both of them, getting to go up on stage, battle it out, and honestly, an amazingly played series on both sides.
I can't imagine that either trainer will have any regrets from that matchup. They both laid it all out there, played their best. Incredible matches, and I only can hope that the rest of our matches for the rest of the day can live up to that one.
And speaking of our matches upcoming, the battles never stop here in Milwaukee. We have Group H losers round 5 between Dr. Roast Beef and Spandalicio.
Spandalicio and Dr. Roast Beef are long-time players in this in the Pokemon Regional Championships. I believe they are both have been around since the very first season, if not the second season that we've been playing Pokemon Go at these regional events. So they are both veterans of this stage, and it seems like for whatever reason they're playing rock, paper, scissors up on stage, and they are just continuing to throw rock after rock after rock. Call these players Bastiodon. They're just smacking each other down.
Well, I mean, normally I'd call it rock, paper, scissors, but it looked like that was just rock, rock, rock at that point. And Spandalicio does have a rock type on the team, does have Credilli, but for Dr. Roast Beef, the trainer who kept going for rock every single time, I looked across the team feed, and unless I need to get my eyes checked, I don't see a rock type.
Yeah, I only see 2 options for rock typing coverage, but neither of those are coming from rock type Pokemon. And realistically, I just want to like back up a little bit and shame myself for making the Bastiodon Smackdown joke when realistically there was a rock throw joke that was like right there for the grabbing, right? Like they were rock throwing the rocks in rock, paper, scissors. I can't believe I missed that.
Well, we haven't seen a lot of Carbink, and that's really the only Pokemon that would run Rock Throw. But Carbink, it just feels very, very risky considering that the most commonly used Pokemon are, what? It's Credilli, it's Gastrodon, Clodsire increasing in usage as well. It really seems like Carbink wouldn't really have anywhere to go.
Not in this meta, maybe in metas past, but any meta that's dominated by ground types, fast attack damage that is rock typing just doesn't really want to stick around. And maybe you're like, oh, but Corviknight's a flyer. It'll take some damage from. It's another situation where that it's not 2 times super effective. It's just the 1 time. But you have a lot of play. The one thing that Carbink does have though, is no Iron Head, right? So you're not taking that double super effective charge attack damage from that steel and flying type of Corviknight.
Yeah, that would really be the one thing that Carbink would do better in that matchup is it is actually a wall to the current charge attacks of the Corviknight. But luckily, we don't have to talk about Carbink too much. We do have to talk about Corviknight as it is on Spandalicio's team. And I have really liked that I feel like Corviknight has offered a lot of neutral play in this meta. Although, considering that Dr. Roast Beef has that Talonflame, that does make safe switching the Corviknight, which has been a strategy we've seen quite a bit, suddenly feel a lot more risky. Because Corviknight, if you end up on a Shadow Talonflame, that Shadow Talonflame is leaving with 100 energy and an attitude. It is going to be an absolute wrecking ball into your line of 3.
100 energy and attitude and like 75 boosts to its attack. Let's be real. A Pokemon that we've talked about time and time again, and you are a master of knowledge of, is that Shadow Dusknoir yes, it is a Shadow Dusknoir on the side of Dr. Roast Beef. And I think this is the second time we've seen the Pokemon, but the first time we've seen it go up against a Shadow Dusknoir that is the Furret. It's going to have those super effective Sucker Punches and resist all of the Ghost type damage, but it really does not want to take a Dynamic Punch. I think maybe from full health it is a pretty comfortable survive, and you're really not ever taking all that much chip damage from the Astonishes or a Shadow Punch. So I'll be really curious to see if Dr. Roast Beef feels comfortable bringing that Shadow Dusknoir into a team that could potentially hard wall it.
I think it would be a pretty big risk. And granted, sometimes the biggest risks can have the biggest rewards. But Shadow Dusknoir, we have seen it oftentimes safe switch quite a bit because trainers haven't really had a Ghost Resist, but there are 2 strong Ghost Resists on the team, the Furret and the Wigglytuff that you had identified. And Furret, Dynamic Punch would do a lot of damage, but if it's shielded, then the Dusknoir is basically doing no damage, while the Furret has typically an ability to farm down and exit with 100 energy. I think you said 75 boosts, and Furret could completely run away with things as well. But taking a look across this team, a Pokemon that I really like to look at is Shadow Talonflame. Because Shadow Talonflame, I would argue, the only Pokemon that comes close to being a check for it is the Galarian Corsola. But even Galarian Corsola can get overwhelmed by the Shadow Talonflame, especially if the Talonflame gets the energy advantage. So that could be something that Dr. Roast Beef relies on, is if there is a bad matchup, does Talonflame end up being the safe swap? Because overall, Spandalicio's team composition does seem very, very soft to it.
Yeah, I'm going to make a comparison again to the Shadow Dusknoir. Shadow Talonflame's a Pokemon that you can put in the lead, use 2 shields, win switch. You can save swap it, use that to win switch, or you can leave it in the back, use 2 shields, and sweep with it. So I agree. I think it's looking like Dr. Roast Beef is going to likely bring that Talonflame each and every time, and if it ever lands on a Corviknight or a Wigglytuff, it's going to be lights out.
It would be absolutely devastating. Taking a look at the lines that Dr. Roast Beef could run, I do think potentially the pairing of Clodsire and Shadow Talonflame could be an interesting one, as Clodsire does fine enough into the Credillion Corsola, which are realistically the only things that could necessarily give Talonflame trouble. So that could be an option, because ideally if you're safe switching that Shadow Talonflame, you wouldn't want to have your lead Pokemon be weak to either the Credilli or the Corsola. I would say specifically the Corsola, because if you are weak to Corsola on the lead and you safe switch Talonflame instantly, you're 1 turn behind. And that then means that instead of the first charge attack for Corsola being reached on to charge attack priority, Corsola would outpace by a turn. It could throw its charge attack instantly, and it would be perfect timing, and that would really make the matchup feel quite awkward. So I think when it comes to line construction, Dr. Roast Beef will have to be careful. The Talonflame is strong, but you don't want to find yourself in a position where you're safe switching a Talonflame into a Corsola. That gets off a turn.
All right, here we go into game number 1. It's going to be Fortress into Corsola. Not the best lead for Dr. Roast Beef, but as we called out, it's going to be a Talonflame in the back. And I have to imagine that at some point he's going to try to look to a safe swap into Lapras.
The Corsola did throw off its energy, so this could be an opportunity for Dr. Roast Beef to look to try and pivot out here, get aggressive with the Talonflame, but looks like going to stay in for now and actually safe switch into the Lapras. Lapras will take super effective damage from Power Gem, but Lapras has brought Under Trainer's teams not only for the neutral play that it offers, but as well for the bulk. Even though it's a super effective Power Gem, Lapras can survive. So Dr. Roast Beef looks like might be saving all Protect Shields for that Talonflame. I think that would be a pretty nice decision, considering there's absolutely no fast pressure of the Talonflame in the back.
And as you have called out, typically it's Sparkling Aria plus Ice Beam, but because of the chip from the Bug Bites, we're going to only need 2 Sparkling Arias here, and it allows Dr. Roast Beef to outpace Spandalicio here. I believe that was a charge attack tie, so Sparkling Aria picks up the knockout, switch advantage gained for Dr. Roast Beef. However, he's going to get Mud Slap down here, but a quick pivot into the Fortress here to get off a charge attack as soon as possible.
I think for Spandalicio, if Spandalicio wants to take the knockout, overfarming will be important, and saving that charge attack and going into the Corviknight, I think, as well, is a very nice play. Because if there's a world in which the Talonflame gets knocked out, it's going to be with energy management. But taking a look at this Corviknight is not running the standard moveset. It is not running Air Cutter Payback. It's actually Iron Head. And with Iron Head, it would be stuck throwing Air Cutters at that Talonflame.
We're going to see the first Air Cutter thrown off, and I have to imagine we see a no shield from Dr. Roast Beef, and he's going to be switching in that Talonflame as soon as possible. And as you said, now Air Cutter is the best move for Spandalicio to throw, so he's going to have to really hope that he can continue to get those attack raises as he throws Air Cutter after Air Cutter, because we're just not going to see all that much damage from these fast attacks. And we see the second one go through, and oh no! A full Incinerate goes through, and Dr. Roast Beef needs to shield up this Air Cutter. It is now, I believe, 2 times boosted.
Oh, that is unfortunate. There is the Flame Charge. Immediate switch into the Marowak. Marowak going to put up the shield, as Marowak does have quite a bit of loaded energy, and that's going to be very good for Spandalicio. Spandalicio farming up a lot of energy. The bait, but honestly, is it even really a bait if you've already taken this much damage on the Talonflame?
I think we're going to need to see Dr. Roast Beef switch immediately into the Lapras to catch this next Bone Club. Actually, Rock Slide is loaded, but going for an additional Mud Slap here, totally safe because there's a shield on Spandalicio's side, and there is now very little energy for Dr. Roast Beef.
Oh, he waited to try and get the catch, but he waited 4 turns instead of 3, and the catch does not go through. Bone Club takes the knockout, and that is unfortunate for Dr. Roast Beef as Marowak Mud Slaps down and takes the win.
It's a really great attempt there. Unfortunately, it's so hard to judge the number of turns that have passed. Sure, you might be able to count seconds, but can you count half seconds? It's so fast-paced, and for 3 of them to go by, that's 1.5 seconds. Doing a little bit of quick maths, it's so difficult. You know, 3 times 0.5 is 1.5, but I really... That mid-game was really interesting, right? We saw that the moveset on the Corviknight was not the typical moveset. However, because the attack boosts were happening, it really started to threaten the health of that Talonflame, even with those cheaper, quote-unquote, bait moves of Air Cutter, right? Once it's twice boosted, it's gonna really start to add up in terms of the amount of damage it can do to a Pokemon like Shadow Talonflame.
With this interesting Corviknight moveset, we can now a little bit reevaluate some of these matchups, whereas a Pokemon like Guzzlord will feel substantially less safe, as typically Guzzlord can win the Zero Protect Shield against Corviknight unless Corviknight gets an Air Cutter boost. But if you have Ironhead, suddenly that matchup feels very different, whereas something like a Dusknoir, to me, Dusknoir, there's one less Pokemon that it has to worry about, but still with the threat of the Furret and the Wigglytuff, which neither was brought, but currently they're doing a really good job of scaring away that Dusknoir from ever seeing the field.
And I really wish, I really liked your call out, right? The Clodsire as a pairing with the Talonflame looks really good, and I wanted to, before the first game started, I wanted to add that if you're bringing Talonflame and Clodsire, what's a really great third Pokemon you can bring to that team?
Ooh, you're stumping me here, Phoebe. Probably that Guzzlord.
Yeah, because both of those first Pokemon cover the Wigglytuff so well. I feel like Spandalicio just can't bring Wigglytuff into a team that is likely always bringing Talonflame and could additionally cover for a Wigglytuff with bringing Clodsire as well. So although on paper Guzzlord doesn't look all that safe, I think it's a really strong Pokemon into the rest of Spandalicio's team. Let's see, in game number 2 here, a solid lead for Dr. Roastbeef. It's that Lapras into a Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Immediate save switch into Credilli, and there's not a strong answer available on the line of 3. Lapras will be able to outpace and get to the Ice Beam. Normally that'd be a charge shot priority time, but due to the one-turn switch, Lapras has the upper hand. Lapras Ice Beam grabs an early shield. Now Dr. Roastbeef will choose to send in the Guzzlord. A shield advantage for Shadow Talonflame could be very helpful in the end game, but Guzzlord is going to get really debuffed here by the Credilli.
These Rock Tombs don't really threat it has such a large HP pool, it can easily take the first one, throw off a Brutal Swing, and could theoretically even no-shield a second. Brutal Swing, now 1 stage speed buffed, will not threaten all that much damage into the Credilli. However, he could set up a farm down later after this matchup ends, and as we have mentioned time and time again, Talonflame with energy advantage is going to be really good for Dr. Roastbeef.
And Guzzlord, hang on, no, it cannot. Guzzlord does get farmed down, but the Shadow Talonflame up a shield could still be very difficult to deal with. In comes the Lapras. Lapras will get outpaced, but do you save all shields for Talonflame? Is this what you trust in? Dr. Roastbeef, he's thinking about it, and he does. He no-shields the Rock Tomb, and it's time. Shadow Talonflame hits the field.
And it's going to be, I think, 6 acids to the Rock Tomb. This is the 3rd Rock Tomb being thrown. Unfortunately for Dr. Roastbeef, that means his attack will be dropped. However, very shortly afterwards, he's going to be able to raise that back up with those flame charges. 1 fast attack is great timing into the Mud Slapper, allowing 2 Mud Slaps through. Flame Charge going to boost up the attack back into the standard attack for the Shadow Talonflame. Ooh, that's a lot of damage, but I'm not sure if it's quite enough to get to a fast attack down.
I love this sequence. After the first Flame Charge, you want to go for the Fly. This will allow Dr. Roastbeef to make the second Fly in only 2 more Incinerates. So this Incinerate damage back to normal. There's the Rock Slide is reached. Tough call to make as Roastbeef. There's back-to-back Bone Clubs loaded. Roastbeef puts up the shield. A Bone Club could be reached. If he decides to stay in, he stays in. The Bone Club is there, and unfortunately, that's going to be bad news for Talonflame. This is single resisted, but the Shadow Talonflame, it's too low. It's getting knocked out, and now Furret will be able to clean up the Lapras in the back.
It's another potential instance where, had he thrown a second Flame Charge, maybe he would have been able to pick up the knockout with an the additional damage onto his Incinerates. We see the Swift pick up the knockout, and that is going to be 2-0 for Spandalicio over Dr. Roastbeef. Goes to show, Shadow Talonflame is a really good Pokemon, but it's also really tough to use.
It is a very technical Pokemon there, because if you do decide to go for the double flame charge, then you need 3 Incinerates to get to the next move, and that allows Furret to outpace. So it is a very, like, there's a lot of forward thought needed when using this Pokemon, because do you end up surrendering your pacing in exchange for a little bit of immediate Incinerate damage? So I think maybe if the move had been banked and there was a switch into the Lapras and 3 Psy Waves, maybe if that had been enough to knock out and the charge attack was still loaded on the Talonflame, maybe there was a chance. But unfortunately, trying to go for the Incinerate down, and that Marowak proving that it can still do pretty okay into the Talonflame. A lot of trainers opting for Gastrodon as it does have that Incinerate resist, but Marowak still putting up a pretty nice fight.
Yeah, and I think the opening that happens for Spandalicio is if you see a secondary Flame Charge, you know, okay, it's better for me at this point to switch out of that Kanto Marowak, whereas we saw in the game as it played out, he stayed in because he knew that he could survive. He could get that additional Bone Club off at 1 HP, and that was the deciding factor here. Whereas if another Flame Charge occurs, maybe he then just immediately pivots into this Furret. Dr. Roastbeef does have a catch potential in that scenario, right? Because it's 5 quick attack, or 5 Sucker Punches, not quick attacks, into the Swift. So there's that option there, but it leaves other openings, right? If he gets an overfarm, you could potentially go for a charge attack tie, and if you don't make it to a charge attack on the Lapras, then even though you lose that charge attack tie, you don't get the move off, because if you're taking chip damage from the Lapras and the Brave Bird, or excuse me, Flyer Flame Charge, that's just enough damage to pick up the knockout.
A very technical endgame on a day that's had a lot of very technical endgames. Like, the level of play has been very high so far in Milwaukee. Games decided by the narrowest of margins we have seen. Charge attack priority, sack swaps, catching moves, winning charge attack priority. Like, we've had some unbelievable plays. We've had some peekaboos on stream as well. So the level of play has been very high. And to me, I absolutely love to see it, because it shows that we have some of the absolute best here at Milwaukee.
And Milwaukee might not necessarily be super centralized in terms of its geographical location, but these trainers are definitely showing it is central to the Pokemon Go scene. People are showing up here, doing their best, showing how strong regional this is and how difficult it's going to be just to even make day 2 here.
And we have our next match ready on the stage. Abonom versus Valor Ash. 2 veterans of the game, Valor Ash. When you think of Valor Ash, you think of one Pokemon, and that is Talonflame. Valor Ash, where he goes, Talonflame goes. And if I had to pick a second signature Pokemon, it'd probably be that Greninja. Greninja, like a tall drink of water, can output water damage like crazy. Hydro Cannons every 9 turns. Night Slash, if you throw the first Night Slash, you can get the second one in only 6 turns. Incredibly fast pacing, and it looks like across Abonov's team, importantly, I'm not seeing a water resistance.
There's not a water resistance, but there is the option for fighting fast attack damage in that Pangoro. And if you have a squishy Pokemon against a squishy Pokemon, those fast attacks really start adding up. I do want to put out a quiz for those in chat. There is one additional Pokemon that Valor Ash is known for, and it was actually before the Pokemon GO Championship Series. If you know it, put it in chat. I will reveal it later after this matchup plays out. We'll see how many old heads there are here. I unfortunately am showing my age. You know, I've got some grays. Professor Willow's got that nice gray flow going on, but yeah, we'll see how many people do know the Pokemon that I'm talking about. I'll give a hint. He brought it to a grassroots regional tournament, and it was his signature Pokemon there.
Ooh, very cool trivia, cutting deep. So for people who have been battling for many, many years, taking a look back at these teams, the Pokemon that I think could be a standout is Fearow. Fearow, we talked about. Outside of Corviknight, there isn't really a lot that walls his coverage. Flying plus ground is exceedingly good coverage. And into Valor Ash's team, Valor Ash has a lot of targets where specifically that ground damage could be very valuable. There's the Tinkaton, there's the Clodsire, and with that pacing, every 10 turns to a Drill Peck, it could be a little bit of a problem for Valor Ash's team.
And another thing for the Tinkaton matchup, because you're a normal and flying type, you're not taking super effective damage from those Fairy Winds, unlike something like a Murkrow or a Galarian almost said Galarian Corsola, Galarian Moltres, right? So that's another reason why I think Pharaoh's just like such an interesting Pokemon in the meta. We'll have to see how it pairs up against Talonflame. And one thing to call out is that it's not a Shadow Talonflame on the side of Valarash, it's just a standard Talonflame. So if we have a chance to interview him, I'd be really curious as to why he's opted for Talonflame over Shadow Talonflame, given the potency of shadow damage coming from one of the hardest hitting Pokemon in the field.
One answer might lie potentially in the moveset choices. This Talonflame has opted for Fly Brave Bird. A lot of the Shadow Talonflames really like to ramp up their damage with Flame Charge, but with Brave Bird, you have a little bit of extra survivability with the regular Talonflame, but you still have, if shields get down, Brave Bird is going to do big damage, as I don't believe there's also a flying resist on Abanov's team either.
That is one of the most dangerous things about these flying type Pokemon, is that frequently teams do not have a flying resist, but here we go. Game number 1, Abanov on the left, Valarash on the right. It is Cradily into Tinkaton, and I'm gonna be real, this is a grass and rock type into a steel type Pokemon, but the matchup is actually not that bad for the Cradily if you play out the 1 shield to 0 shield matchup.
An interesting charge type priority tie. We have seen some trainers in the past who will opt to save the Cradily energy, as Tinkaton is highly motivated to throw instantly and then look to pivot out and save that energy. Looks like Abanov has a different idea. Instead, going to lock in a debuff onto this Tinkaton, and there is the switch. Out comes Fearow.
Fearow is not really threatened by Bulldoze, so Play Rough will need to be the move that is thrown in. Abanov actually over-farming here, allowing this Play Rough to come through. It's going to do a good amount of neutral damage, but because of the debuff, it's going to be doing just a little bit less.
Out comes Cradily, and it's actually our first Bullet Seed Cradily sighting of the day. I was a little bit surprised to not see the Cradily answer instantly, but now we know why. Because on Bullet Seed, you have significantly better matchups into the ground types like the Gastrodons of the world, but this is where the limitations of Bullet Seed are on display. Against those flyers, Cradily suddenly feels dramatically more vulnerable.
Rock Tomb coming through, going to debuff the attack of the Fearow if it decides to shield. Abanov does put up the shield last second here. I think he was debating it a little bit, given that he is quite low on health. Rock Tomb now being unable to be thrown by Valarash, as there is great timing from Abanov. He has 2 charge attacks loaded up, so no shield from Valarash makes a lot of sense.
And it does take the knockout. Unfortunate for Valarash. He was hoping to survive, but Cradily was not able to hang on even with the debuff applied. And now what is the best way to get rid of the Fearow? If you bring in Tinkaton, there's a drill run in Tinkaton's future.
This is going to do a lot of super effective damage, given that it is being no shield going through, barely not able to pick up the knockout. A quick pivot from both trainers, and it is a Galarian Corsola mirror match. It's going to come down to who wins the charge attack that tie, except because Valarash had to switch out manually, he's 1 turn behind, and therefore is going to be 1 fast attack behind in this matchup.
That's really nice awareness from Abanov, recognizing that Valarash snuck a Fairy Wind, therefore not able to queue up that switch. And good information for next game for Abanov. Abanov winning charge type priority in this mirror, and for Valarash being that turn behind, which is actually by design, because the Fairy Wind snuck through. Until that damage registers, you cannot switch out. So that is the big difference, where if it was a charge type priority tie, you can queue a switch instantly because all damage is registered. But with the Fairy Wind sneaking, that damage needing to register means that you cannot queue up a 0-turn switch and instead have to manually press it, which does mean it's 1. So great awareness by Abanov, recognizing, oh, I need to send in the Corsola because if it's Corsola in the back, I will be ahead by a turn.
And we saw the Pokemon that Valarash brought were none of his favorites. We did not see the Greninja, we did not see the Talonflame, so we'll have to see if he decides to switch things up. Of course, his Cradily is going to be in a slightly disadvantageous spot, given it is Bullet Seed into, I think, the general meta as well, besides that Gastrodon. But maybe if Valarash is expecting that Gastrodon to come in this game number 2, he decides to continue to bring his Bullet Seed Cradily.
That Bullet Seed Cradily, it's definitely a big risk, because against that Fearow, we really felt the limitations of that fast move. Whereas normally, anytime you see Fearow, like, oh great, I can just bring in my Cradily and my assets are basically just gonna farm it all down. But with the Bullet Seed, you're unable to do that. So it really makes this matchup uniquely challenging for Valor Ash. And Valor Ash is on loser side of the bracket, but he knows he's not out yet. All he needs is to win this game number 2 to force the decisive game number 3 to keep his tournament hopes alive.
And I think he's gonna have to find a way to deal with that Firo. It was so oppressive in that first game, able to really dominate the matchup into the Credilli, as well as put a lot of pressure on to that Tinkaton, right? It nearly knocked out with that drill run. It was, I think, 1 HP or 1 fast attack away from being knocked out. Game number 2, it is going to be a Clodsire into Galarian Corsola.
Galarian Corsola and Clodsire, both exceedingly bulky Pokemon. Neither one particularly fast to get the charge attacks, but honestly, with their bulk, they don't need to be. Abhinav massively over farming, and in doing so, this will actually force Valor Ash to get cycle reset. So Valor Ash is forced to go over 100 energy or throw on alignment. Valor Ash will choose to go over 100 energy, but because you cannot exceed that cap, some of that potential energy generation is lost. So good awareness by Abhinav, being able to punish the fact that Valor Ash should overfarm to that degree.
We see a quick swap into Greninja, which does pull out the Acid Credilli. Will we see a Hydro Cannon or Night Slash? No, opting not to try to fish for the boost. Greninja doesn't really quite look like a fish. Hydro Cannon coming through, doing about half the remaining health of the Credilli. We'll have to see. Oh, actually, Abhinav going for an overfarm here. Now going to need to put up a shield given how fast this Greninja paces to its charge attacks.
Greninja able to grab the shield. Abhinav farming up, going for a Rock Tomb. This is only neutral damage, but this is a Greninja. It's very frail. A Rock Tomb could set up a farm down. The no shield happens. Oh, it doesn't even set up the farm down. It just knocks out Greninja. So glassy, but importantly, that generated the shield advantage that the Credilli might need to be able to deal with that Firo in the back.
Yeah, the slightly faster pacing that Bullet Seed has will be a little bit nice for Valor Ash, given that a singular Rock Tomb will do so much damage to the very fragile Firo. However, really interesting, Abhinav going in with the Firo as opposed to that Corsola, now switching in a slightly weird position and gives a full Bullet Seed. He didn't really have much of an option there, but because of the way all that timing worked, had he thrown maybe a different number of pecks, he might have not let as much energy go to Valor Ash for free there.
The Grass Knot knocking out would be massive for Valor Ash. Valor Ash desperately does not want Abhinav to get to one final charge attack. Abhinav hangs on. Can he get there? No! Bullet Seed for the first time doing fast move damage. It gets that farm down, and now Valor Ash has the ability to apply debuff after debuff to this Firo.
Rock Tomb coming through. There is a lot of energy on the Firo. It is now at 2 drill pecks. However, we see Abhinav opting not to throw, given there is still so much health and a good amount of energy on that Clodsire. Although the Clodsire does not have a rock type move, there are 2 shields on the side for Valor Ash. So even if those charge attacks were thrown, there is just no way that Abhinav could have won that game after losing shield advantage, bringing a grass type into a water type.
I loved the game plan from Valor Ash in game number 2. Sometimes you just gotta roll with your favorites, Phoebe. Safe switching that Greninja, being able to bait out the Credilli, but a very pivotal moment of that match was throwing the second Hydro Cannon on alignment to ensure the shield advantage, because the shield advantage is the big difference maker. When Firo had the energy head start against that Bullet Seed Credilli, it just got absolutely shredded. But if you're able to get the shield advantage, then suddenly Credilli up a shield and up energy, suddenly it feels like a whole new matchup.
And I think that was really crucial there, as we just saw the Sludge Bomb able to knock out the Credilli. Abhinav shaking his head, really hoping he could survive that hit. And here we see the pivot and the full Bullet Seed going through there, and barely Grass Knot getting a lot of damage in and barely picking up the knockout with the additional damage of that Bullet Seed.
And back in came the Firo. Firo, all the energy in the world, but it's not enough. The Rock Tomb is reached. Firo gets knocked out, and Valor Ash in what is a very tricky matchup. He did what he had to do, which is win game 2, but now the hard part, gotta do it again.
And Valor Ash bringing that Greninja. Maybe Abhinav is thinking about bringing his Pangoro a little bit. It's a little tough to bring when you have a Pokemon like Talonflame or a Pokemon like Clodsire on the other side that resist those hard-hitting close combats that you can throw, that you want to throw in order to pick up knockouts before you pivot out into a different Pokemon. Fearow, I think, is going to remain a staple, however, given how good it is against the basically all of Valor Ash's team.
I really love the coverage that it provides. We have seen a few Pokemon in the past have this flying ground coverage, and even though Fearow doesn't necessarily have the stats of something like a Galarian Corsola, if you have good coverage, good pacing, and even if you don't take damage well, you gotta at least hit hard, and Fearow does that. Fearow outputs a lot of damage very quickly, but we don't have to wait any longer. Game number 3, we have lock-ins. It's Clodsire into the Shadow Scizor for Abhinav.
And a little bit uncomfortably for Valor Ash here, he does not have access to Stone Edge, so he's going to be pivoting out into the Credilli here and is going to throw on. I'm not 100% sure if that's good timing. I always have a hard time of discerning when it is after 2 swaps. Hydro Cannon coming through, going to not pull the shield. Will we see Abhinav throw immediately? Yes. 2 assets so that he does not have to give up shield advantage to maintain switch advantage again after the safe swap of Greninja.
That's a nice adjustment from Abhinav, but now Valor Ash can look to throw 3 Water Shurikens, double up on the Hydro Cannons, and this is where a lack of a water resist can be very, very tricky. If Abhinav shields, he has to double shield, so he's just gonna let it go. Hydro Cannon, debuff or not, that's still knocking out. And now what wants to take the Hydro Cannons from Greninja?
Nothing. Nothing wants to take the Hydro Cannons from Greninja, but in comes the Fearow, going for what will likely be an easier fast attack down. I like this. Going for the Night Slash a little bit cheaper, but Abhinav no shielding. What an incredible call.
Nice call there. Greninja getting another Night Slash, guaranteeing that he will be able to force this shield. But Valor Ash bringing the signature Pokemon Talonflame and Greninja. He's got to be feeling it because he can now bring the Clodsire into the Fearow, and it's Talonflame into the Scizor in the back. Burn, baby, burn. Talonflame hits the field. Scizor gets farmed down, and Valor Ash in prime form here in Milwaukee.
Incinerate number 1, Incinerate number 2, Incinerate number red, Incinerate number blue. We see the Incinerate down of that Shadow Scizor. Bye-bye, and in comes the Fearow, and the damage that you see from the Incinerates into the Fearow is so much, like you said, it almost looks like it's super effective.
Fly does get the shield, but Abhinav has lost so much health. He does not even get the farm down as Valor Ash is able to make one final fly. But even if he did, he was in 1 Poison Sting range, and there's still a full health Clodsire. That was not getting knocked out by a drill run. And Valor Ash, a very difficult matchup, but he brought Greninja 2 times, and Greninja won both times.
He brought Talonflame 1 time, and Talonflame won the 1 time it was brought. I think we very frequently joke about, bringing your favorite Pokemon to these tournaments, and, you want to bring Pokemon that are both good and your favorites if you're lucky enough to have a favorite that's good in the game that you play. And you just get to see the power of these Pokemon that are fast-paced, hard-hitting. Those are the reasons, I think, why Valor Ash loves Greninja, loves Talonflame, and his past signature pick. I'll go ahead and do the grand reveal now. It was Haunter. Haunter was his pick all the way back, probably like, I don't know, like 7 years ago now. Man, it's been a long time.
Interesting. One adjustment that I really liked out of Valor Ash was in that game number 2. That game felt like it got a little bit out of hand when Greninja was able to take advantage of an over-farming Credilli to force a shield advantage. In game 3, Abhinav realized that's why I lost game 2. So I'm going to throw the Rock Tomb instantly, but Valor Ash said, oh, I just got 2 free turns on Greninja. I'm just gonna shield and double up on Hydro Cannons, and then that energy went everywhere. And Scizor can't take the Hydro Cannons, so he was forced to send out the Fearow, and that just set up Scizor to unfortunately just get incinerated down. The Talonflame, Shadow or not, those Incinerates are terrifying.
Sometimes all that matters is switch advantage, especially if you're running into a Pokemon like Shadow Scizor, as well as running yourself that Shadow Talonflame. The usage of these Pokemon is all over depending on where we've been in the meta and where we're going in the meta, but I think yesterday Caleb had an opportunity to ask some of the trainers here at the venue about usage stats. Let's see how that quiz went.
Welcome back to another special pop quiz with Professor Pang. I'm here with one of our top competitors, Rise to the Occasion. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. Great to be in the best city in America, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
All right, yeah, you were actually the first champion of Milwaukee as well for Pokemon GO, too. So I'm sure a lot of special memories here for you. Now, this quiz is about how well does Rise to Occasion know Rise to Occasion. Now, last season, you played in a total of 10 tournaments, and you used a total of 31 unique Pokemon. Now, my quiz for you today is, can you name the top 8 most used Pokemon you used last season in the tournaments combined? Now, you will have 3 strikes as well. So if you get 2 wrong, that's okay, but you can't get 3 wrong. And if you get any of them right, obviously, you can keep going forward. Are you ready?
I guess so. This is tough. Wait, I have a clarifying question. Is Shadow non-Shadow the same Pokemon? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's get started. Let's go with your first guess.
Primeape.
Primeape is correct. Primeape was actually tied for your second most used Pokemon and at 4 in total. So get a little Primeape up on the board.
I kind of fell in love with Primeape at the end. I used him in like 4 straight tournaments. I'm gonna guess Azumarill.
Azumarill is correct as well. Tied with Primeape at 4 total usage. So you are still perfect right now. No mistakes made. Let's stick it right there.
I'll guess Lapras.
Lapras is not on your top 8, so 1 strike.
Yeah. Drapion.
Drapion is actually, and number 1 in usage. 6 total tournaments using Drapion. Number 1 right there.
Great safe swap. I felt like you can't go on with Drapion. What else? How about... I'm already struggling, man. How about Dusclops?
Dusclops is not on the board. All right, 2 strikes. Got 1 more lifeline here. 1 more strike and you're out. What's your next guess?
I need to lock in. Where did we start? We started... Okay.
I'll give you a hint. There's another water Pokemon on your top 8.
Feraligatr.
That's correct. Feraligatr is there. It is also tied for number 2 in your usage. So we do have ourselves Feraligatr 4 times, 4 tournaments.
Okay. I remember, this isn't my guess. I remember like I used Ariados a little bit early, but I don't think I used it enough. Like Diggersby's another one I used early, but I don't know if he's on there. This is tough, guys. I do mix it up. So for people that say don't spice it up, I mix it up a lot. I'm gonna go with Stunfisk.
Stunfisk is not on the board, unfortunately. But you were close. Diggersby is on there. Diggersby is also tied for number 2 in usage at 4 in total. And then your other ones was tied for 3 in total. It was actually Talonflame was there. We had Jumpluff as well, your grass of choice. And then the last one was actually Tinkaton. But unfortunately, we have a slight graphical error, so we're going to use a Bastion to represent the steel. But it was indeed Tinkaton.
Okay. Jumpluff and Tinkaton I probably should have got. Talonflame was a tricky one because I think I used it for like my first 3 tournaments and then I never used it again. So I totally forgot about Talonflame.
And one fun fact while I was researching this is you indeed actually did not use Credilli once at all in the 2025 season, which is pretty impressive because it's a pretty prominent grass type in multiple metas. But speaking of grass types and metas, what is your spice of Milwaukee for this tournament this weekend?
So this weekend I'm actually bringing Shadow Dragonair as a relatively spicy pick. I think it's it can be really spammy to those Aqua Tails, and it can kind of catch people off guard in terms of their counts and stuff. So we'll see how it performs.
All right, and you know, it doesn't have wrap.
I'm actually going with Dragon Pulse.
Oh, that's some spice right there. All right, well, let's get back to the Milwaukee action.
Be wary of nights when starlight is bright. It's said that when the star shines in the night sky, the Pokemon will spirit away sleeping children. Some call it the Witch of Punishment. It is unknown just what link Gothorita has to the greater universe.
All right, you got it.
Welcome back to the Milwaukee Regional Championship 2026. I'm joined here with Caleb Pang. I'm Heather. And we are hopping into our Group F finals on the loser side. So we're going to be seeing a match between Leo Geo and Stud Muffins. And one of these trainers will be making it to day 2, and one of them will be going home.
Yeah, we only have 3 more series left to close out day number 1. I'm really excited to see these. I believe they're all on the loser side as well, so a lot on the line for all remaining 6 trainers. Leo Geo, kind of a seasoned veteran in grassroots as well as some of the circuit. Been playing since 2022 in the official circuit, but doesn't play in nearly as many tournaments, but always one of the strong competitors, especially in the Midwest region. Meanwhile, Stud Muffins didn't really play a lot in the first few years, but really made a splash on the scene last season as well. So 2 top-tier battlers here to close out Group F in this losers finals. And the teams are fairly similar. We do have a Charger Bug, though, on the side of Leo Geo, and that's going to play really favorably for him if he can get it onto the Corviknight, the Pangoro, or the Blastoise. And it's got a lot of play into the Credilli and the Corsa as well. You just have to avoid the Clodsire.
Yeah, if it ends up on that Clodsire, that would be dire for Leo Geo. But it does have a lot of neutral play, or, you know, super effective play into the rest of the team on Stud Muffin's side. So definitely an option for him to choose. Oh, we've got our match. We're locked in. We've got Furret into the Clodsire. This is going to be a favorable matchup for Clodsire, but Furret can put in a lot of work here if it decides to start boosting and shielding. It does have that Trailblaze, which would be neutral, but it can, he just swaps out, tries to catch a move on the Corviknight, no catch. And some of it comes in with the Blastoise as an answer.
Yeah, this is kind of tricky for Leo Geo because his best answer to that Clodsire is this Corviknight, and now that he's swapped into it, couldn't catch a move, but also the Clodsire has a ton of energy left in the back, and on top of it, Stud Muffins avoiding the disastrous Blastoise versus Furret matchup, getting a lot of usage here in this Corviknight matchup. Very good for Stud Muffins in the early parts of this game.
Yeah, and that Clodsire energy is going to go very far because we can see Leo Geo has his own Clodsire in the back. So the Clodsire energy is going to go everywhere.
Yeah, and Stud Muffins knowing confidently that he can hang on and get this Hydro Cannon off against the Corviknight. Do we see a shield from Leo Geo? It's a real question. I don't think it makes sense, and he agrees as well because, in comes the Clodsire again, but there's so much energy on the Clodsire, and now in a tough position is Leo Geo because he doesn't have a clear answer for his Clodsire. You don't really want to come in the mirror matchup, so he might start spending all the shields on the Furret to try and get rid of this thing.
Right, he has to bring the Furret in here because he can't bring it into his own Clodsire down that much energy. So we're back into the first matchup that we saw initially.
Yeah, and the pacing here on the Clodsire is going to be a lot slower than the Furret. Furret going straight and swift now at this point in time too. Stud Muffins knows it's not enough to KO and chooses not to shield as well, trying to put everything on the backs of that Corviknight. I like that play because unless it's a Charge Bug in the back, you're in a good position, and there indeed is not a Charge Bug in the back. I'm actually surprised though because I feel like with this composition you would think there might be, especially given the way that this first playing it out. But in fact, it's actually going to be a Clodsire. It's going to be a really good position for Stud Muffins to be in, and he's up 2 shields right now.
Yeah, this Corviknight is going to do a lot of work here because all of these moves that Furret is throwing are resisted. Furret is boosted though. Those sucker punches are starting to chunk a little bit. He does try to go for a catch. He can't quite make that air cutter. Stud Muffins just farms down that Corviknight. And now he lost his boost on the Furret. So those sucker punches are not going to do as much damage. Stud Muffins is going for the hard-hitting payback here. It might not be quite enough to KO. So the Furret is going to get one more parting Swift. And Stud Muffins has to think, am I going to shield this? I'm getting really low. His Corviknight's now in the yellow.
Yeah, choosing not to shield actually turns out it will probably be the best decision because it's really hard to point this thing down. But look at the Swift or Sucker Punch damage adding up here. Leo Geo maybe a little stressed here, not loving what he's seen. But the thing is, there's really not a lot of health left on this Corviknight. Can he ever poison this thing down? I don't think that's the case. And also, Stud Muffins, he still has two other Pokemon in the back and 2 shields. He's going to for sure get to this Earthquake.
Yeah, he's actually choosing to shield up his Clodsire. He wants to get this Earthquake off into Leojiro's Clodsire because it's going to do so much damage. It might pick up a KO. I don't know if Clodsire is quite in range, though. He might just barely live it.
Yeah, this is still a really tough position for Leojill to be in, and even though it's not enough to KO, the Corviknight should be able to clean up no problem, especially with the shield advantage. And honestly, you still can't poison this thing down. Your only hope is you get to it, but not going to be the case as Stubbuff is going to reach yet another Earthquake. I mean, even if you throw the move, it's not going to work out because he still has a shield, right? So a very strong, dominant performance from Stubmuffins. 3-ball flex with an extra shield to boot as well. How does Leojill make the adjustment? Because he didn't really bring a Clodsire answer, right? His best matchup was probably somewhere between the Furret and obviously the Corviknight, but he can't really risk getting his own Clodsire into the Clodsire because that's essentially what happened in the very end there. But I'm very surprised because Clodsire is pretty strong in his team, and especially with a Charge Bug team, you would think that you're pretty strong into Clodsire as a whole, but chose not to bring the Gastrodon, opted for the Corviknight instead, and just put him in a really tough position after 2 failed catch attempts.
Yeah, so I think he might pivot to his own Corviknight after seeing Stubmuffins, how much work his Corviknight put into Leojiro's team. I think that would probably be a good adjustment. He might also potentially bring the Gastrodon because Gastrodon's pretty good into Stubmuffin's team as well. It doesn't want to see the Cradilly, but it's got neutral play across the board. And even if it ends up on like the Blastoise, right? It's got rollout damage that is resisted, and you have to land those Hydro Cannons on the Gastrodon, and you're taking all those Mud Slaps in the process. But we are locked in for game 2, and we have Cradilly into Corsola. This is a pretty neutral matchup. We know that Cradilly can actually win the zeros here because of those debuffs. So if we start debuffing with the Rock Tombs, it does get uncomfortable for the Corsola, but then you're in range of farm down later on.
Yeah, and this is honestly exactly where Stubmuffins wants to go. I was going to say exactly where he wants to see the Cradilly, but no, he chooses to swap out instead, going straight for the Air Cutter. Not a lot of damage, so Leojiro's not going to spend the shield here, but maybe just wants to get a little bit of damage before this Rock Tomb is reached. Also wants to misalign the timers here, but once you throw this Rock Tomb, you can come in with your own Corviknight, and there's just no way you lose that head-to-head matchup when the opposing Corviknight is debuffed.
Yeah, I think he potentially might have wanted to try to bait out a Charge Bug if there was one in the back, because he does have the Corviknight and the Blastoise, so maybe that's why he hard pivoted that Corviknight.
Oh, and we actually get the shield from Leojill. Wants to save as much health on this Corviknight as possible. I don't hate the play because the Corviknight has a lot of utility into the side of Stubmuffins. He can't really come back very easily with the Corsola, especially with this much energy, so maybe trying to grab the Blastoise out now, and you can align the Cradilly with it later here. And Stubmuffins knows he's not going to win this matchup, and the players are swapping in and out yet again. In comes the Blastoise, but now you have a chance to get this stuck into the Cradilly because the timer's coming up soon for Leojill.
Right, these switch timers are so misaligned, so trainers are just going in and out, and Stubmuffins does shield up the payback, and he's going to get off his Hydro Cannon into the Corviknight. Does not threaten a knockout, but it is going to do a lot of neutral damage here.
Yeah, I really like that shield from Stubmuffins because if you get hit by the payback, then the Cradilly can go straight Rock Tomb and debuff you. Now the Cradilly has to try to go to the Grass Knot or get risky and baits with the Rock Tomb instead. So it puts Leojill in a slightly tougher position. Lets the Hydro Cannon go. This is actually going to do a lot of damage for neutral to Cradilly. Cradilly should be able to reach and move, but if Stubmuffins chooses to shield the Grass Knots, Stubmuffins can roll out down. That's going to be a lot of energy for the Blastoise. It's going to go somewhere into everything, and that's exactly what Stubmuffins does.
He does choose shield that up, and he will roll out down the Cradilly because Leojill cannot quite get out. So now he's got all this energy on Blastoise. Where is he going to go into? He goes in Corviknight, and he is in Hydro Cannon range at this point, so if he does let this go, his Corviknight will be knocked out, and he does choose to shield it up correctly.
Yeah, I really like the play from Stubmuffins here, because even if, tries to go for a catch, and comes in with the Corsola, I think this is Charge Attack priority, so even though it's super effective damage, you should get the Nightshade off, and that's going to be really good, because you could take out this pesky Corviknight. Oh, not actually the case, but now throws the Nightshade, and it should be close to knocking out this Corviknight. Either way, I don't think it'll be able to get off another move.
Yeah, it's gonna be very close. It does get the knockout, so now he comes back in. Clodsire gets a full Poison Sting down on that Corsola.
This game is not over because Colossar can definitely hang on here. There could be a pivotal catch that StubMuffins makes here on the Corviknight to win him the game, but he needs to swap at the exact timing here. The energy is building up though. The switch arms aren't even up yet, and you can see he throws the Hydro Cannon, but not able to swap out in time, and the Earthquake is going to connect. This will for sure knock out the Blastoise. Does the Corviknight have enough energy? Can it get to a payback in time? It's the real question here. Oh, it's close again.
So
Can he get to it? He gets the payback.
This is going to do a lot. I don't think it's going to quite knock out, but can he stand attack down afterward?
Yeah, that's going to be the real question. Stone Edge is going to be reached here. I think Colossar has enough in the tank.
Away. Does reach the Stone Edge, and that
huge.
Will KO the Corviknight.
All right,
we have
Leo
a 1-to-1 series here.
Yeah, coming in clutch in this pivotal game 2 for Leo Geo. And both these players, the final game for them here in Milwaukee, or at least for one of these players, right? And you know there's a lot on the line. The winner of this will make that phase 2 and make day number 2 here in Milwaukee. And the loser of it will be knocked out. And, you know, a lot less championship points, but also both these players, they want more than just championship points. They want a title under their belts.
Absolutely. All right, so let's talk about game 2 adjustments here. That was a really close game, came down to the wire.
Yeah.
So are trainers gonna run it back? Will they bring something else? I feel like they were pretty evenly matched there. There was a lot of in and out and swapping and DCing the switch timer. No one really had like hard answers on either side, which is really, really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of really, yeah, like you said, a lot of neutral matchups. Even like the losing matchups, right? Colossar into Blastoise, there's a lot of play, right? So it makes the game really exciting, and it's hard to predict exactly who's going to come out on top in these situations. So especially when they're not on even energy, even health, even shield, stuff like that. You know, the Charger Bug has so much potential, but some of us just not giving Leo Geo any breathing room, right? Bring the Colossar, brought the Corsola as well. The Credilli, not even that bad, into the Charge Bug. So StubMuffins just trying to make it really hard for Leo Geo to bring the Charge Bug and forcing him to play a lot of these neutral matchups out. Here we go, game number 3, StubMuffins versus Leo Geo. Winner will make it forward, loser will be going home. It's going to be the water versus water action. Gastrodon into Blastoise. So like you said, this matchup's not even that bad for the Gastrodon.
Yeah, so you can get off neutral body slams here. StubMuffins is going to go straight for the Hydro Cannon. You can never roll out down, even if he lands 2 Hydro Cannons, though. So Gastrodon does have to shield at some point. He does just pivot straight into the Corviknight, though, and he's met with StubMuffins' own Corviknight.
Yeah, this is kind of a weird situation for StubMuffins. I thought he was going to chip and dip out, but because of this, he's probably going to lose switch advantage unless he like perfectly shields and then lands every payback himself. But maybe StubMuffins thinking, I just don't mind losing switch advantage. It's really risky there though, because there's a Gastrodon on the lead for the Colossar in the back, and he knows there's that Gastrodon, right? It's not a surprise to him. So I'm surprised by this play, but let's see how he's able to dance around it.
And that Gastrodon left with so much energy, he didn't throw any of it. It's going to be devastating for that Colossar if it lands on that.
Yeah, definitely. We see the first shield come up from StubMuffins, but he is in a little bit of trouble here. As you can see, he is getting outpaced. Oh, in comes the combo play from the Gastrodon. This actually might be everything StubMuffins needs. He can avoid the Gastrodon matchup, and he gets the Corviknight first Gastrodon matchup, which generally speaking is a pretty good spot to be in. But now that you wasted all the energy from the Gastrodon, the Blastoise has a much better position now against this Gastrodon.
Yeah, because he's not in body slam range, so even though Gastrodon will make a body slam here, it is not going to threaten to KO. StubMuffins can no-shield this. Or, yeah, he's going to go ahead and no-shield it. He will live this. I'm not sure if he'll get the rollout down, though, or before the Mud Slap down. He just chooses to just throw the Hydro Cannon, get rid of the Gastrodon, so he doesn't have to take any Mud Slaps anywhere else, which I think is a good plan.
Yeah, it would have been pretty close there to see if you do it, but watch us get rid of the Gastrodon, see what's in the back here. In comes the Credilli. If you get a Hydro Cannon off, that's going to be huge. He does get the Hydro Cannon off for some chip damage. That's absolutely massive for him. He still has a Colossar in the back as well for a positive matchup. Does he hard pivot over or just let the Credilli farm down? He does hard pivot over, but now Leo Geo can even debuff and then come in with the Corviknight.
Yeah, he is going to debuff this Colossar, which I think is the correct play. You would need 3 moves to knock it out anyway. So go ahead and debuff and then swap back into your Corviknight. Now the Stone Edges will do less damage. 2 might not even knock out the Corviknight now.
Oh, and Leo Geo going straight for the air cutter as well. Recognizing the sand attack damage could be pretty useful. Especially, oh wait, we get a shield! Shielding the air cutter as well. Maybe a miscount from StubMuffins, but that's massive for Leo Geo. He could go for the payback now, or maybe just keep building up the air cutter. He didn't get get boosted though, so there's that. But the debuff on the Clodsire is really rough. Timers are coming up though. Maybe some of us has a chance to swap out.
Yeah, I think some of us is gonna throw this to try to get the switch timer up and then look to pivot out, so that way you can clear that debuff.
All right, Stone Edge just going to land, puts the Corviknight in the red. Can he go for a catch? Oh, he tries to go for a catch, but doesn't do it. And now this is such a tough position. He does clear the debuff, but there are no shields left remaining, and you can't just poison this thing down, this Corviknight from this range, and there's so much health still on the Credilli in the back.
Yeah, he does need to land another Stone Edge here, but he gets to the Air Cutter first. I don't think this is quite enough to KO, but it's going to put the Clodsire so low. And like you said, the Credilli is still in the back there. At like over half health too.
Yeah, only a few sand attacks away from taking it out. He is going to shield it up, knowing that the poison stings are not going to be enough. Super effective sand attacks are going to start chewing through the health bar of this Clodsire. Only one Corviknight left, no shields as well. Wait, hold on, gets the Air Cutter. Is there any world where he boosts here and get a payback off? I don't think so. The acid is resisted, but there's not much health left. He does get the boost though. Can he get the payback?
Can he get the payback before he gets the rock?
It's going to be huge if he
race to the finish.
Oh!
He acids down the Corviknight.
Wow, I honestly thought that was Leo Gio's game to win for so much of that game, but almost getting there. One sand attack and he might have been able to KO the Credilli. That would have been an absolute huge comeback for Submuffins, but Leo Gio's back and he is making it to day number 2 here in Milwaukee, taking a 2-1 victory over Submuffins.
Yeah, that came down to the wire, literally. If that Corviknight had one more HP, maybe he makes the payback there, and maybe that's a different game, but that acid down was just insane.
Yeah, and you know, really unfortunate for Submuffins to shield up the Air Cutter. You know, it's easy to lose track of the energy your opponents have because, you know, both players just swapping in and out throughout the entire matchup. And also, it's a really long day, right? And Submuffins been playing all day long too,
yeah,
so
absolutely.
fatigue can definitely catch up to you for any trainer in those situations. It's also sand attack too, right? It's harder to count in those spots, but yeah, I mean, this series is super fun to watch because I just had no idea how the players are going to play out these matchups. Submuffins with a huge dominant performance in that first game, but Leo Gio making the corrections in the game, in game 2, and of course game 3 as well was heavily in his favor.
Yeah, and then hard pivoting out of the Gastrodon with all the energy was really threatening to the Clodsire in the back potentially, but then he hard pivoted back in the same Gastrodon to snipe later on and get the water pulse off on the Corviknight. It was so back and forth. We didn't know how that was going to end, and those are the most fun matches to watch, honestly.
Right, and both players just choosing to go as neutral as possible in a lot of these matchups, which is what really makes Pokemon Go PP really exciting. So big congrats to Leo Gio. He will be moving forward in day number 2 here in Milwaukee, and that means Submuffins unfortunately will be going home, but we'll be leaving with some championship points and experience under his belt, and definitely not the last one we'll see him this season.
Definitely, yeah. You can count on Submuffins to be back on stream at some point, I'm sure.
Definitely. Well, we only have 2 more series left here. It's going to be Tomahawk UK versus Snots in this losers finals. I don't know the actual participation numbers and players, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Tomahawk's the only player from EU competing here in Milwaukee, and he's had a fantastic season last season, competing in a number of North America tournaments. And I think he made top cut in almost every one of them, so definitely no stranger to competing in NA despite being an EU player.
Yeah, so we're going to check out this season, Tales of Transformation, real quick. So we've got some events coming up, and we've got the Halloween events. Those are always fun. Looks like we've got some new costume Pokemon, including Teddy Ursa and Noibat.
Yeah, definitely. These are pretty cute, and I believe they could probably be shiny as well. And we get the debut of Poltergeist and Sinistra. So for the matcha lovers here, or the ghost lovers, this is your Pokemon for it, and there's 50 candies to evolve the Poltergeist. And Halloween, honestly, is one of my favorite times of year for Pokemon Go. So many cool events and so many ghosts and spooky Pokemon too. And a great time to gather resources for these ghost Pokemon that are so meta relevant in this meta right now. And a lot of them requiring XL candies as well, like the Savoy, Phantom, Shadow Phantom, and Shadow
we have the debut of 2 new Shadow Pokemon, Yamask and Phantom, which if you're into PvP, which most of us are here, you definitely want to get those and hoard them in case those become meta viable later on.
Yeah, and Trevenant was honestly the grass powerhouse back in the early days of the competitive series. Trevenant on so many teams. Now a little bit edged out from that Credilli, but it still could be really good. And it'll take a couple trainers, but I'm sure some people will make it quite work in this current meta. So we'll see how that goes. Cofagrigus is also a pretty tough one to use in this current meta, but there's been a few Cofagrigus making top cuts in the past, and I don't know, maybe the Shadow variant will close the gap on its usage.
Yeah, I think Trevenant could be really interesting. There might be some Shadow Claw breakpoints with that extra shadow damage, so that'll be interesting to look into for sure.
Yeah, if you're a Murkrow lover, you're gonna really like that matchup though. But hey, you never know. The Shadow Ball might still hit the Murkrow quite hard.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at our next match. So we've got Tomahawk versus Snots. Let's take a look at these two teams. So Tomahawk running the Azumarill Golisopod. We haven't seen much Golisopod today, so that's an interesting pick. He's also got Furret, and he's got Shadow Steelix, which we did make a prediction that Shadow Steelix would be used today. So that's cool to see. He's also got the Shadow Annihilate, the Cradilly, and then Snot's team, we've got Altaria, we've got Lapras, Shadow Scizor, Ufisk, Novin Sunfisk, and Wigglytuff and Dusclops.
Yeah, this is super interesting because it's 12 unique Pokemon, 6 different Pokemon on each side. And Snot's team definitely a little bit anti-meta. We don't see a lot of Altaria, but Snot's making it really good, especially the bulky Dragon type, one of the bulkiest Dragon types in Great League as well. Despite maybe not being as fast or pacing as something like a Goodra, finding a lot of utility. I saw, his matchup first battle build earlier and just playing it really, really well. Meanwhile, Tomahawk UK looks like he's playing in the meta of old times. That looks like a team you would see last season, maybe last competitive season as well in 2025, but he's making it work. I mean, honestly, it sounds wild to say, but Azumarill is spicy in this meta. I think this is the only Azumarill I've seen in the entire tournament so far on the broadcast, and honestly probably one of only a couple of players that have brought it. A lot of our top players have opted to not go with Azumarill, but Tomahawk, no stranger to running some spice himself, and for once, Azumarill is spice.
Yeah, a lot of people are preferring other fairy types. We've seen a lot of Wigglytuff today and also Tinkaton, or we've seen a lot of teams that don't even have a fairy type at all, which was unheard of a few seasons ago. Everyone would have you wearing a fairy type no matter what.
Yeah, that's right. And, looking at Tomahawk's matchup against Snots, I know he struggled a lot against Dragon Flames' Shadow Scizor, and Snots does have that Shadow Scizor on his team as well. So let's see how Tomahawk UK is going to be able to adjust here in this matchup. And the nice thing with Altaria is that the faster pacing with the Dragon Breath really makes these Sky Attachers come online much faster in these situations. Even though Dragon Breath does a little bit less damage, like in the Zero matchup, you weren't doing any damage to Dragon Breath to begin with, so it's only an upside for that Altaria. Let's see how this matchup goes. Losers finals of Group G, Tomahawk UK versus Snots. It's going to be the Shadow Annihilate versus the shiny Altaria on the side of Snots.
Yeah, so we got Ape into Altaria, and Altaria is definitely favored in this matchup. However, Annihilate can punch back with those ice punches. They will be double super effective and do massive amounts of damage.
Yeah,
however, Snots will outpace to this Sky Attack first.
Yeah, and the tough part here for Tomahawk is even if you bait with the Rage Fist, the pacing on this Altaria is quite quick here too, so you're going to have to bait perfectly. Snots is going to throw up the first protective shield for the potential double super after the Ice Punch. He really wants to avoid this Shadow Annihilate onto his backline. He's going to be in a really tough spot. Oh, Tomahawk UK going for another bait, and we get another shield from Snots. Both shields already stripped from his side.
Yeah, I think if he goes for the double bait, I think he can get to that Ice Punch before the next Sky Attack is loaded, but it does provide Snots an opportunity to catch that Ice Punch on something else.
And looked like Tomahawk UK was trying to catch on the Steelix, but not able to, as Snots was throwing in the middle of, oh wait, hold on, he doesn't even throw the move, letting Snots just take out the Annihilate, even though he had plenty of energy for both moves.
I think he was predicting that Snots was going to try to catch that, so he just kept punching to see what was going to come in, and then Snots just did not pivot at all.
Yeah, Snots just saying, you know what, if you're going to stay in, I'm going to stay in as well. In comes the Bird. This is really good for Snots now. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage here as Tomahawk UK. He is going to throw a move this time around, going to get the Swift off against the Altaria. Now, the Bird is pretty strong into the backline of Snots, but you know, he doesn't know there's Steelix yet. So let's see what he comes in. When he comes in the Lapras, this is huge for Snots because then he could get the, you know, stuff is on the ground Steel type of the Steelix. That's going to be massive, super effective. Trailblaze is going to connect first.
Yeah, this Trailblaze will not even come close to knocking out this Lapras as it's non-stabbed. It's going to be about half the remaining health. But he will get to that Sparkling Arias and overfarm as much as he can here before Furret gets to the next Swift. This Aria will not quite knock out this Furret though.
Yeah.
It will live and be able to get to the next move. So interesting to see if he does pivots and catches the Swift onto the Stunfisk.
This is huge for Snots as well because he got a Thundershock through, which means he outpaces the Furret to the next move. And in comes the Shadow Steelix, but you do not. Oh, wait, he has Earthquake. There might be a chance here for Tomahawk UK to take out this Unova Stunfisk. However, the timers are coming up soon. First Mud Bomb is going to come through. Second Mud Bomb is ready as well. Can the Shadow Steelix hang on and get this Earthquake off?
He will live 2 Mud Bombs. He's still in the green and he cannot Thundershock this Steelix down. I think he will definitely make this Earthquake.
Yeah, Shadow Earthquake from Shadow Steelix is going to do a lot of damage. Switch timers are not up yet.
Yeah, he cannot catch on his Lapras quite yet. Tomahawk does throw the move. This will land. I believe this will be enough to get the knockout. Unova Stunfisk is very bulky, but this is a Shadow Earthquake.
Yeah, it does. One-shot KO here, but the Sparkling Arias reach, trying to go for the catch, but not able to do it. Snots denying 3 catch attempts already from Tomahawk UK, throwing in between the fast X. Expert precision mechanics from Snots here. It's going to be a side wave versus a Sucker Punch down, and the Sucker Punch takes precedence here as Tomahawk UK takes game number 1 over Snots.
Wow, that was such a close end game. Sucker Punches just barely out-damaged those side waves, but it could have been anyone's game there.
Yeah, wow, that was super close. I really didn't know how it was going to go, but really great plays from Snots to deny so many catch attempts, and even though the Annihilate not taking out the Altaria, Tomahawk's still able to find the victory there. And the Earthquake Shadow Steelix, most people run the Crunch in Psychic Fangs combination, but the Earthquake is absolutely clutch for him in that endgame matchup against the Unova Stunfisk, which all things considered should win that matchup, but in that case, not quite going to be enough with that Earthquake on the side of Tomahawk.
Yeah, let's talk about that initial prediction that Tomahawk made early on in the game. He seemed like he thought Snotch was going to catch that Rage Fist or the Ice Punch, so he just kept punching, and then Snotch just went for the Sky Attack and knocked out the Ape.
Yeah, I think it's a risky play from Tomahawk, right? I get the understanding because he's thinking, why would Snots ever stay in here? I outpace him anyway.
Right.
But if you look at the team of Snots, unless there's a Wigglytuff in the back, nothing's going to appreciate a boosted Rage Fist on the side of Snots. I mean, I guess you could have thrown an Ice Punch and maybe Snots brings in a Lapras there, but it's a tough catch position for Snots, and honestly a tough position for Snots to even be in, getting baited both shields with the Rage Fist from the Shadow Annihilate. But yeah, really close game on both ends here there, and you know, the littlest of adjustments maybe could have turned the tides for Snots, but I think given the hand heals dealt outside of no shielding of potential baits, he played that pretty much perfectly.
Definitely. That was so close, and it just came down to the wire at the end. But yeah, denying all of those catches really put Snots in a better position to potentially win that game, and he played to all the win cons that he possibly could. Tomahawk just barely edged out.
Yeah, let's see how Snots makes the adjustment here. Snots was our second place finisher in Milwaukee last year, just a couple months ago really, against Out of Pocket, and he wants a chance to take the title here this time around in Milwaukee, but he's got to get through Tomahawk UK first. He's got to win game number 2 to have even a chance for game number 3. Game number 2 is underway. It's going to be the Shadow Steelix into Dusclops, but without Crunch, this matchup is not that bad for the Dusclops.
Yeah, Tomahawk is thinking, oh, I wish my Furret was here. And he catches a Shadow Punch on the Furret and sneaks the Sucker Punch through too.
Absolutely huge play from Tomahawk UK, catching the double resisted Sucker Punch, but now comes to Altaria, avoiding that matchup into the Shadow Steelix for the time being. And for Tomahawk UK, you don't usually want to throw a resisted trail play, so has to go for the Swift, the neutral damage for the Altaria, just going to outbulk in this matchup. You can see the Swift just not doing nearly enough, and if Snots leaves with some energy extra in the back, he can even throw super effective flamethrower at the Steelix.
Yeah, I think that Steelix into Altaria matchup is actually pretty uncomfortable for Steelix, especially on this moveset where you only have Psychic Fangs and Earthquake, which you would never throw an Earthquake at an Altaria. So you definitely have to go straight Psychic Fangs there, and the Thunder Fangs are just neutral. I wonder if he just goes for a full Thunder Fang down to try. Okay. He just comes back in, hard pivots the Steelix back in to catch the flamethrower, which he then shields. So he's trying to get an energy advantage here and see, okay, and he brings out the Novan Stunfisk.
This is a really tough position because if you get baited with the Psychic Fangs, it's very, very uncomfortable for Snots, especially after that first Earthquake landing. It's got to be in the back of your mind that, man, I really don't want to take another Earthquake yet again. Do I go for it or not is the real question. Crunch time here for Snots. Does he call it? He does call it at the last second. Huge call for Snots. Even though defense is dropped, these Thunder Fangs are doing absolutely nothing. Tomahawk goes for another bait, and this time around going to get the shield from Snots.
Yeah, well, if you bait once, you gotta bait twice.
Exactly.
Double down on it and get that shield, and then he can actually pivot out to catch a Mud Bomb on his Cradilly and neutralize this damage. He did not want to take another Mud Bomb on his Steelix.
Yeah, I like this play from Snots too, to just, you know, desync the timer a little bit, but now getting in your Dusclops and has a super effective Ice Punch, forcing Tomahawk UK to spend the shields, but this is a tough position for Tomahawk UK to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. His Cradilly is going to go ahead and debuff this Dusclops, throwing on good timing there, maximizing that energy. He's not going to shield Dusclops, so this does not threaten a KO. Dusclops is very bulky, so we'll do about half the remaining health there. And you'll want to throw that Ice Punch, which will be super effective damage, but it is one stage debuff. I think 2 Ice Punches will still threaten a KO on this Cradilly though.
Yeah, and I think Snots is pretty comfortable with just letting the Dusclops go. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a shield, a swap actually, from Tomahawk UK. Another catch for him, catching everything this game, but is it enough is the real question, because now he's going to be locked into this next matchup. And I think Snots might just pivot right over to the, Stunfisk. Unless he comes to Cradilly here, I think he's going to come in Steelix. You just save the shield for the Earthquake. You're going to be in a good spot here. That's exactly what he does. Oh, and actually throwing the move.
I don't think this is enough to quite KO this Dusclops, but maybe one more Thunder Fang afterward. But Snots can pivot if he wants to. Oh, it does barely pick up the knockout.
Yeah, but now the Steelix has no energy. Snots still has a shield on his side. He's feeling good about this shield advantage. You know, a Stunfisk, even against Cradilly, with that little health, you can do some damage here. First Mud Bomb is going to come through and take out the Steelix. Only one Mud Bomb away to take out this Cradilly. In comes the Rock Tomb. This debuff can be critical here. Oh, and Snots calls it. He doesn't even shield it, knowing that it could potentially KO, but he's confident here. And you can see Tomahawk acknowledging that he is going to take the loss here in game number 2. Huge no-shield call from Snots. Back against the wall. He's going to game number 3 and still has a chance for redemption.
Snots is reading Tomahawk's mind. Oh my gosh, that no-shield. That Grass Knot, I think the Grass Knot would not have threatened to KO though, so he could have lived it and still gotten to that Mud Bomb there. So I think it was technically a safe no-shield, but most trainers in that position would have shielded that up in case it was a Grass Knot.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that safe to me, but for Snots, he's feeling pretty safe there, as he is going to force a game number 3 here in this Losers Finals. Only one game left between these two trainers. I want to hear who you're hoping to take it all. Both these trainers need your energy here for this final game on day number 1. As we take a look at the recap here, the Dusclops coming in clutch here, especially after that moveset. So many great catches from Tomahawk UK, but he was in so many bad matchups, forcing himself to give up switch advantage time and time again. And that's what made it so hard for him to come back, even though he's able to catch all these resistant moves, catching a double resisted Sucker Punch on the Ferret, catching an Ice Punch on the Ferret again, but just a little bit falling short in those situations. Does he bring back the Shadow Annihilate? Is the real question here.
I think he might need to. I think he's got to bring an answer for that Unova Stunfisk, and he's got to line it up on it. He keeps bringing Steelix and ending up with Steelix on that Unova Stunfisk, which is really tough to play out, because if the Steelix gets chipped even a little bit, then he's suddenly in range of 2 Mud Bombs KOing, and those Mud Bombs pace so fast. It's 5 to the first one, 4 to the second one.
Yeah, and the covers from Altaria this season too, with that access to Flamethrower, he had to spend a shield on the Flamethrower in the Steelix matchup too. In the past, you would never have the shield, especially at that health range with the Steelix, but because Flamethrower is still going to take a big chunk out of your health bar, forcing to spend the shield there and just trying to dance around this matchup as much as possible. We haven't really seen the Azumarill come to play, right? Azumarill would be really good into the Altaria. It has played into Unova Stumpus as well. And so I'm really surprised because it's not that weak into the team of Snots. Maybe scared of that Shadow Scizor, but outside of that, he has a lot of utility with the Azumarill. So I'm really curious why he hasn't opted to try it into Snots' team.
I agree. I think the Azumarill would have a lot of play here. Maybe he's worried about the Lapras, but again, it's on Ice Beam, so that's really not that bad of a matchup for Azumarill. And Azumarill has a lot of play into every Pokemon on this team, honestly, especially because Snot seems to be favoring the Altaria and Dusclops core, and Azumarill would do amazing into that core.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see how Tomahawk UK is going to adjust for this final game. He's still thinking, trying to lock in one final line here in day number 1 here. I believe both trainers are ready. It's going to be Tomahawk UK versus Snots in this losers finals of Group G. The winner will make it to day number 2. The loser will be knocked out of this tournament. So much on the line for both players. Here we go. It is going to be Lapras into the Shadow Annihilate. A fantastic lead for Tomahawk UK, but it's still not the best lead because the Lapras is going to get that Sparkling Aria first.
Yeah, those super effective Psy Waves are going to chunk this Annihilate. Annihilate will pace the same to the first Sparkling Aria, but Lapras will beat it to the second one, or outpace it. He's going to no-shield the Rage Fist, though, potentially just looking for a shield advantage here by assuming Tomahawk shields this up. It would be, yeah, there we go. Would be wild no shield there to get up here and boosted Annihilate. Of course, he does immediately pivot out to the Cradilly to meet this Altaria.
And you can see, just like you said, right, he needs to answer, you know, something. He brings 3 of his best answers there with the Cradilly, with the Annihilate, and with the Furret as well. So, you know, something's not a lot of places to go. To opt to bench the Steelix this time around, which I think is the right call here. But,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think Sus is thinking, all right, if I put everything on the Stumpus, I might have a chance here, but the Stumpus is really not going to appreciate the Furret in this situation. He's going to get the Sky Tag before the Rock Tomb is reached. Let's see what Tomahawk UK does. Does he let this go? I think he's going to have to because he's already down a shield.
Yeah, and he will live this Sky Attack because it is debuff and it's Sky Attack from an Altaria, not a very attack-weighted Pokemon. So I think he's trying to actually pivot out, bank this energy, and then maybe get the other pivot into the Unova Stunfisk. So this matchup actually gets uncomfortable for Furret when it has a shield disadvantage because these Mud Bombs and Thunder Shocks will slowly add up. Furret is not the bulky spot, it's like mid-bulk. So they will definitely add up over time.
Definitely, it's kind of like average of a lot of different bulks for Pokemon here, but Mud Bomb is starting to connect. And here's the thing, right? Because he landed that Trailblaze, now he can probably go straight Swift here and put Snots in a really uncomfortable position. Oh no, he opts for the Trailblaze instead. I don't know if this is going to be a good play from Tomahawk UK or not, because Snots for sure was going to shield this either way. He's going to spend the shield on the Unova Stunfisk, trying to get as much energy as possible, almost at the back-to-back Mud Bomb. Let's not forget, both players have moves banked on the Cradilly and the Altaria respectively. So both players trying to see how they're going to spend this final shield. Do we see a potential catch coming? Snot's going to throw this Mud Bomb instead.
Yeah, so the Furret will get TO'd from this Mud Bomb here, so he does just let it go. All of the Pokemon are looking pretty low on HP, except for this Annihilate. He can potentially get the counter down, and he does pivot out to catch this Rage Fist onto his very low HP Lapras, trying to save that Stunfisk. He did bank a move and got out with it, and I think because he has energy on Altaria, he does have a move on Altaria.
Wow, even throws the extra Dragon Breath just in case. Can Tomahawk UK maybe go for a catch on the Cradilly? There's still a move on the Cradilly. What does Snots do? Do you throw? I think you have to throw the Mud Bomb right away, right? Tomahawk UK is not in here, and he just lets it go, expecting maybe a catch. But Tomahawk UK is going to take the 2-1 victory here over Snots and has a spot in day number 2.
Wow, what a match. That was, again, so back and forth, so much pivoting, so much desync of the switch timers again. Such a dynamic duo to watch, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, Tomahawk UK, after seeing that, you know, Stunfisk in both of the previous games, said, you know what? I'm just gonna bring 3 of my best answers to it, and he found great matchups into that Unova Stumpus. It's not playing really well, but just not a lot of places to go with Unova Stumpus, and the pesky Shadow Annihilate, right? Just put in so much work for Tommy UK. Still had half health, did so much damage to take out, pretty much every Pokemon on Tomahawk or on Snots' side in some way, shape, or form. Chipping the Lapras, taking out the Altaria, and then finishing off the Stumpus. So big congrats to Tomahawk UK. He gets another day 2 here in North America.
Yeah, I think benching that Steelix was absolutely the move because that Unova Sunfisk was coming every time. And like we had said before that last game started, right, Steelix just keeps ending up on that Sunfisk, and it's not a good time. So just bring 3 counters to Sunfisk, don't give it anywhere to go, and you get the win and make it to day 2. Awesome.
Yeah, great performance from Snots all the way throughout, fighting through that loser's bracket side as well, and just barely misses out on the day number 2. As we take a look at the recap here, something trying to make some energy, making energy on so many things. So promise to help our solo. Look at how everything is in the red, even making a fantastic catch in the end. His only win condition, I feel like, was to try to Thundershock down a Credilli. I don't even know if a Mud Bomb's enough from that range. It would have been really, really close.
Yeah, I think Tomahawk made a call there that Snots was not going to bring that Scizor because he pivoted that Credilli in. That was his safe swap, right? To draw something out. The Scizor didn't meet it, so he was like, okay, Credilli's actually really good here. I think that's why he also banked all that energy in the mid game on the Credilli and then pivoted out again. He's like, well, Credilli's energy is going to go everywhere, right? And actually, Snots was triple weak to Credilli.
Yes.
He ran Altaria, Lapras, and Unova Sunfisk. He did not respect that Credilli at all.
Yeah, Credilli, #1 users for a reason. It is #1 users in day number 1. I will not be surprised to see it in #1 users in day number 2.
Yeah.
Speaking of day number 2, we have one final series to go before we have all 16 trainers locked in for day number 2 here. It's going to be Zulkin versus Spandalicio. And I believe these two are friends and maybe teammates as well. So definitely know each other quite well from the Chicago area.
Wow, that's got to be uncomfortable playing against your teammate to try to get into day 2. Like, you want to root for your teammate, but also you really want to make it yourself. Let's take a look at their teams. So we got Zulkin with the Fortress, the Credilli, the Primate. Yeah, he's back with the Primate.
Yes.
We saw him on stream earlier versus Jay Mills. And that Primate put in a lot of work, especially into his Moltres. He has his own Moltres, Gastrodon, and Corsola.
Yeah, this Primate is definitely going to be a little bit more annoying to deal with than like Annihilate for Spandalicio's Corviknight because, yes, you get to the air cutters and stuff, but the close combats really hurt. Whereas Annihilate's a little bit easier to play around. You know how much Rage Rush is going to do. They're pretty much not ever going to go for that Ice Punch for any reason. Even if they do, like, it's totally fine for Corviknight. But if you let a close combat sneak through, it is going to be a problem for the side of Spandalicio. The only thing that doesn't resist that close combat is going to be that Corsa, but you also have super effective Rage Fist as well. Even the Wigglytuff's not going to appreciate the close combat from the Primeape, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of Primeape. It is not the easiest Pokemon to use because you have to spend a lot of shields, but in the right situation, especially boosted, it can be troublesome.
Yeah, Primeape is very frail, so I think we might see that Shadow Marowak come out on Spandalicio's side to potentially deal with that because Marowak can actually 2-shield and slap all the way through a Primeape.
Yeah, and sometimes that might be the win condition you need here as these final 2 players are getting ready. This is going to be Group H Losers Finals. They both had a long road to get here, but we're going to close it out on this epic series between these 2 players. I mean, looking at these teams too, there's a little bit overlap, right, with the Corsola and with the Credilli, but that's about it. You know, we've seen Wigglytuff on teams, but I feel like we haven't seen Wigglytuff being used quite a bit in these tournaments. A couple Wigglytuff did make it to day number 2, but how does that look in this upcoming matchup?
Yeah, I think Wigglytuff has been used a lot as bench pressure to try to scare off the fighters because we've seen some Primeapes, we've seen some Annihilates, we've seen a lot of Dark types, right? We've seen Guzzlord today, we've seen Moltres, Murkrow even. So I think Wigglytuff has been bench pressure for a lot of those Pokemon, but we haven't actually seen it brought much. I think Wigglytuff is hard to bring into teams that have Credilli, and most teams have Credilli, right?
Yes.
That matchup gets very uncomfortable very quickly for the Wigglytuff because of the pacing. You're outpacing to those Rock Tombs and debuffing the Wigglytuff. Those acids start to chunk over time, so it can be really uncomfortable. And we also see a Steel type on a lot of teams too, and Zulkin has that Fortress. So Wigglytuff might be scared off by those, which might free up his Primeape a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really gamble for Spandalicio. I think he's going to know that Zulkin's going to be ready for that Wigglytuff. But if you look at his team, Primeape, Galarian Moltres, Corsola, hard wins for that Wigglytuff. And then the Gastrodon, not too bad if you're Wigglytuff in that situation too. As long as you really avoid that Credilli and the Fortress, you could have some play. So I wouldn't be super surprised if he does opt to bring it, but I think Zooken's going to be super prepared for it at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be very alignment dependent and trying to put that Wigglytuff into a good matchup. And maybe Spandalicio decides to go with something a little more neutral rather than that polarizing Wigglytuff pick.
Alignment dependent for Wigglytuff. I've never heard of that before.
We've seen a lot of trainers tend to not bring their alignment dependent Pokemon today and focus more on going with those neutral picks that have a lot of more play so that they can kind of dance around a little bit more and not get stuck in like a really bad matchup for that Pokemon.
Yeah, there's a couple players I know that are pretty comfortable with the Corsola versus Wigglytuff matchup. They're like, yeah, I'm not going to win this matchup, but if I can bring the Wigglytuff low enough and maybe I'm going ABA weak to Wigglytuff, I can still have a lot of play in the back end because if you take out the Wigglytuff, it's probably the counter for a lot, you know, what you have in the back, and on top of it, the opponent's back line Pokemon might be really, really weak to whatever you have in the back, like a Primeape, like a Moltres in those situations. So we might see Zooken opt for that strategy as well because, yeah, those wins for Wigglytuff are so impressive. There's just no way you flip those matchups, right? Maybe if you land a Brave Bird, maybe you land a close combat, but you're just going to lose so much health in the process of even just getting to those moves with those Pokemon weak to the Fairy.
Yeah, it looks like our trainers are locked in and we are ready for game 1 of this series. And we're going to have a Fortress into the Wigglytuff, which is exactly where it doesn't want to be.
A huge call from Zooken. You know he's nodding, feeling pretty good about this as well. But he is ABA strong into that Wigglytuff. And look at the team composition. He has completely called Spandalicio's line. How does Spandalicio get out of this matchup? It's a real question because even if you take out, even if your Corviknight goes down and you take out the Moltres, there's still the Credilli in the back for the Marowak. Oh, and I forgot, this one's actually running Heavy Slam on the Corviknight, or Ironhead, I should say.
Ironhead, yeah, he's double legacy Corviknight here. Very interesting. I don't know if Zooken knew that. Looks like he was maybe a little surprised by that Ironhead hit. He was expecting another Air Cutter to come through. Most Corviknights are running Paybacks. If you don't read the team sheet super carefully, you can definitely overlook that. I think the Marowak's gonna have a lot of play in the back for Spandalicio though, because he did bait out, or he did get the Moltres out. Zooken safe swapped it, so now his Marowak is a little more free.
Yeah, a pretty interesting situation. I haven't really seen this combination at all from any trainer here, but Spandalicio bringing the spicier moveset of Corviknight, Ironhead, and Air Cutter. Very interesting, especially in a Ghost meta, but it really paid off in that matchup against the Flying Dark types. Now, this Wigglytuff doesn't have a lot of play in the back, so it's still not over for Zooken, and that's why he felt so comfortable about just letting the Moltres go and knowing that, you know what, it's actually better because the Fortress is kind of awkward into Wigglytuff. The Credilli is a much more straightforward matchup. So in a way, he draws out the final Pokemon and he gets the even better matchup into Wigglytuff in the back.
Yeah, he is getting really low on his Fortress though, and he's gonna pivot out to the Credilli, draw out the Marowak. This matchup is super uncomfortable for Credilli when shields are up because that Mud Slap pressure is just gonna do so much damage to this Credilli over time. So that Wigglytuff in the back is actually looking pretty good now because of the HP left on all of Zooken's Pokemon. And he has to start shielding and save some of that HP.
Oh, and Zooken went straight for the Grass Knot as well. This is a huge shield from Spandalicio. Sometimes, you know, you try to trick your opponents by shielding up there, trying to make it think that you're going for maybe the Rock Tomb. But Zooken in a tough position. Do you double down on not baiting is the real question. I think Spandalicio feeling pretty comfortable. Even if he gets baited, he's going to be in a good spot here as Zooken goes for yet another Grass Knot. Wait, he's actually only one Aster away, I think, on the next one too. So Spandalicio lets us go. It could be Charles now. Oh, he does let it go, saying, you know what? Okay, maybe I can just charm down. There's still a full health Wigglytuff in the back and no shields on the side of Zooken. And you only have, what, Sand Tomb and Rock Tomb. They're not going to do that much damage even to the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, he does no shield that from the Credilli. He can always reset his debuff later. He still has that 1 HP Corviknight sitting there in the back. And he's going to Sand Tomb the Wigglytuff. I think that Spandalicio will probably swap after this because now his attack is debuffed and his defense is debuffed. So he's got to clear those debuffs and keep his Wigglytuff alive.
Yeah.
Or he could just go for the Swift and knock it out. I'm definitely concerned about that Credilli coming back in with those acids though. So he may choose to reset the debuff now.
Yeah, We'll see. If you do reset it,
he is
you do give it a
staying
little
in and going for the Swift because he will make it there. Okay, took a lot of acid damage to get there, but Wigglytuff is very thick, and he made it to that Swift to knock out the Cradle. He didn't want to swap out.
Yeah, a lot of HP on the Wigglytuff. Debuff, no problem on the attack and defense as Bandalicio finds a way around it on the back of that very interesting moveset. Corby Knight, Iron Head, Air Cutter. I don't know how often you'll find utility there, but he found the perfect time to find the perfect matchup for that Corby Knight. A matchup that usually Corby Knight loses pretty much with any other movesets, but he found the right moveset for that Moltres for sure.
Yeah, I think the Iron Head is actually pretty interesting with this team comp because you have a Wigglytuff and a Furret. So you're already discouraging people from bringing Corsola into your team. So maybe Corby Knight doesn't actually need that payback coverage, and it's safe to run Iron Head, which is a lot better of a matchup into things like Cradily, which is very, very prevalent in the meta.
Yeah, Cradily a little bit better into Tinkaton as well, right? With Wigglytuff, you're a lot weaker to Tinkaton. Into some of the bulkier steel types like Bastion, the Iron Head is fine in that matchup, especially when shields are up as well. So I actually really like the thought process behind Spandalicio's team building. And you know, he spent a lot of time thinking about it, right? No one accidentally runs Air Cutter Iron Head combination on Corby Knight. It is very, very intentional. I mean, if he actually misregistered and just ran Iron Head, that's even more comical, but I think it was very intentional for these situations. Losing lead, not having a lot of places for the Wigglytuff to go, but still finding ways to utilize that fairy type.
Yeah.
Zilkin, he's going to have to make the adjustment here. Down a game already. His back is against the wall. He needs to win this one to have a chance to still make it a day number 2.
Yep, and our trainers are locked in, and we're going to see what are our lead Pokemon. We have Shadow Kanto Marowak into Fortress. This is a pretty neutral matchup, typically favored for Shadow Kanto Marowak, though, because of that Mud Slap damage is going to do a lot over time, and Fortress can only Sand Tomb, which is not going to do a whole lot of damage. Those Bug Bites will add up a lot once he is debuffed, though.
And look at the Corby Knight in the back, right? You got great matchups against the Gastrodon and the Moltres. Without the harder hitting payback, the Gastrodon might be a little bit weirder situation, but typically speaking, you're thinking the Moltres is fine into Corby Knight, but not going to be the case here. And the Wigglytuff as well. The Moltres does not have a lot of places to go.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who fights for alignment here, and I think Spandalicio will win alignment if Zilkin chooses to no-shield this Bone Club. Seems like he's going to let it go. So Spandalicio will get alignment, but he's actually looking to pivot out and not get farmed down. So he's going to pivot into his Corby Knight, into the Moltres. I think Zilkin is okay with staying here because it's not a Wigglytuff.
It's not the Wigglytuff. Maybe he's trying to predict that it might be the Wigglytuff. I love how safe the Corby Knight is for Spandalicio in this matchup here. So you can see he was hard pivoting over no matter what, trying to say, you know what, whatever you have in the back, I'm going to have a decent matchup here. But instead of going to Iron Head, he's going straight Air Cutter this time around, and this is not going to help you win the matchup like last time. Can Zilkin find the win condition here? Because now, we get the boost though. That's going to be pretty big for Spandalicio. Back-to-back fly is reach. I think Spandalicio is going to just let this go and try to 2-shield Charm down.
Yeah, I think that's probably the play. He does pivot out to Gastrodon now, so Spandalicio knows the full roster of his opponent. So he can throw this boosted Air Cutter and then potentially look to pivot out, or he could probably stay in. He's not going to get Mud Slap down. He'll reach another Air Cutter. He's boosted again, so now he's going to stay and throw this double boosted Air Cutter into this Gastrodon. Zilkin's thinking about, he's got to start using those shields. My HP is dwindling. We got to do something here.
Oh, and actually comes in the Marowak instead. I think he's trying to absorb as much of this energy as possible. I think the win condition for Spandalicio is just charm down. Can he do it? It's the question here. There's a fly banked on the Moltres. You can take one Water Pulse though, and you still have 2 shields. It's going to be a tough spot for Zilkin to be in. I think he even whispered a GG's right there. This Water Pulse is going to connect, but the thing is, even if you land it, I think you survive the Mud Slap damage. There's no way you start to punch down here. Just puts the Wigglytuff into the yellow. No problem. Here comes the Charms. Here comes another one. And Zilkin still 2 shields remaining on Spandalicio's side, but it's going to be the Corby Knight, the Iron Head Corby Knight that finds the spot here in day number 2 with Spandalicio as his pilot.
What a game. Just charm everything down in the end. We were predicting that Wigglytuff might come out, and it did. But yeah, that Corby Knight with the Iron Head, such an interesting moveset. I wonder if more people are going to pick that up now that they've seen it here.
Yeah, it's a tough moveset to run, but it actually looked really good for Spandalicio. And, you know, I thought maybe making a little bit misplaced by not throwing the Iron Head against the Moltres, but because he just kept going air cutter, he's starting to boost. It just became harder and harder to deal with the Corviknight over time for Zukin. And Zukin knew, it was like, I know this is an air cutter, I don't want to shield it, but eventually you got to shield something, right? And because he didn't shield enough, he just got fast attack down. And I was saying, you know, I don't think the Gastron is nearly as good of a matchup with Corviknight without the payback, but if you're double boosted on air cutters, it's a fantastic matchup because you cannot mud-slap down very easily in those situations as well. And man, the Iron Head, air cutter, Corviknight, this meta is honestly really amazing to see because there's so much creativity that you can tap into, especially with these 40-second switch timers as well.
Yeah, I think it's really cool to see trainers thinking outside the box and trying different movesets that are off the norm. Every single Corviknight we've seen today has been on air cutter, payback, except for this one, right? He decided to break away, and you know it was intentional too because you have to use an elite charge TM to get that second legacy attack because they are both legacy charge attacks on that Corviknight.
Yeah, very excited to see how Spandalicio plays out. You know, the mirror matchup is actually pretty uncomfortable if you do run into that, but my guess is he hasn't seen that too much. However, we do have a few Corviknight in day number 2, so excited to see how he plays it out there. But he is going to join the top 16 for day number 2. He's going to be our 16th trainer there to round it out.
Yep. Our day 2 looking pretty stacked. I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow. Yeah, I do think that's a good point that you made. In the mirror, that Corviknight would be really uncomfortable without that payback. So he's got to work around that, especially having that Wigglytuff too.
Yeah, definitely. Well, stick around here as we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with a recap of day number 1 and see who our top 16 trainers are for day number 2.
My pre-game rituals is I always listen to the Beach Boys before I play, and we always stock up on those like little applesauce packets because we'll know we'll need them in between rounds.
A pre-game ritual that I typically do to kind of calm down my nerves for round 1 is that typically I'll think about my family, friends that are supporting me back home and probably like cheering, like looking at the standings and results, and I try to just like find comfort in that there's people like waiting for me to get back, and then just lock in for that round 1.
As of the last couple regionals I've attended, definitely eating breakfast. The first couple I tried doing on an empty stomach, and that is not a great way to go. I found myself a bit tired in the afternoon, so definitely get a breakfast, even if it's light, a banana, a granola bar. Get something in your body, get yourself ready to go, and you'll have a great day.
Pre-game rituals I swear by are probably just not even looking at my deck box. I test the night before, and I don't want to see my deck until I'm queued up against the first player, and I'm flipping over that first card.
So for me, when I'm prepping for a game, I'm getting ready. The things I like to do are think about my team, think about the matchups I have, think about my prep, what I know, and just try not to sweat it, honestly. Like, there's so many different teams out there, there's so many different calcs and everything, and you can spend a long time bogging yourself down. Believe in your practice. Comfort is king. You prep for this, you rock it.
So the pre-game rituals that I swear by is to take a deep breath and remember that it is impossible to win if you do not have fun. This is all about enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and just having fun with the game.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon GO Milwaukee Regional Championships. We've had an unbelievable day of battle so far. My name is Henry, joined by my wonderful co-casters, the illustrious Alpha Phoebe, aka Professor Willow, Ashira, and Florges doubter Caleb Pang. Now, wow. It's honestly been a crazy day of battles. So for Phoebe, why don't you walk me through what has been one of your favorite moments from today's unbelievable slate of battles?
I think Valarash utilizing Greninja really well to flip switch against the Grass-type Cradily. It really just goes to show how good of a Pokemon it can be and how potent, fast, hard-hitting, squishy Pokemon can be in the Pokemon GO meta.
That Greninja proved to be an absolute terror on the safe switch, as it was key to Valor Ash punching his ticket to day number 2. Now, Hashira, talk to me a little bit about, was there anything from today's battles that surprised you a little bit, or something that caught you off guard? Because obviously we know the meta from the last tournament by no means is the meta of the new tournament.
Yeah, so honestly, I was thrown away by the amount of Clodsire we saw today. We saw like almost no Clodsire in Pittsburgh, and then suddenly it's like Revenge of the Clodsires. Like they just came back and they're everywhere. And it's interesting because Charjabug was everywhere in Pittsburgh. Charjabug is very scarce in Milwaukee today. So I'm wondering if the Clodsires rose up to scare away the Charjabug, but the Charjabug just didn't come. I'm not sure.
And Clodsire also pretty good into another Pokemon that did make day 2, and that is Florges. Now, I've saved this for last. Caleb, you made some posts on socials about how you were not a fan of, let me rephrase, you did not believe in the power of Florges. It's made day 2. I have heard in the other regional that's going on this weekend is doing pretty well. So talk to me. Has your mind been changed, or are you still a Florges doubter?
I think only one Florges made it into day number 2, so I don't think so. I'm gonna ask my good friend Slowpoke. Oh, what do you think, Slowpoke? Do you think Florges is meta relevant? No. Okay, well, you heard it from Slowpoke himself, so I gotta see. But unless BJ Powell makes a crazy run in day number 2, I think it's a little bit hard to use, especially with all the Clodsire and Corviknight running around.
And speaking of day number 2, we have some unbelievable matches coming up. I want to take a look at the winner's side of the bracket. Now, Phoebe, we've got some unbelievable names here. What matchups are standing out to you?
I think Dapper Discs versus Drayflames. Drayflames has a really fun team. One of the few Shadow Charizards that we've seen. We'll have to see if it has some play into Dapper's team, given I don't think we saw it utilized in Drayflames games today.
And it had a pretty interesting choice of the Dragon Breath over Ember. Now, this is only one of the first regionals of our North American season. We started off in Pittsburgh, the road continued to Milwaukee, and Ashira, why don't you take us through a couple other tournaments we can look forward to coming up here?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got Las Vegas coming up pretty soon, and then we've got LAIC in Sao Paulo, followed by Toronto, and then we've also got London EUIC coming up after that. Seattle's coming up. We've got a bunch of unannounced regionals, so it'll be exciting to see where those will be taking place. And of course, we've got NAIC in New Orleans, and then we've got the World Championship in San Francisco.
And all roads do lead to Worlds, but a road that we need to make sure that you follow is, when does day 2 start? Caleb, take us through it.
It's going to start at 9:45 a.m. Eastern, 6:45 Pacific, and everywhere else you can do the conversion for that. So don't miss out, because day 2 is going to be packed with a lot of action here in Milwaukee.
And so far, the action has been absolutely incredible. You can follow along on all the socials. You can follow along at Pokemon.com/broadcast as well, so you're not missing a moment of the action. We have all these wonderful socials. So make sure you're tuned in. You're not going to want to miss a moment, because the action has been unbelievable. And from all of us here, it's been an amazing day of battles. From me, Henry, Alpha Phoebe, Ashira, and Caleb Pang, thank you so much for tuning in. But you got to make sure to be back here tomorrow, because the competition is only getting better from here.